After the Great War, an unexpected opportunity arose. Draco Malfoy was presented with the chance to traverse time and space, altering his fate. This time, he resolved to seize control of his destiny. Chapter 1. The Soul Artifact. War is merciless. Although Voldemort was vanquished, the shadows cast by the conflict persistently loom overhead. The cemetery has been beset by a multitude of newly erected graves, each tombstone symbolizing a shattered family, becoming an inescapable nightmare haunting Draco's mind. Following the war, Lucius departed England with Narcissa, while Draco remained, ensconced within Malfoy Manor, rarely venturing beyond its confines. Draco assumed the mantle of family head. He could not forsake the estate, yet he also recoiled from confronting the gaze of others. Perhaps he was ailing, as he confined himself within these walls, attempting to alleviate the burden of guilt that weighed heavily upon his heart. In the depths of midnight, he beheld those crimson eyes, akin to a chilling serpent, fixated upon him. Kill him. Eliminate them. The devil's whispers echoed in his ears, as vibrant lives fell one after another, leaving him voiceless. Cedric, Professor Burbage, Professor Dumbledore, Crabbe, Fred, and Lupin and Tonks, whose hands he had failed to grasp until the very last moment, all materialized in his dreams. Draco jolted awake from his slumber, drenched in cold sweat. He dragged his weary form from the bed and made his way to the washroom to cleanse himself. Upon gazing into the mirror at his haggard reflection, he could not help but chuckle, yet the laughter soon devolved into tears as he collapsed to the floor. Time passed unmeasured before he gradually ceased his weeping, wiped away his tears, and rose to his feet, moving mechanically to the study, where a secret chamber, passed down through generations of the Malfoy lineage, awaited him. The chamber was modest, filled with ancient tomes and invaluable materials unattainable by any price. Draco stood before the bookshelf, perusing these venerable texts in search of a means to liberate himself. After an entire morning of fruitless searching, Draco returned the books to their places, intending to step outside for a bite to eat, but inadvertently toppled the candlestick behind him. The candlestick tumbled and rolled beneath the bookshelf, compelling him to bend down to retrieve it. When he unexpectedly encountered an object, he dragged a book from beneath the shelf and dusted it off. On the cover was a striking white peacock. He opened the pages, only to find them blank, save for a name inscribed on the first page. Kaya. Draco extracted the book from the chamber, perusing it repeatedly, yet gleaning no valuable information. In the afternoon, he accidentally spilled coffee onto the open pages of the book, the liquid rapidly absorbed by the paper, leaving no trace. Sensing something amiss, he scrutinized the pages, which appeared entirely dry, devoid of any sign of dampness. Just as confusion enveloped him, a line of text materialized on the page. Thank you for your hospitality, but next time, please add more sugar cubes. It is utterly bitter. Draco jumped in surprise, nearly flinging the book away. Once he regained composure, he took up a pen and inscribed a line of his own. Who are you? Kaya Malfoy. Are you a member of the Malfoy family? Indeed. However, the Malfoy family has never been blessed with daughters. It is a curse. Draco recalled Lucius mentioning this to him, and although the veracity of the claim remained ambiguous, it was undeniable that the Malfoy lineage had not welcomed a female offspring in a considerable span of time. This revelation instantly piqued Draco's interest. Is that so? I have never encountered such a curse before, Kaya remarked. Why are you in this book? Draco inquired further. The tale is rather lengthy, and my residual magical energy may not suffice to allow me to pen it down. Very well, Draco responded, a hint of disappointment in his tone. I sense your discontent. Perhaps I can assist you. Draco's hand, poised to write, hesitated momentarily before he resumed, inscribing his exquisite cursive upon the pages. Is that true? Perhaps. I am uncertain, but I possess a far greater understanding of magic than you might imagine. What must I do? Provide me with a drop of your blood. I require the blood of a pure-blood wizard to manifest myself before you. Draco, who was typically averse to pain, gingerly pressed a dagger to his palm, creating a shallow incision from which crimson droplets fell onto the pages, swiftly soaking into the paper, revitalizing the aged tome in an instant. A wisp of white smoke gradually coalesced, revealing the silhouette of a maiden. Draco could instantly ascertain her undeniable lineage to the Malfoy family, She possessed a cascade of lustrous platinum hair and delicate, pale eyes. The Malfoy family had long been renowned for their beauty, and Kaya was no exception. She was stunning enough to become the object of fervent admiration among numerous boys at Hogwarts. Greetings, Kaya. Hello. You have yet to introduce yourself. I am Draco Malfoy. It seems an age has passed, Kaya remarked, surveying her surroundings with a sense of nostalgia. What led you to conceal yourself within that book? Draco queried, voicing his curiosity. That is my diary, a vessel. I am merely a fragment of a soul now, my corporeal form having long been vanquished. After several days of acquaintance, Kaya elucidated the concept of Horcruxes to Draco, yet she remained reluctant to share her own tale, and he refrained from pressing further. Draco confided in Kaya his desire to rectify past transgressions, but she shook her head. To resurrect the deceased is utterly impossible. Life and death cannot be reversed. Draco, disheartened by the lack of answers he sought, felt a wave of despondency wash over him. However, while life and death are immutable, fate may yet be altered, albeit at a cost that is not easily borne. Draco listened intently to her cryptic words, struggling to comprehend. I know of a spell that can warp time and space, allowing you to return to the past, but what? Draco grasped at the lifeline she offered, his eagerness palpable. He was willing to pay any price to uncover the truth. You must sacrifice half of your soul as an offering. That is the price for reversing time. Even if you return to the past, there are certain events beyond your control. That is of no consequence. At least I shall have made the effort, and thus I would not endure this torment any longer. Please help me, Kaya. Kaya sighed. You must ponder this carefully. If you fail, the loss of half your soul will be the least of your worries. A fate of utter obliteration may await you. Is that a risk you are willing to take? Draco chuckled self-deprecatingly. I've lived a rather pitiful existence. Even in failure, at least I will have been brave once, will I not? As you wish. The preparations were far from simple. Draco scoured tirelessly to gather the necessary materials, which were exceedingly rare, leaving him astounded that he could amass such items. Allow me to enter. After what felt like an eternity, Draco, following Kaya's guidance, stood before a vast and formidable magical circle. He understood the slim likelihood of success, aware that he may not be the fortunate one to prevail. Just before stepping into the circle, a moment of hesitation gripped him, fear momentarily halting his advance. Yet, bolstered by courage, he resolutely approached the center of the magical array. Kaya, thank you. The glimmering dagger sliced through his palm, and he pressed his hands to the ground. The reversal spell ignited. His blood flowed from the wound, tracing along the inscribed runes, and as the blood coursed, the circle radiated with light, unleashing a torrent of magical energy that drew his soul downward. Draco felt his strength ebb away, his soul being torn apart, the pain rendering him breathless. Thought became elusive, and as consciousness faded, he perceived Kaya emerging from the diary, instantly engulfed by the magical circle. Time became a blur, and Draco sensed a faint luminosity. Instinctively, he sprinted toward the light, traversing the vast darkness until he was met by the dawn of illumination. He abruptly sat up, breathless and disoriented, while Narcissa, at the bedside, instantly rose to assist him by gently smoothing his back. Mother, Draco called out uncertainly. I am here, dear, Narcissa softly replied, embracing him in a comforting hold, believing that Draco might have experienced a nightmare. Draco was unsure whether he was still dreaming, but returning to the long-lost embrace of his mother brought a lump to his throat, prompting him to weep openly. Although Narcissa did not fully comprehend his unusual behavior, she allowed him the indulgence of a heartfelt cry. Mother, am I still alive? Draco, what nonsense are you speaking? Of course, you are perfectly well, Narcissa remarked, gently feeling his forehead. Hasn't your fever subsided? Mother, it seems I had a very long dream, and it was quite terrifying. Do not be afraid, for I am here, Narcissa reassured him, believing Draco was merely frightened by a nightmare. She comforted him for an extended period until she observed him drifting back to sleep before quietly exiting the room. Draco opened his eyes, turned over, and descended from the bed, approaching the mirror, where he beheld a smaller version of himself, appearing to be around 10 years old. Overcome with joy, he wept tears of happiness, exclaiming to himself that it was splendid. He had succeeded and finally had the opportunity to start anew. However, as he regained his composure, Draco pondered how he might alter the future. He thought of Kaya and realized he needed to find a chance to venture into the Chamber of Secrets and retrieve the diary. Draco, in this diminutive body, did not contemplate for long before succumbing to a deep slumber, relishing in the comfort of a restorative sleep that he had not experienced in a long while. Chapter 2. Rebirth. Draco pondered for several days, contemplating his need to advance into the Chamber of Secrets to retrieve Kaya's diary. He had a premonition that Kaya had accompanied him back to this place, yet he had not yet assumed the mantle of the family head. And Lucius would never entrust the family ring to him. Draco devised a plan. Narcissa and Lucius were to attend a soiree that evening, and he would feign illness, claiming that he needed to remain at home to recuperate. Narcissa, believing he had yet to fully recover, offered a few words of caution before linking arms with Lucius and departing. Once Draco estimated they had ventured far enough, he stealthily slipped into the room where Lucius concocted potions. Surveying the area, he noted that Lucius seldom utilized this chamber, thus the supplies were plentiful. Confirming that all the necessary ingredients were present, Draco rolled up his sleeves and set to work. He silently expressed his gratitude to Professor Snape. Without the rigorous training from his previous life, Draco would have never been able to brew the perfect draught of living death. After successfully bottling the potion, he meticulously restored everything to its original state, ensuring it appeared as though no one had ever entered. With a final check to ensure Lucius would not notice the missing ingredients, he confidently closed the door behind him, making his way to the master bedroom. Draco was aware that his parents had a habit of lighting incense before sleep. He gently added 2 drops of the sleeping potion to the incense. Replacing it in its original position, he anticipated that once lit, they would swiftly descend into deep slumber, allowing him to discreetly retrieve the ring. Draco fought off drowsiness until midnight, then stealthily crept out of his room. Pressing his ear against the master bedroom door, he listened intently, confirming the absence of any noise. He produced a towel to cover his mouth and nose, cautiously opening the door a crack, and hearing his parents' gentle snores, he slinked towards Lucius. The ring adorned Lucius's finger, never removed even in sleep, the snake entwined with green gemstones gleaming coldly under the moonlight. With utmost care, Draco slid the ring off Lucius's finger and into his pocket, glancing up at the peacefully sleeping man before retreating slowly. He hurried to the study, feeling slightly breathless. Strangely, he had not exerted himself excessively, yet felt utterly drained. In his memories, he had been more vigorous at this age. So was this a consequence of his temporal regression? Draco dismissed the thought and, following his recollections, utilized the ring to unlock the passage to the chamber. The contents here surpassed what he had encountered in his previous life. Many items were contraband rigorously scrutinized by the Ministry of Magic. He recalled that during his second year, to evade ministry searches, Lucius had discreetly smuggled numerous items out. Approaching the familiar bookshelf, Draco knelt to search below, but found nothing. Could the diary not be here? With a sense of uncertainty, he rose and began to sift through the shelves, quickly spotting the exquisite diary adorned with a white peacock on its cover. Unlike the moment he had last retrieved it, the diary appeared pristine, filling Draco with elation, signaling that Kaya had likely returned with him. As he cradled the diary, he caught sight of a faded black notebook, inexplicably invoking a sense of dread within him, as if a venomous serpent lurked within. He averted his gaze and exited the chamber, returning to Lucius's room, where he carefully replaced the ring, adjusting it back to its original position before quietly departing and ensuring the door was secured. All was conducted with such stealth that by morning, the potion's effects would have dissipated, leaving no one the wiser, merely feeling as if they had enjoyed a restorative sleep. Cradling the diary, Draco softly called out, "Kaya, are you there? Have you returned with me?" As the ink dried, his words faded, only to be replaced by a new line. "Yes, Draco. Your soul is not strong enough to bear the magical sigil. I can only split my fractured essence to fill this void. Fortunately, we succeeded without peril." Draco's heart raced at her words, realizing he had nearly been left without a trace. "Thank you, Kaya. It's all right. But I am currently quite weak and require rest. I cannot afford to expend energy on communication. Is my blood of any assistance to you? I can offer it." "Thank you, Draco, but your blood cannot aid me now. Your soul is as fragmented as mine, and you cannot provide strength. However, do keep an eye out for anything that could restore our souls, so I may venture forth." "I understand. Rest well. I shall contact you if necessary." Months passed, and an owl delivered the acceptance letter from Hogwarts. Draco felt none of the excitement he had experienced in his previous life, merely staring blankly at the letter spread before him. The wheels of fate had begun to turn, even with foreknowledge of the unfolding history. Draco lacked confidence in his ability to alter the course. He needed to safeguard the Malfoy family and thwart Voldemort's ruthless slaughter, yet he was not the destined savior. He was merely a pampered young master. Draco, why are you still daydreaming? Narcissa approached, having stood there for quite a while without him noticing, gently stroking Draco's hair. She observed his increasingly introverted demeanor since his sudden, inexplicable fever. She noted with concern how much weight he had lost. Draco turned to embrace Narcissa's waist, murmuring, "Mother, I want to protect you." Narcissa patted his back. "I know you are still frightened by that dream, aren't you? Do not fear, no matter what. I will be by your side. But remember, you are still just a child. If you wish to protect us, you must grow up quickly." Narcissa was unaware of the true nature of Draco's struggles, but as a perceptive mother, she could sense his increasing clinginess, attributing it to a lack of security. After discussing this concern with Lucius, he comforted her and assured her that he would speak to the parents of other incoming students, asking them to keep an eye on Draco during their time at school, which provided her with a measure of reassurance. Soon, the day of departure arrived. Lucius and Narcissa bid him farewell as he boarded the train to Hogwarts. Watching the train gradually pull away, Narcissa buried her head in Lucius's embrace, weeping softly, while Lucius clumsily attempted to console her, promising to ensure Draco was well looked after. Draco chose a compartment towards the rear, flanked by two of Lucius's chosen companions. Indeed, familiar faces, Crabbe and Goyle, who had been Draco's lackeys since childhood, had been instructed by their families to maintain close ties with the Malfoy lineage. Thus, Draco strode aboard, flanked by the two, exuding confidence. Draco gazed out at the familiar landscape beyond the window, as the memories of 2 lifetimes converged in that singular moment, enveloping him in an uncanny sensation. He was acutely aware of the train's trajectory, yet the path of his own destiny remained shrouded in mystery. Clutching Kaya's diary, he had little enthusiasm for the shopping before the term began, as it had all been meticulously arranged by Narcissa. The house elf had already ensured that his belongings were delivered to the school prior to their departure, but he could not bear to part with the diary, opting to keep it close. Suddenly, a croak interrupted Draco's reverie. He looked down to find an unsightly toad, its beady eyes fixated on him, head cocked in curiosity. Draco nearly leapt from his seat, but the toad, emboldened by his reaction, assumed a posture of readiness. Cautiously, Draco commanded Crabbe and Goyle, "Quick, throw that out." The two, however, were slow to react, only realizing what was required after hearing Draco's urgent call. Unfortunately, the clumsy pair failed to even graze the toad, instead tripping over one another and collapsing in a heap on the floor. The audacious creature seized the opportunity, leaping onto Draco's seat, its gaze fixed hungrily upon him. With Draco's aversion to filth, the mere thought of the creature landing on him sent shivers down his spine. Meanwhile, Hermione was scouring the train with Neville, searching for his lost pet toad. Upon hearing the commotion, they hurried over. As Neville opened the compartment door, he was met with the sight of 2 hefty boys struggling to rise from the floor, alongside a boy huddled in the corner of the carriage. Draco's striking gray-blue eyes and his silken golden hair marked him as a pampered young lord. Neville carefully navigated around Crabbe and Goyle, retrieving the troublesome Trevor. "I'm so sorry, I didn't mean to scare you," he apologized. Draco regarded the somewhat foolish boy before him, finding it difficult to reconcile this image with the brave warrior who had once slain the serpent in the midst of war. Yet at that time, everyone believed Harry was dead, and a somber atmosphere had enveloped all present. Only Neville had stepped forth to rally their spirits. Draco conceded that he was indeed a true Gryffindor. Chapter 3. A reunion as the train reached its destination. The excitement of a new academic year surged through the young wizards, who disembarked en masse. Hagrid, lantern in hand, awaited them on the platform. "All right, first years. This way. Don't be shy, come along." Hagrid's booming voice beckoned, and the children slowly gathered before him. Draco lingered at the back of the line as Hagrid led the newcomers to the boats, which glided gently toward the castle. Throughout the journey, Crabbe and Goyle curiously observed their surroundings, occasionally exclaiming in wonder, while Draco, weary from the day's travels, dozed with the diary in his arms. Upon reaching the shore, the first years ascended the steps, where Professor McGonagall awaited, just as in his previous life. After delivering her opening remarks, she briefly departed, allowing the children to chatter amongst themselves. Leaning against the railing, Draco rested, while Goyle and Crabbe huddled together, whispering. He dismissed their conversation with indifference until he caught sight of the young savior, Harry, casting a curious glance in his direction. Across 2 lifetimes, their gazes once again intertwined, those emerald eyes resembling a deep well, threatening to ensnare one's very soul. Harry had long been aware of Draco, having never encountered such a striking boy before. He seemed to have stepped from the pages of a fairy tale, exquisite and graceful. Ron, following Harry's gaze, pulled him closer and whispered in his ear, "That S.A. Malfoy. My dad says their family looks down on half-bloods and muggleborns. Yet Harry remained unconvinced. Perhaps he isn't like that? Summoning his courage, he approached Draco, extending his hand. Hello, I'm Harry Potter. May we be friends? At the mention of the name Harry Potter, the surrounding children gasped, all having some inkling of the legendary boy. Draco was at a loss for words. In his previous life, he had reached out in friendship only to be callously rejected. The pain of that moment lingered, and he had never initiated such an act again. Save for that one attempt. Though he had spoken harshly to Ron, it had been Ron who had first smirked. Draco felt no guilt for his past actions and subsequently made it a point to antagonize Harry, which gradually morphed into a rivalry. As feelings of grievance welled within him, Draco sensed his eyes moisten and his nose tingle. He swiftly swatted Harry's outstretched hand away, striving to regain his composure, and lifted his chin with an air of arrogance. I have no desire to be your friend. Ron, unable to tolerate the scene, yanked Harry closer and retorted at Draco. Who cares? Draco, known for his short temper, was provoked by Ron's words and unleashed the biting sarcasm characteristic of a Malfoy. It's obvious who you are, with that red hair and shabby clothes. You must be a Weasley. He scrutinized Ron with evident disdain. Just then, Professor McGonagall returned, prompting Draco to huff and turn away, with Crabbe and Goyle hastily following in his wake. Harry remained momentarily stunned until Ron patted his shoulder, bringing him back to reality as he rejoined the throng. Despite Draco's seemingly harmless appearance, his sharp words had cut deeply, leaving Harry regretting his decision to engage. Ron, observing Harry's disappointment, offered a few words of comfort. Don't take it to heart. He's always had that foul temperament. It's just how he is. You'll get used to it. Did you know him when you were younger? Harry inquired. I saw him a couple of times as a child. The first time, I thought he was a girl, and then he beat me up. Harry was taken aback. He hit you? Of course, I didn't let him get away with it. I hit him back, and he couldn't handle it. Ran off crying, saying he'd tell his dad. Harry couldn't help but smirk. As they pushed through the grand doors of the Great Hall, they beheld students from all four houses seated at their respective tables. The ceiling enchanted to reflect the starry night sky above. Dumbledore welcomed the first years and outlined the school's regulations, particularly emphasizing the prohibition against entering the corridor on the right-hand side of the third floor. Draco regarded the elder wizard with a tumultuous heart. Though he had not directly caused Dumbledore's demise in his previous life, he carried a burden of guilt regarding the event. That feeling had lingered for years, and now, witnessing Dumbledore alive before him, an overwhelming sense of unreality washed over Draco. Professor Snape sat at the staff table, and Draco followed his gaze. Noticing that he was intently focused on Harry, Draco was unaware of the history between them, but Snape's demeanor towards Harry was anything but kind. Draco felt that his housemaster's few remaining interests, apart from brewing potions, seemed to center on deducting points from Gryffindor. He had perished in that war, and Draco was left in the dark about what truly transpired. At the final judgment, Harry vindicated him, proving that he was a spy sent by Dumbledore to infiltrate Voldemort's ranks, and that his act of killing Dumbledore was compelled by dire circumstances. With Harry's testimony, Snape received a dignified treatment posthumously, and for this, Draco harbored a deep gratitude towards Harry. Although Snape was known for his harsh demeanor and sharp tongue, he cannot be denied as a commendable mentor. At least Draco held a fondness for him, if only Snape did not frequently impose detentions upon him. As the sorting ceremony commenced, the Sorting Hat animatedly sang the sorting song. Once it concluded, Professor McGonagall, holding the roster, called the new students forward one by one to don the sorting hat and be assigned to their respective houses. As in the previous life, the Muggle-born girl, Hermione Granger, was sorted into Gryffindor. In his past life, Draco had looked down upon her, even derogatorily labeling her a mudblood. Yet, fate had its irony. For this Muggle-born which ultimately ascended to the position of Minister of Magic, undeniably proving her exceptional prowess. Draco Malfoy. McGonagall called out his name, prompting Draco to step forward as she placed the sorting hat upon his head. Ah, this is a bit challenging. You possess the traits of Slytherin. Yet I sense a remarkably brave deed within you. Your courage is commendable, making you equally suited for Gryffindor. The choice is yours, young man. Without hesitation, Draco declared. I choose Slytherin. Very well, Slytherin it is. The Slytherin table erupted in enthusiastic applause as he made his way over, where eager peers beckoned him to take a seat. What a jest! If he had been sorted into Gryffindor, Lucius would surely have spent the night burning his name from the family tree, Draco thought. Moreover, mingling with the fiery Gryffindors would undoubtedly drive him to madness one day. Those dark wizards are all from Slytherin, Ron whispered to Harry. Yet Harry pondered. Slytherin is not solely comprised of dark wizards. Ron predictably found himself assigned to Gryffindor, and at long last, it was Harry's turn. As McGonagall read his name, an anticipatory hush fell over the room, everyone awaiting the outcome of his sorting. Draco observed Harry murmuring something, presumably conversing with the Sorting Hat. After a moment of contemplation, the hat proclaimed Gryffindor. As expected, he chose Gryffindor. Draco mused with a hint of self-deprecation, aware of the outcome, yet still feeling a flutter of anxiety. Following the feast, he returned to the dormitory. The Slytherin common room was draped in cold silvery green, with closed windows revealing the depths of the black lake outside. Draco tidied his bed, intending to retire early. Theodore not pushed the door open and entered. He always seemed to prefer solitude. Draco decided to act as though he hadn't seen him. Draco. Theodore surprisingly greeted him. Long time no see. How have you been? Draco, taken aback by his initiative, nodded politely and replied, I'm well, thank you for asking. Instead of tending to his own belongings, Theodore assisted Draco by hanging the curtains, a gesture that surprised him. Thank you not. Theodore frowned slightly. Why don't you call me by my name? You used to call me Theodore. Draco scratched his head, struggling to recall distant memories, and could only manage an awkward smile. Fortunately, Theodore did not press the matter further and turned to organize his own bed, allowing Draco to exhale in relief. Climbing into his own bed, he stared at the ceiling and soon drifted into a slumber. After a while, the curtains were gently pulled aside, revealing Theodore's dark eyes fixed on Draco's flushed, sleeping face. He was restless in his sleep, often kicking off the covers. With a resigned sigh, Theodore leaned down to tuck him in. Chapter 4, Conflict. The classroom was enveloped in silence, young wizards with heads bowed, their quills dancing across the pages. The only sound was the rhythmic scratching of pens on paper, as the teacher remained unseen at the front, replaced by a tabby cat perched there, its gaze piercing through the students. The stone door swung open, prompting a collective turn of heads. Hermione sighed, resigned, and returned to her work, while Draco watched two frantic figures burst into the room, entirely unaware of the impending danger. Oh, finally here. If Professor McGonagall were present, her expression would surely frighten them, Ron remarked, just as the tabby cat leaped from the podium, transforming into Professor McGonagall before the startled duo. Ron and Harry jumped in shock. But Ron's mouth was quicker than his limited intellect. That was quite the sleight of hand. McGonagall raised an eyebrow. Thank you for your assessment, Mr. Weasley. Perhaps I should transfigure Mr. Potter and you into a pocket watch. That way, at least one of you might learn to respect time. We got lost, Harry explained. Perhaps a map would be useful? I trust finding your seats does not require one. Draco lowered his head, biting his cheek to suppress laughter. The scene was utterly amusing as he continued his writing. Oh, Merlin's mother. Kia, you must see their faces. I'd wager Potter didn't even comb his hair this morning. It's a complete nest, though he felt it was inappropriate. Draco mused that turning Potter into a map for Weasley to carry might not be a bad idea, though he doubted Weasley's intellect would suffice to comprehend it. Kia quickly responded, I have a splendid suggestion. Perhaps you could request a house change. If you reside in Gryffindor with them, these issues would resolve themselves nicely. Wouldn't they? Draco gritted his teeth. Thank you for your suggestion, but I would advise against offering advice. In potions class, Snape forcefully swung open the classroom door, causing the unfortunate door to bang loudly, drawing every eye to him. Snape strode to the front, his black robes billowing like a soaring bat, commanding, in my classroom, there shall be no wand waving or incantations uttered frivolously. In truth, I suspect few of you will grasp the profound science and meticulous artistry of potion making. However, for those few exceptional students, he elongated the syllables, his gaze landing on Draco, who smiled in return. In his previous life, Draco had always excelled in potions, never disappointing Snape's tutelage, and he held confidence in his ability to meet Snape's expectations once more. For those genuinely inclined, I shall teach you the true understanding of the enchanting elixirs that flow through one's veins, the mesmerizing magic that stirs the heart and bewilders the will. I will instruct you in elevating your prestige, crafting brilliance, and even teach you to concoct the elixir of immortality. His gaze shifted to Harry, pausing as Harry remained oblivious, engrossed in his writings. That said, perhaps some of you arrived at Hogwarts with extraordinary abilities and sufficient confidence to believe you need not pay attention to my lessons. Snape articulated the last sentence deliberately, his displeasure evident to any keen observer. Hermione nudged Harry's elbow, snapping him from his reverie, and he looked up to meet Snape's stern gaze. Severus Snape, as anticipated, summoned Harry's name and proceeded to pose several inquiries. Harry, much to everyone's disappointment, failed to answer a single one. Beside him, Miss Know-It-All eagerly raised her hand, yet Snape chose to disregard her. Alas, it was evident that mere fame was insufficient. Was it not, Mr. Potter? In a previous life, Draco would have merely smirked at Harry's folly, yet now he perceived much more. He keenly discerned the fleeting glimmer of melancholy in Snape's eyes. Although these questions seemed trivial to Draco, his instincts hinted that the answers were not as straightforward as they appeared, suggesting a deeper understanding lay beneath. Draco mused that perhaps only he comprehended the labyrinthine workings of Harry's mind, which might forever remain unfathomable to him. During mealtime, Draco was startled by a sudden explosion from the adjacent Gryffindor table. The figure enveloped in darkness amidst the chaos was, to Draco's strained recognition, none other than Seamus Finnegan. Draco recalled him well. His wand seemed to be rigged with explosives, frequently orchestrating bursts of laughter among his peers. How splendid! He could undoubtedly become a prodigy in pyrotechnics. Draco sighed at Kaya's enthusiastic endorsement. Rest assured, I shall not disappoint your expectations and shall strive to become a master in my own right. By the way, would you care for a drink? Any juice available? Not lemon juice, mind you. I prefer something sweet. No problem. I shall fetch you a bottle of grape juice. Theodore, perplexed, observed Draco as he chuckled at a blank notebook, piqued by curiosity. Draco, what are you looking at? He inquired. Oh, nothing, just a trifle. Draco hastily closed the notebook, and Theodore took a seat beside him. To be candid, Draco felt somewhat awkward. He remembered that Theodore was not typically like this. How was he supposed to be? Like a solitary wolf, fiercely proud, never approaching him. This sudden display of concern was utterly unexpected. At that moment, an owl arrived, bearing letters and parcels. Draco received a cake and sweets sent by Narcissa. He quickly scanned the letter, carefully stowing it away, intending to respond later. Theodore, having received nothing, was seen gazing intently at the passing owls. The cake is from my mother. Would you care to try it? Draco asked, regretting the words as they left his mouth, aware that Theodore had lost his mother at a young age. Thank you, Draco. I would be delighted to sample it, Theodore replied politely, alleviating Draco's unease. After the meal, Theodore and Draco walked side by side out of the hall, while Ron muttered, when did Nott and Malfoy become such good friends? Isn't he always scowling? Was that a smile I just saw? Ron incredulously nudged Harry's arm. Did you see that? Harry contemplated the duo as they vanished around the corner. The afternoon brought Madame Hooch's flying lesson. Draco, feeling lethargic, yawned widely, his exhaustion palpable. After exchanging pleasantries, she instructed the students to stand by their brooms and extend their hands to summon them. Up, up, up. Draco reached out without uttering a sound, and the brooms soared into his grasp. Madame Hooch nodded approvingly at him. Harry's talent was indeed remarkable. He was the second student, after Draco, to successfully summon his broom, followed closely by Hermione. Ron, observing his friends succeeding one after another, grew anxious and raised his voice. Up, ah. Overexerting himself, the broomstick struck his face, eliciting a yelp of pain. Laughter erupted from Draco, who felt his fatigue vanish in an instant. Ron, covering his face, took a while to lower his hands, only to catch Draco's mocking gaze, which prompted a fierce glare in return. Madame Hooch instructed the students to mount their brooms, and unexpectedly, calamity struck. Longbottom lost control, and Draco watched in horror as he careened through the air, colliding with the castle walls before ultimately hanging precariously from a statue's sword, his robe torn and crashing to the ground. Frowning, Draco observed Madame Hooch carrying Longbottom to the infirmary while admonishing the students against unauthorized flying. A round object rolled to Draco's feet. It was Neville's memory ball, awakening fragmented memories within him. In his previous life, he and Harry had chased this very object through the air, inadvertently revealing Harry's remarkable abilities to Professor McGonagall. Now, however, Draco had no desire to engage with it. He simply wished to avoid any childish antics with Harry, reflecting on how naive they had once been. Yet, events unfolded beyond his expectations. Crabbe picked up the memory ball, tossing it in his hand with a mischievous grin. Let's hide this and see how long it takes Longbottom to find it. Give it to me. Harry stepped forward, glaring at Crabbe, demanding the return of the memory ball. Crabbe launched the ball away, but it lodged itself in the statue's helmet, rendering it unreachable. Sighing in exasperation, Draco mounted his broom and ascended, intending to retrieve it and return it to Neville. Harry, believing Draco aimed to seize the memory ball to continue the mockery, disregarded Hermione's protests and mounted his broom, wobbling as he soared upward. Give it to me, Malfoy, or I shall knock you down. Upon hearing Harry's threat, Draco felt a surge of anger coursing through him, igniting his temper. Want it? He scoffed, tossing the memory ball towards the castle. Go chase it, you filthy scarhead. Harry immediately pursued the memory ball, a gust of wind trailing behind him. Just as the ball neared the castle wall, he deftly caught it, gleefully tossing it in his hands before descending triumphantly. As he landed, cheers erupted from the crowd, while Draco glowered at him, seething at Harry's ostentation. Witnessing Harry's triumphant gaze only intensified Draco's ire. He felt as though Harry's eyes were ablaze, resembling a perturbed kitten. Professor McGonagall, ever the Quidditch enthusiast, soon appeared, her discerning eye recognizing Harry Potter as a promising talent not to be overlooked. Harry Potter, follow me. Crabbe and Goyle relished the sight of Harry departing, chuckling. I bet McGonagall will punish him. Draco rolled his eyes, realizing how he had previously overlooked the similarity in intellect between his minions and the Gryffindor lions. As Draco passed by, clutching Kaya's diary, he noticed Harry and his companions ascending the shifting staircase into the forbidden corridor, with Filch swiftly following behind, lantern in hand. Back in the dormitory, Draco confided in Kaya, recalling how, in their first year, the trio had thwarted Voldemort's attempt to steal the Sorcerer's Stone. If he was not mistaken, the stone was likely hidden within that very restricted area. The Sorcerer's Stone? Now that is indeed a valuable item, Draco. I believe you should find a way to procure it, Kaya suggested. Why? What purpose would it serve us? Its significance is immense. It could resurrect me. It could also mend your soul. Thus, it is no wonder that a mysterious individual would seek to steal it. Suddenly, Kaya emerged from the diary, startling Draco significantly. She floated beside him, gazing at him with a woeful expression that sent shivers down his spine. I know you will help me, won't you? I have been trapped within this book for centuries. It is suffocating. Draco wished to press her back into the pages. I will find a way for you. Please return. In Charms class, Draco felt somewhat drowsy. Having mastered such basic spells long ago, he found no need to pay attention. Mr. Malfoy, did you not sleep last night? Professor Flitwick inquired, observing his haggard appearance with curiosity. Apologies, Professor. I have been this way since recovering from my illness. I cannot control it. However, he urged Draco to endure the lesson, warning that he would not master the levitation charm otherwise. With a flick of his wand, Draco recited the incantation, Wingardium Leviosa. A feather floated gracefully in the air, leaving the students in the classroom utterly astonished. Professor Flitwick had little choice but to remain silent, offering a few reminders about taking care of oneself before continuing the lesson. Bang! Just as Draco was about to doze off, the explosive noise jolted him awake, and he glanced up irritably. The explosive genius, Seamus, managed to create chaos even with a simple levitation charm. His companion Harry bore the brunt of the mishap, his cheeks smudged with soot. Draco, upon witnessing Harry's plight, felt his irritation dissipate, and he could not help but think, well done, Seamus. At dinner that evening, confronted by a table laden with delectable dishes, Draco felt no appetite. The thunderstorm rumbling outside the castle set him on edge, a vague anxiety gnawing at him. He sensed that something was amiss. The doors to the great hall burst open, and Professor Quirrell rushed in, breathlessly exclaiming, Troll! A troll in the dungeons! Before collapsing to the floor, unconscious, the students erupted into chaos, their terrified cries filling the air. Dumbledore swiftly regained control, instructing the prefects to escort the students back to their dormitories, while he and the professors proceeded to investigate the disturbance. The students evacuated the hall in an orderly manner, and Draco lagged intentionally at the back of the Slytherin line, catching sight of Harry and Ron sneaking away unnoticed. Without a second thought, he took advantage of a corner to slip back. Upon arriving at the girls' bathroom, he heard screams and the roars of the troll, a chilling sound that sent shivers down his spine. Draco drew his wand and cautiously edged along the wall. Harry found himself hoisted upside down by the troll, its club hovering ominously above, ready to descend. The troll stepped back, narrowly avoiding the strike, its fury mounting as it prepared to slam Harry to the ground, leaving everyone breathless with dread. Stupefy! A red beam of light struck the troll squarely on the head, causing its massive form to collapse. Wingardium Leviosa! Draco swiftly uttered the spell, lifting Harry from the troll's grip and placing him safely atop the troll's belly, for otherwise, he would surely be crushed beneath the beast's weight. The three of them stared in disbelief at the figure who had appeared at the doorway. Malfoy! Before they could utter another word, the professors rushed in. Professor McGonagall entered, her hand clutching her chest in shock. Good heavens! You had better explain what has transpired. Hermione brushed off the dust from her robes and stepped forward. I am sorry, Professor, it was my fault. I read about trolls in a book and thought I could handle it. Had they not come to my aid, I fear I would have perished. My goodness, Miss Granger, Professor McGonagall replied, her expression one of disbelief, unable to fathom Hermione as reckless. She took a moment to compose herself. Due to your folly, Gryffindor will lose 5 points. She turned her attention to the boys. As for you three, first-year students bravely facing a troll and surviving, such valor is rare. You shall each receive 5 points. Hermione's gloomy mood instantly lifted, replaced by a radiant smile. Harry extracted his pitiful wand from the troll's nose, observing the sticky substance clinging to it, while Draco grimaced in distaste. We should leave. It could wake up at any moment, Professor Quirrell urged them out. Harry and Ron exchanged hesitant glances towards Draco, but just as he was about to gloat, a large hand lifted him as if he were a mere chick. Snape had seized him by the scruff of his neck. I believe you will pay the price for your recklessness, Mr. Malfoy. Oh no. Draco turned to face Snape's grim countenance, instinctively retracting his neck. I apologize, Professor. You ought to remember that you are a Slytherin, not a Gryffindor. I will be informing your father of today's events. Professor, I trust you would not be so heartless. I am afraid, Mr. Malfoy. You do not know me at all. I am indeed quite heartless. Are you injured? Noticing Snape's peculiar gait, Draco realized he was bleeding from a wound on his leg. It is nothing, merely a scratch, Snape replied, concealing the injury beneath his robes. I suggest you focus on your own concerns and contemplate how to explain today's events to Lucius. Draco groaned at the thought. Enough, Draco. You have been talking for a full half-hour. Kaya's handwriting began to twist and distort. I know you vanquished the troll. Should we award you a medal? That is unnecessary. But you truly ought to see how composed I was in that moment. Draco intended to continue writing, but the diary snapped shut, no matter how he strained. It refused to reopen. Resigned, he tucked the diary beneath his pillow, drew the covers over himself, and drifted into slumber. In his dreams, Lucius loomed, his face twisted with rage as he thundered, You wretched boy. Just wait until you return. I shall deal with you. Chapter 6. Quidditch. The exhilarating Quidditch match commenced swiftly, the crowd erupting in cheers. Draco secured a front-row position to relish the spectacle. The Gryffindor and Slytherin players entered one after the other, forming a circle in the center as they awaited the start. Harry, perched upon a brand-new Nimbus 2000, appeared somewhat unsteady, wobbling slightly upon takeoff, betraying a lack of familiarity. With him in the air, victory is assured, Crabbe exclaimed, patting Goyle on the shoulder with excitement, to which Goyle nodded in agreement. Once the match began, Gryffindor displayed remarkable prowess, scoring 2 quick goals and widening the gap. Cheers erupted from the Gryffindor stands, while Slytherin's enthusiasm dampened considerably. Consequently, the Slytherin players resorted to underhanded tactics, knocking wood from the air and cornering the opposing chaser, causing her to plummet from the pitch, resulting in a tie once more. The appearance of the golden snitch elevated the excitement of the match. Whoever seeker caught this elusive little creature would secure victory for their team. Harry, on his broomstick, pursued the snitch, causing the spectators to gasp in suspense as balls whizzed perilously close to his face. One slight miscalculation, and he could meet a disastrous fate. What a fool he is, risking so much, Draco mused, reflecting on how he had never previously realized the inherent danger of the sport. An unexpected calamity struck as Harry's broom went haywire, bucking wildly in an attempt to dislodge him. Gasps erupted from the crowd as Harry was thrown beneath the broom, hanging precariously in midair, clutching the handle with all his might. Draco suddenly caught sight of Hermione hastily departing from the Gryffindor stance. In such a critical moment for Harry on the field, her decision to abandon the spectator area raised undeniable suspicions about her intentions. Draco maneuvered through the crowd, stealthily trailing after Hermione, only to witness the top student of Gryffindor squeezing beneath the teacher's podium. Moments later, chaos erupted from the teacher's area as Snape's robe inexplicably ignited. One could easily deduce who was responsible. Hermione discreetly slipped away, and upon turning around, she found Draco leaning against a pillar, his countenance dark and fixated upon her. Hermione's face drained of color. Should Draco divulge this incident to the professors, the consequences would be dire. Miss Granger, attempting to harm a professor, what would be the appropriate punishment? He intoned, as if incanting a spell. Harry is in danger. I had no choice but to act. If you wish to report me, be my guest. Hermione feigned calmness. Snape would never harm a student. Absolutely not. Moreover, merely observing his lips move does not constitute irrefutable evidence. It would be utterly unreasonable to convict him based on such flimsy grounds. Draco felt a twinge of sympathy for Snape's charred robe. I hope you refrain from such reckless actions in the future. Today, I can pretend I saw nothing. With that, Draco turned to leave, prompting Hermione to call out to him. Thank you, and I owe you an apology for yesterday's troll incident. Draco scoffed. I had no intention of rescuing you. I merely needed to relieve myself. If Potter had perished there, I might have developed a phobia of that restroom. Hermione watched as Draco wrapped his robe tighter and sauntered back, perplexed by his nonsensical remarks. Yet, that was the girls' restroom. Upon returning to the stands, the match had concluded, and Draco witnessed Harry leap from his broom, promptly expelling the golden snitch from his mouth. Oh, Merlin, I hope they switch to a different golden snitch by second year. This one is utterly revolting. Draco grimaced in distaste. After Hagrid inadvertently let slip about Nicholas Flamel, Hermione recounted the events of the match to Harry and Ron. Malfoy is truly bizarre, Hermione remarked. Indeed, it is astonishing that he let you off so easily. Given his character, Harry concurred. Ron stood in a daze, unresponsive. Hermione gently patted his shoulder. Ron, are you all right? Ron exclaimed, Merlin, he's really a girl. You absolute fool. Hermione rolled her eyes at him, enunciating each word with disdain. As Christmas approached, many students returned home, Draco included. However, his holiday was far from enjoyable. Lucius expressed his outrage over Draco's reckless confrontation with the troll. Draco felt as if countless howling letters surrounded him, and had it not been for Narcissa's gentle interjections, he feared his ears might have succumbed to madness. Back in his room, he chatted with Kaya, reminiscing about the time he, along with the trio, was punished in the Forbidden Forest for seeking injured unicorns. Kaya, floating in midair, descended in astonishment. The Forbidden Forest? Has your teacher lost their mind? Sending first years into the Forbidden Forest to deliver snacks to werewolves? We encountered something far more terrifying than werewolves, Draco recalled, shuddering at the memory of the dark creature feeding on the unicorn's blood, sliding across the ground like a serpent, prompting his hasty retreat. You mean you abandoned Harry Potter and fled? The situation was too horrifying. How could I not run? Draco scoffed, but later, I heard they speculated the creature was Voldemort. Will you accompany them to the Forbidden Forest this time? Kaya inquired. Are you jesting? Although Harry returned unscathed, I cannot be certain of sharing his fortune. Rather than flee again, I prefer to remain docile while he saves the world. With that, he pulled the covers over his head, declaring, Do not disturb me. I am exhausted. What nonsense. It's barely noon. Can you truly be that tired? Kaya perched on the edge of the bed, arms crossed, observing him until his gentle snores filled the air. Finding it dull, she retreated into her diary for rest. In the days following their return to school, Draco was exceedingly discontented and irritable. Which wretch is spreading rumors that I am a girl? He fumed, confronting Theo, Crab, Goyle, and Blaze, all of whom regarded him with inquisitive eyes. If I discover who is behind this slander, I shall undoubtedly crush their skull, Draco ominously declared. He traced the rumors back, one by one, discovering they originated from Gryffindor. Crab and Goyle cornered the explosive Seamus, and Draco, arms crossed, coldly interrogated. Did you tell people I am a girl? Seamus, trembling, shook his head. I didn't. I heard it from someone else. Who? Neville. Draco swiftly cornered Neville. Why did you tell people I am a girl? Do you believe I want to smash your head? Neville, observing Draco's raised fist, finally pieced together the situation. It was Ron who told me. At last, the truth emerged. Aside from that red-haired rodent from the Weasley family, who else would fabricate such nonsense? Crab, Goyle, let us go, Draco commanded, and the duo released Neville, swaggering away behind him. Ron is finished, Neville murmured. Draco searched fruitlessly for Ron until nightfall. Just as he prepared to return to the dormitory, he spied the trio stealthily exiting the castle, heading toward Hagrid's hut. I shall wait here for their return. That damned Weasley, I will have his head. Draco crouched beneath the stairs, scribbling in his diary. My dear, I believe it is foolish to wait for them here. Why not ambush Weasley when he is alone? It is evident to any fool that you stand no chance against all three. If I must wait for him to be alone, I fear I shall go mad. I must avenge this grievance today, and are you not my companion as well? I hope you understand. I am merely a spirit, not quite human, and I need not waste my limited magic on your behalf to exact vengeance. Draco waited for an extended period, but the trio failed to return. Growing impatient and weary, he resolved to retreat and rest. Mr. Malfoy? Why are you still here at such a late hour? Emerging from the staircase, he encountered Professor McGonagall, who regarded him with incredulity. Surely you are aware that students are strictly prohibited from roaming the grounds at night. I shall deduct 50 points from your house and impose detention. I apologize, Professor. Draco struggled to devise a suitable explanation, ultimately conceding to her authority. I must escort you back. Follow me. Professor McGonagall lit a lantern and opened the office door. As Draco, disheartened, followed behind. Upon exiting, he found the trio approaching, and Professor McGonagall's disbelief was palpable. This is dreadful, Ron lamented. Indeed, Draco thought. It could not be worse than this. Blame it all on that foolish Weasley. He shot Ron a venomous glare. Chapter 7. Peril in the Forbidden Forest. Alas, the old-fashioned punishments are no longer in practice. Previously, students were suspended by their thumbs in the basement. How I long for those screams. Filch led the 4 children outside, carrying an oil lamp in front of him. I would rather be suspended in the basement. Draco, fully aware of the impending punishment, thought it far preferable to endure a few days of hanging in the basement than face that creature in the Forbidden Forest. Upon reaching Hagrid's hut, Hagrid opened the door and stepped out. Tonight, you will accompany Hagrid. He has some minor tasks to attend to in the Forbidden Forest. A bunch of troublemakers. I leave them in your care, Hagrid. Hagrid remained silent, searching for tools, appearing quite disheartened. Filch could hardly believe it. Oh my, are you still upset about that dragon? Indeed, in a bid for revenge, Draco had informed Professor McGonagall about the dragon incident, which at least provided him some relief. Norbert had been sent away, and Hagrid's towering figure looked somewhat forlorn. Dumbledore had dispatched him to Romania. Hermione attempted to console him. That's a good thing. He is with his own kind. What if he doesn't like Romania? What if the other dragons bully him? He's still a baby. Filch's expression clearly indicated his disgust at her words. I suggest you stop feeling sorry for yourself. We must head to the Forbidden Forest soon. And you'll need your wits about you. The Forbidden Forest. Ron exclaimed, astonished. That's far too dangerous. We could be eaten by werewolves. There are certainly more than just werewolves in that forest. Good night. Filch ominously replied, before walking away with the lamp. Well, let us be off, Hagrid nodded, signaling for the children to follow. As they entered the forest, Hagrid paused beneath a tree, where a silvery puddle gleamed on the ground. Draco recognized it immediately. It was unicorn blood. Hagrid, what is that? Harry inquired. That's why we're here. See, this is unicorn blood. One was killed a few weeks ago, and it appears this one is gravely injured as well. Hagrid paused momentarily. All right, we need to find this creature. Ron, Hermione, you follow me. Harry, you stick with Malfoy. I object. Draco interjected before Hagrid could finish. I refuse to follow Harry. Oh, very well. Then Ron, you go with Malfoy. Why? Ron stared at Malfoy, utterly baffled. All right. That has settled. Let us not waste time. I'll leave Fong with you. Harry, Hermione, let us go. Hagrid loosened Fong's leash and walked away in the opposite direction, while Harry cast a lingering glance at Draco before departing. What use is leaving me with a stupid dog? Draco scoffed, noticing Ron still in a daze, and frowned. Weasley, what are you standing there for? Move. Oh, Ron obediently fell into step beside Draco. Here you go. Draco shoved the oil lamp into Ron's hands. I'm not doing the servant's work. Ron bristled. Why should I? I've already shown you enough mercy by not hitting you. And I haven't even settled the score for your incessant claims that I'm a girl. Draco recalled this grievance and felt an urge to confront Ron right then. Huh. If you're not a girl, then why did you go into the girls' bathroom? Weasley, I truly want to crack open your head to see if there's anything inside but water. Remember this. I'm a boy. You're terrifying, Weasley. Okay, I got it. Draco tightened his fists, vowing to deliver a couple of slaps sooner or later. Fong ambled along, sniffing as he went, while the two boys bickered incessantly. Draco felt considerably more at ease, believing that not following Harry meant he was safe from danger. Suddenly, they turned a corner, and a howl from a distance sent chills down their spines. Ron rubbed his arms nervously. Damn, there can't really be werewolves, right? What are you afraid of? Werewolves wouldn't even bother with you. You'd just lower their IQ, Draco derided. Ron grimaced. Exactly, so I'm safe, but you, with your delicate skin, are their favorite meal. When they come for you, I'll make my escape. Out of nowhere, something shifted beneath a nearby tree. Upon closer inspection, they saw a sinister figure hunched over the carcass of a dead unicorn, drinking its blood. Sensing their presence, it slowly raised its head. Draco felt as if struck by lightning. Memories and reality collided, overwhelming him to the point where his legs buckled beneath him. Ron, equally terrified, found himself frozen in place. Fong darted away, disappearing into the shadows, with distant barks fading into silence. The figure slithered toward them, its abdomen pressed against the ground like a serpent. Draco attempted to flee, only to realize his legs had gone numb. The figure lifted its head, revealing a pair of scarlet eyes beneath its hood, identical to those from his nightmares. Overwhelmed by fear, Draco fainted. Ron, helpless, watched as the creature drew nearer while Draco lay unconscious. He tugged at Draco's robe, attempting to drag him away, but his trembling hands lacked the strength. The dark figure lunged at them, and Ron, terrified, shut his eyes, bracing for impact, which never came. Slowly, he opened his eyes to see a soft white light emerging from Draco's embrace, forming a protective barrier. The shadowy figure was repelled by the light, unable to reach them. Ron felt a mixture of relief and anxiety. He was grateful to have narrowly escaped, yet worried that the shield would not hold for long. As the standoff continued, the glow began to dim. Just as Ron contemplated his imminent demise, a tall figure emerged from the adjacent woods. Upon seeing him, the dark figure swiftly retreated into the depths of the forest. Hagrid hurriedly approached, and upon seeing them safe, he sighed in relief and greeted the centaur. Hello, Firenze. Thank you for helping to save these two little ones. Firenze shook his head. I arrived too late, but it seems something was protecting them, allowing them to remain unharmed. Harry emerged from behind Hagrid, jumping down to check on Ron and ensuring he was all right before relaxing. Malfoy, what happened to him? Harry asked, shaking Draco's face, but there was no response. Oh, he is fine. He just fainted from fear, Harry. Hearing Draco's name, Firenze turned his gaze toward him, and Harry looked back at Firenze. As you can see, this is young Harry. Firenze nodded. Harry, may I speak with you? I wish to have a word. Harry glanced back at Hagrid, receiving a reassuring nod before following Firenze aside. Firenze addressed Harry. Harry Potter, you and your friends must leave this place. Many creatures here recognize you. This forbidden forest is not safe, especially for you. Harry inquired, What attacked Ron and the others? It is a monster. Killing a unicorn is an incredibly grave sin. Even in its dying moments, drinking its blood can prolong life. However, to take the life of such a pure, gentle being comes at a terrible cost. To save your own life by slaughtering an innocent creature means that from the moment its blood touches your lips, you are cursed to live a half-life. A life marked by a dark fate. Who would choose such an existence? Voldemort. The school is not safe. You know what lurks in its shadows. The Philosopher's Stone? Good luck, Potter, but I must warn you about that unconscious child. Harry turned to glance at the unconscious Draco in Hagrid's arms. Are you referring to Malfoy? Firenze nodded. His destiny lies shrouded in mist. I know not what has transpired, but it cannot bode well. He is not a whole person. Harry, perplexed, inquired. What do you mean? His soul is shattered beyond repair. It is difficult to fathom, for he is merely a child, yet he appears utterly spent. Harry pondered Firenze's words for a long while, remaining unable to grasp their full meaning, which led Draco to perceive Harry as an oddity who seemed to fixate on him. When Draco awoke in the infirmary, he found Snape staring down at him, his expression darker than his robes. Draco, I presume Lucius has received my letter. Good luck. Oh no. Once Snape departed, Draco retrieved his diary, uncertain of what had transpired after he fainted, and sought to consult Kaya. The page bore only a single line. I am sorry, Draco. I cannot endure much longer. My soul is on the brink of dissolution. Please, devise a way to obtain the Philosopher's Stone. Panic surged through Draco as he disregarded Madame Pomfrey's calls and rushed outside. Chapter 8. The Philosopher's Stone. Oh, how dreadful. Under the cover of night, Draco stealthily left the dormitory, nearly colliding with the approaching Filch, and quickly cast a disillusionment charm, concealing himself in a corner. Mrs. Norris persistently meowed, alerting Filch to the presence of human life, as he ambled along with a lantern. If I catch you, you'll be in for a treat. He ominously warned, gradually moving away. Draco patted his racing heart and dashed in the opposite direction of Filch, navigating through the dim, foreboding corridor. He stood before a wooden door, acutely aware of the need for caution. After all, he was to thwart Voldemort, and the protective measures within would undoubtedly be perilous. One misstep could prove fatal. Open up, Ahura. He waved his wand, and the lock clicked open, allowing him to cautiously enter. By Merlin's mother, the three-headed dog had evidently just unleashed its fury. The walls were marred with claw marks, and it now vigilantly eyed the ajar door. As one paw slammed down at the entrance, Draco recoiled into the corner, scarcely daring to breathe. Out of the corner of his eye, he spotted the tunnel entrance behind a beast. Steeling himself, he raised his wand and shouted, "Stupefy!" Just before the spell struck, the creature's paw came crashing down. And had Draco not fled swiftly, he would have been reduced to mere pulp. A shard of stone, kicked up by the dog's swipe, grazed his cheek, drawing blood. Without a moment's hesitation, he opened the tunnel entrance and leaped down. There was no time to ponder the dangers that lay below, if he did not hurry. The three-headed dog would soon awaken, perhaps in mere minutes. Draco slid down the passageway, landing in a tangle of sticky vines that seemed alive, rapidly ensnaring his limbs and rendering him immobile. A few had already climbed around his neck, constricting him. If this continued, he would surely suffocate. Help! Kaya, are you there? Draco cried out in desperation. Draco, do not struggle. Relax. Then use the Lumos or Incendio spells. Kaya's faint voice reached his ears. Draco endeavored to ease his tense body. And indeed, the vines ceased their constriction. Once his wrists regained mobility, he uttered the incantation. Incendio. Flames erupted, engulfing the devil's snare, which recoiled in disarray, allowing him to drop. However, the fire also ignited his robes, and he tumbled twice before extinguishing the flames. Now he was in a most disheveled state, sooty and grimy, bearing no semblance of a noble young master, but rather resembling a beggar from the streets. The next challenge was a life-sized game of wizard's chess, yet fortunate for Draco. He had always relished the game, finding it relatively simple, though he narrowly escaped death on several occasions. After completing the challenge, he spotted Ron, unconscious on the ground, with Hermione attending to him nearby. Draco felt no urgency. Instead, he approached leisurely, amused by the spectacle. Hermione gasped upon seeing him. Malfoy, what are you doing here? I am under no obligation to answer your questions. He squatted beside Ron, prodding his resilient face with his wand. This is the consequence of bravado. Hermione disapproved of his demeanor. Ron was injured for our sake. You should not speak so. Draco dismissed her, examining Ron's clothing. What are you doing? Hermione shrieked. Turning her head away, her face flushed. Ron appeared unscathed, with no limbs missing, likely just stunned. A long cut marred one arm. All healed, Draco murmured, gently tapping the wound with his wand, visibly mending it. Hermione was incredulous. Why, Malfoy, the spell you used is not meant for a first year. That is hardly your concern. You should be more worried about whether Weasley's already lackluster brain will suffer further impairment. Draco taunted. Enough. You tend to him. I have other matters to attend to. Draco ventured further inside and found Harry pressing down on Professor Quirrell's head, which bore a visage Draco would never forget. Quirrell began to petrify in Harry's grasp. Leaving Draco astonished, could Harry wield such power? As Quirrell disintegrated into dust, Harry, elated, was suddenly confronted by a dark shadow that lunged at him. Draco had no time to deliberate. Protego. The shadow was thwarted by the shield charm, retreating swiftly. Draco conjured a gust of wind to extinguish the flames. And Harry gazed at him with confusion, unable to fathom why Draco was present. Draco dashed forward, tackling Harry, and began to rummage through his belongings. Harry seized Draco's flailing hands, his face flushed. What are you doing, Malfoy? I cannot explain. Where's the Philosopher's Stone? Hand it over. The stone lay beneath Harry, pressed against the steps. Harry shoved Draco aside, who then stood before the mirror of Erased, murmuring, strange, could it be within the mirror? The sudden image reflected in the mirror left Draco crimson with embarrassment, nearly causing him to choke. Blast it, Potter. What revolting mirror is this? He turned and shouted at Harry. Unbeknownst to him, Harry discreetly pocketed the Philosopher's Stone, perplexed. What did you see? None of your concern. Draco's striking eyes widened like a startled cat. Give me the Philosopher's Stone. I will not, Malfoy. It belongs to Dumbledore. Then do not blame me for being ungracious. Draco brandished his wand at Harry, who, in response, drew his own, and for a moment, the two stood at an impasse. Oh, children, what are you up to? Dumbledore finally arrived, his beard dusted with ash, clearly having rushed. The tense standoff dissipated instantly as Harry presented the Philosopher's Stone to Dumbledore, recounting the events that transpired, including Draco's attempt to seize the stone. Thank you, my child. You may proceed to the infirmary. Madame Pomfrey will be awaiting you there to conduct a thorough examination. I shall join you shortly. Harry cast a lingering glance at Draco before departing, the latter gazing at him with an expression of profound sorrow. Subsequently, Dumbledore's attention shifted toward Draco. Mr. Malfoy, I believe you would be inclined to accompany me to the headmaster's office for a more in-depth conversation. The ambience there is far more conducive to our dialogue, is it not? Draco followed Dumbledore back to the headmaster's office, where Dumbledore poured him a cup of tea. Fresh lemon tea. Do give it a try. Thank you, Draco replied, though his mind was far from the beverage. Aren't you going to inquire why I sought to seize the Philosopher's Stone? A glimmer of amusement flickered in Dumbledore's eyes beneath his spectacles. I trust you are a kind-hearted boy, Draco. If you are willing to share your reasoning, I would be more than happy to persuade LeMay to bestow the Philosopher's Stone upon you. After all, it would be a pity to destroy it. Draco felt a stir of emotion at Dumbledore's words, retrieving a diary from his pocket. I hope you won tea, informed my father. The moment Dumbledore laid eyes on the diary, his expression turned grave. Child, how did such an object come to be in your possession? Draco understood his concern. Professor, Kaya is not a villain. She is a wretched girl, and I believe you would be pleased to meet her. Kaya, it's all right, come forth. As the diary opened, a wisp of smoke arose, and the almost translucent figure of a girl materialized before them. Dumbledore scrutinized Kaya closely. Nodding to Draco, I believe I would be very willing to grant you the Philosopher's Stone. Kaya, puzzled by his words, replied, Headmaster, surely you understand the process of the creation of Horcruxes? You are not an irredeemably wicked child. Murder is not your intent. If you wish, you may recount it to me as a tale. If not, I shall not compel you. Dumbledore returned the diary to Draco. I shall have Severus brew a potion from the Philosopher's Stone for you. You need not relinquish it all to Kaya. It is acceptable to keep a portion for yourself. Thank you, Professor. Draco departed the headmaster's office, clutching the diary. Ah, I must have encountered that poor girl somewhere. Where could it have been? Dumbledore murmured, moving toward the pensive. Harry emerged from the hospital wing, only to find Hermione and Ron engaged in a loud argument on the staircase. Hermione, are you dreaming? My injury was healed by that wretched little peacock? Ron exclaimed in disbelief. I am perfectly awake, Ron. I am absolutely certain that was Malfoy, no one else, Hermione retorted. Spotting Harry's arrival, Hermione hastened to enlist him as a witness. Indeed, Malfoy was also present, but he intended to seize the Philosopher's Stone, and then Dumbledore took him away. Why? Hermione queried. Confused. What does he want with the Philosopher's Stone? Ron wore an expression of knowing certainty. He must be attempting to assist the Dark Lord in claiming the stone. His entire family are followers of the Dark Lord. Harry shook his head. That does not hold water, Ron. If he wished to aid the Dark Lord, he would not have cast a protective charm on me during the attack. Perhaps you are all mistaken, Hermione contemplated. He may not be a villain. Harry nodded in agreement, while Ron remained unconvinced, persisting in his conspiracy theories. He must want to kill me, but he couldn't act with Hermione present. He's been wanting to murder me for ages. Hermione rolled her eyes, pulling Harry away as Ron muttered in frustration, eventually realizing his friends had already departed and hurried after them. As the academic year drew to a close, it was once again time to award the House Cup. The Great Hall was adorned with the distinctive green decorations of Slytherin. The victors clear. After announcing the points for each house, Dumbledore stated, "We must also consider the recent events." Draco raised an eyebrow, recalling that soon Gryffindor would surpass Slytherin's score and claim the much-coveted House Cup. As anticipated, the Gryffindor table erupted in victorious cheers, while Slytherin fell silent. However, an additional 50 points are awarded to Mr. Malfoy for protecting his classmates during a time of danger. His actions are commendable and worthy of emulation. Slytherin erupted into even more fervent applause, and Draco looked up in surprise, Dumbledore raising his cup in acknowledgement, to which Draco politely nodded in return. Professor Snape's previously gloomy demeanor brightened considerably. Draco surmised that he had likely abandoned the thought of reporting to Lucius. "Kaya, we are heading home." Draco sat on the Hogwarts train, watching the scenery shift outside, when words appeared in the diary. "Congratulations on completing an exhilarating academic year. May you all exhibit a modicum of restraint next year." Chapter 9, The Bone-Blood Curse. Draco's holiday was filled with activity. The young master, beneath the glow of a full moon, stealthily exited Malfoy Manor with a shovel. "Kaya, can you locate your father's resting place?" Kaya floated behind him. "What folly is this? My father has been dead for centuries. How would I know where he lies?" "Centuries? Are you certain there are still bones in his grave? Shall we dig and find out? If not, where shall we search? Perhaps we could dig up a piece of you?" "What nonsense!" Draco bantered as he searched the graveyard. "What was your father's name?" "Aquila." After a prolonged search, Draco finally discovered a dilapidated gravestone bearing that name. "I shall dig." He rolled up his sleeves and swung the shovel into action. "Enough chatter, dig quickly." As Draco labored, he mused, "Your attitude is indeed peculiar. To the knowing, it appears you are excavating your father's grave. To the unknowing, one might assume you are merely a stranger. Was he unkind to you in life?" Kaya scoffed. "I wish I were not his daughter. That old wretch only valued boys. I have never held a place in his heart." Draco shook his head. "I cannot fathom how a parent could fail to love their child. My parents would never. Because I am a girl. No matter how hard I strive, I will never be the heir he envisioned. So he brought home a bastard to supplant my position." Draco was at a loss for words to comfort her, so he continued digging in silence. After an arduous spell, they had yet to unearth a coffin. Wiping sweat from his brow, Draco sat for a moment's respite. "Damn it, why is it buried so deep?" He puzzled. "This is exhausting. Do not complain. The deeper it is buried, the less likely the remains will decay swiftly. It stands to reason that preservation charms would have been employed before burial. Our prospects still seem promising. Fortunately, my parents have been away these past few days. Otherwise, this task would be impossible." As dawn broke, Draco finally unearthed the coffin. The stench of rotting was overwhelming. Draco raised his wand and cast a charm to block his sense of smell, feeling somewhat better. "I should have brought gloves." "Enough with the chatter, hurry." Under Kaya's urging, he pried open the coffin lid, revealing a chaotic jumble of bones submerged in an unidentified liquid. "Oh heavens! I hope they do not inter me in such a manner. I loathe water." Draco grumbled as he quickly retrieved a finger bone, wrapping it in a handkerchief and suppressing his nausea as he stuffed it into his pocket. "This robe is ruined." As the first light of dawn painted the sky, Draco hurriedly filled the grave back in, compacting the earth atop the grave before racing back. Upon reaching the manor's entrance, he spotted a house elf stealthily approaching the manor, clutching a pile of letters. "Dobby, what are you doing here?" Dobby was taken aback, hastily concealing the letter behind him. "What are you hiding? Show it to me," Draco commanded. The house elf could not defy his master's orders, so Dobby reluctantly presented the letter with both hands. Draco opened the 2 envelopes and examined them. "Aren't these letters from Weasley and Granger addressed to Potter? How did they end up in your possession?" Dobby intercepted Harry Potter's letters. "Dobby is a naughty elf." As he spoke, Dobby began to bang his head against the wall, leaving Draco momentarily stunned. "Stop, stop, stop! Dobby! Cease this at once." Draco returned the letters to him, and Dobby halted his self-inflicted punishment, accepting the letters once more. "Why did you take his letters?" Dobby believed that if Harry Potter did not receive letters from his friends, he would feel abandoned and would not return to Hogwarts. Draco could not comprehend Dobby's reasoning. "You are overthinking it. How could he possibly not return for something so trivial? And why would you want to prevent him from going back?" Dobby could not articulate his thoughts. He resumed banging his head against the wall, exclaiming, "Bad Dobby! Bad Dobby!" "Enough!" Draco exclaimed, unable to contain his irritation. "Hurry and deliver the letters to Potter. Then go to Diagon Alley and purchase several outfits for girls. Get plenty. And return the shovel to the shed without telling my father." Dobby acknowledged this. He picked up the shovel that Draco had discarded and disapparated away. Kaya then appeared. Your house elf has quite the personality, doesn't he? Forget about him. I need to go take a bath, Draco replied, his body covered in dirt and emitting an unpleasant odor from the late-night grave-digging escapade. After bathing, Draco rushed to the potions room, where he retrieved the largest cauldron. Bone blood curse, a piece of my father's bone, willingly offered. He tossed the bone wrapped in a handkerchief into the cauldron. Draco drew a dagger, hesitating to cut a piece of flesh from his arm. Flesh and blood of kin, voluntarily offered. Gritting his teeth, he sliced off a small piece of flesh, allowing his blood to drip into the cauldron before applying a cloth to the wound. He tossed the diary into the cauldron, and the liquid surged and boiled, bursting with vitality as bone and flesh regenerated, slowly forming a human shape. Draco exited the room, needing to tend to his wound. Soon, Dobby returned with the items, delivering them to the potions room's entrance before making his way back. Did you give him the things? Yes, Master, Harry Potter is locked away. The Muggles have imprisoned him in a small room and won't let him out. Why? Draco asked, perplexed. Aren't they family? How could they treat him so? Harry Potter's family is very cruel. He lives in a tiny room, smaller than the bed of my young master, and they do not feed him. Is that so? Draco glanced back at his own bed, struggling to fathom that the boy who lived endured such treatment. Yet it was understandable considering he had lost his parents at a young age and had to rely on others. With this thought, Draco felt a twinge of sympathy. Dobby, go take him some food. Dobby's face lit up with joy. The young master likes Harry Potter too. Draco was taken aback by his words. How could I possibly like him? Just go quickly, and do not tell him I sent you. Dobby understood. He bounced out of the room. A knock sounded at the door, and Draco, feeling annoyed, opened it. What do you want now, Dobby? It's me. Kaya stood before him. Why am I so small right now? I look the same size as you. Not bad. Draco assessed her. This is perfectly fine. You'll grow. Especially with the aid of the Philosopher's Stone. Right now, you look just like a 12-year-old girl. Okay, now we should discuss how to explain my presence to your parents. Kaya suggested. Oh right, Draco recalled. What if I say I found you? However, it did not take much effort. When Narcissa returned, she quickly accepted Kaya, who explained that she had been swept into this time and space by magic. Upon learning that Kaya's parents had passed away, Narcissa was deeply moved and expressed a desire to adopt her. Lucius, upon verifying Kaya's lineage and discovering she was of pure blood from the Malfoy family, was also pleased, as Narcissa had always wanted a daughter. However, his happiness soon waned. One day, as Draco descended the stairs, he found Lucius staring mournfully up the staircase. Father, what troubles you? Draco inquired, puzzled. Lucius pulled him aside. Can you find a way to send her away? Narcissa insists on sleeping beside her every night, leaving me alone in this empty house. Draco stifled a laugh. Don't worry, Father, just endure for a few more days. Once school starts, I'll take her to Hogwarts and return your wife to you. Indeed, Narcissa was exceedingly affectionate towards Kaya, even sitting beside her during breakfast. My dear, I truly believe you are my daughter. I felt it the moment I laid eyes on you. Draco then realized that Narcissa's enthusiasm was excessive. She had never been so warm with him. He discreetly pulled Kaya aside. Did you do something to my mother? What are you talking about? I could never do such a thing. Don't you think your relationship with her is a bit too close? Honestly, I find it incredible, Mrs. Malfoy gives me the same feeling as my own mother, Kaya replied, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. My mother endured so much for me. I wonder how she has fared after my death. Draco gently patted her shoulder. It's all right. From now on, this will be your home. My mother is also your mother, and I will treat you like a sister. Draco, wait a moment. Accompany me outside, Lucius instructed, having changed his clothes. Bring that trunk with you. Kaya, you go ahead to Diagon Alley. I will bring Draco to find you shortly. Chapter 10, The Leaky Cauldron. Draco followed Lucius to the Leaky Cauldron, peering through the window of Flourish and Blots, where he thought he saw Harry. However, when he entered, the boy was nowhere to be found. Draco was bewildered. Was he longing for Harry too much? Why did it feel like he could see him everywhere? Harry hid in a cupboard, watching Draco curiously explore the shop like a curious child, finding it somewhat endearing, until Lucius entered, causing Draco to quickly retract his hands. No way did he want to receive another whack from the serpent-headed cane. It hurt too much. After Lucius concluded his transaction with the shopkeeper, Draco followed him outside, glancing back frequently, feeling as though Harry was nearby. Kaya awaited Lucius and Draco at Flourish and Blots, idly observing the boastful man, Gilderoy Lockhart, above her. She could not understand why the throngs of people were enamored with such a character. The Weasley family arrived at Flourish and Blots, with Mrs. Weasley gazing at Lockhart with adoration, her eyes sparkling. Ginny dutifully trailed behind her mother, surveying her surroundings until her gaze met Kaya's, who was equally scrutinizing her. Hello, Ginny greeted. Are you a Hogwarts student too? My name is Ginny Weasley. Kaya looked at Ginny, noting the dirt smeared across her face. resembling a little kitten that had just crawled out of a chimney. "Hello, I'm Kaya." Kaya responded coolly before turning away, no longer interested in the conversation. "Ginny, who are you talking to?" Ron pushed forward, and upon seeing Kaya, an image of someone with the same golden hair flashed in his mind. "Wow, she looks like Malfoy. Her temperament might be similar too. Do you not have anyone to teach you not to speak carelessly about others, Weasley?" Draco pushed through the crowd, positioning himself beside Kaya. "Draco." Kaya offered him the book she was holding. "Could you hold this for me?" Ron, taken aback, remarked, "Malfoy, is this your girlfriend?" Draco's temple throbbed with suppressed rage as he struggled not to lash out at Ron. "This is my sister. Your brain truly seems superfluous." With that, Draco led Kaya upstairs. "Goodness, why are there so many people here?" Kaya complained. "That incompetent fool. I cannot fathom Dumbledore's reasoning for appointing him as our second-year defense against the dark arts professor." Draco recalled, sharing his thoughts with Kaya. Kaya grimaced. Surely he possesses some other virtues apart from his blindingly white smile. He's utterly repugnant. Suddenly, a commotion erupted below, and Draco and Kaya peered down to see Harry, having arrived unnoticed, being pulled onto the stage by Lockhart. "Little Potter is making a scene again," Draco mused, resting his arms on the railing and raising an eyebrow at Harry's flustered demeanor, feeling quite amused. "I notice you always pay him special attention," Kaya remarked disinterestedly, selecting books from the shelves. As Harry and his companions prepared to leave, Draco hurried down the stairs to intercept them. "You still crave the spotlight, Potter," he teased. "Stay away from him, Malfoy," Ginny warned fiercely, glaring at him, while Ron and Hermione shot him equally hostile looks. "Ah, the Weasley girl, are you fond of Potter?" Draco smirked, noticing Kaya's intervention. "Draco, let us depart," she urged. "Draco, Kaya, be cordial." Lucius entered at an inopportune moment, directing his gaze to Harry. "Harry Potter. I am Lucius Malfoy. It is a pleasure to finally meet you." With that, he pulled Harry forward, brushing aside his unruly hair to inspect the lightning-shaped scar. "Your scar is legendary, perhaps left by some wizard," he remarked. Unfazed, Harry met Lucius's gaze defiantly, retorting, "Voldemort killed my parents. He is merely a murderer, nothing extraordinary. You dare to utter his name. Such boldness is either commendable or foolish," Lucius countered. "Refusing to name him only deepens your fear," Hermione interjected, capturing Lucius's attention. Lucius appraised Hermione. "And you are? Miss Granger?" He glanced at Draco, who nodded in confirmation. "Draco has spoken of you and your parents. They are muggles, correct?" he inquired, then turned his gaze to Ron. "Let me see," red-haired, rather dim-witted, as he picked up a book from Ginny's cauldron. "And these filthy second-hand books, you must be the Weasley family." Arthur Weasley entered just in time to diffuse the tension. "Children, it's rather crowded here. We ought to step outside." "Oh, old Weasley." Arthur finally noticed Lucius. Lucius did not seem eager to see him, exhausted by the ministry's recent inspections. "You must be quite busy at the ministry, what with all the inspections. I hope they are compensating you for the overtime. However, you hardly appear to be well rewarded. Why demean yourself if the ministry cannot even provide a decent salary?" Arthur shielded Ginny protectively while subtly jabbing at Lucius. Lucius stepped forward to return the book to Ginny's cauldron, unaware that Draco had missed the edition. "You truly have sunk to new depths associating with those muggles. Until next time." He beckoned the children and exited Flourish and Blots. Kaya cast a puzzled glance back at Ginny's cauldron, only to find Ginny staring intently at her. Ron waved a hand in front of Ginny's eyes. "Ginny, what are you looking at?" Snapping out of her reverie, Ginny replied, "Nothing. Don't overthink it. Malfoy's family is difficult to deal with. Keep your distance from them, including that girl." "I don't think Kaya seems that hard to get along with," Ginny countered. Ron turned to Harry. "You two are eerily similar. Ask Harry. He once wanted to befriend Draco and got a lesson for his troubles." Harry instantly recalled an unpleasant memory. "All right. Ron, let us go." Lucius took Draco and Kaya to Ollivander's wand shop. "Let me think. Try this one, a pearwood wand with a dragon heartstring core." Ollivander offered a wand. Kaya waved it a couple of times, feeling it was unsuitable. No, not that one. Let me consider." Ollivander climbed to the top of the shelves and retrieved a box. "Try this, an elm wand, 5 inches, with a unicorn hair core." As she grasped it, the wand erupted with extraordinary magical energy, wreaking havoc throughout the shop. "Clean up," Kaya commanded, and with a flick of her wand, the shop was restored to order. "That's the one," Ollivander declared, thoroughly pleased. "You two are simply a perfect match." On the day of the school term, Lucius and Narcissa escorted the children to the platform, reminding Draco to take good care of Kaya. Once the train departed, Draco and Kaya settled into a compartment at the rear, soon encountering Slytherin students. "Draco, we've never heard of you having a sister." Pansy observed Kaya with curiosity. Draco had prepared his explanation. "She has been unwell and has been living abroad. I just brought her back." He then introduced Kaya to everyone. And Pansy happily took her arm. How splendid. We have a vacant bed in our dormitory. Let us have the boys stay together while we head to the girls' side. As they walked down the train aisle, Kaya overheard Ginny and Hermione conversing. Oh dear, where have Ron and Harry gone? I've searched every compartment and haven't seen either of them. Chapter 11, Lockhart. During the feast, 2 seats were conspicuously empty at the Gryffindor table. And Draco curiously glanced over, wondering where Harry and Ron had gone. Oh, I just heard on the train. They didn't board, Kaya said, sitting beside Draco with a plate of tarts, offering it to him. Want one? I'm not concerned about them. Draco took a tart, biting into it with frustration. You're a man of contradictions. Kaya raised an eyebrow. Draco was unconcerned. After all, the two had missed the train last time as well. The next day, headlines blared about Harry and Ron flying a magical car into the Whomping Willow. I genuinely worry they've lost their wits, Draco mused. As the feast progressed, the two eventually returned, looking disheveled and clearly having been reprimanded by the Willow. In Professor Sprout's herbology class, pots of mandrakes lined the greenhouse. And Kaya gazed at them with dismay. I detest mandrakes. After introducing the properties of mandrakes, Professor Sprout instructed everyone to don earmuffs and then forcefully yanked a mandrake from its pot to demonstrate. The piercing screams shattered the air, and even with earmuffs, the overwhelming power was undeniable. Neville promptly collapsed, prompting Professor Sprout to raise an eyebrow. It appears Mr. Longbottom has forgotten his earmuffs. The statement elicited a chorus of laughter. Simo lowered his head to scrutinize him. Professor, he merely fainted. Indeed, it was best to disregard him. Mrs. Sprout sighed, directing the students to engage in practical work. Draco grasped the leaves of the mandrake, and with a vigorous tug, it let out a shriek akin to a child's wail. He playfully prodded it a couple of times, only to have it bite his finger. After a struggle, he managed to extricate himself, wiping his finger on the robe of the person beside him. His little antics caught Harry's eye, prompting a few chuckles from him. Feeling Harry's gaze, Draco looked over, and Harry quickly averted his eyes, feigning busyness. Unbeknownst to him, his actions had drawn the scrutiny of someone else. Kaya was eyeing the two with suspicion, puzzled. What are you thinking? Draco, having completed his task, turned to find Kaya staring at him. Is there something on my face? Nothing. During mealtime, Ron's foolish owl delivered a letter, diving headfirst into a bowl. Look, Ron has received a howler. Someone shouted, drawing everyone's attention. You should take heed, Ron. I once ignored a howler from my grandmother, and the consequences were dreadful, Neville advised, his anxious expression causing Ron to gulp nervously as he opened the letter. Ron Weasley. The furious voice of a woman echoed throughout the hall. How dare you sneak off with that car? Your actions are utterly disgraceful. Your father is currently under investigation at work, and this is all your fault. If you commit any further mischief, we shall come to retrieve you immediately. The letter then shifted to a gentler tone, addressing Ginny beside her. Oh, dear Ginny. Congratulations on joining Gryffindor. Your father and I are proud of you. With that, she stuck her tongue out at Ron before the letter disintegrated into pieces. Ron's face froze in shock, clearly still processing the incident, while Draco reveled in the misfortune, laughing unabashedly. Why must we write such foolish things? Kaya stared incredulously at the paper filled with questions about Lockhart, glancing around. She couldn't comprehend why the girls wore such infatuated expressions. This insufferable charlatan had been boasting about himself since class began, hardly teaching at all. Casting a sidelong glance at Draco, she noticed his paper was filled with I don't know, and she followed suit. Lockhart collected the papers, evidently dissatisfied. He shook his head, looking quite disappointed. Almost none of you remembered that I favor lavender. He then praised Hermione for knowing of his illustrious monster-fighting aspirations and for successfully promoting his hair potion. Oh, Mr. Malfoy. Miss Malfoy, your papers were atrocious. Let there be no repeat of this. Lockhart winked at Draco, who felt as though he had swallowed 2 slugs, utterly repulsed. Now, I shall teach you how to deal with the most repugnant creatures in the magical world. He mysteriously approached a cage, as if it contained some nefarious demon. Draco leaned in to whisper to Kaya, Cornish pixies. Lockhart unveiled the curtain, prompting a wave of laughter, and opened the cage, causing the pixies to burst forth, wreaking havoc and throwing the scene into chaos. They flitted about, yanking Neville by the ears and dangling him from the chandelier, creating a mess in the classroom, pulling at girls' hair and tearing apart students' books. Lockhart flailed his wand like a clown, reciting clumsy spells to no avail, even having his wand snatched by the pixies, who used it to lower the gigantic skeleton model in the classroom, prompting Lockhart to flee, not forgetting to put on a brave face before his departure. I am giving you the opportunity to recapture the remaining pixies. He then left the room full of students in disarray. Aren't you going to help them? Kaya leaned back in her chair, arms crossed, watching the trio struggling against the creatures. Draco cast a spell, forming a protective barrier around the two. A particularly reckless pixie attempted to tease them, only to be sent flying far away. If you don't help, I shan't either, Draco reclined, calmly observing Harry and Ron's frantic efforts. Hermione, incensed, drew her wand and pointed it at the air. None of you move. The scene froze, and order was finally restored. Cool, Kaya exclaimed in admiration. Why is it always me? Neville swayed precariously from the chandelier, voicing his existential dread. Draco waved his wand, causing Neville to tumble down from the chandelier. No need to thank me, Draco declared with a flourish, but when no one responded, he turned to find Neville unconscious on the floor. Malfoy, you've gone too far, Harry exclaimed indignantly. If you wanted to mock someone, just say so. Neville hasn't done anything to you. Draco watched as they carried Neville away, making an effort to appear composed, muttering to himself, who cares to help him? Kaya poked him with her wand. If you wish to cry, go ahead. Being misunderstood is not pleasant. I can lend you a shoulder. Draco, enraged, pushed her away and ran off. Kaya, taken aback, remarked, really? You're taking this too seriously. In the Slytherin common room, Kaya sat on the sofa while Pansy braided her hair, and Draco leaned over a table, writing a letter. Are you really going to join the Quidditch team? Theodore inquired. Drawing near. Will they even accept you? I have my ways. Draco impatiently distanced himself from Theodore. Don't get too close. It's sweltering. Kaya yawned, offering her opinion. I suggest you refrain. That sport is too dangerous for you. If you wish to get close to Potter, there are other ways. There's no need for self-harm. Draco resembled a cat whose tail had been stepped on. Who said I was doing it for him? I've always loved Quidditch. Kaya glanced at the letter. Looking for a seeker? Draco regretted letting Kaya out, wondering if he could now stuff her back into his diary. Lucius, with his wealth, had purchased Nimbus 2001 brooms for each member of the Slytherin team, and Draco naturally became their seeker. To facilitate his training, Captain Flint sought permission from Snape to use the Quidditch pitch, despite already knowing Gryffindor had reserved it for today. As expected, the two teams crossed paths. Chapter 12, The Quidditch Match. Malfoy. Harry gazed incredulously at the platinum-haired figure emerging from the Slytherin team. Indeed, Draco proudly stepped to the front, showcasing himself. Nimbus 2001. You actually have these, Ron exclaimed, astonished at the sight of the latest broomsticks in the possession of every Slytherin player, their wealth evident. Flint introduced to everyone. It was a gift from Draco's father. His appearance was already unappealing, and coupled with that smirk, he resembled a villain from a Muggle film. This is merely a trifling expense for the Malfoy family. What say you, Weasley? Jealous? Draco boasted, and Harry thought that if Malfoy had a tail, it would surely be standing on end. Hermione disapproved of their behavior, stating with righteous indignation, at least the Gryffindor players were selected based on merit, not money. Draco's expression darkened instantly. No one asked for your opinion, Miss Granger. Flint pulled Draco behind him. There's no need to engage with these filthy mudbloods. It will only tarnish your status, Draco. Draco had previously thought there was nothing wrong with such hurtful words, but after experiencing a fall from grace in his past life, from being the pampered darling of the stars to sinking into the mire, he finally comprehended the bitter sting of disdain. Observing Hermione's eyes glistening with unshed tears, he grasped Flint's arm and said, Enough, Flint. There is no need to stoop to their level. Let us depart. Ron, relentless, brandished his broken wand, vowing to avenge Hermione. You will pay for your words. Take this. The outcome was predictable. He was felled by his own spell, sent sprawling across the ground, only to rise and expel a large slug, much to the amusement of a nearby boy with a camera, who eagerly captured the moment. Draco tossed his broom to a teammate and drew out his wand. Upon seeing him approach, Harry regarded him warily. What are you planning? I'm afraid if I witness his performance, I won't be able to eat. Draco pointed his wand at Ron and uttered, Immobulus. Ron, spewing slugs, turned pale, staggered to his feet, and wiped his mouth with his robe, provoking a wave of disgust from Draco. That afternoon, as Draco walked alone, two figures suddenly leapt down from a ledge ahead. He eyed the pair suspiciously, contemplating his escape. Wow, I didn't expect you to be so charitable. One of the Weasley twins remarked. Wouldn't it be better to let him vomit a little longer? Who knows, he might even swallow a slug. The twins flanked Draco. Charitable? Me? Hardly. Draco rolled his eyes. I should cast another spell on him, making him dance while he eats slugs. Excellent idea. Fred and George chimed in unison. Draco, perplexed, asked, Is he your actual brother? Why are you so amused by his misfortune? The twins exchanged glances. Of course, Fred replied, but we take joy in his unhappiness. George added. Draco could no longer endure their synchronized banter and sought to escape. Okay, you two keep your distance. I'm allergic to Weasleys. The twins shared a knowing look, realizing the unexpected amusement they found in Draco's character. We never noticed before. The Malfoy boy is quite entertaining. His ideas are intriguing. We should try them next time. Ron sneezed quietly. That evening, Kaya intended to seek out Draco but was confronted by Ginny, who rushed down the corridor. clutching something in her arms, seemingly oblivious to Kaya's presence as she hurried past. Kaya thought little of it as she made her way to the dormitory. Turning a corner, she encountered a large crowd gathered. Pushing through, she found the Gryffindor trio surrounded, with Filch's cat suspended above, wide-eyed and motionless. Draco, spotting her, pulled her closer. Gesturing at the blood-red writing on the wall, "The Chamber of Secrets has been opened. Beware, enemies of the air." Filch furiously questioned Harry, who, at a loss, was soon relieved by the arrival of Dumbledore and his entourage, ordering the children to return to their dormitories. Back in the common room, Kaya inquired, "What happened? Did someone kill Filch's cat?" "It's not dead, merely petrified," Draco replied. "You must know something, Draco. Tell me," she pressed. Draco recalled the events from his previous life. "I don't know much, just that the chamber was opened by Slytherin's heir, releasing a monster, which Potter ultimately defeated." "What kind of monster?" "I heard it's a snake. I remember reading about such a creature," Kaya recalled, "the basilisk, a monster hatched from a chicken's egg by a toad. Its gaze is deadly, and one would perish upon meeting its eyes." "But Moaning Myrtle isn't dead," Draco pointed out. "Did you notice the water on the ground?" "Perhaps she never directly met its gaze." Draco shrugged nonchalantly. "Regardless, St. Potter will deal with it. We need not worry." In Transfiguration class, Ron transformed his rat into a plush goblet with a long tail, eliciting laughter from the class. "You might want to consider a new wand, Mr. Weasley," came the quip. "Not bad. At least he didn't turn himself into a goblet," Draco murmured to Kaya. Hermione raised her hand, asking Professor McGonagall if she could shed light on the Chamber of Secrets. After a moment's deliberation, McGonagall agreed to share. After discussing the monster that would attack Muggleborns, Draco felt several eyes on him, particularly Ron's gaze, which seemed glued to him. On the Quidditch pitch, Lucius sat in the stands as a board member, enjoying the match. Having brought Kaya some sweets from Honeydukes, Slytherin led Gryffindor by 60 points, and the crowd erupted in cheers, even Snape managing a rare smile. Suddenly, a bludger went rogue, targeting Harry, and Porwood was knocked off the field yet again. The ball whizzed past Harry's head, nearly causing a disaster, as he zigzagged across the pitch, even soaring over the stands, which caused a collective gasp. Draco vowed to seize the golden snitch before Harry, his eyes fixed intently on the field, quickly spotting the elusive golden figure. Like an arrow, he surged towards it, but Harry was equally swift, both boys racing neck and neck, with the bludger relentlessly pursuing Harry. In a moment of mischief, Draco nudged Harry, who retaliated in kind, their childish antics drawing exasperated sighs from onlookers. Just as the snitch seemed within reach, Draco extended his arm, oblivious to Harry barreling towards him. As Harry lunged forward to catch the snitch, he inadvertently brought Draco down with him. Draco felt a sudden weight, crashing to the ground with the insufferable Potter atop him, their bodies pressed together through their clothing, the heat of their exertion igniting an unexpected fire between them. Harry raised the golden snitch, signaling the end of the match, while the bludger shattered under Hermione's spell. "Scarhead, get up." Draco pushed at Harry, who remained motionless. "Please, don't shove. My arm feels broken and won't move," Harry whispered, feeling Draco's warm breath against his ear, causing a flush to rise to Draco's cheeks. Thankfully, the awkward moment was short-lived as others rushed to help Harry off him. "Are you all right, Draco?" Kaya and Pansy approached, examining him closely. Draco pouted, on the verge of tears, unable to comprehend why he could never best Harry. The more he pondered, the more aggrieved he felt, and he broke down in tears. His sobs only heightened the concern of those around him. "Where are you hurt?" "My butt hurts," Draco cried through his tears. Watching Draco wail, Harry noticed his striking gray-blue eyes glistening with unshed tears, his cheeks flushed as if he had been wronged. It dawned on Harry that his arm had been treated by Lockhart, leaving it not just unbroken but entirely devoid of bone, now feeling soft and pliable, causing him to widen his eyes in shock. At times, such occurrences unfold, yet there is no pain now, nor any fractures, ha. Lockhart forced a couple of uncomfortable chuckles, attempting to alleviate the awkwardness. Chapter 13, An Unusual Ginny. "Very well, Mr. Malfoy, cease your lamentations, you are free to leave." Madame Pomfrey hurriedly passed by Draco's bedside, leaving behind her words like a fleeting shadow. "Crabbe, carry him back," Kia commanded, orchestrating Crabbe and Goyle to hoist Draco from his bed and onto Crabbe's back. "Ouch!" Draco cried out in agony as he was jostled, eliciting a pained wail. "Stop your whining," Madame Pomfrey remarked. "Your rear is perfectly fine. Simply apply some ointment for bruising when you return." After escorting Draco back to the dormitory, Kia realized she had forgotten the ointment and turned back to seek Madame Pomfrey for the remedy. The hour had grown late. The corridor lay shrouded in silence, illuminated by flickering candlelight, when she caught a glimpse of a shadow flitting past the corner ahead. "Who goes there?" Kia's vigilance surged, her grip tightening around her wand as she hastened forward. "Ginny?" Kia halted momentarily upon spotting Ginny. What are you doing here? Ginny appeared somewhat flustered, and, upon Kia's advancing approach, she slowly retreated a couple of steps. Oh, it's nothing. I merely wish to visit Harry in the infirmary, Ginny replied, holding Kia's scrutinizing gaze with a seemingly plausible explanation. I'll be heading back now. Watching Ginny's departing figure, Kia was engulfed in confusion, just like last time. Ginny was clutching something, concealed beneath her wizarding robes, rendering it indistinct. Suddenly, a sharp wail pierced the stillness, startling Kia. Who is there? She felt her nerves fraying. Come forth, miss. A filthy house elf emerged from behind a pillar, with bat-like ears, a slender nose, and green eyes as large as tennis balls. Dobby, what are you doing here? Kia whispered, anxious about being overheard. Dobby, with a quivering finger, confessed, Dobby has come to find Harry Potter. Dobby wants Harry Potter to leave Hogwarts. Why? Kia pressed, intrigued. Someone wishes to harm Harry Potter. Dobby must assist him, Dobby exclaimed, tears welling in his eyes. But Harry Potter does not heed Dobby's warnings. He has seized upon the critical information. Who intends to harm him? Dobby, tell me. Dobby cannot say. Dobby cannot disclose to the miss, was Dobby's reply, before vanishing in a blink, leaving Kia grasping at thin air and nearly losing her balance. At last, she reached the infirmary, but Madame Pomfrey was absent, and the ward was eerily quiet. Among the occupants was Colin, a Gryffindor, petrified in the act of raising his camera, a testament to his unfortunate encounter with the basilisk. Harry feigned sleep, sensing someone standing at his bedside. He cautiously opened his eyes just a crack to find Kia gazing down at him. Potter. Harry jumped back in fright, pulling the covers tightly to his chest. Miss Malfoy, is Madame Pomfrey here? Harry inquired, shaking his head in response. I do not know where she has gone. Ginny told me she saw Madame Pomfrey here, Kia mentioned casually. I just encountered her. Ginny? She hasn't been here, Harry recalled, realizing that Ginny had indeed not visited. Oh, perhaps I misheard. I apologize for the intrusion. Farewell. Kia, where have you been? Draco lay sprawled on the couch in the common room, unwrapping a candy and popping it into his mouth. I went to fetch your medicine. Where is it? Draco looked at her empty hands. Madame Pomfrey was absent. I figured you might not need the ointment, so I returned. Kia lowered her voice suddenly. Another attack has occurred. Colin from Gryffindor. He is Muggle-born, Draco replied. The question remains, who is the heir of Slytherin? Potter, Draco suddenly recalled. I remember now. He speaks Parseltongue. Salazar was also a Parselmouth. There were whispers in past lives that he is the true heir of Slytherin. The absurdity of the heir of Slytherin being in Gryffindor struck them both as a farcical jest. Kia, I just remembered. I encountered Ginny and Dobby on the way. Ginny? Dobby? Draco furrowed his brow, straining to recall past events. I recollect hearing that Ginny was taken into the Chamber of Secrets, and Potter rescued her, vanquishing the basilisk. Dobby also left Malfoy Manor in second year. Father said it was Potter who set him free. Piecing it all together, both Draco and Kia felt their minds spinning. Ginny. Kia thought of her recent peculiar demeanor. I need to keep an eye on her. To bolster the students' self-defense capabilities, Lockhart proposed the establishment of a dueling club. Rest assured, I shall show leniency towards your potions professor, Draco commented sympathetically. Kia nodded in agreement. Let us hope he does not meet with an untimely demise at the hands of Professor Snape today. Professor Snape, with his stern demeanor, exchanged pleasantries with Lockhart before stepping to opposite sides of the dueling arena. Wands at the ready. Before Lockhart could react, he was sent sprawling across the room, eliciting a wince from onlookers. In a bid to ease the embarrassment, he awkwardly chuckled. Next, let the students practice against each other. Potter, Weasley, you're up. Snape interjected. Weasley's wand struggles with even the simplest of spells. You wouldn't want Potter reporting to the infirmary, would you? I recommend someone from our house, Malfoy. Is that acceptable? With a gesture, he beckoned Draco to the dueling stage, facing Harry. Afraid, Scarhead? Draco taunted, but Harry remained unperturbed. Before Lockhart could complete the incantation, Draco's spell hurled Harry across the room. As Draco reveled in his triumph, Harry swiftly retaliated, sending Draco tumbling through the air, landing squarely on the ground. Kia's brow furrowed in concern. It appeared that Draco's injury had not yet healed, and this fall might exacerbate it. Draco felt tears welling up, the sensation in his rear fading, unable to rise. I said wands only, Lockhart shouted, but his words fell on deaf ears. What a blunder. As Draco struggled to rise, a serpent materialized on the stage, slithering towards Harry. Do not move, Potter. I shall handle it, Snape declared. Fear not. Allow me. Lockhart stepped forward with misplaced confidence, only to send the serpent soaring into the air, where it crashed down heavily, inciting its wrath. As it prepared to strike the students in the stands, Harry suddenly uttered an incomprehensible language, akin to a serpent's hiss. After several utterances, the serpent ceased its advance, allowing Snape to dispatch it. Oh dear. After class, Draco limped towards the infirmary, supported by Crabbe and Goyle, muttering curses at Harry. Should I speak to Potter and demand an apology for your rear? Kia could hardly endure his incessant complaints. I do not wish to resort to such measures, but should you persist in your prattle, I may have no choice. Soon, another student was reported attacked. It was said to be a Hufflepuff student, along with a ghost. The rumors surrounding Harry Potter as the heir of Slytherin spread like wildfire, with some claiming that the mysterious figure sought to eliminate Harry to prevent him from becoming a powerful dark wizard like himself. Your imaginations are truly vivid. It is a loss for the Daily Prophet not to enlist you as editors. I hope the next victim is not among you. If I were Potter, I would surely redirect my focus towards you. Draco crossed his arms, reprimanding the students who were whispering maliciously about Harry in the study room with his characteristic biting tone. Perhaps you think your parents' non-muggle status exempts you from scrutiny. Who knows? That monster might not discriminate at all. I eagerly anticipate witnessing your transformation into lifeless forms tomorrow. That would be splendid. At least it would grant your mouths a brief respite, wouldn't it? With a disdainful snort, Draco strutted away like an arrogant peacock, leaving the onlookers, intimidated by his status, seething in silence as they watched him exit. Harry, concealed behind the wall of the study room, had absorbed every word, and as Draco stepped out, he quickly turned away, relieved that Draco was walking briskly and had not noticed him. Has our little peacock taken a wrong turn? Ron pondered, unable to fathom that one day Malfoy might stand up for anyone. I don't know. I feel like this might not concern him. Harry shared his thoughts with Ron and Hermione. If he were the heir of Slytherin, he wouldn't need to defend me. Wouldn't it be better for everyone to suspect me? All right, Harry, there's little point in speculating now. Once the Polyjuice potion is ready, we will know for certain if it is him, Hermione remarked. Malfoy will be home for a few days, which gives us ample time to prepare. Chapter 14, The Polyjuice Potion. Everything was set. They merely needed to add a part of the person they intended to transform into. Hermione took a seat opposite the boys, carrying a tray laden with food. Crabbe and Goyle, she reminded them. Indeed, and we must ensure that the real Crabbe and Goyle do not appear when we meet Malfoy, she added. Ron looked bewildered. What do we do? I've already devised a plan, Hermione replied, producing 2 small cakes. I've infused them with sleeping draught. Simple, yet highly effective. Once they are asleep, we can stash them in the broom cupboard and pluck some of their hair to wear their uniforms. Ron and Harry exchanged glances. And what about you? With confidence, Hermione revealed a small vial. I've prepared this, Millicent Bulstrode, a student of Slytherin. I acquired it from her robes. I'll check on the potion as progress. They must see this. Handing the cakes to the boys, she instructed them to proceed. Harry and Ron stationed themselves outside the Great Hall, using the levitating charm to place the cakes in the corridor. Crabbe and Goyle, burdened with a heap of food, spotted the floating cakes and exchanged a glance before unsuspectingly devouring them, only to collapse, rolling their eyes in unconsciousness. That was foolish, Ron scoffed. Let us get to work, Harry said without hesitation, pulling Ron along to drag the 2 into the broom closet, where they swiftly plucked their hair and hurried to find Hermione. The transformation potion appeared utterly unpalatable, exuding an indescribable odor and being exceedingly viscous. The trio had no choice but to hold their breath and gulp down a couple of swigs. I need to be sick, Ron exclaimed, hurling the cup and dashing to the nearest stall. Hermione attempted to suppress her nausea but ultimately succumbed, declaring, I need to be sick too. Harry braced himself against the sink, and as the queasiness subsided, his form began to swell and reshape, rapidly morphing into that of another individual. Just then, Ron emerged from the stall, transformed into Crabbe's likeness. Harry? Ron? They gazed at each other in disbelief. Good heavens, Ron remarked in astonishment. Our voices remain unchanged. You must mimic Crabbe's voice, Harry advised. Ron lowered his tone and attempted to imitate Crabbe's speech. Perfect, Harry commended. Hermione, are you all right? Ron called out. Don't mind me, I don't think I can go. You 2 should proceed without me. Don't waste time. Hermione's voice echoed from the stall. Harry and Ron exchanged a glance, deeming it more crucial to find Malfoy first. They hastened toward the Slytherin common room, but were intercepted by Percy. You 2, he called out. Harry and Ron jumped in surprise. What are you doing here? Ron whispered, poking Harry for silence. Percy regarded them with displeasure. As the head boy of the house, I must ask why you are loitering in the corridors at this hour. As they contemplated how to explain themselves, Draco swaggered in from behind. Crabbe? Goyle? Where are you 2 headed? Planning to raid the Great Hall at this hour? Draco positioned himself between them, scrutinizing Harry, who had assumed Goyle's shape. Why are you wearing glasses? Harry suddenly remembered he hadn't removed his glasses and clumsily took them off, stammering an explanation. Reading. I was reading. Reading? Draco frowned, his incredulity palpable. Clearly taken aback, He paused before demanding, I didn't know you could read. Draco turned his attention to Percy. What are you doing here, Weasley? Percy's annoyance deepened. Mind your tone, Malfoy. Draco raised an eyebrow, dismissively strutted away, and let out a derisive snort. Harry and Ron glanced at Percy before trailing after Draco. The Slytherin common room was starkly different from Gryffindor's warm decor. Its walls and ceiling were constructed of rough stone, with chains hanging from above, illuminating the space with an eerie green glow. A beautifully carved fireplace crackled with flames, yet the ambience remained chilling. Upon entering the common room, Draco flopped onto a sofa and, glancing around, inquired, Have you two seen Kaya and Pansy? Harry and Ron promptly shook their heads. Strange, where could they be? They've been absent all afternoon, Draco muttered, straightening up. Ensuring no one was watching, he discreetly opened a candy box on the table, popping a lollipop into his mouth. Noticing Harry and Ron still standing, he queried, Why are you two just standing there? Sit down. Harry and Ron awkwardly settled beside him, and Draco, observing their peculiar demeanor, thought little of it. He returned the candy box to its place and warned them, Don't tell Kaya I stole her sweets, or she'll hunt me down. Exchanging amused glances, Harry and Ron nodded in agreement. Draco seemed to recall the earlier encounter with Percy, his expression darkening. That damned Weasley, they're everywhere. Especially that insufferable Ron Weasley, like a clumsy pig. Seeing Ron's fists clench, Harry quickly nudged him with his elbow. Draco continued. Today those fools even claimed Harry Potter is the heir of Slytherin. It's utterly ludicrous. Harry, struggling to find a way to engage Draco, seized the moment. You must know who the heir is, right? Draco furrowed his brow. Haven T, I already told you. I don't know who it is. But my father mentioned the Chamber of Secrets was opened 50 years ago. He refused to disclose who was responsible, only stating that a Muggle-born girl was killed. Upon hearing this, the two exchanged alarmed glances as Ron noticed Harry's lightning scar re-emerging, while Harry saw Ron's hair revert to its original state. Realizing Draco was oblivious to their exchange, they stealthily made their way toward the exit, only to be blocked at the door. Well, who do we have here? Draco, you've brought non-Slytherin students into the common room. Harry and Ron were taken aback by the sudden appearance of Kaya at the door. She stood with her arms crossed, her tone sharp and mocking, her expression extremely dark. Behind her trailed the genuine Crabbe and Goyle, both soaked and disheveled as if they had just emerged from a body of water. As Kaya passed by the broom cupboard, she caught sight of a clothing hem peeking out from the door. Driven by curiosity, she pushed the door open and discovered Crabbe and Goyle sprawled unconscious on the floor. Kaya doused them with a refreshing spell, successfully rousing the two, who awoke in a daze, utterly oblivious to the events that had transpired. On their way back, they encountered Percy, who was equally bewildered. Aren't you two supposed to be with Draco Malfoy? And you, Miss Malfoy? Why are you still lurking here at this late hour? Kaya surmised what had occurred and shot a glare at Percy. Mind your own business, Weasley. With that, she hurried towards the common room, and Crabbe and Goyle exchanged a glance before hastily following her. Harry and Ron found themselves retreating a few steps as Kaya approached, while Draco, standing behind them, brandished his wand, his face contorted with anger. Weasley, Scarhead, you two are truly despicable for daring to engage in such antics. Draco fumed, his face flushed with rage at the thought of having been the object of their mockery, an unnamed fire igniting within him. Petrificus Totalis. To prevent their escape, Kaya cast the petrification spell upon them. Look how you've made our little dragon furious. His face is all red. Kaya circled around them, twirling her wand lightly in her hand. Draco, it's your turn. How would you like to punish them? She inquired. Draco smirked wickedly. Just the opportunity I've been waiting for. I have the perfect idea. He raised his wand towards Harry and Ron, relishing their expressions of terror. If you manage to amuse me, I might let you off the hook and refrain from informing the professors. Tarantaligra. Ron and Harry involuntarily began to dance, performing comical steps like two frenzied gorillas. Ha ha ha. Draco leaned back on the sofa, reveling in their ridiculous antics. News of the Savior and Weasley performing in the Slytherin common room spread, and students rushed to witness the spectacle, quickly encircling the two as they twirled and leaped under the gaze of amused onlookers. Draco, you've stolen my sweets. I'll buy you 2 boxes to make amends over the holidays. Just let it go. 2 hours later, Ron and Harry emerged from the Slytherin common room, their steps shaky and exhausted. Damn Malfoy. His entire family is wicked. Ron muttered incessantly. I knew that peacock girl was up to no good. Harry, drained of even the strength to respond, added, Right, we still need to find Hermione. Upon returning to the girls' restroom, moaning Myrtle drifted out. How disgusting. Why were you two gone so long? I thought you had forgotten about me. Are you all right? Harry asked. Not too well, replied Hermione, emerging from a stall with a feline visage. That has cat hair. Chapter 15, The Diary, Mr. Potter. Mr. Weasley, can you explain why you were found in the Slytherin common room? Professor Snape's expression was grim. Unfortunately, I was only informed of this matter this morning. Otherwise, I would have relished the opportunity to witness your graceful dancing. Harry and Ron exchanged glances, then lowered their heads. Their frequent misadventures had taught them not to attempt excuses, lest Snape deduct even more points. Due to your recklessness, Gryffindor will lose 40 points and you will both serve a week of detention. That is unfair, Professor. Malfoy cast a spell on us. He broke the rules too. Harry could not resist retorting. Snape raised an eyebrow. Very well, another 10 points from Gryffindor for your impudence. Harry was about to protest further when Ron elbowed him. Though reluctant, Harry knew that continuing would only provide Snape with more reasons to deduct points. Merlin's beard. That wretched old bat is so biased. Ron exclaimed once they were outside. Harry stormed down the corridor, his stride so swift that Ron struggled to keep up. Hey, mate. Where are you going? Slow down. Ron panted, out of breath. Harry snapped back. I'm not slowing down. Where's Malfoy? I'm going to kill him. Bloody hell. Ron groaned. Harry's gone mad. Draco, lifting his robes, tiptoed with his brows knitted in annoyance. Which damned fool blew up the restroom? Kaya, observing the water gushing from the lavatory, took a step back in disgust when suddenly, a figure bolted from the restroom and raced down the corridor. Kaya reacted swiftly and gave chase. Draco stood there, watching Kaya pursue the girl, curiosity piqued. After glancing around and seeing no one, he quietly slipped into the lavatory. Merlin's red knickers. The restroom is practically flooding. He looked up to see a familiar face, the weeping, moaning Myrtle. Are you here to pelt me too? She questioned with her shrill voice. Pelt you? Why would I do that? Who is throwing things at you? Myrtle pointed to a book on the floor. I didn't see who it was. I was sitting on the toilet contemplating life when someone threw this at me. She resumed her tears, her wailing piercing. Draco covered one ear while picking up the waterlogged book from the floor. It was a black diary, its cover faded. Suddenly, Draco recalled the black book from the chamber in Malfoy Manor. The memory collided with the present, sending a chilling sensation through him. As if he were holding not a book, but a slippery serpent poised to strike. Tom Riddle. Draco gasped, terror mingling with recognition as he beheld the unfamiliar, yet familiar name. The dread associated with the diary's owner was indelibly etched into his very bones. Branded upon his soul, Voldemort. Draco raised his hand, intending to toss the diary aside, but it lingered aloft before slowly descending. A flash of crimson flickered in his eyes as he smirked slightly, uttering the name, Harry Potter. At the end of the corridor, Kaya tackled Ginny to the ground. Ginny's eyes were swollen and red, evidently having just cried. She glared at Kaya, a mix of shock and anger as she tried to push her off. Malfoy, get off. Weasley, tell me, those incidents were your doing, weren't they? Kaya brandished her wand at her. I have many ways to make you confess. I'm certain you wouldn't want to experience the taste of Veritaserum, would you? With tears in her eyes, Ginny protested. I didn't do anything. Why do you always harass me? Kaya scoffed. You know the truth. Expelliarmus. A red light shot from behind, and Kaya sensed danger, dodging just in time. Ginny seized the opportunity to escape her grasp and hid behind Ron and Harry. Damn peacock. Ron wiped Ginny's tears and turned to glare at Kaya. What do you want with my sister? Harry raised his wand towards Kaya, clearly the source of the previous spell. Kaya calmly stood up. Engaging them in a fight would yield no advantage, so she turned and departed, leaving them with her haughty silhouette, just like her brother. Ron cursed under his breath as he comforted Ginny. Next time she bullies you, just let us know. We'll help you teach her brother a lesson, so she understands we are not to be trifled with. Ginny nodded obediently, making an excuse about having something to attend to, and bid farewell to Ron and Harry before departing. Harry, we ought to find Malfoy. I want to give him a good thrashing and make him keep his sister in line. Ron suggested, cracking his knuckles, eager to teach Draco a lesson. All right, Ron. Let us go. Harry agreed wholeheartedly with Ron's proposition. The two searched throughout the day, but could find no trace of Draco. Even during their potions class with Slytherin in the afternoon, Draco was conspicuously absent. It was only through overhearing Zabini and Nott's conversation that they learned Draco had fainted in the corridor and had been taken to the hospital wing. Ron, upon hearing their discussion, leaned toward Harry with a gleeful expression and said, "That's what you call evil getting its comeuppance." Smack. Ron had forgotten that Slytherin's king of snakes stood behind him, and he received a sharp blow to the back of his head, eliciting a yelp of pain. Seeing this, Harry quickly buried his head, nearly diving into the boiling cauldron. That evening, as Harry wandered the corridors alone, he spotted a figure sitting on the windowsill around the corner, swinging their legs as if waiting for someone. Malfoy. As the figure leaped down from the ledge, Harry swiftly pushed him against the wall. What do you want? Draco let out a grunt, feeling the impact jolt his lower back. He pushed against Harry's grip. Let go of me. Scarhead. What if I let you go and you cause trouble? I'm not here to pick a fight. I need to speak with you about something important. It's about the Chamber of Secrets. Now let me go? Upon hearing the mention of the chamber, Harry released his hold. Draco rubbed his sore back and produced a piece of parchment from his pocket. I know you're investigating the chamber. I wrote to my mother, and she shared some clues with me. Harry regarded him warily. You would be so kind. Have you forgotten how you last treated me? Draco pouted in dissatisfaction. You deceived me first. Would I have been so angry otherwise? But you promised not to tell the teachers. You're lying. Draco appeared as if he wanted to peer into Harry's mind to see if it was filled with nonsense. Come on, Scarhead. Think with your not-so-bright brain. That day, nearly all Slytherin students were in the common room. Do you think it could be kept a secret? Harry's temper flared at his words. Seeing Harry's anger rise, Draco refrained from further provocation. How could this be? Malfoy, you're toying with me. Harry exclaimed in a mix of anger and humiliation after reading the letter. This is impossible. Hagrid would never do such a thing. Draco shrugged, hands raised in feigned innocence. Believe it or not, but after that mudblood died 50 years ago, Hagrid was expelled. That is a fact. Instead of huffing and puffing to contradict me, why not go ask Hagrid? You've always had a good relationship, haven't you? I will definitely go ask Hagrid to clarify. Your mother must have been mistaken, Malfoy. Harry returned the letter to Draco, brushing against his hand and noticing how chillingly cold it was. Malfoy, your hands are freezing. Harry couldn't help but inquire, glancing up to find Draco's complexion even paler than usual. Are you all right? Draco stuffed the letter into his pocket. I'm fine. Just a bit windy on my way here. I'll head back now. With that, he hurried away. Where have you been, Draco? Back in the common room. Kaya and Pansy surrounded him. Draco fabricated a lie, claiming he had been out for a walk. You gave me quite a scare. You shouldn't be wandering around when your health is poor, making everyone worry. Pansy complained while wrapping a blanket around Draco. Next time, let us know where you're going. You should rest. Draco nodded, about to return to his dormitory when Kaya called out to him. Wait, Draco, she said. Her brows furrowed in confusion. Where have you been? You smell off. I don't smell anything, Draco replied dismissively, hurriedly heading toward the boys' dormitory. Strange, Kaya muttered, gazing at his retreating figure, unable to pinpoint what felt amiss. Chapter 16, Possession. When Hagrid returns from Azkaban, I'll kill him. Ron was now akin to a fire-breathing Hungarian horntail. Harry brushed off the dust from his robes, attempting to soothe him. At least we know Hagrid is innocent. Earlier that day, Professor McGonagall had abruptly announced the cancellation of the Quidditch match and taken Harry and Ron to the hospital wing, where Hermione lay unresponsive, resembling a statue in her bed. In pursuit of the culprit, Harry and Ron sought out Hagrid, who had left them with clues before being taken away. However, little did they expect that they would nearly meet their demise in a spider's lair. In the Slytherin common room, Snape's sharp gaze swept across the room before he spoke slowly. New school rules. All students must return to their dormitory by 6 o'clock. Every student must be accompanied by a teacher during lessons. I expect you to adhere to these regulations. Should I discover anyone trying to emulate Gryffindor, you know the consequences. Kaya watched Snape's retreating figure, his billowing cloak resembling that of a great bat. Draco, what are you up to behind my back? Kaya wrinkled her nose. The odor emanating from you is becoming increasingly potent. My sensitivity to dark magic is beyond your comprehension. You're overthinking it, Kaya. I have not dabbled in dark magic at all. If my smell is unbearable to you, kindly keep your distance. Draco's expression was one of deep gloom. Before Kaya could respond, Draco turned and left, leaving her feeling displeased yet unable to vent her frustrations. Pansy, you cannot imagine his demeanor. He is acting like a hormonal mess. As Pansy patted Kaya's back to soothe her, she replied, I thought you were used to his moody temperament by now. It will pass in a few days. Not good. Malfoy has fainted again. A younger Slytherin rushed in, breathless. Zabini took him to the hospital wing and asked me to come inform you. Pansy and Kaya exchanged glances before racing towards the door. In the hospital wing, many patients lay in beds, and Kaya immediately spotted the petrified Hermione, still frozen in her position. A crowd surrounded Draco's bed, and Kaya squeezed her way to the front, finding Draco's face ashen, his eyes shut tight. What happened to him? She inquired of Blaise. I don't know. I saw him in the corridor, and he looked like this when I found him. Did you see anyone else? Blaise thought for a moment. I encountered that little Weasley girl. She was rushing about, seemingly in a hurry, and bumped into me without a word before running off. Ginny? Blaise nodded in confirmation. Madame Pomfrey entered, surprised to see so many students. Oh, children, Mr. Malfoy isn't in any serious trouble. One person can stay with him, and the rest may leave. Pansy, please keep an eye on him. I must go. Kaya left the hospital wing without looking back. Neville stood there, hands raised in surrender, looking bewildered at Kaya's pointed wand. Have you seen Ginny? Neville shook his head. I haven't seen her. Kaya released him and turned to her next target, ultimately cornering several Gryffindors before uncovering Ginny's whereabouts. As Kaya stepped into the lavatory, she was suddenly struck by a spell that rendered her unconscious, collapsing onto the floor. Ginny emerged slowly from behind the sink, kneeling to brush aside Kaya's disheveled hair, murmuring to herself, I nearly thwarted your plans, but now it is fortuitous. Capturing you has granted me leverage. Their skeletal remains would eternally rest within the chamber. Blood-red letters were seared into the walls of Hogwarts' second floor. A chilling atmosphere enveloped the entire castle, and the demon's revelry reached its zenith, carrying whispers of death upon the wind. Upon awakening, Draco found Pansy weeping at his bedside. Through her desperate inquiries, he learned that Kaya had been taken. Without a moment's hesitation, Draco bolted from the infirmary, leaving Pansy's frantic cries behind. He soon encountered Harry and Ron, feeling his once-frozen blood begin to thaw slightly. Harry, listen to me. The monster in the chamber is a basilisk. Harry, however, appeared skeptical of Draco's words, eyeing him warily. Malfoy, do not complicate matters further. Last time you misled me into believing that Hagrid was the one who opened the chamber. I did not. Draco vehemently shook his head. I never said that. His emotions were fraying at the seams. I don't know what is happening. I have no memories from the past few days. It's as if I've been manipulated, and only now do I possess a clear consciousness. Harry gazed at his pallid face, drained of vitality, akin to a leaf trembling in the wind, on the verge of collapse. I will trust you one last time, Malfoy. Are you certain that a girl was indeed killed 50 years ago? I am not deceiving you. It is the truth. With Draco's affirmation, Harry's suspicions solidified. Hagrid told me that the girl died in the bathroom. What if she never left? The Weeping Myrtle, Draco exclaimed in sudden realization, hastening to find her. Wait, we need assistance, Harry urged, leading them toward the professor's office. We should bring a teacher with us. Are you suggesting we seek out Lockhart? Draco dismissed the notion. He is nothing but a charlatan, utterly ineffectual. Trust me, Potter. Harry panted slightly. Currently, we have no choice. Lockhart was busy packing his belongings in preparation for a hasty escape when the three of them cornered him at the door. Oh, children, it's quite dangerous now. You ought to return to your dormitories, Lockhart said, discreetly hiding his suitcase behind him with a smile. Are you planning to flee? Harry discerned his intentions and demanded. You just claimed you would go rescue someone. You liar. Once unmasked, Lockhart abandoned pretense, seizing his suitcase in an attempt to leave. They never informed me this job would be so perilous. I apologize, but I shall mourn for the two lovely girls. You portray yourself as so grand in your books? It's all false. Ron inquired. Oh, I must convince people that those great deeds were my own. Otherwise, my books would not sell well. In truth, my memory charm works quite effectively. I suggest you forget these events, Lockhart retorted. Except your wand. Harry seized Lockhart's wand just as he was about to cast a spell. The boys pressed their wands against the back of Lockhart, guiding him into Myrtle's restroom. Hey, Harry. Myrtle greeted warmly as she floated over upon seeing them. Oh, you were so frightening that day, she remarked absurdly, eyeing Draco, clearing his throat. Harry mustered the courage to ask Myrtle, Hey, may I inquire how you died? Draco's pupils widened in shock. He wondered if Harry lacked social awareness. As the question was rather intrusive, Myrtle pondered carefully before responding. Oh, it was truly terrifying. Right here, Olive Hornby mocked my glasses, so I hid here to cry. I was sobbing when I suddenly heard someone enter. Who was it? I don't know. I was in distress. Myrtle's voice became increasingly choked. I heard a boy's voice speaking something strange, almost like a language. I opened the door to tell him to leave, and then I died. How could this happen? The boys were incredulous. I remember seeing a pair of enormous yellow eyes right in that sink. Myrtle pointed to the basin in front of the mirror. Harry scrutinized the sink, noticing a barely discernible serpentine pattern near the old faucet. This is the spot. Harry, try speaking Parseltongue, Ron suggested. Stepping back, Harry uttered a phrase in the snake language, and instantly the sink trembled as several basins shifted apart, one descending to reveal a hidden passageway. Chapter 17, Riddle. Lockhart glanced back, his eyes widening at the seemingly bottomless dark pit, a chill coursing through him. With a forced smile, he turned to the boys. Oh, Harry, you are truly remarkable. I believe my presence is no longer required here. He attempted to dash away, only to be blocked by the boys. We need you here. Harry and Ron directed their wands at him. You go down first. What benefits me going down first? Lockhart weakly queried. Ron raised an eyebrow. Better than us going down first. That is true. Seizing the opportunity before Lockhart could react, Draco kicked him as he turned to peer into the abyss. After Lockhart's scream faded, a heavy thud echoed, accompanied by his exclamation, How dirty! This assured Harry and the others that the way was temporarily safe, and they could proceed. Oh, Harry, if you perish down there, welcome to share my toilet. Myrtle cheerfully remarked, turning her attention to Draco. And you, handsome boy. Thank you, Myrtle, Harry replied, exasperated. Harry and Ron leaped down first, while Draco, grimacing at the inky void, reluctantly followed suit. He plummeted as if swept into a sewer, sliding for an extended period before landing on the ground. Rising to his feet, he brushed off the dust from his robes, only to find his hair adorned with leaves, resembling a refugee. The ground was littered with dry leaves and scattered bones, likely those of fish, emanating a foul odor. Harry and Ron urged Lockhart forward with their wands, and as they traversed a corridor, they encountered an immense snake skin. Draco circled the shedding in disbelief. It was an unfathomably massive creature. Bloody hell! Ron gasped in astonishment. This is a snake's skin. It must be 60 feet long. Perhaps even more. Harry knelt to inspect the skin while Draco wrinkled his brow, reaching out to touch it. A faint, lingering scent made him feel queasy. Just as Ron finished speaking, Lockhart collapsed to the ground, seemingly fainted with fright. He truly has some nerve, Ron remarked, only to be abruptly disarmed by the feigning Lockhart. With newfound confidence, Lockhart brandished the wand, declaring, "The adventure is over, children. The world will soon know how I was too late to save the two little girls, and how you lost your memories after witnessing their demise." Lockhart sneered ominously, pointing his wand at Harry. "You go first, Mr. Potter. Obliviate." Evidently, poor Lockhart had forgotten from whom the wand originated. The spell rebounded, sending him crashing into the stone wall above, where he fell heavily back down. Due to Lockhart's actions, the surrounding stone walls suddenly trembled violently, and immense boulders began to plummet from the ceiling of the cave, perilously close to crashing onto Draco's head. Fortunately, Harry managed to tackle him just in time, thereby evading disaster. After a brief interval, the chaos subsided, but the fallen stones had effectively separated them from Ron. "Ron, are you all right?" Harry called out through the crevice. "I'm fine, Harry," Ron quickly replied. Emerging from the rubble, a disheveled Lockhart greeted Ron politely. "Hello. Who are you?" Lockhart inquired, gazing at Ron. With a look of disbelief, Ron replied, "Ron Weasley." "Wow, really?" Lockhart exclaimed, his expression one of naive wonder. After tilting his head in contemplation, he asked, "Then who am I?" Ron, with a sense of exasperation, explained. Lockhart's memory charm rebounded. He doesn't even remember who he is. This is indeed a peculiar place. Lockhart mused, surveying his surroundings. He tossed a rock in his hand and turned to Ron, asking, "Do you live here?" "No." Ron discreetly picked up a stone and, without hesitation, knocked Lockhart unconscious. Draco wholeheartedly concurred with Lockhart's statement, disdainfully snorting, "The Weasleys do indeed live in a place much like this. After all, they can't even afford to replace a broken wand. So what sort of dwelling can they inhabit?" "Shut up, Malfoy," Harry interjected, displeased with Draco's jibes, and stopped him from continuing. He leaned through the stone gap and said to Ron, "Stay here and clear the stones. That way, we can pass when we return. I'll go with Malfoy to save them." "All right," Ron agreed to the plan. "Let us go," Harry urged, pulling Draco deeper into the cave. Using Parseltongue, Harry opened the innermost secret door. As it creaked open, the sight within astounded both boys, making it hard to fathom that such a vast chamber existed within the school. In the center lay a broad stone pathway, flanked by serpent-headed statues emerging from the pools, their mouths agape, revealing menacing fangs. At the forefront stood a colossal statue of Salazar, beneath which lay two girls, one with red hair and the other with golden locks, both motionless with eyes tightly shut. Draco and Harry rushed to their sides. Harry checked Ginny's condition and found her limbs cold and devoid of life's warmth, an ominous sign. "Ginny, wake up," Harry called urgently, attempting to rouse her. Draco gently tapped Kaya's face, noting that she had merely succumbed to the curse. He swiftly drew his wand and directed it at her, uttering the counter-curse, "Finite incantatem." Kaya's eyes flew open, and upon seeing Draco, she blurted out, "Run." "Run where?" "We might as well stay and play a bit longer." A figure emerged from the darkness, handsome yet exuding an aura of malevolence. "Who are you?" Harry demanded, wary of this unexpected presence. "Tom Marvolo Riddle," he replied. Draco collapsed to the ground, trembling uncontrollably. The striking youth before him melded with the memory of the man with the serpentine visage, a primal fear washing over him, causing his very soul to shudder. "You used Ginny to open the chamber," Kaya accused, revealing his scheme. "Indeed," Tom confessed. "I orchestrated Ginny's actions to unleash the basilisk upon those mudbloods. And I manipulated her into leaving threatening messages, although Ginny was unaware of her deeds. She sensed it, however, and disposed of my diary in the girls' restroom." As he spoke, Tom's gaze shifted to Draco. "You, Draco, picked me up, but you attempted to cast me aside. However, I controlled you, allowing Harry to uncover the foolish Hagrid's past. Unfortunately for you, this young girl beside you was too perceptive of my presence. After a brief time with you, she sensed me. Hence I had no choice but to have you return the diary to Ginny." Harry was taken aback by these revelations, glancing at Draco. Finally understanding why Draco had seemed so off that day, it was the diary's influence. "I did all of this for my new objective. "It's you, Harry," Tom said, stepping closer. Locking eyes with Harry. "Killing mudbloods is no longer my priority. How can a mere infant, devoid of any magical talent, conquer the greatest wizard of all time? How did you survive? Why was Voldemort's power vanquished, leaving you with just a scar?" Tom grew increasingly animated, picking up Harry's discarded wand and pointing it at him. Harry did not recognize Tom as Voldemort. Instead, he asked in confusion, "Why do you care how I survived? What connection do you have to Voldemort?" Tom inscribed his name in the air with the wand. "Voldemort, my past, present, and future." With a flourish, Tom rearranged the letters, spelling out, "I am Voldemort." Chapter 18, The Slaying of the Basilisk. "It's you. You are the heir of Slytherin." Harry grasped the truth, fixing his gaze on Riddle. Riddle readily confirmed, "Of course. You didn't think I would continue to bear my filthy muggle father's name, did you? So, I chose a new name for myself. I know that when I become the greatest wizard in the world, the entire wizarding community will tremble at the sound of it." "No," Harry retorted. "Albus Dumbledore is the greatest wizard. I merely used a fragment of memory to cast Dumbledore aside. He will not leave, for we still have those who remain loyal to him." At that moment, a sharp cry echoed from above, drawing everyone's attention. A magnificent, fiery bird soared towards them, clutching something in its beak. "Fox." The bird dropped its burden into Harry's hands before soaring away in a graceful arc. "Is this what Dumbledore sent to his supporters?" Riddle mocked. "A bird in a tattered hat?" Harry examined the object in his hand, discovering it to be a tattered sorting hat. Draco and Kaya exchanged glances, their expressions reflecting profound disbelief. As they stood momentarily stunned, Riddle approached the statue of Salazar, extending his hand and uttering a string of serpentine words, as if summoning something. "Let us showcase the power of the Dark Lord. The heir of Slytherin shall confront the illustrious Harry Potter." As his words faded, the statue's mouth slowly opened, and a terrifying creature began to emerge. "Run!" Riddle shouted, fanning the flames of fear. "Your parcel tongue won't save you, Harry. It only obeys me." The basilisk roared, pursuing them relentlessly. Kaya, weakened from her earlier curse, found herself lagging behind, on the verge of being overtaken. A daring idea struck her. Perhaps it was worth the gamble. The creature seemed to be focused solely on Harry, so she seized the moment, leaping into a nearby pool and rolling underwater, remaining motionless. This tactic proved effective. The basilisk disregarded her and lunged straight for Harry and Draco, who, unbeknownst to her, had taken each other's hands and were sprinting away together. Disaster struck swiftly. Harry stumbled, his glasses flying off, and Draco fell alongside him, letting out an irritated shout. "Potter, are you a pig? You can trip on flat ground." The basilisk opened its gaping maw, ready to strike, but Harry hastily threw himself over Draco to shield him. Fortunately, at that critical moment, Fox returned, pecking out the basilisk's eyes. Seizing the opportunity, the two quickly scrambled to their feet and, hand in hand, fled. Draco deftly retrieved Harry's glasses and handed them to him. "Thank you," Harry said breathlessly as he donned the glasses. "No," Riddle bellowed in fury. The basilisk's eyes were undoubtedly a formidable weapon, with Fox having blinded it. Its combat prowess had diminished drastically. "Your phoenix may have blinded the basilisk, but it can still hear you," Riddle continued to taunt. In a state of panic, the two dashed into a narrow drainage pipe, where the basilisk, though sightless, pursued them with keen hearing. Kaya turned back to Ginny, only to find her hands and feet colder than ice. "It's futile. You cannot save her. Her death will herald my rebirth," Riddle observed coldly from his elevated position. "You and I are kindred spirits," he added, as if discovering something amusing. "You possess ambition and talent. Why not join me? Together, we can forge a future for our kind, subjugating all the wretched beneath our feet. What say you?" His voice was like a fine vintage wine, laced with seduction, enticing one to indulge in their deepest desires and succumb. "We are not the same," Kaya retorted, lifting her gaze to him. "At least I understand what love is. I have been loved, whereas you are merely a pitiful creature starved of affection. Then we shall see. You will soon learn that love is the most useless thing in the world." In the pipe, Draco and Harry found themselves in a dead end, a sturdy iron grate sealing their escape, while the basilisk had followed them into the tunnel. Harry forced himself to remain calm, slowing his breath as he pressed down on the trembling Draco, covering his mouth and nose with his hand and signaling for silence. Draco nodded gently. The basilisk's immense body nearly filled the tunnel, and as it listened intently for the slightest sound, it began to crawl forward, sensing their presence. Turning towards the fork where Harry and Draco were hidden, the foul breath of the basilisk billowed forth, and its rows of needle-like fangs were alarmingly close, nearly causing Draco to faint from fear, exacerbated by Harry's tight grip. With his free hand, Harry cautiously picked up a stone and, waiting for the opportune moment, tossed it away, creating a noise that indeed caught the basilisk's attention. Without a second thought, The creature retreated towards the sound. Once its massive form vanished from sight, Harry and Draco breathed a sigh of relief, and without pausing to catch their breath, Harry pulled Draco in the opposite direction of the basilisk. Racing back towards Ginny and Kaya, dropping to his knees beside Ginny, Harry assessed her condition, while Kaya stood by, her expression obscured. Draco, panting heavily, felt a flush rise on his pale cheeks from the exertion, still bewildered about how Harry had survived this long. Was it mere luck? No one could be more unfortunate than he, Draco thought. Stop your futile struggles, Harry. Ginny Weasley will die, and I shall no longer be a mere memory. Voldemort is on the brink of returning, invigorated, he said, his eyes gleaming with a near-maniacal excitement, his voice trembling. With a splash, the basilisk emerged from the pool behind them, letting out a terrifying roar that caused Draco to scream. Harry's chest heaved as he caught a glimpse of something glimmering within the Sorting Hat. He reached in and pulled out a sword, shimmering with golden light. Wow, Draco exclaimed, his scream subsiding. The basilisk lunged at Harry, its gaping mouth poised to bite, but Harry deftly dodged, causing the beast to collide with the stone wall, sending debris flying. Watching Harry falter, Draco felt a surge of urgency and drew his wand, unleashing a barrage of spells at the basilisk. The creature, wounded and enraged, turned its fury upon Draco, but Harry leaped in to push him aside just in time, narrowly avoiding the creature's deadly bite. Climbing up the statue, Harry managed to steady himself, wrapping an arm around Draco's waist to prevent him from falling into the basilisk's jaws as it continued its assault. Thunderous force, he cried, plunging his wand into the water, unleashing a torrent of electricity that coursed through the entire area. The basilisk momentarily halted, and Harry seized the chance to thrust the sword into its upper jaw, piercing through to its brain. The basilisk let out a mournful wail before crashing to the ground. Lifeless. Yet, the threat was far from over. Riddle gazed at the basilisk's contorted corpse, his eyes filled with resentment. Harry withdrew the venomous fang embedded in his arm, blood gushing from the wound. The creature's fangs were laced with potent poison, and after the intense exertion, the toxin rapidly spread through his bloodstream, causing him to collapse onto the ground. Draco watched in horror as a strange, heavy emotion welled up within him, filling his heart, his eyes stung with unshed tears. Upon reflection, he realized that beneath the title of savior, Harry was merely a child. Could it be that he would die here? Potter. Draco knelt beside him, pressing down on Harry's bleeding wound, tearing his own robe to fashion a makeshift tourniquet around Harry's injured arm to slow the spread of the poison. It's all right, Malfoy. Don't worry about me. You need to take your sister and go, Harry murmured, feeling utterly drained, his eyelids heavy. Weakly, he pushed Draco away. Seeing Harry in such a state ignited a flame of anger in Draco. He reached out, trying to pull Harry up. What nonsense are you spouting? Aren't you the renowned savior? Dying in this filthy place would be a jest. I'll take you to Dumbledore. He must have a way to save you. Dumbledore can't save me now. I have only minutes left, Harry replied, his voice barely a whisper, as Riddle coldly interrupted their moment of vulnerability. Soon you will join your filthy muggle mother, Harry. How amusing that a simple diary can cause such grave consequences, Riddle jeered. But Harry suddenly yanked the diary from Ginny's grasp, flipping it open and fiercely stabbing the venomous fang into its pages. No. Riddle shrieked in rage as crimson blood poured forth from the diary, a gaping wound appearing on his chest. He reached out in a futile attempt to stop Harry. But it was too late. Harry relentlessly pierced the diary, and soon Riddle dissipated into nothingness. Ginny's eyes flew open, gasping for air, bewildered as she surveyed her surroundings. Ginny, are you all right? Harry asked with concern. I'm sorry. Those things I did were all me, but I swear, I didn't mean to. Tom Riddle controlled me, she explained. It's all right. Ginny, listen to me. Go with Malfoy and the others through the secret passage. You will find Ron. Before he could finish, Fawkes's voice echoed above them, and everyone looked up to see the Phoenix land beside Harry. You truly are magnificent, Fawkes, Harry praised, a hint of regret in his tone. I was simply too slow. Fawkes leaned his head closer to Harry's injured arm, tilting it slightly as tears dripped down, each drop creating a wisp of white mist upon contact with the wound. Miraculously, the area where the tears fell began to heal instantaneously, leaving no trace behind. Harry felt his strength returning in full, realizing the extraordinary properties of Phoenix tears had even neutralized the poison. St. Potter, Draco, who had been submerged in sorrow, felt a wave of melancholy dissipate, compelling him to voice a sarcastic remark. It's all over now, Harry said with a light-hearted tone, tinged with the relief of having survived an ordeal. Let us focus on how to return, Draco coldly interjected, dousing their optimism. Ultimately, a comical scene unfolded. Amazing. It seems like magic. Fawkes emerged from below, accompanied by a group, with Lockhart dangling from beneath him, exclaiming in disbelief as they soared towards Hogwarts Castle. In the headmaster's office, Harry, Ron, and Draco stood in a line with heads bowed, while Kaya observed with arms crossed. Ginny had been taken to the hospital wing due to her weakness and was absent from this gathering. You should understand that in the past few hours, you have violated nearly dozens of school rules, which is sufficient for the school to expel you. We're sorry, Professor. They offered no further defense, accepting their fault dutifully, including Draco. However, your actions, Dumbledore continued, reigniting hope in the trio, are enough for you to receive the Special Contribution Award from Hogwarts. Upon hearing this, smiles broke out on their faces. Mr. Weasley, Dumbledore said, producing a letter to hand to Ron. Please have an owl deliver this document to Azkaban. I believe it's time to summon our Keeper of Keys back. Perhaps it's best not to, Draco murmured quietly, as Ron departed the headmaster's office. Dumbledore turned his attention to Draco and Kaya. Miss Malfoy, I believe there is something on the third shelf of the last row of books that may belong to you. You might want to take a look. Draco and Kaya exchanged a knowing glance and made their way over. Harry, I must first thank you. Your loyalty in the Chamber of Secrets must have summoned Fawkes to your side. Dumbledore approached Harry, adding, and I sense you were troubled by something. Hesitating, Harry finally spoke. I've noticed I seem to share certain traits with Tom Riddle. Dumbledore recognized that Harry was troubled by the issue of Parseltongue and comforted him. When Harry questioned his belonging to Gryffindor, Dumbledore reassured him, stating that only a true heir of Gryffindor could draw the sword. Harry examined the sword closely, lost in thought. Meanwhile, during their conversation, Draco and Kaya discovered the object Dumbledore mentioned, a locket box, ancient and dusty. Kaya held it in her hands, examining it closely. The design on the box depicted a rose entwined with thorns, exuding a poignant sense of fragility. Is this yours? Draco inquired. Kaya shook her head, opening the locket box with curiosity. Inside was a magically preserved image that animated as the box opened. Kaya appeared in a burgundy gown, the skirt resembling a blossoming rose, holding a bouquet of flowers and smiling innocently under the starlit sky. Seeing this scene brought tears to her eyes. She clutched the locket box tightly, unable to contain her sobs, while Draco sat beside her, unsure of how to comfort her. Was this yours from before? Kaya paused her weeping, adorning the locket box around her neck. Seeing her calm, Draco finally asked, You have a brother? Kaya nodded, her expression melancholic. He is my father's illegitimate son, brought back when I was 14. Before that, I was the sole heir of the Malfoy family, until that night when my father announced he would be the next head of the family. All my years of effort became a mere joke in that moment. My father told me I was a girl, and my only purpose was to wait until adulthood to marry into another pure-blood family to solidify the Malfoy family's status. What nonsense. Draco felt an unprecedented surge of anger, envisioning a rose freely growing, uprooted, and placed in a small vase, only to be discarded by the wayside once it withered, forgotten, and ignored. It's all right, Draco, Kaya reassured him. It's all in the past. I don't mind it now. A small boy picked up the wilted rose, replanted it in the soil, tending to it with care, and in a hidden corner. The rose blossomed anew, flourishing into exquisite blooms. Harry scrutinized the inscription of Godric's name on the sword just as the door to the headmaster's office was forcefully swung open, the noise drawing Harry's gaze. A wizard with golden hair, clad in expensive robes and wielding a serpent-headed wand, strode in with an air of arrogance, followed cautiously by a house elf. Dobby, Harry exclaimed, recognizing him. So, he is your master. You serve the Malfoy family. Lucius glared down at Dobby, gritting his teeth. I will settle the score with you later. He haughtily shoved Harry aside with his wand. Potter, don't obstruct my path. You have indeed returned, Lucius confronted Dumbledore, and the atmosphere grew tense. Initially, Lucius directed his ire at Dumbledore, his words laced with veiled threats, but Dumbledore remained unfazed, calmly replying, Lucius, some board members have said that if they don't agree to my reinstatement, you will curse their entire family. Lucius was momentarily taken aback, vehemently denying his involvement, and swiftly shifted the subject, inquiring, I assume the perpetrator who harmed the students has been apprehended? Dumbledore exchanged a glance with Harry and nodded, yes. Then, Lucius elongated his tone. Who is it? Voldemort, Dumbledore revealed, raising the damaged diary from the desk. This time, he utilized this diary to manipulate others into carrying out his deeds. Lucius, upon seeing the diary, appeared somewhat uneasy, while Dobby discreetly tugged at Harry's sleeve to alert him. Seizing the moment, Dumbledore took a few jabs at Lucius, who found no solace in words and, after a few sarcastic remarks, attempted to leave. Draco and Kaya had hidden behind a nearby shelf the moment Lucius entered, overhearing the entire exchange clearly. Frustrated and seething, Lucius vented his anger by delivering a harsh kick to Dobby as he descended the stairs. Dobby tumbled down, only to be struck again by the wand. Forced to crawl forward on all fours. Unable to bear the sight, Harry suddenly hatched an idea. He grabbed the diary from Dumbledore and hurried after Lucius. Once Lucius had departed, Draco and Kaya emerged from their hiding spot. "Thank you, Professor." Kaya sincerely expressed her gratitude to Dumbledore, who raised an eyebrow in response. Suddenly, a resounding crash echoed from outside the door. Draco cautiously peered out, only to find his father sprawled on the ground, his wand still raised aloft. Dobby stood in front of Harry, arms crossed, brimming with self-satisfaction. "Soon, your fate will mirror that of your parents. Remember my words, Potter," Lucius spat. Leaving in a disheveled state, Draco's jaw dropped. He recalled that his father had been irate for an entire month over this incident, losing quite a bit of hair in the process. After finishing his conversation with Dobby, Harry turned to see Draco standing at the door, his gaze a complex tapestry of emotions. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to," Harry said, scratching his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed for having spoken to his father in such a manner in front of others. "Who cares about you?" Draco rolled his eyes. "I'm exhausted. I need to go rest." In the Great Hall, a jovial atmosphere prevailed. Sir Nick wandered among the students, exchanging greetings, and Hermione had returned, rushing to embrace Harry enthusiastically. In stark contrast to the lively scene at Gryffindor, the Slytherin table was quite the opposite. Kaya appeared half asleep, lethargically attempting to dissect a pumpkin pie with her fork. Draco observed the beaming smiles of the trio across from him and remarked sarcastically, "What a truly enviable friendship." His grip on his knife tightened, as if he wished to slice the plate in half. After Professor McGonagall announced the cancellation of exams, the students erupted in jubilant applause, nearly shaking the very rafters of the hall, with the exception of Hermione, who remained stoically composed. At that moment, Hagrid pushed open the Great Hall doors, grumbling, "Sorry for being late." The owl delivering the message got lost, an incompetent bird named Errol. Amid the laughter and merriment, the second-year saga came to a close. On the return train, Harry searched compartment after compartment for Draco, and finally spotted him in one towards the back. The compartment was packed with people. Crabbe and Goyle flanked Draco, while Zabini sat in a corner by the window, admiring the scenery. Kaya and Pansy were huddled together, whispering secrets, and Theodore stood there, a frown on his face as he regarded the suddenly appearing Harry. Malfoy, I'd like to have a word," Harry said. Draco arched an eyebrow and followed him out. Kaya tugged at Pansy's sleeve, looking somewhat excited, and Pansy nodded enthusiastically. Zabini moved his book aside, bewildered by the girl's behavior, which was utterly perplexing. "What do you want, Scarhead?" Draco drawled lazily, leaning against the carriage wall, his eyes appraising Harry. Harry opened his mouth to speak, hesitated, and finally summoned the courage to say, "You don't actually dislike me that much, do you?" Draco's face flushed slightly, and in an effort to conceal it, he turned his head away and scoffed. "Who said that?" Harry recognized Draco's prideful demeanor and scratched his head, unsure of what to say next. "Am I really that bothersome?" "Not bothersome," Draco muttered quietly, "but not particularly likable either." Although his voice was soft, Harry caught the words and smiled, asking, "So, can I call you Draco?" Draco rolled his eyes. "Don't expect me to call you Harry. If there's nothing else, I'm leaving." Harry waved goodbye. "See you later, Draco." Draco's departing figure froze, and he turned back only to find that Harry had already vanished from sight. Chapter 20, Happy Birthday. At Malfoy Manor, Draco was fervently scribbling at his desk, the start of term imminent, and his assignments still unfinished. He had thought that since he had already studied this material in his previous life, writing it out would be a breeze. However, upon picking up the assignments, he realized just how mistaken he was. Too much time had passed, and he had forgotten how to articulate his thoughts. 2 roles remained unwritten. Frustrated, he ruffled his meticulously styled platinum blonde hair, causing it to become disheveled, resembling Harry's perpetual messy mop. Kaya was leisurely savoring a freshly brewed cup of coffee, the rich aroma wafting through the air as sunlight streamed through the window, warming her in a delightful embrace. "How did you finish your paper so quickly?" Draco inquired, perplexed. Kaya set down her tea set, propping her chin on her hand, stirring her silver coffee spoon languidly. "Because that history is not far removed from me. I do not need to rely on the accounts of future generations to grasp that incomplete past. If I wished, I could even reconstruct many of its details for you." Draco gently tapped his head, having forgotten that a living history book was right beside him. "You should have mentioned that earlier. I've been pulling my hair out over this." Kaya shrugged. "You didn't ask." Having completed his paper, the evening was drawing near. Watching the sun set, Draco stretched, gathering his finished assignments, and stood by the window to admire the sunset, only to find Kaya's inquisitive gaze upon him. "Today is someone's birthday. Aren't you going to acknowledge it?" she inquired lightly from the doorway. Draco averted his gaze, stubbornly retorting, "Whose birthday? I don't keep track of anyone's birthday. TSK. So heartless. Just last month, they sent you a letter wishing you a happy birthday, along with a plush toy dragon," Kaya teased. Draco's cheeks flushed crimson as he stammered, "I'll send him a thank you gift." "And stop peeking at me." Kaya raised her hands in mock surrender. I'm innocent. I merely happened to pass by. You left the door open, grinning like a fool. It's hard not to notice you. Harry, having unwrapped the gifts Ron and the others had sent him, was grinning widely when a gray owl fluttered in through the window, landing beside him with 2 small parcels tied to its leg. Harry had never seen this owl before and had no clue to whom it belonged, but its haughty demeanor hinted at its lineage. Upon unwrapping the parcels, he found a card wishing him a happy birthday, the words causing him to chuckle. Congratulations on surviving another year, Scarhead. Harry could easily picture the disdainful expression on the writer's face as they penned the card. Inside was also a wooden box, which, when opened, revealed a stunning brooch shaped like a golden snitch, glimmering brightly. Harry couldn't resist picking it up to admire. It was, without a doubt, the best gift he had received this year. The other parcel came from Miss Malfoy, containing a petite cake, just the right size for one person. Harry picked up the accompanying spoon and took a small bite, nearly jumping in surprise at the taste. After a struggle to swallow the mouthful, he set the cake down, unwilling to continue eating, as it was evident that the baker had confused sugar with salt. The morning dawned bright and cheerful. After finishing his morning routine, Draco made his way to the dining room, where Narcissa was directing the house elves to set the breakfast table. Lucius sat nearby, engrossed in the Daily Prophet. Good morning, Father. Mother, he greeted, taking his seat to prepare for breakfast. Kaya entered shortly thereafter, and Narcissa affectionately pinched her cheek, bestowing a gentle kiss to her. As Draco sliced into his bacon, he overheard Lucius and Narcissa discussing. Sirius Black has escaped from Azkaban. Narcissa, having not heard news of her cousin in quite some time, paused momentarily before replying coolly, his fate is of no concern to us. There's no need to dwell on him. Lucius nodded in agreement, choosing not to elaborate further. Who is Sirius Black? Kaya asked, closing the door behind her. Draco explained that he was his mother's cousin, thus considered their uncle by relation. However, due to his rebellious nature, he had been disowned by the family. Interestingly, he was also Potter's godfather, and it was rumored that he had betrayed the Potters to the Dark Lord, which led to Harry becoming an orphan. Is that true? Draco nodded, stating, that's what I believed back then. However, the outcome was unexpected. Harry claims he was wronged, and the true traitor was Peter Pettigrew, who faked his own death and shifted the blame onto Sirius Black. Should we reveal the truth to Harry? Kaya inquired, tilting her head to look at him. Draco shook his head. He wouldn't believe us. This matter is beyond our understanding, and we have no idea where Pettigrew is. He only reappeared when the Dark Lord returned. The Black family, Kaya murmured, moving to the window and taking a deep breath. My brother was a Black until his return, she reminisced. His mother hailed from the Black family, and it was rumored that she and my father were childhood friends. However, my father married my mother, and his mother refused to marry anyone else, even bearing him. Upon his return, he changed his surname to Malfoy, but I couldn't find his name in the Malfoy family tree. Draco quietly stood beside her. Do you not resent him? He has taken everything from you. Kaya shook her head, a serene smile gracing her lips. He has never wronged me. He could not control his lineage, and that is not his fault. He is a good person who stood up to our father for the injustice done to me, even severing ties with his mother to protect me. He has done everything he could, and I wish to seek out the traces he has left behind. I will assist you, Draco offered. Thank you, Dre. Soon. The school term was approaching, and Hogwarts had sent a letter requesting parental consent for a trip to Hogsmeade, along with a list of required books. Draco suddenly recalled that Harry was orphaned, and his Muggle relatives treated him poorly. In his previous life, whenever everyone visited Hogsmeade, Harry was the solitary figure watching from afar, looking utterly forlorn. What are you pondering? Kaya waved the book list in front of him, urging him to snap out of it. Let us go to Diagon Alley to purchase the books. Chapter 21, The Dementor. School starts tomorrow. Dear Dre, it seems we are unprepared. Kaya and Draco stood on the bustling streets of Diagon Alley, thronged with students eager for the new term. Wow. Draco, after taking just a few steps, found himself halted before the Quidditch shop, unable to move. There, a platform showcased the coolest broomstick ever, the Firebolt. As a Quidditch enthusiast, Draco was irresistibly drawn to it. Just as he had been in his past life, when Harry's Firebolt had ignited his envy. He had pleaded with Lucius for it, but to no avail. This thought stirred a twinge of jealousy within him. Why was that boy always so fortunate? Inside the bookstore, chaos reigned. Several copies of monsters and their creators had burst forth, wreaking havoc and leaving shredded pages strewn about. The staff struggled to recapture them and secure them back into their cages, finally breathing a sigh of relief, yet not having a moment to rest. Sir, please fetch us 2 copies of the monster books. Under the staff's watchful gaze, Draco and Kaya exited Flourish and Blots with 2 bags of books in hand. Hey, Draco, would you like to buy a pet? Kaya pointed excitedly to the magical menagerie. Draco shook his head. I have no interest in animals. Then accompany me to select one. I wish to have a pet. Draco nodded in agreement. following her into the shop. Damn! Draco couldn't help but exclaim as a mouse darted past his feet, nearly underfoot, before he could even register it. Scabbers! A red-haired boy rushed out of the shop, colliding with Draco and knocking him to the ground. Draco felt as though a small mountain had landed on him, and Harry, following closely behind, quickly pulled Ron off Draco, lifting the disgruntled boy from the floor. Draco clutched his sore chest, glaring fiercely at Ron, his eyes almost ablaze. Weasley, I swear I will kill you. Without time to respond, Ron dashed off in search of his rat. Harry observed Draco, noting how much he had grown over the summer, his complexion appearing significantly better. Are you all right? Harry looked around to ensure he wasn't injured before feeling slightly reassured. I'm fine, Draco replied, somewhat irritated. What was that insane rodent doing? Harry scratched his head. He didn't mean to. I'll have him apologize to you. Draco waved his hand dismissively. Forget it. I can't be bothered to argue with a fool. The shop was filled with an unpleasant odor. The multitude of animals created a cacophonous atmosphere in the cramped space. With cages densely packed, Kaya dashed around, visibly intrigued. She first poked a stationary tortoise by the window, then tapped on the glass of an orange venomous snail, before being drawn to a display of colorful kittens, ultimately locking her gaze on a small glass tank in the corner. Inside was a sleek, black Mexican king snake. Coiled up and motionless, Kaya tapped on the tank wall, prompting the creature to stir, extending its head, hissing and flicking its tongue against the glass, leaving an imprint on Kaya's palm. It seems to like you, Hermione remarked, cradling a sullen ginger cat as she watched from behind. Indeed, I am quite pleased with it. This is the one. After making her purchase, Kaya eagerly opened the tank and released the snake, which gracefully climbed onto her hand, wrapping around her arm and resting its head on her shoulder, remaining calm and still. Moments later, Ron and Harry returned from outside, Ron cradling his small, ugly rat as if it were a long-lost treasure. Upon entering, Ron felt a chill run down his back and looked up to meet three dark, piercing gazes, two from the Malfoy siblings and one from Hermione's large cat. Just then, a pair of icy eyes emerged from behind Kaya, revealing the glossy black snake hissing at him. Ron hastily shoved Scabbers into his pocket, too frightened to take it out again. Observing this, Harry nudged Ron with his elbow, reminding him of what he had just said. Dejected, Ron approached Draco, lowering his head to apologize. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. Draco proudly lifted his chin, snorting dismissively. This time, I shall let it slide. Kaya, let us depart. It seems the black is quite interested in that rat. Kaya pointed at the snake's head, which flicked its tongue at her as if in response. Black? That's the name I just gave it, she replied, gesturing to the snake. It truly is quite dark. Draco commented, recalling the rat. Don't concern yourself with that ugly creature. It will soon meet its end, Draco remarked nonchalantly. And? Ron asked, bewildered. Draco nodded. After third year, Weasley stopped bringing that hideous rat around. It likely perished. The following morning, Lucius and Narcissa escorted their children to King's Cross Station, where the train loomed, exhaling plumes of thick smoke amidst a bustling crowd. Once aboard, Draco and Kaya settled into a compartment at the rear. As soon as they entered, Kaya opened the cage, allowing Black to crawl onto her shoulder, where he remained motionless, lacking any vitality. Crabbe and Goyle soon joined them, entering one after the other, and Kaya felt the once spacious compartment suddenly constricted by their imposing figures, rendering the air almost scarce. Hey, what are you doing here? Pansy exclaimed as she squeezed into the compartment, unceremoniously taking a seat beside Kaya, pushing Draco aside. What about Blaise? Draco inquired. Don't mention it, Pansy scoffed. He's probably off with some girl. The train sped northward, and around 3 or 4 in the afternoon, rain began to fall, blurring the undulating mountains outside. As Draco gazed out at the rain-soaked scenery, his thoughts drifted. In a previous life, he had been scouring the compartments with Crabbe and Goyle, merely to taunt Harry with some barbed remarks. In retrospect, it seemed utterly childish and ridiculous. The rain intensified, and the sky darkened. The howling wind caused the train to decelerate, and suddenly, the lights in the aisle flickered on. Draco felt a pang of foreboding as the train came to a halt. A cacophony echoed from afar, reminiscent of luggage tumbling from its racks, before the lights extinguished, plunging them into darkness. Do not move, stay seated, Draco commanded calmly, suspecting that Dementors had boarded to conduct a search. With a flick of his wand, he cast a Lumos charm, illuminating the compartment just as a tall, imposing figure lingered at the door, a grayish-white hand, resembling decaying flesh, slowly pushing it open. The Dementor inhaled deeply, the surrounding air seemingly drawn into its presence, emitting a ghastly rattling sound. An icy chill enveloped it, piercing like a dagger into Draco's heart. It felt as though hands were dragging him down, and a distant, shrill laughter echoed, shrill as if someone were pinching its nose. Expecto Patronum. A silvery serpent erupted from the tip of Draco's wand, baring its fangs as it lunged at the Dementor. Chapter 22. The Start of Term. The Dementor turned and drifted away. Harry! A scream erupted from the adjacent compartment. When Draco awoke, he found himself seated next to Harry, and Professor Lupin handed him a large piece of chocolate. Have some. It will make you feel much better. Harry also regained consciousness, receiving a piece of chocolate as well. They exchanged bewildered glances, each mirroring the other's confusion. I had Crabbe bring you over. Kaya leaned against the doorframe. You startled me. Fortunately, I heard them say Harry had fainted, so I thought it best to put you two together. I truly appreciate it. Draco gritted through clenched teeth, then took a fierce bite of the chocolate, astonished to feel warmth surging within him. Miss Malfoy, may I pose a question? Lupin inquired gently. How did you fend off the Dementor? The Patronus charm. Of course, Professor. You should know that, Kaya replied. Lupin seemed incredulous. Few wizards can master that spell. Especially at your age, it is truly remarkable. It was taught to me by a great witch, Kaya reminisced. However, she is no longer with us. I inherited many ancient spells from her. That is indeed a great loss, Lupin expressed with sincere regret. At last, the train arrived at its destination, and everyone disembarked, boarding the carriages bound for the castle. The carriage carried a musty odor, not particularly pleasant, accompanied by a cacophony of animal sounds. Upon reaching the school, they ascended the stone steps, passing through the grand oak doors into the spacious entrance hall, where a marble staircase led upward. The great hall was alive with activity, filled to capacity at the long tables of the four houses. Dumbledore rose to address the students. Welcome back to Hogwarts, everyone. Before you indulge in the delectable feast and succumb to a stupor, I have a few matters to clarify. He informed the students that Dementors would guard every entrance to Hogwarts this term, cautioning them against wandering the grounds indiscriminately. After all, Dementors cannot distinguish between pleas for mercy and explanations. Once ensnared, the consequences could be dire. I trust that our esteemed student leaders will oversee every pupil responsibly. Percy Weasley at the Gryffindor table puffed out his chest, exuding arrogance, prompting a disdainful exclamation from Draco. Dumbledore shifted topics. Let us speak of something more pleasant. I am delighted to welcome 2 new professors to our ranks this term. Professor Lupin has graciously agreed to fill the vacancy in the Defense Against the Dark Arts position. Let us extend a warm welcome to him. A smattering of applause filled the hall, while Professor Snape at the staff table glared at Lupin with an intensity that suggested deep-seated enmity. What is wrong with Professor Snape? Kaya nudged Draco's arm. He's been eager to teach defense against the dark arts. We all know that. Yet today, his reaction seems rather excessive, Draco muttered quietly. Feeling Snape's piercing gaze bore into him, nearly causing him to bury his face in his plate. Honestly, I think that position has its merits. I might apply to teach defense against the dark arts after I graduate, Kaya said, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she gazed at Lupin as if he were a succulent bone. Why? Draco could not fathom what was so special about that position. Because only those who understand dark magic know how best to defend against it, Kaya explained. I suspect Professor Snape shares my sentiment. Let us welcome Rubeus Hagrid. Dumbledore led the applause, announcing Hagrid's appointment as the new Care of Magical Creatures professor, while he continued as the keeper of keys and grounds. The applause from the Gryffindor side was fervent. I can't comprehend the delight. Dumbledore must have lost his mind. This fellow hardly seems suited to be a teacher. Draco quietly criticized. You seem to dislike him, Kaya observed. Draco raised an eyebrow in tacit agreement. In his past life, this fool had introduced students to the dangerous hippogriffs during their very first lesson, resulting in Draco being injured. Just recalling it made his arm ache. Dumbledore announced the commencement of the feast, and before them, goblets and plates filled with an abundance of food and drink appeared. Famished from a day of travel, the students quickly began to feast. Once satisfied, they returned to their dormitories. The following morning, as Harry, Ron, and Hermione entered the Great Hall for breakfast, they encountered Draco, who received a casual greeting from Harry. Draco's response was rather cool. He gave a slight nod before making his way to the Slytherin table. Kaya handed him the new timetable, and upon glancing at it, his brow furrowed. What's wrong? Noticing his troubled expression, Kaya leaned in to examine his schedule. This afternoon, there was Hagrid's class, and truthfully, Draco had no desire to attend. I think I shall take a leave this afternoon. At lunchtime, Draco gazed across the table at the Gryffindor side, where 3 individuals appeared to be engaged in an animated discussion. I overheard Ginny mention that Harry and his companions had just attended their first divination class, explained Kaya. This year, it was Potter's turn to receive a death omen. Wasn't it? Draco had already surmised what had transpired, as the news had spread like wildfire. He will not perish, Draco asserted confidently, every year. Trelawney predicts the demise of a student, and this time, it is foolish Potter's fate. Indeed, that is the case, Kaya nodded in agreement. After lunch, the rain ceased, and the sky donned a refreshing shade of light gray, with the grass, now damp from the rain, yielding pleasantly underfoot. A group of them made their way outside the castle, heading towards Hagrid's hut. How strange, Harry murmured, prompting Ron to turn and follow his gaze. Noticing that he was staring at the Slytherin team. Hey, Ron said, waving his hand in front of Harry's eyes. What are you looking at? Draco hasn't come, has he? It was then that Ron realized the conspicuous platinum head was indeed absent from the Slytherin ranks. The remaining platinum head was seen walking alongside Pansy. The two hulking figures, Crabbe and Goyle, flanked them, while further back stood Zabini, engaged in conversation with a beautiful girl. Theodore scanned the crowd, failing to spot Draco, which stirred a sense of concern within him, prompting him to seek out Kaya. Harry observed him speaking with Kaya, and after their exchange, Theodore cast a lingering glance at Harry, leaving him somewhat perplexed. Chapter 23, The Hippogriff. Once Nott had moved away, Harry seized the opportunity to call out to Kaya. She turned, regarding him with curiosity. Is there something you need, Potter? She inquired. Harry quietly asked, where has Draco gone? Oh, he went to the hospital wing. I heard he was feeling a bit dizzy. You know how he can be, Kaya remarked without any hint of mercy. Kaya, oh, there you are? Pansy exclaimed as she turned around and quickly approached, visibly displeased to find Harry there. She linked her arm with Kaya's, pulling her away from Harry as if he were a repugnant virus. Darling, keep your distance from him. He embodies misfortune. Hagrid stood at the front of his hut, awaiting the students. He was clad in a tattered old moleskin coat, and his enormous dog Fong sat at his feet, wagging his tail impatiently. Hurry up, children. I've prepared some splendid surprises that I guarantee you will adore. I assure you this class will be exhilarating. Hagrid beckoned everyone to follow him. He led the group to a small enclosure, which was completely empty. Now, please open your textbooks, Hagrid instructed. Kaya, looking bewildered, raised her tightly bound book of magical creatures, sensing a hint of menace emanating from it. How do we open it? The surrounding students whispered. The book of magical creatures was far too terrifying to contemplate opening. Harry had bound his tightly, while Pansy used a large metal clip to keep hers shut, and Crabbe and Goyle stuffed theirs into a narrow bag. None of you managed to open your textbooks. Hagrid appeared somewhat disappointed. Everyone shook their heads in unison. Kaya sighed, regretting not allowing Draco to punch her. It would have spared her from attending this class. Hagrid demonstrated how to open the book by stroking its spine, at which point it willingly unfolded. Right then, we need some magical creatures. Just stand still and don't move. I'll be back shortly, Hagrid announced before heading off into the Forbidden Forest. Suddenly, someone screamed, causing Kaya to look up and see a dozen creatures racing towards them. These beasts had the bodies of horses, heads resembling eagles, sharp beaks, and claws as formidable as steel, exuding an air of danger. Hippogriffs. Hagrid waved his hand joyfully, calling out, aren't they magnificent? He began instructing them on how to interact with the hippogriffs. They were proud creatures, and it was imperative not to offend them. One must bow first, and if they bowed in return, one could then approach to pet them. Otherwise, retreat quickly, as it could be perilous. Who wishes to go first? Hagrid inquired. But everyone instinctively took a step back, their movements synchronized, reluctant to take the spotlight. Except for Harry, who turned around only to realize that everyone had retreated, leaving him standing alone, bewildered. Hagrid looked at him with an imploring gaze, sending shivers down Harry's spine. With no other choice, he climbed over the fence and approached. Gryffindor. Commendable courage. Kaya shook her head, clearly disapproving of his actions. However, to everyone's astonishment, Harry succeeded. The hippogriff, named Buckbeak, lowered its front knee in a gesture of respect. Encouraged by Hagrid, Harry mounted Buckbeak, and they soared around the enclosure before returning to the ground. Well done, Harry. His classmates cheered. Let's give it a try too, Pansy. Kaya urged, pulling Pansy over the enclosure, eager to find a hippogriff to test their luck. The students in the enclosure nervously bowed, while Neville repeatedly backed away from his hippogriff, which seemed unwilling to bow. Hermione and Ron had chosen a reddish-brown one, while Harry watched as Kaya and Pansy circled a stunning pink hippogriff. Theodore stood before Buckbeak, surveying the magnificent creature with his calm, dark gaze. He bowed to Buckbeak, who promptly returned the gesture. Theodore reached out to touch its beak, a faint smile gracing his lips as he murmured in a voice only he could hear. It fears you, you fearsome beast. Suddenly, Buckbeak went berserk, its razor-sharp claws flashing dangerously. Theodore recoiled, clutching his arm as he staggered back, while Hagrid quickly stepped forward, warding off Buckbeak, who was poised to attack again. Although Theodore pressed his hand against the wound, blood continued to flow freely, eliciting gasps of shock from the surrounding students. He remained composed, as though the injury were not his own. Quickly, take him to the hospital wing, Hermione urged anxiously. Hagrid, jolted back to reality, attempted to grab Theodore to escort him, but he deftly evaded him. I will go to the hospital wing myself, Theodore replied coldly. Perhaps, Professor, you should contemplate how to explain this to my father. With that, He turned and walked towards the castle, blood dripping from his fingertips, leaving a conspicuous trail behind. "My goodness," Pansy exclaimed, still in shock. "That was far too dangerous. Let's head back to the common room." Kaya took her hand, leading her and the other Slytherins towards the dungeons. And that is how it went. Pansy embellished the tale for Draco, recounting the events with a hint of trepidation as she patted her chest. Draco felt a buzzing in his head, the familiar plotline leaving him disoriented. His expression akin to someone suffering from a toothache, prompting Kaya to catch a whiff of gossip in the air. "You anticipated something would go awry, so you stayed away?" Kaya whispered. Draco nodded, still shaken, pointing to his arm. "I do not wish to describe the pain." Soon, not returned, bandaged up, though his face appeared somewhat pale. He seemed to be in relatively good health. It would be prudent to have that hulking brute expelled. The Slytherins gathered in the lounge, and someone proposed a suggestion that was quickly met with unanimous agreement. Draco poked at his arm, wrapped like a dumpling, and furrowed his brow, inquiring, "It must hurt terribly." Theodore shook his head, smiling as he replied, "It's manageable. I can endure it." That thoughtless professor shouldn't bring such dangerous creatures to class again. During potions class on Thursday morning, Snape instructed them to concoct a shrinking solution. While Harry sliced daisy roots, he absent-mindedly gazed over at the Slytherins. Not, leveraging his injury, sidled up to Draco, seeking his assistance with the assignment. Draco kindly prepared the necessary materials for him. Although it was somewhat exhausting, he considered himself fortunate compared to Theodore, who was unable to use his arm. In a previous life, it was Draco himself who had been injured, deliberately making Harry and Ron assist him with potion ingredients to vex them. Reflecting on it now, how the tides have turned. "Thank you for your efforts, Draco," Theodore murmured. Draco smiled in response. "No worries, just focus on healing. Leave the rest to me." Chapter 24, The Boggart. Poor Longbottom, Kaya sighed, as she observed Neville flustered across a few cauldrons. For him, Professor Snape was a veritable nightmare, causing his potion's performance to languish at the bottom and resulting in utter chaos. The correct potion color should have been a vibrant green, yet now it was a sickly orange. "Longbottom, how did you manage that?" "It only requires a mouse's spleen. Did I not make myself clear? Just a drop of leech juice is sufficient. How else can I explain this to you?" Snape's ire was palpable. Neville's face flushed crimson, his eyes glistening with the threat of tears. "Professor, perhaps I could attempt to assist Neville in correcting it," Hermione suggested, unable to bear Neville's distress. Clearly, this was a foolish endeavor, as Snape's expression darkened further. "I do not recall inviting you to showcase your prowess, Miss Granger," Snape said ominously. "Longbottom, at the conclusion of this class, administer a few drops of your potion to your toad and observe the outcome. Perhaps it will motivate you to brew correctly." Only after Snape departed did Neville dare to take a breath. "Help me," he implored helplessly, while those around him averted their gazes, none willing to confront Professor Snape unless they were courting disaster. Draco successfully brewed his potion, packed up his belongings, and discreetly moved behind the sweat-drenched Neville, lowering his voice to offer subtle guidance on how to avoid poisoning his unfortunate toad. As class drew to a close, Snape seized Neville's toad, pinching its mouth open, and with a small spoon, scooped the dubious liquid from Neville's cauldron, pouring it into Trevor's mouth. Suddenly, with a plop, Snape's palm was adorned with a wriggling tadpole. The Gryffindors erupted in cheers, but Snape, displeased, retrieved a small vial from his robe and restored Trevor to his original form. 5 points from Gryffindor. The smiles vanished from the faces of the Gryffindors. "I warned you not to assist him, Miss Granger." Class dismissed. 5 points from Gryffindor for merely brewing the potion correctly. "Hermione, why didn't you offer a disingenuous defense, claiming Neville did it all himself?" Ron turned around, only to find Hermione had vanished. "She was just here," Ron exclaimed, bewildered. Harry, unsure of how to respond, could only remind Ron, "Well, actually, it was Draco who helped Neville. I just saw him behind Neville, advising him." But Snape didn't see it and assumed it was Hermione. "Malfoy!" Ron shrieked. "This world must be going mad." "Calm down, Ron," Harry reassured him. "You're just a bit biased against him. Listen to me, Harry. Malfoy must be up to something. He is definitely up to no good." At that moment, Draco, flanked by Crabbe and Goyle, strolled past, catching sight of Ron's horrified expression, prompting him to furrow his brow. "Weasley, what foul things are you saying about me now?" Draco's instincts told him that Ron was concocting some tale. "Nothing, just enjoying the lovely weather." "Ha." Harry scratched his head awkwardly, attempting to defuse the tension, having nearly been overheard disparaging Draco. In the afternoon, Professor Lupin's first defense against the dark arts class commenced. To their surprise, the Slytherin students accompanied them to class, resulting in a somewhat noisy atmosphere. Professor Lupin entered with a gentle smile, his shabby attire, riddled with patches, led Draco to once remark that even his house elf was better dressed. Kaya wholeheartedly agreed. At least their clothes bore no patches. Lupin announced that the class would be practical, instructing everyone to bring their wands and follow him. The students exchanged curious glances, having never participated in a practical lesson, save for the previous year when Lockhart had unleashed a cage of Cornish pixies, leaving them with lingering apprehension. "All right, follow me," he said, leading the students through the empty corridors and around a corner, where they immediately spotted Peeves jamming chewing gum into the nearest keyhole. "Loony Lupin, the mad fool," Peeves screeched, typically more restrained in his antics towards professors, but seemingly emboldened this time. Professor Lupin remained unperturbed, still smiling, though Peeves showed no regard for his well-meaning advice. Lupin drew his wand, saying, "Watch closely. This is a very useful little spell. Wadawasi." He raised his wand, aiming at Peeves, and the gum shot like a bullet into Peeves' nostril, causing him to curse and flee. This display earned Lupin the students' respect. Professor Lupin guided them to the staff room, cluttered with old chairs, where Professor Snape sat brooding, glaring at them. Neville trembled at the sight, prompting a cold huff of discontent from Snape as he rose and strode past them, his black robes billowing behind him. As he departed, he couldn't resist delivering a few sharp words to Neville, whose face flushed with embarrassment. In the room stood an old wardrobe, ominously shaking as if it contained something dreadful, incessantly banging against the wall. Don't be afraid. It's merely a boggart," Lupin reassured them. "This boggart was moved here just yesterday afternoon. I requested the headmaster to leave it for our lesson. They generally prefer dark, confined spaces, which suit their nature." Lupin then asked, "Can anyone tell me what a boggart is?" Hermione eagerly raised her hand, ever the scholar. "It's a shape-shifting creature. It becomes whatever we fear most." "Correct. Very well said," Lupin commended. "No one knows its true form, meaning that when I release it, it will transform into our greatest fear. It is precisely this characteristic that affords us an advantage. Who can tell me what that advantage is?" "Harry," Lupin called, pointing to him. Hermione raised her hand high beside Harry, who, uncertain of the answer, braced himself to give it a try. Faced with such a multitude, it found itself at a loss as to what it should become. "Quite right. Fortunately," he answered correctly. "To vanquish the boggart, we require formidable willpower and extraordinary imagination. Next, I shall impart a spell to confront the boggart. Please recite it with me." "Ridiculous, ridiculous." The entire class echoed, "Ridiculous, ridiculous." "Excellent." Professor Lupin selected Neville, who, trembling, advanced to the front, his legs shaking more violently than a wardrobe. "Fear not, Neville," Professor Lupin gently reassured him. "What is it that frightens you?" Neville stammered, "Professor Snape." The class erupted in laughter, and a faint smile crept across Professor Lupin's face, as if he had recalled something amusing. "Do not blink, a spectacle awaits," Draco whispered conspiratorially to Katia, his voice barely audible to the two of them. "You will witness an unforgettable scene." Chapter 25, The Fear Within. "I recall that you live with your grandmother. Is that correct, Neville?" Professor Lupin inquired. Neville awkwardly nodded, then quickly shook his head, stating, "But I do not wish for the boggart to take the form of my grandmother." "No," Professor Lupin replied, his smile widening. "What does your grandmother typically wear?" "She always dons that tall hat adorned with a taxidermied vulture, a long lace dress, and a scarf made of fox fur," Neville reminisced. "And a handbag, correct?" Professor Lupin prompted. Neville affirmed, "Indeed, a large red handbag." Professor Lupin then turned to the class, declaring, "If Neville succeeds, the rest of you must ponder what terrifies you, for the boggart will shift its focus to you. Remember, envision your fear as something humorous." The classroom fell silent. Draco was acutely aware of what frightened him most, the terrifying demon with a serpent's visage, which sent shivers down his spine. What could he possibly transform it into? Draco fell into contemplation. "Are you all prepared?" Professor Lupin's wand emitted a shower of sparks as it struck the doorknob, causing the cupboard door to swing open. Out strode Professor Snape, with his hawk-like nose, glaring menacingly at Neville. Neville swallowed hard, raising his wand. "Ridiculous, ridiculous." Snape abruptly halted, suddenly garbed in a frilly dress, complete with a high hat and a moth-eaten vulture perched atop it, clutching a large red handbag. The classroom burst into uproarious laughter, and Draco doubled over, clutching his stomach at the absurdity he witnessed. Next, Parvati. Parvati stepped forward, and the boggart morphed into a mummy wrapped in bandages, which promptly unraveled and tripped over itself. Seamus. The boggart transformed into a long-haired banshee, emitting a shrill scream, which Seamus promptly silenced by gripping her throat. Ron. A spider, towering at 6 feet and covered in hair, lunged at Ron, who shouted, "Ridiculous, ridiculous." Immediately, all the spider's legs vanished, rolling twice before landing at Harry's feet. As Harry raised his wand, Professor Lupin interjected, lazily uttering, "Ridiculous, ridiculous." The silvery orb morphed into a deflated balloon, floating towards Katia. As the boggart began to contort once more, a twisted-faced, blond middle-aged man lay on the ground, blood seeping from beneath him, his wide eyes fixed on Katia, filled with disbelief. "Ah!" Katia suddenly screamed, covering her ears in a frenzy. Sensing the impending danger, Draco swiftly pulled her behind him, shielding her. The boggart transformed again, this time into a pallid, snake-faced man, tall and thin, resembling a skeleton. A chorus of terrified screams erupted around them. Professor Lupin rushed forward, successfully locking the boggart back into place. Well then, today's lesson concludes here. For homework, please read the chapter about boggarts and summarize it in simple terms. That will suffice, due on Monday. Draco and the others were still in shock, while Katia clung tightly to Draco's arm, her nails digging into his flesh, and Draco, seemingly impervious to the pain, stared blankly ahead. Their states were far from ideal, and Professor Lupin grew concerned, allowing the other students to depart first, while Harry lingered behind. "Mr. Malfoy? Miss Katia? Are you both all right?" Professor Lupin tentatively inquired. Draco snapped back to reality. "I'm fine, Professor." "Katia?" Draco exclaimed, prying her hand away. "We should take her to the hospital wing." Madame Pomfrey administered the potion, and Katia quickly fell into a deep slumber. Draco stood by her bedside, exhaling in relief. "She will have sweet dreams, and should feel much better upon waking. Do not worry. She merely experienced a sudden shock, temporarily losing her bearings." Once Madame Pomfrey finished tidying up, she departed with her tray, leaving Harry still present, as Professor Lupin asked him to stay for a moment. "You, Harry," he pondered. "Why did you see that person?" "What?" Draco feigned ignorance, reluctant to engage with the question. Harry pressed on. "Voldemort." At the mention of that name, Draco's body shuddered slightly. "Do not speak that name." "I apologize," Harry replied. "I meant the Dark Lord. But why does he appear so differently in your eyes compared to my memories?" Indeed, Harry's impression of Voldemort was limited to the youthful Tom Riddle and the visage on Professor Quirrell's head. He could not fathom the resurrected Dark Lord's appearance. "I imagined it." Draco concocted an excuse to evade the inquiry. Harry, feeling frustrated, scratched his head. "Perhaps you could try to overcome your fear? Imagine his bald head as a light bulb. Would that make it easier?" Truly, there was no need for such trepidation. Listening to Harry's disjointed remarks, Draco felt a surge of irritation, his lips curling into a sardonic smile. Of course, our illustrious savior, Potter, the valiant conqueror of the Dark Lord. How could he possibly fear a fallen adversary? Surely, he cannot comprehend why anyone would fear a noseless creature, right? Harry, perceiving the biting tone in Draco's words, felt a rush of anger well up within him. He had intended to console Draco, but instead, he was met with disdain. "I apologize. It was my fault for daring to instruct the noble Malfoy heir. How dreadful of me." Frustrated, Harry raked his fingers through his unruly hair. Unwilling to continue the argument with Draco, he stormed out of the hospital wing, silently vowing that if he ever meddled in Malfoy's affairs again, he would cease to be Harry Potter. Draco, equally vexed, found himself bewildered, perhaps influenced by Voldemort, his thoughts a chaotic jumble. And this sensation of losing control was immensely disconcerting. Chapter 26, Fever. As Halloween approached, neither Harry nor Draco exchanged a single word. It was evident to all that they were at odds, yet their conflict lacked the sharpness of their previous encounters. Instead, they resembled mere strangers. Rumor had it that Hogsmeade was bustling, especially with Halloween on the horizon, yet Harry still found himself without permission to visit. Filch stood at the entrance, meticulously checking the list to prevent unauthorized individuals from slipping through the door. Draco stood in line, watching as Harry ascended the marble staircase alone, seemingly heading back to Gryffindor Tower, his silhouette exuding an air of solitude. In the corner of the three broomsticks, Draco and Kaia sat facing each other, deliberately avoiding the company of others, their hands cradling mugs of butterbeer, from which warm vapors rose. A small creature, black, emerged from the satchel slung across Kaia's shoulder, climbing up to perch there, stretching its neck as if intrigued by the butterbeer. Kaia gently pressed its head down with her finger. "You can't drink that, my dear," she admonished. Draco, mildly astonished, pondered, "Doesn't this snake hibernate?" Kaia shook her head. "I'm not sure what SMS, but it certainly seems quite energetic at the moment. By the way, what has been going on between you and Potter lately?" Kaia asked nonchalantly. "You both look like spurned lovers, practically broadcasting. Don't bother me. I'm quite upset." "Not at all," Draco retorted. "It's clearly his fault," he muttered softly. They had meandered around Hogsmeade, a place Draco had frequented numerous times, thus lacking the novelty for him. Although it was Kaia's first visit, her interest was waning, save for a fleeting fascination with Honeyduke's sweet shop. Upon exiting the shop, Draco emerged with 2 bulging bags of sweets, his expression darkening as he inhaled deeply. "Why did you buy so much? Are you even able to finish it all?" Kaia shrugged nonchalantly. "You could share a bit with others. I doubt anyone would refuse. Wouldn't you agree?" Draco, unwilling to engage further, shoved a bag into her arms. Take it. As they passed by Filch on their way back to school, under his watchful gaze, Kaya discreetly slipped a box of honey toffees into his hands. Happy Halloween, Mr. Filch. Clearly taken aback, Filch, usually accustomed to harsh words, now appeared somewhat flustered. Thank you, Miss Malfoy. I wish you a pleasant evening as well. The great hall was adorned with countless floating pumpkins, bats flitting through the air, and numerous fiery orange banners, all suspended from a ceiling that seemed to be brewing a storm. The evening's feast was delightful. Yet Kaya noticed Professor Snape frequently glancing in Professor Lupin's direction. Poking Draco's arm with the handle of her spoon, she whispered, "Why does Professor Snape keep staring at Professor Lupin? Is he planning to assassinate him?" Draco followed her gaze and quietly replied, "The situation is a bit complex. I'll explain it to you later." As they exited the hall, Draco turned back, inadvertently locking eyes with Harry. In that fleeting moment, he discerned that Harry appeared rather content. The flickering fire in the common room's hearth provided a modicum of warmth to the chilly dungeon. Professor Lupin is a werewolf, Draco elucidated, holding a book in his hands, his long fingers turning the pages. Professor Snape is likely concerned he might transform unexpectedly, hence his vigilance. Why didn't you mention this sooner? Kaya lamented. Is there not a single normal person among the Defense Against the Dark Arts teachers? Draco arched an eyebrow, silently conceding to her statement. Suddenly, Zabini hurried in from outside, exclaiming, "There has been an incident at Gryffindor Tower." At his words, both Draco and Kaya turned their heads in unison. What happened? The fat lady's portrait has been torn to shreds, and she has vanished. It's utter chaos over there. Who did it? Kaya inquired. Who else could it be? Not sauntered in from the doorway, Sirius Black. Hurry. The head boy requires all Slytherin students to assemble and return to the Great Hall. Soon, students from all 4 houses gathered together. Dumbledore announced that everyone would need to spend the night in the hall, as the staff would be searching the school. He instructed Professor McGonagall to close the hall's doors and station the head boys and girls at the entrance, with the student council president overseeing order. This is dreadful, Kaya grumbled, dragging her sleeping bag to a corner. The floor is so hard. Draco felt equally uncomfortable. Crabbe and Goyle fell asleep rapidly, their snoring akin to a jackhammer, making it impossible for him to rest. Reluctantly, he dragged his sleeping bag over, forcing Theodore and Blaise to make room for him. After lying down, Draco found sleep elusive. Surrounded by whispers, Percy Weasley stood in the center of the hall, attempting to quiet the crowd, but there were always those who disregarded him. It was unclear how much time passed before Draco finally succumbed to slumber. For a considerable duration, this incident remained the talk of Hogwarts. Students fervently speculating about Harry's demise, as if in their eyes, he were already a corpse. Perhaps due to the discomfort of sleeping on the floor that night. Draco had recently been feeling a chill throughout his body, lacking energy. The first Quidditch match was imminent, and training had intensified. Originally, it was to be Slytherin versus Gryffindor. But due to Draco's injury in a past life, it morphed into a match between Gryffindor and Hufflepuff. Diggory was a formidable opponent, and Harry was set to face him in a fierce battle. Rain had poured incessantly for days, and just before the match, Wood delivered some unfortunate news. What? We're not playing against Slytherin? Wood nodded. Flint claimed their seeker is ill and refused to play us. We'll be facing Hufflepuff instead. What? Everyone wore incredulous expressions. Wood clenched his fists. They must be doing this on purpose, refusing to play in this weather. Malfoy was perfectly fine at practice just days ago. How could he suddenly fall ill? Draco, confined to his sickbed, shared the same thoughts. How could one simply fall ill? He now felt a heavy fog clouding his mind. Disoriented. Upon waking in the morning, he was beset by aches, unable to rise. Kaya had Crabbe and Goyle carry him to the infirmary before heading off to class, leaving him alone. Due to his fever, his complexion was flushed, and he stared vacantly at the ceiling. When Harry entered, he immediately noticed Draco's condition. So unlike his usual sharp-tongued self, now appearing soft and entirely devoid of aggression. Chapter 27, Quidditch Perils. Draco heard footsteps and slowly turned his head, recognizing the visitor, only to turn away in a huff, refusing to look at him. Harry had long since lost his temper. Observing Draco's childish demeanor, he couldn't help but chuckle. I heard you were ill and came to check on you. Yet you're so heartless as to not even glance my way. Draco snorted, his voice thick with congestion. Who wants to look at you, you green-eyed toad? And what are you? A biting ferret? Harry teased, eliciting an indignant response from Draco to go away. Not a chance, Harry said, pulling up a chair to sit by his bedside, reaching out to feel his forehead, which was still quite warm. Draco swatted his hand away, glaring at him. But given his illness, he appeared lacking in ferocity, resembling a soft, young creature. The two lapsed into silence, sharing a moment of tranquility. I'm sorry. Harry broke the stillness. I didn't mean to provoke you. Draco was not angry for the reason he could articulate. He could not quite pinpoint the source of his discontent, merely feeling a tightness in his chest that left him somewhat uneasy. However, upon finding solace in Harry's words, he decided to take the opportunity presented to him. Humph, this young master is magnanimous enough to forgive you, you foolish giant. One day, I shall teach you to curb that mouth of yours, which spews forth such vexing words. Harry, Draco called out suddenly. Recalling that his absence from the competition had previously led Harry to confront the Hufflepuff team, where Diggory proved to be a formidable opponent. Harry seldom heard Draco utter his name, and he instinctively leaned in closer to listen. Why don't you pretend to be ill? That way, you can avoid competing against Hufflepuff, Draco suggested earnestly. Harry shook his head. It's all right. Winning or losing is inconsequential. Giving it your all is the true pleasure. Draco found himself at a loss for how to convey to Harry that he might encounter Dementors during the match, potentially falling from the sky and injuring himself, leaving Draco to watch helplessly as he attended classes. Draco? When Kaya arrived, she found him lost in thought. She placed a bag full of food on the nightstand and waved her hand in front of his eyes. What's wrong? You seem distracted. Harry's here. Draco finally snapped back to reality. What does he want? To plead tearfully for you to reconcile? Kaya remarked as she brought forth a steaming bowl of pumpkin porridge. What are you thinking about? Draco rolled his eyes. He came to apologize. Kaya raised an eyebrow. No wonder you two have been like two icebergs lately. I had no idea you were quarreling. When did this happen? The day you were frightened into the hospital wing by the boggart. Kaya fell silent, her expression darkening. And Draco inwardly chastised himself for his indiscretion. Fortunately, Kaya did not dwell on it and helped him set up a small table for his meal. The pumpkin porridge was sweet and fragrant, and even with a poor appetite due to illness, Draco finished it. Afterward, he resumed staring out the window, lost in thought. What's bothering you? Kaya always had a knack for sensing his unease. Draco nodded slightly. Quidditch, Harry is set to compete against Diggory. Diggory? Kaya rummaged through her memory. Ah, I remember him. He's a tall, handsome fellow, quite charming when he smiles. Draco nodded, acknowledging that Diggory's appearance and character were indeed commendable. He genuinely wished for Diggory's lifelong happiness and safety, despite not knowing him well. Yes, Draco recalled, the day of their match had been tempestuous, and just as the decisive moment arrived, the Dementors appeared, chillingly terrifying, causing Harry to plummet from the sky like a feather. So, you're worried about him? Kaya attempted to comfort him. Perhaps nothing of the sort will happen. Draco felt restless. I cannot help but dwell on these thoughts. Kaya nodded. Maybe I should teach you how to deal with Dementors. It will be useful eventually. Good idea. On the day of the match, fierce winds howled, and thunder cracked. Draco felt as if he might be swept away, but fortunately, Crabbe and Goyle, with their considerable bulk, shielded him with a large umbrella, preventing him from becoming drenched. The conditions on the field were far from ideal. Once the match commenced, Harry wobbled on his broom, his glasses obscured by rain, his entire being soaked. Draco questioned whether he could truly see anything. As the quaffle zipped past Harry, Draco's heart raced, threatening to leap from his chest. Wood called for a halt, requesting a brief intermission. From a distance, Draco observed someone resembling Hermione gently tapping Harry's glasses with her wand, and he slapped his forehead in realization. He could have suggested a waterproof charm. Wood's exuberant demeanor suggested he might embrace Hermione and shower her with affectionate kisses at any moment. Sensing Draco's intense gaze, Harry turned and waved excitedly. But Draco quickly averted his eyes, pretending not to notice. Harry, unfazed, mounted his broom and returned to the field. The match progressed fervently, and Draco noticed Harry suddenly halt, seemingly transfixed by something, remaining utterly still. Following Harry's gaze, Draco saw nothing, until Harry abruptly turned around, having located the golden snitch, and shot forward. Suddenly, a chilling wave enveloped them, a familiar coldness that pierced the soul, wrapping everyone in its grasp. Harry! Someone screamed, as Harry plummeted from approximately 50 feet in the air, akin to a bird with broken wings. Ignoring his recently healed body, Draco dashed forward, but Dumbledore was swifter. He waved his wand, slowing Harry's descent, then cast a Patronus charm to drive away the Dementors, delivering Harry to the hospital wing. They had never seen Dumbledore so furious. Harry's firebolt was whisked away by the wind, landing near the Whomping Willow, shattered into numerous splintered fragments. Draco silently collected the remnants, tucking them into his pocket, feeling a profound sense of loss. Chapter 28, The Black Dog. Draco handed the remnants of the broomstick to Hermione, enduring her gaze that suggested she had much to say. Yet without hesitation, he turned to leave. Hey, Hermione called after him. Aren't you going to come in and see him? Draco paused momentarily before shaking his head. No, I have more pressing matters to attend to. Hermione could only watch as he disappeared around the corner. Are you sure this one to be discovered? Kaya and Draco, wands raised, cautiously made their way to the 8th floor of the castle. It was eerily spacious and quiet, as if no one had visited in ages. Draco illuminated the path with the tip of his wand, reassuring her, "Do not worry, no one will find us here." In front of a tapestry depicting the giant beating a hapless Barnabas, after passing by 3 times, a smooth door gradually materialized. "Wow, how splendid!" Kaya exclaimed as she followed Draco inside, which resembled a training ground, perfectly suited for their spell practice. Draco remarked, "It's nothing, let us begin." Kaya readily agreed. Withdrawing her wand and instructing, "Watch closely. The incantation is Expecto Patronum." As soon as she spoke, a silvery light erupted from the tip of her wand, taking the form of a silver serpent. A Patronus is the bane of Dementors. It serves as a guardian, standing between you and the Dementor like a shield, Kaya explained. You must concentrate on the happiest memory you can recall. Give it a try. Kaya positioned herself opposite Draco, focusing intently. With a flick of her wand, a tall figure cloaked in a shroud emerged from the tip of her wand and lunged toward Draco. Draco gripped his wand tightly, but before he could utter the incantation, a gust of wind brushed past his face. "Regrettably, dear sir, you have perished," Kaya remarked. "You didn't even manage to cast the spell. Alas, your sudden appearance startled me," Draco muttered in discontent. Who could react in time when something like that suddenly materializes? "It was merely a projection," Kaya shrugged. "All right. Let us try again. Expecto Patronum. Expecto Patronum. Expecto Patronum." After countless attempts, Draco finally witnessed a faint silvery glow emanating from the tip of his wand. "Did you see that?" he exclaimed excitedly. "It worked." Kaya nodded. "That's splendid, but we are still far from achieving the complete form of a Patronus." Draco's enthusiasm quickly waned, and Kaya comforted him with a gentle pat on the shoulder. "Don't be disheartened. Reaching this level on your first try is quite impressive. Just a bit more practice will suffice." Draco's arms were weary, and with time running short, they needed to return. As the holidays approached, the oppressive atmosphere had lightened considerably. In Hogsmeade, Draco donned a fluffy hat and earmuffs, his hands clad in woolen gloves, appearing quite warm as he ambled through the swirling snowflakes. "Am I imagining things?" Kaya pulled a swirl lollipop from her mouth and rubbed her eyes. "Is that Harry? You might not be mistaken. Potter has probably violated enough school rules to circle Hogwarts 10 times over. Sneaking out is nothing," Draco remarked lazily. Kaya nodded in agreement. "You've broken your fair share of rules too. In a certain sense, you two are quite alike." "You're talking nonsense," Draco retorted. "See, you're getting defensive." The pair chose to disregard Harry's whereabouts and headed straight for the Shrieking Shack, where they discovered a dilapidated little burrow. Draco, hearing rustling from within, cautiously leaned down to peer inside, only to meet a pair of cold, piercing eyes. "Ah!" Draco yelped in fright, and Kaya, standing behind him, lightly tapped his head. "You coward, it's just a dog." Upon closer inspection, Draco saw a gaunt black dog curled up inside, its malnourished body covered in dirt, lacking any sheen. "Oh, how pitiful." "It looks like a stray," Kaya observed. Draco then noticed several desiccated mice in the burrow, likely its only source of food. Kaya retrieved a box of chocolates from her bag, but Draco quickly stopped her. "Dogs can't eat chocolate." He then produced a piece of beef jerky from his pocket, waving it enticingly. "Watch this." He threw the jerky a distance away, and the dog cautiously approached, sniffing before devouring it eagerly. "It's quite alert," Kaya praised. She then suggested, "Why don't we take it home as a pet? It will surely freeze outside in this cold." Draco nodded in agreement, waving another piece of jerky in front of the dog, coaxing, "Would you like to come with me? I have plenty of delicious food. I promise you won't go hungry. From now on, you'll be like my own son. I've even thought of a name for you, Harry. Do you like it?" After a lengthy monologue, the black dog seemed indifferent, turning away to lie in another direction, presenting its rear to Draco. "It disdains me." Draco's temper flared as he marched over and yanked on the dog's tail, dragging it towards the exit. "I refuse to believe I can't handle a mere dog." Draco, the dog, surprisingly strong, yanked back, and Draco, unable to maintain his grip, fell face first into the dirt, being dragged several feet before he finally let go. The moment it broke free from Draco's grasp, it darted away, vanishing without a trace. Kaya quickly helped Draco to his feet, and he spit out the dirt from his mouth, brushing off his clothes while grumbling. "Just like Harry, whether human or canine, none of them are any good." "Come now," Kaya retorted. "You always provoke him first, then you turn around and blame him." "Don't speak," Draco shouted. Kaya supported him as they slowly made their way back. Noticing his ankle seemed to be sprained, and he winced with each step. "Oh, take it easy," she advised. "Stop whining," he grumbled, as they trudged back to the school amidst Draco's complaints. In the shadows behind them, a pair of eyes watched their retreating figures with undisguised disdain. The dog glanced back at its tail, noting that Draco's grip had been quite fierce, pulling out quite a bit of fur. Mr. Malfoy, please cease your lamentations. You may leave now, Madame Pomfrey, having endured Draco's moans long enough, finally suggested. I assure you, your foot is just fine. Chapter 29, A Failed Prank. The holidays soon arrived, and Draco and Kaya opted not to remain at school. They needed to return home to spend Christmas with their families. After the house elf Tabi served the freshly roasted chicken at the dining table, he respectfully exited, ensuring to close the dining room door behind him. As Narcissa dined gracefully, she listened quietly as Draco recounted amusing tales from school. Just then, a rapping sound echoed from the window. Tap, tap, tap. Lucius opened the window, and a horned owl delivered a letter before flapping its wings and disappearing into the heavy snowfall. Lucius shut the window tightly and returned to his seat. Oh, the Knott family's owl is always so inconsiderate, he remarked, glancing at the family crest on the envelope. He opened the letter and quickly scanned its contents. Is there something urgent? Narcissa inquired thoughtfully. Lucius shrugged, not particularly, sissy. Just a minor matter. Do you recall the incident with the Knott boy being injured at Hogwarts? Old Knott has written to discuss this issue. What does he propose? He wishes for me to join other board members in petitioning Dumbledore for the expulsion of that oaf. However, Dumbledore is vehemently advocating for that fool's defense. For now, we must settle for demanding the creature's execution. Narcissa nodded. It should have been done long ago. The Knott child is quite unfortunate, having lost his mother at a young age. It must have been challenging for Old Knott to raise him alone. Once they had feasted, Draco reclined contentedly on the sofa, the cozy fire illuminating his face. It seems that Beast will soon face dire consequences, he said gleefully, which will surely sadden the giant. Kaya, not looking up, replied, You seem quite pleased. Indeed, I can hardly wait to see his expression. Let us sneak a peek when they execute that creature, Draco proposed. Absolutely, Kaya agreed readily. But before that, you might want to consider where my Christmas gift is. I haven't prepared anything yet. Draco, a week into the new term. Ravenclaw faced Slytherin, with Slytherin emerging victorious, granting Gryffindor an opportunity. Each night, Kaya secretly trained Draco, not only in the Patronus charm, but also teaching him various useful counter-curses against dark magic. I heard Harry received a firebolt for Christmas, but Professor McGonagall confiscated it. Kaya said as she entered the cellar, and Draco turned to look at her. I had a feeling, he replied lazily, as if his luck could get any better. On the morning of the Gryffindor versus Ravenclaw match, the Great Hall buzzed with more excitement than usual. Professor McGonagall returned the firebolt to Harry, who would use it during the match. Draco feigned indifference as he cast a glance toward Gryffindor's table, where a throng surrounded Harry, who wore an exuberant smile. Draco found it utterly blinding and, without a second thought, left the hall, abandoning his utensils. What is wrong with him? Nate quietly approached and inquired, his demeanor sulking for the past couple of days, rendering me hesitant to engage him for fear of his ire. Kaya lifted a slice of pumpkin pie with her fork. Who knows? Perhaps his hormonal fluctuations are acting up again. The deafening cheers from the pitch resounded as the Ravenclaw team took center stage. Their seeker, Cho Chang, the sole girl on the team, was breathtakingly beautiful, and Harry found himself unable to resist stealing a few glances. Draco, seated in the stands, wore a grim expression as he observed the green-eyed toad fixated on the girl, an inexplicable surge of anger welling within him. Crabbe, Goyle, follow me. Let us engage in something more entertaining, he beckoned, and the two hefty boys obediently trailed him away from the stands. As expected, Harry emerged victorious from the match, embraced by his teammates amidst a cacophony of cheers as he descended from the pitch. Suddenly, three towering figures cloaked in hoods appeared from around the corner. Harry reacted swiftly, drawing his wand. Expecto Patronum. A magnificent silver creature erupted from the tip of his wand, dashing straight towards the Dementors, accompanied by a chorus of anguished cries. The Dementors fell to the ground, writhing in distress, as the hoods fell away to reveal a delicate golden head. Harry watched Draco squirm, desperately attempting to extricate himself from the cloak, while behind him, Crabbe and Goyle clumsily entangled themselves within it. What are you doing? Harry exclaimed incredulously, stepping forward to rescue the poor soul from the cloak. Are you jesting? Draco shot him a fierce glare before turning to flee, disregarding Crabbe and Goyle's calls from behind. Slytherin loses 50 points due to your foolish actions, Mr. Malfoy, Snape reprimanded angrily. Draco bowed his head, enduring Snape's wrathful critique. Very well, you have earned yourselves a week of detention. He trudged back to the common room, where Pansy and Kaya awaited him. What is the matter, darling? Pansy inquired, placing a hand on his shoulder. Perhaps you could share what troubles you? Draco collapsed onto the sofa, weary. I don't know. I just feel a tightness in my chest, discomforting. You should seek Madame Pomfrey in the infirmary, Pansy suggested. That's entirely unnecessary, Kaya interjected. It's not a physical ailment, but a matter of the mind. Perhaps, Draco sighed, pinching the bridge of his nose. I think I need to rest. Good night. What is wrong with him? Pansy inquired, sitting beside Kaya and absently grabbing a piece of candy from the table. Kaya leaned in closer, whispering, when a boy has a crush on a girl, he might deliberately tug on her hair to garner her attention. Thus, Draco's pranks were merely attempts to attract Harry's notice, Pansy realized. The following morning, Draco endured Pansy's probing gaze while suppressing his ire during breakfast. Did you hear? Sirius Black broke into Gryffindor's dormitory yesterday. 2 Slytherins whispered nearby. He was wielding a knife, nearly harming Ron. Oh, how terrifying. At the opposite long table, Ron was unusually surrounded by a throng of people, the focus of all eyes for the first time. He stood at the foot of my bed, like a skeleton, his hair disheveled, brandishing a long knife, Ron exaggerated, recounting the harrowing events of the previous night, eliciting gasps from the crowd. Neville, too, faced tribulation. Due to his blunder of misplacing the password, Sirius had taken advantage, resulting in the irate Professor McGonagall assigning him detention and forbidding anyone from revealing the entrance password. Poor Neville could only wait outside the Gryffindor common room each night, hoping someone would come to let him in, and 2 days later, he received a most dreaded howler. Chapter 30, Sirius. On the morning of the Quidditch finals, Draco rose early and upon entering the Great Hall, spotted Cho Chang conversing with Harry, whose face was as red as a baboon's behind, prompting Draco to roll his eyes. Do you wish to turn the apple pie into applesauce? Kaya remarked as she sat beside him. Only then did Draco notice the pie had been mutilated beyond recognition, extinguishing his appetite. I will cheer for you, Draco. Show those foolish lions your prowess. Pansy encouraged, presuming he was anxious about the impending match. Of course, Draco said confidently, lifting his chin, I shall demonstrate what a top-notch seeker truly is. The Slytherin team was tall and robust, and amidst the towering figures, Draco appeared rather diminutive, or so Harry thought. Who do you think will win? Blaise squeezed between the girls, his gaze fixed on the pitch, where the match had reached a fever pitch. As if there were any question, Slytherin, of course. Pansy declared triumphantly. Kaya, what about you? Blaise turned to inquire. I wager a box of Honeyduke sweets that Draco will surely weep later, she teased. Gryffindor wins. With a resounding cheer, the match concluded. Draco furiously hurled aside his broom, sulking in a corner like an irate pufferfish. So close, he lamented, cradling his head in frustration. Indeed, it was regrettable. Had Harry not blocked his arm at the last moment, he would have caught the golden snitch. Blame it on that wretched Potter, he mused. Though Harry was elated to have won the Quidditch Cup, he noticed Draco had once again ceased speaking to him, casting him a mournful gaze that left Harry perplexed and hesitant to provoke him further, fearful of inciting his wrath. Yet, there were more pressing matters at hand. Exams loomed ahead, and everyone was in a frenzy. The exam week arrived, enveloping the castle in an eerie silence as students emerged from the examination hall, each dejectedly lamenting the difficulty of the tests. They intend to execute that beast by sunset today, Draco remarked, checking the date for confirmation. Shall we go see? Kaya asked. Draco nodded. Certainly, I would relish the opportunity to witness it. After dinner, the two discreetly cast the disillusionment charm and stealthily traversed the entrance hall, descending the stairs. The sun had dipped below the horizon, casting a golden hue upon the treetops. They are also present, Draco muttered, from his concealed vantage point. He could see 3 figures inside Hagrid's hut, where Hagrid was wiping away tears. How did they emerge? Kaya questioned. It must be Harry. He has a penchant for such escapades. Remembering his own past encounters with Harry's invisibility cloak, Draco felt his anger surging anew. Quick, hide. Kaya turned. Noticing a group approaching from the castle, it was Dumbledore and Fudge. The 3 figures, sensing the approach of others, stealthily slipped out the back door of the hut, only to collide with Draco and Kaya. Malfoy, what are you two doing here? Ron exclaimed, clearly startled. Harry, equally astonished, uttered, Oh my goodness. Ouch. Before they could respond, Ron suddenly cried out, It bit me. That stupid rat. Hermione's large ginger cat was creeping closer, its eyes glinting with an eerie light. Get away. Crookshanks. Back off. Hermione commanded in a hushed tone. The rat scurried from Ron's grasp, and the cat leapt into action, pursuing it relentlessly. Ron hastened to follow, unable to resist, as Harry and Hermione sprinted forth. I'll go check it out. You stay here and wait for me, Draco instructed urgently before dashing after them. Kaya remained behind, her satchel shifting at her waist. She unfastened the clasp, and a glossy black serpent head emerged from the bag. Hungry, are we? Kaya gently tapped its head. The little snake hissed and flicked its tongue. Let me find you something to eat. Draco trailed them to the vicinity of the Whomping Willow, where a large black dog suddenly sprang forth, leaping high and seizing Ron, dragging him away. Harry attempted to pull Ron back, only to be knocked to the ground by the tree's branches. The massive dog pulled Ron into a large hole among the tree roots. The others yearned to rescue him, yet found themselves unable to advance. What do we do? Harry fretted in distress. We need to seek help. Hermione cried in panic. Draco coldly retorted. By the time you find someone, Weasley will have become dog food. He recognized the obstinate dog that had previously caused him harm, seething with resentment. Suddenly, Crookshanks charged forward, nimbly dodging the branches, and pressed a paw against a knot on the tree trunk, causing the tree to abruptly freeze, as if turned to stone. Just before plunging into the hole, Harry turned to Draco and said, "You should head back. It's too perilous here." Draco huffed, "I plan to skin that dog. I'll go down first. You follow me, but be careful not to get hurt," Harry replied resignedly. They squeezed into the hole and slid down a slope into a passageway. After a while, they turned a corner and beheld a faint glow. It was an exit. They found themselves in a disheveled room, with windows and doors sealed shut. Dust covered the floor, and the furniture lay in tatters, as if ravaged by a storm. "This is the Shrieking Shack," Hermione whispered. A noise echoed from above. Something was stirring in the upper floor. They cautiously ascended the rickety staircase, where dust lay thick and a trail marked the floor, as if something had been dragged across it. Only one door stood ajar. Clutching his wand tightly, Harry kicked the door open. On a grimy four-poster bed lay Crookshanks, meowing, while Ron lay on the floor, clutching his injured leg. "Ron." Harry and Hermione rushed toward him. "Where's the dog?" Draco asked, scanning the surroundings. "There's no dog," Ron gasped, cold sweat trickling down his face. "I'm an animagus. I was that dog." Ron's gaze fixed behind Harry, and they swiftly turned to see a shadowy figure slam the door shut. It was Sirius Black, resembling a skeleton with sunken eyes and disheveled hair. "Drop your wands," he commanded, pointing Ron's wand at them. Their wands flew from their hands and into the air, which Sirius caught, fixing his gaze on Harry. Chapter 31, Peter Pettigrew. "If you wish to kill Harry, you must first contend with us." Hermione shielded Harry, anxiously eyeing Sirius. "No, only one shall die tonight," Sirius smirked. Harry, struggling against Hermione's grasp, lunged forward, seizing Sirius by the throat and bellowing, "That would be you." Sirius seemed momentarily stunned as they wrestled on the ground, rolling twice. Hermione took the opportunity to kick Sirius twice. In pain, Sirius lost his chance, and Harry managed to reclaim his wand. Draco huddled in a corner beside Ron, who was incapacitated due to his broken leg, while Draco was bewildered by the chaos, uncertain of whom to assist. "You coward, Malfoy. What are you doing hiding here? Help him," Ron urged, reaching out to shove Draco, who evaded him. At that moment, Harry gained the upper hand, pinning Sirius down with his wand pressed to his face, his breath quickening, his chest heaving. "Do you truly wish to kill me, Harry?" Sirius whispered. Suddenly, the wooden door was kicked open, startling everyone. "Drop your wands," came the command from Lupin, and Harry's wand flew from his grasp. Harry stood, bereft of vengeance, his courage insufficient, a wave of disappointment washing over him. "Where is he? Sirius?" Lupin's words left Harry perplexed. What was he referring to? Sirius slowly raised his hand, pointing toward Ron. Harry and Ron exchanged confused glances, while Draco stood in utter bewilderment. "Why has he never shown himself? Unless you switched with him? You didn't tell me?" Lupin appeared to have an epiphany. Sirius nodded slowly, and Lupin lowered his wand, moving towards Sirius to embrace him like brothers. A heavy feeling settled in Harry's heart. Hermione screamed, "I don't believe it. I trusted you so much." Harry shouted in fury, "So you were always friends." Lupin attempted to calm Harry's turmoil. "I can explain. Don't trust him," Hermione shrieked. "He is a werewolf." An eerie silence enveloped the room as Lupin turned his gaze to Hermione. "Do you know how long it's been?" "Since Professor Snape assigned the essay," Hermione quietly replied. "Remarkable, Hermione. You are the brightest student I've ever encountered," Lupin lauded. Sirius grew weary of their banter, exclaiming, "Stop talking, Remus, just kill him." "Wait," Lupin started. But Sirius interrupted, "Enough. I've waited long enough. 12 years in Azkaban," he roared. Lupin turned back. "All right, but I believe the truth must be revealed to Harry first. I know why. He betrayed my parents. He sold them out." Harry's voice trembled. "It wasn't him, Harry," Lupin countered. "Someone did betray your parents. We believed him dead, but recently discovered he is still alive." "Who?" Harry demanded. "Peter Pettigrew. He is here now," Sirius declared. "Come out, Peter," Sirius shouted. The taste of revenge was sweet. Snape suddenly appeared in the doorway, wand drawn at Sirius, his face betraying a sense of triumph. "I've longed to capture you myself, Severus." Lupin stepped forward to explain. "You're mistaken. I've informed Dumbledore long ago, but he was convinced you were harmless," Snape interrupted. "Now there's evidence. You conspired with an escaped convict." "Impressive, Snape, but your clever mind has erred. Even with your wand at my brow, I refuse to silence myself," Sirius retorted defiantly. "Severus, don't be foolish. Lupin urged. He has always been foolish, Sirius added, fanning the flames. Sirius, stop talking. Lupin implored. You be silent, Remus. Sirius countered. Look at you two, bickering like fools, Snape mocked. Sirius, undeterred by the threat, quipped. Why don't you return to your cauldron? Snape, incensed, replied. I could eliminate you, but I suspect the Dementors would relish your company. Their kiss must be quite delightful, and I would relish witnessing that scene. Harry discreetly drew his wand, gripping it tightly as he stealthily approached Snape. Drop your wands, he shouted, yet it was not solely his voice. Ron and Hermione simultaneously thought of the same tactic. A rush of energy toppled Snape, who slammed against the wall, sliding down to the floor, unconscious. We attacked a teacher. Oh dear. Hermione gazed fearfully at the motionless Snape, her voice trembling as she spoke. In the corner, Draco, who had been reveling in the spectacle, felt compelled to move closer to Snape, raising a hand to check for his breath. Thankfully, he was alive. A sigh of relief escaped him. Let us discuss Peter, Harry said, pointing his wand at Sirius, clearly still harboring distrust. We always believed that Sirius had betrayed your parents and that Peter was pursuing him, but the truth is quite the opposite. Peter is the true traitor, Lupin stated. But it was Black who was their secret keeper. Harry shouted. Harry, this is my fault. At the last moment, I urged James and Lily to choose Peter, never anticipating it would lead to their demise. Sirius confessed, lowering his head, his eyes filled with remorse. Everyone thought Sirius killed Peter, Lupin explained. I believed so too until today, when I learned otherwise. Do you remember that map? Lupin inquired. Harry recalled the Marauder's map, but did not think a mere map could serve as proof. Maps can be inaccurate. The map never lies. Sirius retorted. Indeed, Harry. The map is infallible, Lupin calmly asserted. Peter is still alive, and Ron is holding him. It's not Peter. Ron objected. It's Scabbers. He has been with us for years. 12 years, Lupin countered. Can a rat live that long? We took good care of him, Ron weakly defended. Draco, who had remained silent in the corner, scoffed. In your household, it's a miracle he survived this long, let alone a decrepit rat. Draco, Harry interjected, displeased. Don't mock Ron. All right, I'll be quiet, Draco replied, making a shushing gesture and rolling his eyes. Lucius's son? Sirius scrutinized Draco for a moment, recognizing the same arrogant demeanor in him. Far better than a traitor like you, Draco shot back, unfazed. Enough, Professor Lupin interjected sternly, fixing his gaze on Ron. Hand me the rat. What are you going to do with it? Ron asked nervously. Reveal its true form, Lupin reassured him, if it truly is a rat. It won't be harmed. After a moment's hesitation, Ron relinquished Scabbers. As the wand emitted a blue light, the rat's body convulsed violently before collapsing to the ground, transforming into a small man moments later. Chapter 32, The Werewolf. Hello, Peter, long time no see, Lupin greeted him with feigned cheerfulness, as if addressing an old friend. Oh, Sirius, Remus, my old friend, Pettigrew fawned, his eyes darting nervously toward the door. Sirius raised his wand, but Lupin subtly pressed it back down. Did you hear what was just said? Do you have anything to explain? He wants to kill me. Pettigrew suddenly shrieked. He killed Lily and James. And now he wants to kill me too. Sirius did not refute his claims, but instead glared at him with a menacing gaze, as if he would devour him whole. If you didn't do it, why have you been hiding? Black was already sent to Azkaban, Lupin queried. He'll come back to kill me. Pettigrew cried out in a high-pitched voice. How could you know he would escape from Azkaban? No one has ever done that before, Lupin frowned. Pettigrew's eyes darted around. Perhaps his master taught him some dreadful dark magic. Voldemort? Teach me? Sirius laughed, a terrifying sound that made Pettigrew shrink back in fear. What's wrong? Are you frightened at the mention of your old master? Sirius taunted. Have you truly spent these 12 years hiding from me, or from Voldemort's followers? Not all of them have been sent to Azkaban. Some remnants are still searching for you, believing you to be a traitor who deceived them, causing their master's downfall. If they find you, what do you think will happen? Professor Lupin, may I ask a question? Hermione ventured cautiously. Of course. But if Scabbers, Peter, has been with Harry for 3 years, why hasn't he acted to kill him? Hermione voiced her concern. Pettigrew clung to her words as if grasping a lifeline. Exactly. I haven't harmed them at all. Come on, Draco interjected. With you as a fence-sitter, how could you risk killing a reckless wizard under Dumbledore's nose? You're right, Sirius acknowledged. I take back what I said. At least your brain is a bit sharper than your father's. Draco glared at him, grinding his teeth. Sirius then turned his attention back to Harry, slowly recounting his escape from Azkaban, a heart-wrenching tale of flight, in which he saw Harry as his sole hope. Gradually drawing closer to him, clinging to that hope, I transformed into a dog, swam back to the mainland, sneaked into Hogwarts, and then I hid in the Forbidden Forest. Except for during Quidditch matches, I couldn't help but watch you. You fly just as well as your father, He gazed at Harry with a look of deep affection. Believe me, Harry, I would rather die than betray your parents. Harry felt a lump in his throat, a heavy feeling in his chest. He believed Sirius's words. Yet he found himself unable to speak, only managing a nod. Harry's gesture seemed to seal Pettigrew's fate, causing him to crawl desperately to Sirius's feet, begging for forgiveness. After being kicked away by Sirius, he turned his pleas to the others. Ron, my good friend, you won't let them kill me, will you? Ron looked at him as if he were the most repugnant thing in the world. I actually let you sleep in my bed. He shifted his injured leg away, refusing to let Pettigrew touch him. Lovely, clever miss, please help me. He crawled toward Hermione, who slowly retreated to the corner, unwilling to engage. Oh, esteemed young Master Malfoy. You wouldn't let me die, would you? Pettigrew, with no other recourse, crawled to Draco's feet, attempting to kiss his shoes. Enough. Harry pulled Draco behind him. Stop making excuses. Harry, James wouldn't want me dead. He would understand. Pettigrew continued to plead, staving off his sentence. Lupin and Sirius stepped forward to restrain him, and Sirius raised his wand. How dare you? How dare you face Harry? How dare you speak James's name in his presence? He roared at Pettigrew, his fury palpable. Farewell, Peter. No. Harry rushed forward, blocking their path. We can't kill him now. He's the one who harmed your parents. Harry, Black shouted in shock. We should take him back to the castle, turn him over to the Dementors, send him to Azkaban. My father wouldn't want you to kill because of him. Harry explained. Sirius and Lupin exchanged glances, lowering their wands in unison. Harry, we respect your choice, Sirius said, patting his shoulder. Lupin bound Pettigrew with a thin rope and bandaged Ron's injured leg, preparing to leave. Draco then asked, what about Professor Snape? Only then did everyone remember. Having momentarily forgotten about him, a zombie drifted by. Lupin, wielding a spell, guided the unconscious Snape out into the open. I am your godfather. Do you wish to come and live with me? I would love to. Are you truly willing? Draco ambled ahead, his expression unchanging, listening to the sporadic exchange of paternal affection behind him, so heartwarming that one might feel compelled to applaud. How touching, Draco remarked, interrupting their conversation. Mr. Malfoy, have your parents not taught you basic etiquette? Sirius frowned, his displeasure evident. Humph, Draco scoffed. Who was it that accepted my hospitality without a word and then fled? Only to turn around and lecture me? How laughable. Sirius immediately recalled his tail, now bereft of fur, and his mood soured further. Sensing the tension, Harry quickly stepped in to mediate, aware that Draco's animosity towards Sirius was not unfounded. There must have been a conflict. All right, enough of that. Humph, Draco huffed, turning away in a huff. Upon exiting the secret passage beneath the Whomping Willow, they gradually beheld the castle lights. Suddenly, Draco noticed the clouds parting, revealing a vast moon hanging in the sky, illuminating the earth, and he inwardly lamented the impending doom. Lupin abruptly froze, trembling as he emitted a growl, his head elongated. Limbs stretched, and fur erupted across his body. Oh heavens, Ron. Chapter 33, Exoneration. The werewolf turned to face them. This was no longer Lupin, but a wild beast beyond control. Sirius immediately transformed into a large black dog and lunged at the werewolf, engaging in a fierce struggle. The scene descending into chaos. Peter Pettigrew seized the opportunity to shrink, and by the time Harry spotted him, he had morphed into a rat, diving into the nearby dense foliage, vanishing without a trace. A sudden howl drew the werewolf away as it sprinted into the forbidden forest, disappearing from sight. Sirius! Harry shouted urgently, Pettigrew has escaped. Ignoring his bleeding wounds, Sirius scrambled to pursue the direction Peter fled. Meanwhile, Harry and Hermione prepared to escort Ron back to the castle. But distant, anguished howls reached their ears. It was Sirius, howling in torment. Harry sprinted off, while Draco hesitated, contemplating whether to follow. Hermione anxiously urged him. You must go see. I'll take care of Ron here. Thus, Draco followed Harry to the lakeside, where Sirius had reverted to human form, curled on the ground with his hands clutched over his head. Please, no? A multitude of Dementors, a dark mass, advanced towards them. An icy dread enveloping them from all sides, the encroaching mist blurring their vision. Quick, Draco, think of something joyful. Harry cried, raising his wand, desperately shaking off the despair clouding his mind. Expecto Patronum. Help me. Draco. Draco raised his wand, striving to recall his happiest memory, Expecto Patronum. A silvery thread emerged from the wand's tip but quickly dissipated, leaving Draco ensnared by a bone-chilling cold, hearing only the eerie laughter of someone pinching his nose. Before slipping into unconsciousness, Harry sensed Draco collapsing, his heart racing with anxiety. He knelt beside Draco, feeling utterly alone as the fog obscured his vision. Grasping Draco's hand, he whispered, "We will be all right. Expecto Patronum." Harry's voice strained as he shouted, a wisp of silvery mist emerging from his wand, yet failing to take form. The Dementors parted the mist, and Harry felt a hand tighten around his throat, his mother's screams echoing in his ears. In the final moment of consciousness, he glimpsed a bright silver light piercing the darkness surrounding him, the cold receding as he exerted every effort to open his eyes, as if seeing a familiar figure. Draco felt a disorienting haze as voices buzzed around him, like a swarm of bothersome flies. Silence. He barked irritably, and the noise subsided. Rolling over, he intended to resume his slumber, but the ominous voice of Snape pierced through the stillness. "Mr. Malfoy, you should be awake now." Draco felt sharper than ever. Opening his eyes to discover that this was not a nightmare, Snape stood at the foot of his bed, looking distinctly displeased. "I'm sorry, Professor," Draco mumbled, sheepishly conceding. Snape grunted, thankfully refraining from further reprimanding him, which relieved Draco somewhat. Surveying the room, Draco realized he was not alone. Harry and Hermione had also awakened. While Ron remained in slumber, Madame Pomfrey approached, handing Draco a piece of chocolate. "You need this, eat it quickly." "Thank you," Draco said. Accepting the chocolate and taking small bites, Harry sprang up, donning his glasses and preparing to seek out Dumbledore, clearly intent on informing him about Peter Pettigrew. Yet it was evident that Madame Pomfrey had no intention of allowing him to leave, even if he shouted to everyone that Sirius was innocent, without evidence. No one would believe him. Minister Fudge regarded Harry with a pitying expression, convinced that Harry and his friends had been misled by a confundus charm. Suddenly, Madame Pomfrey thrust a large piece of chocolate into Harry's mouth, pressing him back down onto the bed as he choked. The door opened, revealing Dumbledore, who shooed everyone else out. In no time, the infirmary contained only Dumbledore, Draco, and the trio. Draco, uninterested in their conversation, reclined to catch some rest but felt an unsettling sense that he had forgotten something. He rolled over and suddenly bolted upright, tossing aside the covers and jumping out of bed, neglecting to put on his shoes. "Professor, I think I'm better," he exclaimed before rushing out the door. Dumbledore's eyes, glinting behind his glasses, sparkled with amusement. "Ah, youth, so full of vigor indeed." Breathless, Draco dashed out, stopping to catch his breath when he spotted the person he sought crouched nearby. Kaya was at the entrance, playfully teasing Mrs. Norris, Filch's cat. Draco noticed she held a round object. Mrs. Norris curiously pawed at it, sniffing it up and down, appearing quite intrigued, while her pet snake coiled around her neck, flicking its tongue. "Hello, Draco," Kaya called, waving her hand. "Look at what I've found." As Draco approached, he was struck speechless. It was not a ball but a small cage woven from tree bark, within which was none other than a tightly bound Peter Pettigrew. "Why you?" Draco stuttered. "How did you capture him?" "All thanks to Black. We caught this ugly rat, or else Weasley would have been in tears. Here, take this and return it to him," Kaya said, handing the cage to Draco. Shaking the cage lightly, Draco chuckled. "Weasley doesn't want this rat. I think Harry will appreciate it. Come with me. We must find Dumbledore. There's a spectacle to show you." Meanwhile, at Dumbledore's behest, Hermione and Harry turned the time-turner back, successfully rescuing Buckbeak and luring the transformed Lupin into the Forbidden Forest. Harry had always believed that the person who saved them from across the river was his father. However, that was not the case. In the face of impending death, he finally unleashed a successful Patronus charm, summoning his own guardian, a magnificent stag, radiant and resplendent, just like his father's. "Quick, we must return and rescue Sirius," Hermione urged, as she and Harry sprinted towards the castle. Yet, they had scarcely gone far when Harry seized Hermione, pulling her behind a tree. He placed a finger over her lips, signaling her to remain silent. Hermione quickly comprehended and nodded slightly. Harry released his grip, and together they cautiously peered out. A girl with flowing, golden hair slowly clapped her hands, marveling. "Well done, little one. Let me see what you've caught." From the underbrush came a rustling sound, revealing a sleek black snake, proudly presenting its prize, a mouse it had rendered unconscious. Hermione gasped, covering her mouth to stifle a scream. Kaya, perplexed, crouched down to examine the mouse, recognizing it as Ron's pet, and shook her head in resignation. "I'm sorry, but you cannot eat it. The Weasleys cannot afford a second pet. Let's take it back instead." With a flick of her wand, she peeled off a strip of bark from a nearby tree and fashioned a small cage, gesturing for the little black snake to deposit the mouse inside. Although reluctant to part with its prey, the snake obediently complied, and Kaya cast a binding spell on the mouse to ensure it could not escape, contentedly stowing it away in her bag. "What now, Harry?" Hermione inquired. "The plan remains unchanged. We must first free Sirius." Harry sprinted towards the castle. After liberating Sirius, Harry and Hermione stealthily pushed open the door to the infirmary, too hurried to answer Ron's questions as they prepared to head to the headmaster's office. Severus Snape burst through the door of the infirmary, glaring furiously at Harry. "It was you. You let him go." Cornelius Fudge rushed in behind him. "Oh, Severus, Calm down. Harry has been locked inside. It could not possibly be him. Madame Pomfrey reprimanded Snape, clearly displeased with his loud outbursts in the infirmary. Dumbledore entered, accompanied by Draco and Kaya, bringing an end to the chaotic scene. He held up the mouse cage, smiling broadly. Perhaps you all would like to take a look at this. It's just a rat. What's so special about it? Snape scoffed, dismissing the notion that Peter Pettigrew was still alive as utter nonsense. Indeed, Headmaster, this is quite absurd, Fudge concurred. Dumbledore raised a finger to his lips, signaling for silence, then tossed the cage to the ground and pointed his wand at it. A flash of blue light illuminated the room, revealing the ashen-faced Peter Pettigrew sprawled on the floor, trembling and muttering, "No, don't eat me. Take me to Azkaban instead." A hush fell over the room, and after a moment of silence, Fudge spoke. "I believe he should be sent to Azkaban." "An excellent suggestion, Minister." As the school year drew to a close, it was the final day, and Harry received his exam results. Surprisingly, he had performed admirably, passing even potions, which lifted his spirits considerably, especially with Sirius's trial approaching. On the day of the trial, Pettigrew confessed to his misdeeds, and Sirius's 12-year-long injustice was finally rectified with the judge's verdict. He was free at last. As the decision was announced, tears of joy streamed down his face as he embraced Harry tightly, a heartwarming moment captured by countless cameras. Peter Pettigrew, however, faced a life sentence in Azkaban for his grave offenses. Professor Lupin, having resigned due to parental opposition, was reluctantly seen off by Harry. Sensing Harry's disappointment, Lupin gently ruffled his hair and said, "Don't worry, Harry, we will meet again. By the way, I think you might need this." He produced the Marauder's map from his bag and handed it to Harry, who accepted it with earnest gratitude, watching as Lupin boarded the carriage until he vanished from sight. "You seem to have misjudged the situation, Potter. The one you ought to thank is me." Kaya's voice rang out on the Hogwarts Express, her expression one of disdain as she regarded Harry, who was tearfully clutching Draco. "Get your filthy hands off my robes, you foul troll," Draco screeched, causing chaos within the compartment. After a considerable while, Harry managed to regain his composure and enthusiastically invited Draco. "How about we watch the World Cup together?" "No thanks," Draco replied, proudly raising his chin. "My father will take us to the VIP section." Chapter 34, The Quidditch World Cup. At the end of the corridor, a faint light seeped through the crack of a door as the old house elf leaned on his cane, inching closer. He peered through the gap, catching snippets of conversation amidst the flickering warm glow of the fireplace. "Where's Nagini?" A cold, sharp voice pierced the air, sending shivers down his spine. "She must be exploring the house. It's worn her out. Remember to feed her." "Master, what of our plan?" "A few more months' wait is inconsequential. That boy is under tight protection, making it difficult to harm him, and I require someone to attend to my needs." The old house elf was drenched in cold sweat, realizing he needed to act, but as he turned, he froze in terror. A 12-inch serpent lay coiled behind him, its gaze fixed intently upon him. He dared not move, fearful of its fangs sinking into his neck. Surprisingly, the serpent slithered past him, and strange hissing sounds emanated from within, as if the man were conversing with the snake. "Little Barty, Nagini has mentioned something rather interesting. There's an old muggle standing just outside the door, eavesdropping on our conversation." The old house elf's legs refused to budge, trembling as the door swung open. Little Barty yanked the old house elf inside, tossing him onto the carpet. "Ah, just what I needed. A servant, Little Barty. Utilize your Cruciatus curse." "At your service, my master. Now I can confidently fulfill the tasks you have assigned." Malfoy Manor. Draco stood before a full-length mirror, holding up various garments to his frame, while Kaya sat on the edge of the bed, arms crossed, observing him. "How about this one?" Draco lifted a dark green suit. Kaya grimaced and shook her head. "Too old-fashioned." "What about this?" He presented a white suit with gold trim. "Hideous." Losing interest, Draco buried himself among the pile of clothing, intending to regain his calm. Kaya sifted through the disarray, extracting a black suit and nodding in approval. "This one will do. It will look splendid." Draco glanced at it, then turned away, recalling that this very black suit was one he had worn for several years prior. "Are you not going to invite Potter to join you?" Kaya inquired. Draco pondered briefly before shaking his head, sourly remarking, "The Weasleys will take him along, and if not, I have my cheap cousin to rely on. There's no need for me to escort him." On the day of departure, truthfully, Draco was not keen on traveling in such a manner. A tattered hat, which was, in fact, a key to a door, seemed to ensnare your navel with a hook, flinging you into the air, accompanied by a sensation of weightlessness, only to crash down heavily. Draco struggled to regain his footing, but was soon knocked over by Kaya, who collided with him from behind. "I'm sorry," Kaya quickly apologized, helping him to his feet. "At least I didn't knock you into the ditch ahead. Then I would certainly have pushed you in alongside me," Draco replied, unabashedly. "Enough of this nonsense, children. Let us proceed. Narcissa gently interjected, patting the shoulders of both children to quell their banter. As they traversed through the woods, they emerged into a vast stadium, capable of accommodating 100,000 spectators without difficulty. The stairs leading to the arena were adorned with a crimson carpet, and wizards gradually took their seats. Harry found himself grasped by the hand of Minister of Magic Fudge, who enthusiastically introduced him to those around them. Although some wizards spoke in languages foreign to them, it did not deter their excitement as they pointed at Harry's scar and animatedly babbled. "Ah, Lucius has arrived," Fudge remarked, prompting Harry to turn his gaze. The Malfoy family settled behind the Weasley family, and Harry's eyes fell upon Draco, who was dressed in a fitted black suit. The interplay of light and shadow accentuated his somewhat pallid face, reminiscent of a mysterious noble emerging from a medieval castle. "Ah, Fudge, I believe you have yet to meet my wife, Narcissa," Lucius greeted, introducing his family. "This is our son, Draco, and our little daughter, Kaya." Fudge warmly acknowledged each of them, while Narcissa maintained a faint expression of disdain, transforming into a picture of maternal tenderness when addressing Draco. Seizing the opportunity as Draco glanced his way, Harry winked at him, prompting Draco to raise an eyebrow in response. However, upon turning back, he found Narcissa gazing at him with a look of bewilderment, having witnessed their entire exchange. "My word, Arthur," Lucius whispered, "what did you sell to secure a box seat? Your possessions surely cannot be worth such a fortune." Fortunately, Lucius's comment diverted Narcissa's attention, allowing her to turn away and cast a disdainful glance at Mr. Weasley, which relieved Draco. Fudge paid no mind to Lucius's ungracious remarks, merely informing Mr. Weasley that Lucius was a guest of his. Mr. Weasley could only manage a strained smile in response. "Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the 422nd Quidditch World Cup." The audience erupted into thunderous applause, flags waving in a cacophony of excitement. "Now, without further ado, allow me to introduce the mascot of the Bulgarian national team. Oh my, the Vila." The Vila were truly the most exquisite beings ever to grace the earth, their skin as luminous as moonlight. Harry stood in awe, his mind blank as they began to dance, feeling a dizzying urge to leap from the box into the stadium below. Ouch! Suddenly, a sharp pain struck his head, jolting him back to reality. He cradled his head, realizing one of his legs was propped against the wall of the box, while Ron beside him assumed a diving position. Frozen in place, Harry glanced around, quietly retracting his leg and bending down to retrieve the object that had struck him. It was a gleaming gold galleon. Turning around, he found himself locking eyes with Draco's gray ones, who looked down at him with a languid drawl. "My apologies, Mr. Potter. I had a slip of the hand. I trust you won't mind, considering your head isn't blooming." Harry rubbed the top of his head and offered the galleon back. "Here, take it." Draco did not accept it, leaning back with arms crossed. "Consider it a gift. I have no need for this one galleon. If you don't want it, you may give it to the Weasleys. They could use it the most." Hermione, unable to contain herself, pulled Harry's head back around in irritation. Meanwhile, Ron, still dazed, fidgeted with his hat, clearly not yet recovered. Lucius absorbed their entire exchange with keen interest, pleased with Draco's humiliation of the Weasleys, and lifted his chin in satisfaction. Chapter 35, The Death Eater Gathering. After the match concluded, Draco and Kaya made their way back along the lantern-lit path, occasionally beset by the circling of house elves overhead. That was an utterly spectacular match. Kaya reminisced, her eyes sparkling with excitement. "It's a pity Bulgaria lost, but Crumb's performance was simply magnificent. Once school starts at Hogwarts, you should seek him out for an autograph." Draco chuckled. "Just remember not to develop a crush on him. He seems more interested in girls like Granger." "What nonsense are you spouting? How could I possibly like such a hulking brute?" Kaya playfully punched Draco on the shoulder, her force causing him to stumble slightly. He grunted in protest. "Do be gentler. You hit harder than a man." "Sorry," Kaya said, glancing around. "Where are Mom and Dad? They're still busy with something. Let us head back first." Not long after their return to the campsite, Narcissa reappeared, preparing to head out with some items in hand. "Children, do go to bed early," she advised. Shortly after Draco fell asleep, he was awakened by the cacophony of screams and chaos outside. Initially intending to continue sleeping, he suddenly thought of Harry and wondered if he was safe. Thus, Draco nudged Kaya awake. Kaya, still groggy, rubbed her eyes and asked what was happening. Draco handed her one of the coats Narcissa had left behind and urged her to get up and follow him. Though still dazed, Kaya complied. Before long, they exited the tent to find several bonfires still ablaze, as many people rushed towards the woods. A throng of wizards huddled together, each pointing their wands upward, moving slowly across the grounds. They donned hoods and masks, and above them, several figures writhed in struggle. Kaya squinted, instinctively covering her mouth. It was Mr. Roberts, the campsite manager, along with his family. They had Mrs. Roberts upside down, her nightgown hanging down to reveal a garish array of undergarments. While the crowd below jeered and screamed as she struggled to cover herself, helplessly weeping. What should we do, Draco? Draco surveyed the scene. Troubled as he could not discern whether Lucius was involved in this absurd act, his brow furrowing, yet this did not impede his actions. We must leave now. The ministry will handle this, Draco said, taking Kaya's hand and leading her away towards the woods. The once illuminating lanterns had extinguished, and the forest was filled with dark figures, stumbling about amid the cries of frightened children, their voices mingling with the cold night air. Suddenly, Draco heard Ron's anguished shout. He immediately pulled Kaya along, discovering Ron curled up on the ground. I tripped over a tree root, Ron grumbled in frustration, unable to suppress a chuckle. Draco found Kaya turning her face away, struggling to conceal her amusement. Draco, Harry exclaimed, rushing over, assessing him from head to toe. Are you all right? I'm perfectly fine. Draco replied, his light-colored eyes glinting in the night. I suggest you all depart quickly before they discover Granger. What do you mean? Hermione inquired, puzzled. They were in search of muggles. Draco nudged him. You understand? They are approaching us. It would be prudent not to be discovered. Harry nodded. Let us depart. Draco took Kaya's hand and joined their group, the narrow path teeming with people. They moved along with the throng and soon encountered a young girl from Beauxbatons who was looking for Madame Maxime. However, upon realizing they were students from Hogwarts, she turned away. Where are Fred and George? Ron inquired as he drew out his wand to illuminate the darkness, scanning the crowd. Harry rummaged through his pocket, only to discover that his wand was missing. Strange, this is unfortunate. Where's my wand? Draco leaned in, using the light from his wand to assist Harry in his search, but to no avail. Harry, are you daft? How does one lose a wand? Draco remarked exasperatedly. Perhaps I left it in the tent? Ron suggested. Or maybe it fell out of your pocket while you were running. Hermione appeared even more anxious than he did. Harry tugged at his unruly hair, at a loss for what to do. Suddenly, a rustling sound emanated from the nearby bushes, startling everyone. A house elf emerged, moving in a peculiar manner as if someone were trying to pull her back, struggling to break free. Winky? Harry queried, puzzled. You know her? Draco asked. Harry nodded. She is Mr. Crouch's house elf. What is going on? Ron questioned, observing Winky's odd gait. Perhaps she is fleeing without her master's permission. Harry recalled Dobby and glanced at Draco. What are you staring at? Draco said, bewildered by Harry's gaze. I have no penchant for mistreating house elves. Hermione was incensed. Ron, however, seemed to struggle to grasp her sentiments. Maybe they enjoy it? As their argument escalated, a resounding explosion erupted from the edge of the woods, compelling them to press on. Along the way, they encountered a few Vila, surrounded by a throng of young wizards. Ron abruptly froze and shouted at them. I invented a broomstick that can fly to Jupiter. Did you know? Draco immediately covered his face, wishing to deny any association with him. This was utterly mortifying. Hermione and Harry each seized one of Ron's arms, dragging him away, clearly embarrassed as well. Before long, they reached the heart of the woods, where silence enveloped them. Hermione suggested they take a moment to rest, and they settled down on the ground to recuperate. Suddenly, a figure emerged from behind a tree. It was Ludo Bagman. Harry informed him of the chaos at the camp, prompting Bagman to curse and to disapparate away. I hope tonight passes without incident, Hermione sighed. It will be fine, Ron reassured her. My father will apprehend them. As he said this, Ron glanced at Draco, evidently believing that Lucius was entangled in the disturbance. A surge of anger ignited within Draco. Although he was unaware of Lucius's whereabouts, Ron's provocative behavior irked him. He grasped his wand, intending to teach Ron a lesson. Weasley, I advise you to watch your words. Kaya, who had been silent for a while, raised her wand at Ron and ominously stated, I know a spell that can make spiders crawl all over you. Would you like to try? Chapter 36, Accusations. Kaya abruptly halted her speech, turning to look behind her. Draco and Harry followed suit, as a cacophony of footsteps echoed from the dark thicket, suggesting that someone was lurking there. The dark mark, a sinister glow materialized from the shadows. Soaring into the sky, a colossal skull with a serpent protruding from its mouth like a tongue, casting a terrifying visage against the inky night. Who goes there? Harry summoned his courage to demand. Yet, no reply came. The green light illuminated the entire woodland, revealing no figures. Nothing was visible. Harry, Hermione grasped his clothing, pulling him back. We must flee. Kaya turned back to find Draco's face devoid of color, pale and trembling as he fixated on the mark. Draco! Kaya's scream caught Harry's attention, and he rushed over. What is happening? Harry asked, bewildered. Hermione's expression was equally grave as she cautioned, Harry, that is the dark mark, the symbol of Voldemort. Harry, taken aback, instantly recalled Draco's profound fear of Voldemort, and this reaction suddenly made sense. He gently covered Draco's eyes with his hand, leaning close to whisper, Do not look. Close your eyes, I will guide you. Draco's mind was overwhelmed, instinctively shutting his eyes as he allowed Harry to lead him across the clearing. Stay close. Hermione called back to Ron and Kaya, who gripped their wands tightly, prepared to react. However, they had scarcely taken a few steps when a group of wizards apparat around them, encircling them with at least 20 wands aimed in their direction. Get down. Harry shouted impulsively, pushing Draco to the ground, landing on top of him, causing Draco to grunt in discomfort. Hermione reacted swiftly, seizing 2 individuals beside her and bringing them down to the ground. Stupefied, a barrage of spells flew towards them, followed by a dazzling display of lights, as if a strong wind had swept through, with red beams colliding against the trees. Stop. Cease at once. That is my son. Mr. Weasley rushed in, causing the wizards to halt their assault. Arthur, step aside. Barty Crouch's cold voice resonated from behind. As he approached, his expression stern as he scrutinized the group of children. Who conjured the dark mark? His piercing gaze swept among them. It wasn't us, Ron protested, furrowing his brow as he rubbed his arm. Could it have been you or your brother, Miss Malfoy? Crouch directed his wand at Kaya. Unfazed, Kaya raised her own wand in defiance. What evidence do you have? If you lack proof, it is rather rude to suspect the innocent. Harry promptly extricated Draco from beneath him, assessing him for injuries before standing. Sir, it truly was not us, Harry explained. There seemed to be someone behind the trees. They cast a spell. Upon hearing Harry's words, a wizard with a short brown beard strode across the clearing to investigate, gradually disappearing into the darkness. Draco rubbed his back, which had been jarred by Harry's fall, slowly sitting up. If memory served him correctly, that wizard was likely Amos Diggory, Cedric's father. Moments later, they heard Mr. Diggory's voice calling out, I found something. Oh dear. Mr. Diggory emerged from the thicket, cradling a house elf in his arms. Harry recognized her as Winky, Mr. Crouch's house elf. Mr. Crouch's face turned ashen, shaking his head fervently, muttering, No, it cannot be, not her. It cannot possibly be her. Conjuring that requires a wand, Mr. Weasley asserted, shaking his head. But she was holding a wand, Mr. Diggory interjected, lifting a wand aloft. When I first discovered her, she was clutching this. Draco's gaze shifted to the wand, and then back to Harry, who was equally astonished. The very wand that had been lost to Harry now appeared in the possession of the house elf, a truly remarkable turn of events. We ought to hear her explanation regarding this matter. Mr. Diggory raised his wand, exclaiming, Revive. The house elf's eyes fluttered open, her expression one of utter bewilderment. As she slowly rose to a sitting position beneath the scrutiny of all present, she timidly lifted her gaze to the skull mark hovering ominously in the night sky, her fear overwhelming, and she began to weep. House elf. Mr. Diggory did not afford her a moment to compose herself, demanding sternly, Just moments ago, someone conjured the dark mark, and you were found directly beneath it. Pray, provide me with a reasonable explanation. I do not know, sir. I truly cannot perform such magic, the house elf sobbed, gasping for breath. Yet you were discovered holding a wand. Mr. Diggory raised his voice further. Harry scratched his head, cautiously interrupting Mr. Diggory's interrogation. Sir, in truth, that wand is mine. Upon hearing his words, the other wizards turned to him, particularly Mr. Diggory, whose face conveyed astonishment. What did you say? He queried, as though doubting the functionality of his own ears. It is my wand. I lost it, Harry reiterated. You lost it? Mr. Diggory questioned skeptically. Are you admitting to having conjured the mark and then discarded the wand? Amos. Mr. Weasley interjected, a hint of ire in his voice. Surely Harry Potter would not conjure the dark mark? Most certainly not. Mr. Diggory shook his head. Apologies, I was rather flustered. Harry explained. As soon as we entered the woods, I realized my wand was missing. Mr. Diggory's gaze shifted back to the house elf. So, you found the wand and subsequently conjured this mark? I did not, sir, the house elf cried, looking thoroughly aggrieved. I do not know how to conjure. I merely picked it up. I truly cannot. It was not she. Hermione stepped forward to defend the house elf. We all heard that voice. It could not have belonged to a house elf. Mr. Diggory, clearly still unconvinced, utilized the reversal spell to examine the last curse released, confirming that the wand had indeed been employed to cast the dark mark's incantation. What further explanation do you have? He concluded, having determined that the house elf was the perpetrator. His demeanor tinged with triumph. Amos, very few wizards are capable of that incantation. Where could she have learned it? Mr. Weasley reminded him. Perhaps, Mr. Crouch coldly interjected, Mr. Diggory is insinuating that I regularly instruct my servant on how to conjure the dark mark. Mr. Crouch's suppressed fury was palpable. Mr. Diggory was taken aback, hastily waving his hands. No, sir, that is absolutely not what I meant. Yet you have unfoundedly accused 2 individuals who are least likely to have conjured that mark. Mr. Crouch began to raise his voice. An uncomfortable silence ensued, prompting Mr. Weasley to intervene. He turned to the house elf, inquiring gently, "Where did you find this wand?" The house elf, looking downcast, murmured, "I found it over there, in the woods." "Amos," Mr. Weasley addressed Mr. Diggory. "It appears the individual who conjured the mark fled the scene post-haste. Quite clever of them to avoid using their own wand to prevent exposure. This unfortunate house elf likely stumbled upon the wand and picked it up. Did you see anyone?" Mr. Diggory asked, growing impatient. The house elf shook her head frantically, asserting that she had seen nothing. As the matter seemed to be nearing resolution, Mr. Crouch insisted on personally handling the house elf, and although Mr. Diggory was not in favor of this course of action, he dared not refuse given Mr. Crouch's high standing within the Ministry of Magic. Disregarding the house elf's desperate pleas, Mr. Crouch stepped back, shaking off her grasp, and scrutinized her as though she were something vile. The sound of the house elf's sobs echoed in the clearing, a mournful sound indeed. Hermione expressed her outrage at the unjust treatment of the house elf, yet no one paid her mind, which only fueled her indignation. After a moment of silence, Mr. Weasley proposed escorting the children away, returning Harry's wand to him as he prepared to depart. "Oh, young Malfoy," Mr. Weasley noted Draco, his brow furrowing slightly. "I trust you do not require my assistance in locating Lucius?" "Thank you, sir. We know how to return," Draco replied, taking Kia's hand as they began to walk back, while Harry remained lost in thought, watching their retreating figures. "Hey, Harry, what are you daydreaming about?" Ron waved his hand in front of Harry's eyes, bringing him back to reality. "The Death Eaters wouldn't attack pureblood wizards, would they? Then why did he run with us?" Harry voiced his lingering uncertainty. "Snap out of it, mate," Ron patted his shoulder. "You don't really think he came running over here out of concern for you, do you? Don't flatter yourself. Let us go." Harry remained silent, turning away to follow Ron and the others back. Upon returning to the tent, Draco was met by the sight of Narcissa seated there with a stern expression, clearly displeased. "Mother?" Seeing them return, Narcissa's anxious demeanor relaxed slightly, though her tone was reproachful. "How could you wander off like that? Do you have any idea how worried I was?" "Forgive me, Mother. I was frightened by the chaos outside." Draco nestled against her arm, pleading, "I promise I shall never do so again." Narcissa's expression softened a touch as she carefully examined both Draco and Kia to ensure they were unharmed before she felt reassured. "By the way, Mother, I saw that symbol in the sky. Who could have done it?" Draco inquired. Narcissa's expression darkened once more. She shook her head helplessly. "I do not know what to make of it. I can only hope it is someone's prank. That name which cannot be spoken haunts everyone, including the Death Eaters. Who orchestrated tonight's disturbance? Who participated in this game?" Draco's mind was in turmoil, and he felt his nerves tighten. Even after returning home, he bore an air of confusion that distressed Kia greatly. "Draco, what is wrong? Ever since the World Cup, you've been so distracted." Draco rubbed his temples, attempting to find clarity. "I cannot help but think of these matters. Although Wormtail, Peter Pettigrew, has been sent to Azkaban, I cannot be certain that there are not others loyal to the Dark Lord." "What do you mean?" "Exactly that. This semester, he has returned," Draco recalled. "We all thought Harry was lying, yet the truth is undeniable. He has returned." A tremor entered Draco's voice as he continued. "He has killed so many. He forced me to commit murder. I almost killed that girl. It was so close, and Professor Dumbledore. I was the one who caused his death." As he recalled those dark memories, he clutched his head, sobbing like a forlorn young beast. Kaya, feeling a pang of sympathy for his plight, gradually settled beside him and offered gentle words of comfort. "Draco, do not blame yourself for his transgressions. One day, he shall pay for his cruelty, and justice will ultimately judge his sins." Kaya's voice was both tender and resolute, soothing Draco's anxious heart. "Do you know why I am helping you? I see my own reflection in you. We are both struggling in the mire. Though we dwell in darkness, our souls still yearn for the sunlight." Slowly, Draco lifted his gaze. "You are right. All I can do now is to safeguard myself. I shall no longer be his pawn. And even if it costs me my life, I will protect my family." Outside, the relentless rain fell, and a veil of gray mist enveloped the sky, leaving one to wonder how long it would take for the sun to disperse the clouds. Yet, the rain would cease, and when it did, the sun would rise again, dispelling the gloom. Soon, school would commence. At platform 9 3/4, the Hogwarts Express belched forth thick clouds of smoke, while parents and students jostled together on the platform. A sea of dark figures. The Weasley family resembled a battalion, a cluster of red-haired children clamoring together in preparation to board the train. Hermione was also mingled among the Weasleys, attempting to squeeze onto the train with her large ginger cat in her arms. "Hey, Draco." Harry appeared from behind Draco, greeting him casually. Humph. Beside Harry stood a tall, handsome man, who, with his hands in his pockets, let out a cold huff. Serious, Harry tugged at his sleeve, hoping he would adopt a more amiable demeanor. Draco's eyes flickered mischievously as he feigned surprise, embracing Harry and giving him 2 hearty pats on the back, exclaiming loudly, "Hey, Harry, long time no see, I've missed you terribly." Sirius's face visibly darkened, his displeasure apparent. "Hey, Black, you ought to be more cordial." Upon hearing Kaya's voice, Sirius turned in confusion, thinking she was addressing him, only to find her scolding a shiny black snake, pointing at its head. "I loathe every Malfoy," Sirius thought. Chapter 38. The Triwizard Tournament. It was not until they boarded the train that Draco finally released his hold on Harry, having clung to him like a koala, merely to irritate Sirius. "Goodbye." Harry waved at Sirius as the train began to move, Sirius's grim countenance gradually fading from view. Draco, following suit, squeezed into a compartment with Harry, with Kaya trailing behind. Soon, Ron and Hermione joined them, while Ginny, Fred, and George, realizing there was no room left in the compartment, wisely sought out Lee Jordan and the others. Raindrops began to pelt against the window, quickly blurring their view. Ron rummaged through his bag, retrieving a deep purple robe to cover his incessantly squawking owl. "Wow, Weasley, did you bring your grandmother's clothes?" Draco remarked with a frown of disdain. "Malfoy, shut up," Ron retorted, raising a fist. "Why are you sitting here? You should be with your 2 hulking lackeys." Harry, feeling exasperated, attempted to intervene, genuinely fearing a confrontation between Draco and Ron. Fortunately, the 2 remained quiet for the remainder of the journey, much to Harry's relief. A rustling sound emanated from Kaya's satchel as she unfastened the clasp, and Blake emerged, coiling around her arm. "Can I touch it?" Ginny suddenly asked, her eyes alight with curiosity. "Of course," Kaya replied, and with her permission, Ginny cautiously extended a finger, gently tapping the snake's head. The little creature seemed to take a liking to Ginny, hissing and flicking its tongue. "Be careful, it might just take a bite out of you," Ron cautioned. Ginny shot him a glare, ignoring him as she continued to play with the little snake. Upon arrival, they donned their school robes. The train halted at Hogsmeade Station. The doors swung open, and the rumble of thunder echoed through the air. They wrapped their cloaks tightly around themselves and stepped off the train, heads bowed against the torrential rain. "Hello, Hagrid," Harry called out, spotting a tall figure at the far end of the platform. "Hello, Harry," Hagrid waved back. "See you at the feast. If I don't drown first." They boarded the carriages that would take them to Hogwarts Castle. No sooner had they entered than a water balloon plummeted from the ceiling, bursting above Ron and soaking him completely. A second water balloon followed suit, and looking up, they saw Peeves floating in midair, making faces at them. Fortunately, Draco had the foresight to keep Kaya back, thus avoiding the onslaught. "Peeves, get down here." Professor McGonagall stormed out of the Great Hall, only to slip on the wet floor, grabbing Hermione's neck to prevent herself from falling. "Oh dear, I'm so sorry. Miss Granger." "Oh, no worries," Hermione murmured, rubbing her neck. The Great Hall was as resplendent as ever, adorned for the new term with hundreds of floating candles illuminating the golden plates and goblets. Students filled the long tables, chattering animatedly. Draco noticed a new face among the faculty seating, Mad-Eye Moody. However, he was uncertain whether this Moody was the genuine article. Sensing Draco's gaze upon him, Moody's revolving magical eye turned in his direction, prompting Draco to hastily avert his eyes. After the sorting ceremony concluded, the tables overflowed with delectable food. Once everyone had eaten their fill, Dumbledore rose to address the assembly. He introduced Mad-Eye Moody as the new defense against the dark arts teacher. Where on earth did Dumbledore find such an odd assortment of people for this position? Kaya muttered under her breath. "Additionally, I have an announcement," Dumbledore proclaimed. "The Triwizard Tournament will be held here at Hogwarts this year." Excitement erupted among the students. But when they heard Dumbledore stipulate that only those who were 17 and older could participate, a chorus of boos arose, particularly from the Weasley twins. Outside Hagrid's hut, Draco looked disdainfully at the boxes on the ground, suppressing the urge to retch. "I cannot endure this class for even a single day." Kaya was in a fit of frustration. Hagrid had somehow procured a batch of blast-ended Skrewts, creatures that were both dangerous and repulsive, prompting a wave of complaints from the surrounding students. "Why are we even raising them? What purpose do they serve?" Draco questioned Hagrid bluntly, causing Hagrid's face to flush, rendering him speechless. "Malfoy, all you need to do today is feed them," Hagrid finally managed to say after a prolonged silence. "Whoever wants to feed them can do so. I refuse to be around such creatures," Draco declared coldly, crossing his arms and stepping aside. Many Slytherin students followed his lead, completely disregarding Hagrid, which left him disheartened. "It's all right, Hagrid," Harry approached him gently. "Perhaps we will discover their usefulness in time." Hagrid nodded slightly, returning to attend to his blast-ended Skrewts. "Draco, despite Hagrid not being the most exemplary teacher, he remains a dear friend of mine." Harry paused for a moment, acknowledging the difficulty of accepting such sentiments. "Let me handle it next time. At least give him some face, shall we?" Draco glanced down at him, as if pondering for a while, before languidly replying, "Very well. Then, it's settled. You can feed those hideous creatures next time. I have no desire to touch them." "No problem." The following days passed in a monotonous haze, devoid of any significant events. Neville's performance in potions class became increasingly outrageous. He had already melted 6 cauldrons, and Professor Snape's expression darkened to such an extent that one could almost envision ink dripping from his visage. He punished Neville with detention, leaving the poor lad on the brink of despair. Poor Longbottom. Even Kaya found herself unable to suppress her sympathy, though she too was baffled by how he managed to ruin the cauldrons. "I simply cannot comprehend it." Draco, equally confounded, merely shook his head. During defense against the dark arts, Moody adhered strictly to the textbook, refraining from broaching any topics concerning the unforgivable curses, let alone demonstrating them. After a period of observation, Draco could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. It appeared that this was indeed the genuine Moody, rather than an impostor. A throng of students huddled at the corner of the marble staircase, where a notice hung prominently: "Students from Beauxbatons and Durmstrang will arrive at Hogwarts on the evening of October 30th. Draco sighed, hoping that foolish Potter would not seek the limelight. Chapter 39, The Goblet of Fire. What an unsightly badge. Are you truly going to wear that? Kaya crossed her arms, bemused as she observed the badge Draco held. Moments ago, he had encountered Hermione on his way back to the common room. She was fervently engaged in the campaign for the liberation of house elves and had crafted these badges, compelling others to purchase them. For merely 2 sickles, one could escape the incessant chatter of Granger, a rather good deal. Draco scrutinized the badge and clicked his tongue. In my opinion, Granger's design leaves much to be desired. She ought to learn from me. My badge once captivated all of Hogwarts. Intrigued by Draco's prideful demeanor, Kaya inquired, "What badge did you create?" Draco scratched his head, suddenly feeling a tad embarrassed. Years ago, in a fit of childishness to vex Harry, he had spent an entire night crafting numerous badges, an undeniably juvenile endeavor. "Potter's a foul git," he muttered. Kaya playfully scolded, "Draco, are you but 3 years old?" On the day of October 30th, an air of eager anticipation enveloped the campus, as students awaited the arrival of Beauxbatons and Durmstrang that evening. Few were attentive in class, and once the bell rang, Draco and his companions hurried down to the dungeons to stow away their bags, donning their cloaks before heading to the entrance hall. All Hogwarts students lined up before the castle. Even the first-year newcomers trembled with excitement. "They're coming. They're coming. Over there." A colossal figure soared above the forbidden forest. As it drew nearer, illuminated by the castle's lights, they discerned it to be a magnificent carriage, drawn by several enormous silver-maned horses soaring through the air. The carriage landed gracefully, and a boy clad in a light blue robe opened the door, from which a large woman emerged, eliciting gasps from the crowd. She was nearly the size of Hagrid, an astonishing sight. Dumbledore stepped forward with a smile, saying, "Welcome, Madame Maxime." "Good day to you, Dumbledore," she replied in a deep voice. After their mutual greetings, the students of Beauxbatons began to disembark from the carriage, approximately a dozen or so, all around 18 or 19 years of age, shivering slightly in their silk robes, utterly inadequate against the cold. Dumbledore suggested they enter to warm themselves, allowing the Hogwarts crowd to part, and let the Beauxbatons students ascend the stone steps. "It's freezing," Kaya exhaled, rubbing her hands together. "Durmstrang is taking too long." "Just wait a bit longer. They'll be here soon," Draco remarked, shivering slightly, his gaze fixed on the Black Lake. The others looked skyward, and an eerie silence enveloped the surroundings before a strange sound emanated from the lake's surface. Beneath the tranquil waters, it seemed as though something stirred, akin to a great cork being pulled from the depths, as a massive whirlpool emerged in the center of the lake. A mast slowly rose from the depths, revealing an imposing ship that glimmered under the moonlight, resembling a ghostly vessel freshly retrieved from the water. The crew began to disembark, all tall figures clad in fur cloaks, evidently warm. The leading man greeted Dumbledore with warmth. "Dumbledore, my dear old friend." "Karkaroff, welcome," said Dumbledore. Kaya noticed a boy accompanying him. It was Victor Krum. "Oh my goodness. Harry, it's Victor Krum," Ron exclaimed, shaking Harry's arm in disbelief. Harry nodded, though he did not display the same level of excitement as Ron. Hermione was utterly perplexed by Ron's admiration for Krum, deeming it utterly ridiculous. Back in the Great Hall, Ron continued to hope that Krum and his classmates would choose to sit at the Gryffindor table, even going so far as to ask Hermione to shift over a bit to make room, much to her annoyance as she contemplated throwing her book at his head. Alas, Ron sighed with disappointment. Krum and his fellow students settled at the Slytherin table, right beside Draco, while Crabbe and Goyle appeared elated, eager to converse with Krum. However, Krum leaned in to speak with Draco, completely ignoring them. A few Durmstrang students, removing their fur cloaks, attempted to strike up conversations with Kaya, but it was evident she had no interest in engaging with them. She deftly maneuvered her way to sit beside Pansy and Zabini across the table. Is Malfoy trying to curry favor with Krum? Ron remarked with a hint of jealousy. Krum attracts attention wherever he goes. He'll soon see through Malfoy's facade. Harry absently pushed his knife around his plate, his gaze fixed on the Slytherin table across from him. What could Draco possibly be discussing with that fellow? He appeared so amused. Harry? Hermione called, noticing his dazed expression. Are you just slicing air? Harry glanced down, realizing his plate was empty. The feast had yet to commence. Once Dumbledore concluded his speech, as per usual, the plates brimmed with food. Harry shook his head, dispelling the chaotic thoughts, and speared a piece of steak, sinking his teeth into it with vigor. Draco was engaged in conversation with Krum when he suddenly noticed a silver-haired girl speaking to Harry. It was Fleur Delacour. She had taken the fish soup from their table, and both Harry and Ron's eyes were glued to her, Ron particularly entranced. Harry's gaze followed Fleur back to the Ravenclaw table, landing on Cho Chang not far away. What a fool, Draco muttered softly. As Draco raised his cup, Krum unexpectedly clinked his against it, startling him. My apologies, Draco. I didn't realize you were lost in thought, Krum said. Draco patted him on the shoulder, smiling. No worries, it was my mind that wandered. As Harry observed their interaction, stuffing meat into his mouth, he thought how Draco's slender arms and legs were no match for Krum's sturdy physique. He hoped he wouldn't be jostled. Hey, Harry, do not keep jabbing your fork into my plate of beef, Ron bellowed. 2 additional figures had taken seats among the faculty, Ludo Bagman and Barty Crouch. They were the organizers of the Triwizard Tournament. After everyone had feasted to their heart's content, Dumbledore produced the Goblet of Fire. We shall have 3 champions participating in the competition, each representing their respective school. At the conclusion of the 3 tasks, the champion with the highest score will be awarded the Triwizard Cup, with the goblet itself responsible for selecting the champions. Dumbledore placed the cup, flickering with blue and white flames, in the entrance hall. Students wishing to enter their names for consideration as champions, please inscribe your name and school on this parchment and toss it into the goblet. Tomorrow evening, the names of those who will represent the 3 schools will be drawn. However, I shall mark an age line around the goblet. Those under 17 years of age will not be permitted to cross it. Will you participate, Draco? Krum inquired. Draco shook his head. I have yet to meet the age requirement. Best of luck to you. He propped his chin on his hand, watching the dancing flames within the goblet, sincerely hoping that Krum would seize the Triwizard Cup. Chapter 40. Champions of Hogwarts. The following day was Saturday, and unlike any other. The Great Hall was adorned with the Goblet of Fire, encircled by a fine line of gold, the age line drawn by Dumbledore. Upon entering the hall, Draco spotted the Weasley twins, who were doubled over with laughter, pointing at one another's newly sprouted white beards, while the surrounding crowd echoed with giggles, leaving Draco unable to join in the mirth. Harry, Draco squeezed through the throng, tugging at Harry's sleeve. Harry, initially captivated by Fred and George, turned upon hearing Draco's voice and followed him outside the hall without a second thought. What is it, Draco? Draco wore a look of serious concern, which struck Harry as peculiar. You do not wish to participate in the Triwizard Tournament, do you, Harry? Draco asked. Hearing this, Harry shook his head resolutely and chuckled. What are you thinking? I haven't reached the age line. Even if I wanted to participate, I couldn't. Draco felt a slight relief upon hearing Harry's disinterest, but cautioned, you must not attempt to submit your name, otherwise. Otherwise what? Harry tilted his head, scrutinizing him. Otherwise, I shall refuse to acknowledge you. Potter, Draco retorted, clenching his fist. No showing off behind my back. Hey, Harry laughed. You absolute nutter, just shut your mouth, otherwise. You may become truly unlikable. I never aimed to be liked. Draco's face flushed, sharp-tongued. As Harry and Draco continued their playful banter, Hermione emerged from the Great Hall, pulling Ron along. Let us go visit Hagrid, Hermione suggested. Malfoy, you should join us. Oh, wait a moment. I need to grab an APW badge. Without waiting for Draco to decline, she dashed up the marble staircase, leaving the boys with her spirited retreat. Can I opt out? Draco lamented. I do not wish to donate my fingers to a blast-ended scrut. Nonsense. Let us go together. I assure you nothing untoward will happen, Harry promised, thumping his chest. Draco regarded him skeptically, clearly unconvinced. What is her problem? Ron muttered, still watching Hermione's departing figure. I think she won't abandon this venture anytime soon. Just bear with it. Weasley, Draco unusually interjected. While awaiting Hermione's return, Madame Maxime from Beauxbatons led her students into the Great Hall. Under the gaze of all, they took turns casting their names into the goblet, including Fleur Delacour. At that moment, Hermione returned with her badge. All right, let us go. They traversed the grounds towards Hagrid's hut, where the Beauxbatons carriage stood not far off, the massive Thestrals grazing beside it. Harry knocked on Hagrid's door, and they were met with the sound of barking. When Hagrid finally opened the door, they were rendered speechless. "Merlin," Draco exclaimed, nearly dropping his jaw. Hagrid was clad in a fluffy brown suit, adorned with a garish yellow and orange tie. Acceptable enough, but his hair appeared slicked down with what could only be machine oil, styled into two bizarre tufts, a rather alarming sight. Hermione stared at him for a moment, before stammering out a topic. What about the blast-ended Scroots?" Hagrid appeared exceedingly pleased. "They're in the pumpkin patch. They've all grown. But their SA problem. They've begun to turn on each other." "How splendid," Draco blurted out. Harry quickly covered his mouth, preventing him from uttering another word. What he means is we should think of a solution." "Indeed," Hagrid nodded. "I've kept them separated in a box. There are about 20 of them." Draco silently rolled his eyes. They settled around Hagrid's table, where he poured tea for each of them. Draco surveyed the messy surroundings with disdain. Curling his lip, he refrained from voicing any disparaging remarks. Given that Harry sat beside him, they began discussing the Triwizard Tournament, sharing lunch together. Although Hagrid claimed the stew was beef, Hermione fished out a claw from the pot, prompting Draco to suppress an urge to retch. He resolutely refused to taste a morsel. By 5:30 in the afternoon, twilight was encroaching, and it was time for them to return to the castle, where the champions of the Triwizard Tournament would soon be announced, an event that excited them all, except for Draco. Hagrid abandoned Harry and the others, trailing after Madame Maxime, leaving them utterly astonished. Upon entering the candlelit Great Hall, they found it filled to capacity. Draco turned to depart, making his way back to the Slytherin table, where Kaya awaited him. "Where have you been?" Kaya whispered. "I couldn't find you all day." "Nothing much," Draco replied, his focus entirely elsewhere, captivated by the Goblet of Fire. The assembled crowd craned their necks in anticipation, their faces etched with anxiety, all restless to learn who would be chosen as the champions. Once the plates piled high with food were cleared, Dumbledore rose, and the hall fell into a hushed silence. Every gaze fixated on him in eager expectation. Ludo Bagman wore a broad smile, while Barty Crouch, seated beside him, stared intently at the goblet. And Draco could not shake the feeling that Crouch appeared somewhat tense. The goblet was on the verge of making its decision, upon the announcement of the champions. They were to proceed to the front of the hall, passing the faculty table, and enter the adjoining chamber. Dumbledore instructed, with a flick of his wand. The hall dimmed to a twilight glow, the goblet's radiance illuminating the room, all eyes fixated on the swirling flames, awaiting the revelation. Suddenly, the flames turned crimson, sparks flying, and a charred piece of parchment shot forth from the goblet. Dumbledore caught it, glanced at it, and declared, "The champion from Durmstrang, Victor Krum." Thunderous applause and cheers erupted throughout the hall as Krum rose from the Slytherin table and made his way through the door. Next, the name of the second champion was announced, the champion from Beauxbatons, Fleur Delacour. The silver-haired young woman stood gracefully and glided forward. Now, it was time for the champion from Hogwarts, the valiant warrior of Hogwarts, Cedric Diggory. The hall erupted in thunderous applause, particularly from the Hufflepuff students, each adorned with expressions of exuberance. "Splendid." As the crowd gradually settled, Dumbledore proclaimed with great fervor, "Now that our 3 champions have been selected, let us wholeheartedly support our warriors and contribute to this event." Before Dumbledore could finish his speech, the flames in the goblet turned crimson once more, sparks crackling, and a piece of parchment gracefully floated into Dumbledore's hands. Dumbledore gazed incredulously at the slip of paper he held, then read aloud, "Harry Potter." Draco felt a weighty heaviness settle in his chest, his complexion visibly paling, while Harry sat in bewilderment, feeling as though he were caught in a dream. Chapter 41, I Believe in You. A cacophony of murmured discussions erupted in the hall, with many whispering to one another, while Harry remained frozen in his seat, as if encased in ice. Almost all eyes were fixated upon him, and the sensation was utterly dreadful. "Harry Potter," Dumbledore called out loudly, "please come forth." He was compelled to lift his heavy feet and walk towards the front, the path stretching interminably. Even Hagrid at the staff table sat in stunned silence, offering no customary greeting. Harry thought to himself, "This is simply terrible." Watching Harry cross the threshold, Draco felt an acute sense of worry, noting Harry's grave expression, while Kaya also sensed that something was amiss. How could this be? "I have no idea." Draco shook his head, but it was certainly not his doing. He lacked the capability. Then who could it be? Draco's gaze shifted to the staff table, where Mad-Eye Moody's magical eye was ceaselessly swiveling, alertly scanning the surroundings, as though someone lurked in the shadows, poised to cast a malevolent curse. "Is it him?" Kaya asked, noticing Draco's fixation on Mad-Eye. "I don't know." Draco's mind was a tumult of confusion. Harry stumbled out of the now desolate hall, utterly oblivious to how he returned to Gryffindor Tower, pondering who had cast his name into the Goblet of Fire. Were they aiming to humiliate him? Or worse, to take his life? A figure began to materialize in his mind, If anyone wished for his demise, it would undoubtedly be Voldemort. But how could he accomplish such a feat? Harry recalled a dream from the summer, where Voldemort conspired with a man to kill him, though he had not caught the name of that individual. Unbeknownst to him, he had already entered the common room, which was filled with raucous celebration, as his friends cheered for him, particularly Fred and George, who were brimming with curiosity about how Harry had deceived the goblet. However, Harry's spirits were significantly dampened, and he refrained from joining the festivities. He lifted his gaze, scanning the room, but Ron and Hermione were conspicuously absent, evidently not partaking in the revelry. After repeatedly asserting his desire for rest, the crowd finally relented, allowing him to hastily ascend the stairs to the dormitory. There, he found Ron sprawled on his bed, still fully dressed. Upon hearing the door close, he lifted his head. "Where have you been, Ron?" Harry inquired. Ron wore a strained smile as he responded, "Congratulations." Harry was perplexed. "What do you mean? No one else crossed that line except you. Did you use the invisibility cloak? The cloak doesn't possess such capabilities. Perhaps you found another way?" Harry, growing frustrated, retorted, "Listen, Ron, I didn't do that. Someone put my name in, likely intending to harm me." "Really?" Ron appeared skeptical. "Well, you needn't lie to me. Perhaps you could have acted under cover of night. I'm not a fool." "Clearly, you are," Harry shot back. "Really?" Ron's smile vanished entirely as he drew the curtains around his bed, shutting Harry out completely. "You need to sleep, Harry. You might have to rise early tomorrow for the media and all that." Harry sat there, dazed, staring at the deep red curtains. The following day, he sent a letter to Sirius, revealing the recent events. He had never felt so helpless, and though Hermione earnestly tried to comfort him, her efforts seemed to bear little fruit. Suddenly, he found himself looking forward to Hagrid's class. This would be his first encounter with Slytherin students since becoming a champion, which meant Draco would also be present. Draco arrived fashionably late, flanked by Crabbe and Goyle, both wearing foolish, sycophantic grins, oblivious to what Draco had said to amuse them so. Spotting Harry's gaze, Draco turned to shoo Crabbe and Goyle away, and the two hulking figures obediently complied. Hagrid emerged from behind his hut, cradling a precarious stack of boxes, each containing a sizable blast-ended scrut, instructing the students to take them for a walk. Draco's face twisted in distaste as Harry, seizing the opportunity, donned his dragonhide gloves to assist him in securing the creatures, allowing them a moment to converse. "Draco, Harry hesitated, struggling to find the right words. Draco, understanding his intent, continued, "I know, I believe you didn't. Who would willingly seek death?" Harry's eyes brightened with gratitude. "Thank you, Draco." Draco raised an eyebrow, muttering, "I truly wonder who did it, but I advise you to prepare yourself. Otherwise, you might easily meet a grim fate." Harry sighed, a look of confusion washing over him as he began to zone out again. Draco held the leash of the blast-ended scrut when suddenly its tail erupted, propelling it several feet forward. Draco lost his footing and tumbled to the ground with a cry. Harry snapped back to reality and rushed to help him up. Draco brushed off the grass clippings, exclaiming in frustration, "I don't want to attend this wretched class for even a day." In the days that followed, Harry remained morose. Ron refused to speak to him, and aside from Gryffindor, the other houses were far from friendly, particularly Hufflepuff, who rallied behind their champion, Diggory. Sirius's reply brought Harry some solace, indicating he would visit the school. Professor Trelawney resumed her ominous prophecies of death, while Harry found himself utterly lost in Professor Flitwick's charms class, even being assigned extra homework as a result. Before the afternoon potions class with Snape, Slytherin and Gryffindor students congregated outside the classroom. Kaya bounced over and shoved a large badge into Harry's hand. "Here, this is the badge Draco made for you last night. He was too shy to give it himself, so I took it upon myself to deliver it." She winked playfully at Harry before rejoining the Slytherin ranks. "What were you doing?" Draco asked. "Delivering something for you," Kaya replied matter-of-factly. "What thing?" Draco asked, puzzled. "The badge you made for Harry last night. Wasn't it meant for him? You were too bashful, so I just helped you out." "What?" Draco erupted, drawing the attention of everyone around. "Who told you to give it to him?" Draco hissed, lowering his voice. "Then why did you write his name?" Kaya retorted boldly, blaming you. "I'll strangle you." Draco spoke through gritted teeth. Harry gazed at the silver-green badge in his palm, clearly noticing the care that had gone into its creation. Harry Potter would become the greatest of warriors. At long last, he revealed the most radiant smile he had worn in days. Chapter 42, The White Weasel. Upon entering the classroom, Ron and Seamus took their seats together, while Hermione was pulled away by Lavender and her friends, leaving Harry to sit alone at a table. Appearing somewhat solitary. "Hey, what's wrong with them?" Kaya observed that Harry and Ron seemed to be at odds. Draco shrugged. "Who knows?" "Hey, Harry, come sit with us," Kaya called out enthusiastically from across the classroom, drawing the attention of everyone present. Draco quickly tugged at her sleeve, urging her to lower her voice. Harry, troubled by his thoughts, heard Kaya's invitation and immediately grabbed his bag, making his way over to Draco. As he passed Ron, he caught a barely audible scoff from him. As class commenced, Snape surveyed the room and frowned upon discovering Harry mingling among a group of Slytherins. "Potter," Snape said in his frosty tone, "please return to your side of Gryffindor. I do not wish to see Malfoy's potion grades plummet." Harry languidly packed his bag, his mind drifting to the fantasy of lifting a cauldron and placing it atop Snape's greasy head. Halfway through the lesson, Colin burst into the classroom, offering a smile to Harry before approaching Snape. "Professor, I apologize for the interruption, but I need to take Harry Potter upstairs." "Potter can go after class," Snape replied, casting a sinister glance at Colin, causing him to involuntarily shudder. However, poor Colin's face flushed as he explained, "Mr. Bagman sent me. All the champions are required to attend." "Potter, take your belongings and vanish from my sight," Snape frowned. Harry felt as if he had been granted a reprieve. He slung his bag over his shoulder and stood up, heading towards the door. "See you later," he called to Draco, cheerfully exiting the classroom. The photo session and interviews consumed a significant amount of time, and by the time Harry emerged, it was mealtime. He ventured alone into the Great Hall, where Draco and the others were already dining. Without a second thought, Harry settled beside Draco, prompting a collective glare from the Slytherins, though their eyes were filled with disdain. Harry remained unperturbed. "Are you out of your mind?" Draco exclaimed, astonished. "When did you go blind?" "This is Slytherin." "Oh, come on," Harry replied with a nod. "It's just a change of scenery. It's no big deal. Suit yourself." Draco rolled his eyes and returned to his meal. Yet, Harry could not help but stare fixedly at him, saying, "Thank you for your gift, Draco. It truly made my day." Mentioning the gift irked Draco, who shot a venomous glance at Kaya, who promptly buried her face in her bowl of thick soup, attempting to drown herself in it. Harry chuckled heartily, eliciting yet another disdainful look from Draco. Over the following 2 weeks, Harry was pleasantly surprised when Sirius came to visit him at school, providing him with immense comfort. Sirius was deeply concerned for his well-being, though Harry did not appear overly troubled, which eased Sirius's worries considerably. "Harry, above all, you must prioritize your safety," Sirius admonished. "And be cautious of Karkaroff. He is a Death Eater." "A Death Eater?" Sirius nodded. "He was previously apprehended and imprisoned in Azkaban alongside me. But he was released due to his cooperation with the Ministry of Magic. Also, do not take to heart the article that woman named Skeeter published. It is utterly baseless." Harry ruffled his untamed hair, feeling angered by the mention of her. He had said nothing. Yet she fabricated a story suggesting that he sought attention and deliberately distorted his friendship with Hermione. Most infuriatingly, many people believed her. Miss Granger is breathtakingly beautiful, hailing from a Muggle family, and like Harry, she is also among the top students at school. As Harry and Sirius traversed the corridors, they heard Draco loudly reading from a newspaper, followed by a chorus of laughter from those surrounding him. Draco waved the Daily Prophet triumphantly, proclaiming, "Can you believe that anyone would actually believe such nonsense? I want to comment on other matters, but Potter is a top student? Is the person she interviewed truly Harry Potter? That woman must have had her brain scrambled by a blast-ended scrut." Draco's words incited a fresh wave of laughter, and upon hearing them, Harry chuckled before shaking his head in resignation. Sirius interpreted Draco's comments as an affront to Harry and strode over, seizing Draco by the collar and lifting him off the ground. Draco's feet dangled as he flailed in panic. "Help!" Draco screamed, as the surrounding Slytherins scattered, none daring to assist him. Harry was startled and quickly intervened, urging Sirius to set Draco down. Sirius growled a warning at Draco Malfoy. "If you dare mock Harry again, you will regret it." Draco, near tears, was genuinely frightened of Sirius and could only nod repeatedly, hoping for release. Sirius finally set Draco down and turned to lead Harry away, while Harry intended to escort Sirius out before returning to apologize to Draco. Draco, feeling miffed, withdrew his wand from his robes, intending to ambush Sirius and teach him a lesson. "You little brat. No mischief." A harsh voice boomed from behind them. With a loud bang, Harry turned to see that Draco had vanished, replaced by a trembling little white weasel. Moody, dragging his false leg, stormed forward, pointing his wand at the weasel. The weasel, terrified, leaped into Harry's arms, and without a second thought, he caught it, feeling a warm, furry creature curl up against his chest, trembling from fear. "Wait, Moody, calm down." Sirius, startled, stepped in front of Harry to prevent Moody from advancing further. "You cannot punish students with transfiguration spells," Sirius insisted. "I detest those who ambush others from behind," Moody growled. "A cowardly, despicable act." Harry bowed his head in astonishment, only then realizing that the little white weasel was Draco. He cradled it to prevent it from falling, but Draco seemed ungrateful, biting Harry sharply, causing him to wince in pain. "Moody, please leave at once, or I will summon Dumbledore," Sirius said sternly. Moody reluctantly departed, grumbling under his breath, the sound of his false leg echoing down the corridor. Once Moody was far enough away, Harry dared to pull Draco out from his robes and set him on the ground, while Sirius cast the counterspell. Draco transformed back, still shaken, with messy golden hair and red eyes, slumped on the ground and wiping tears with his sleeve. "Draco, are you all right?" Harry reached out to help him up, only to have Draco swat his hand away. Draco stood up, glaring fiercely at them. "I must tell my father," he exclaimed, his voice tinged with sobs. Chapter 43, The Slytherin Night Stroll. Harry found himself ensnared in an uncomfortable predicament. Ron had chosen to ignore him, and Draco did the same, leaving only Hermione as his companion. Yet, this meant he was obliged to remain in the library with her. Time slipped away unnoticed, and Harry's heart gradually filled with trepidation. On the Saturday preceding the commencement of the first task, the school granted permission for students in their third year and above to venture to Hogsmeade. Heeding Hermione's counsel, Harry felt the need to clear his mind. "Why are you wearing the invisibility cloak?" Hermione questioned, puzzled. "I find it much more comfortable this way," Harry replied. He was indeed grateful for the cloak, especially upon spotting Rita Skeeter. Had she seen him, she would surely concoct yet another scandalous story. They pushed open the door to the 3 broomsticks, stepping inside to a throng of patrons, predominantly Hogwarts students. Hermione went to procure some drinks while Harry scanned the tavern. Ron sat with Fred and others. Harry considered giving him a playful jab on the back of the head, but restrained himself. In a corner, 2 pale blonde heads caught his attention, the Malfoy siblings. Draco appeared to be in a foul mood, staring blankly at his butterbeer. Hermione returned and stealthily slipped a glass of butterbeer beneath the cloak to Harry. He took a hearty gulp, the warm sensation uplifting his spirits. "Look, Hagrid," Hermione pointed out. Harry followed her gaze to see Hagrid conversing with Professor Moody, which explained why he hadn't noticed him earlier. As Harry observed, Hagrid and Moody rose, seemingly preparing to leave. Suddenly, Moody halted, his magical eye rotating to fixate on Harry. He tapped Hagrid and murmured something, then both made their way toward Harry. Hagrid greeted Hermione, while Moody limped over, leaning down to whisper, "Potter, that invisibility cloak is quite impressive." Harry jumped at the unexpected comment. Moody was evidently unfazed by his reaction, explaining in a hushed tone, "My eye can see through invisibility cloaks." It was clear that Moody had informed Hagrid of Harry's presence. Hagrid leaned in closer, speaking in a very low voice, "Harry, come to my hut at midnight tonight, wearing the invisibility cloak." After they departed, Harry relayed this to Hermione. Though surprised, she offered no further comment. Later that night, Harry donned the invisibility cloak and quietly slipped out, despite it still being quite early before midnight. Descending the stairs, he reached the marble staircase on the first floor, where the entrance to the Slytherin dungeon lay to his right. Hesitating briefly, he followed 2 Slytherin students as they passed by, almost instinctively. "Glory," they spoke the password to the stone wall, and as the door swung open, Harry seized the opportunity to slip inside unnoticed. The Slytherin common room was not particularly crowded, appearing much as it had during his last visit. And he did not see Draco anywhere. "Is Draco already asleep?" Pansy inquired as she worked on her homework. "Not sure. He seems to have gone to bed," Kaya yawned. Having been turned into a ferret, his mind often in a daze, fearful that Moody might suddenly pounce on him with a curse. "I've said it before, he should keep his distance from Potter. If you ask me, that boy is bad luck," Pansy complained. "Honestly, not is no better than Potter. At least Potter is pure blood." "Not necessarily. I still have more faith in Potter," Kaya countered. "Have you considered the girls?" Zabini interjected, lifting his book from his face with curiosity. "None of your business. Get back to your reading." Pansy waved him off impatiently, prompting Zabini to raise his book once more. Harry listened to their conversation, feeling somewhat disoriented. It seemed that Draco had indeed gone to sleep, but Harry had no idea where his dormitory was. "Blaise, could you check if Draco is asleep? If he isn't, ask him if I can borrow his potions homework," Pansy requested, her frustration evident as she struggled with the assignment. Watching Zabini rise, Harry promptly followed him. Once inside the dormitory, Zabini quickly exited again, providing Harry the perfect chance to sneak in. Inside, only one bed was draped with curtains. The others stood empty, indicating that no one was present. Harry quietly approached the bed, grappling with his thoughts before cautiously lifting a corner of the curtain, only to meet a pair of icy gray eyes. Draco was not asleep. He lay there in a stupor, having noticed his curtain being drawn back slightly, revealing an empty space outside, but he could easily guess who was responsible. "Potter, trespassing in the Slytherin dormitory. How many points do you think Professor Snape will deduct?" Realizing he had been discovered, Harry closed the door and pulled back the hood of the invisibility cloak, revealing just his floating head. "Draco," Harry said, settling onto the edge of his bed, causing Draco to instinctively shrink back. "Harry Potter," he hissed, Can you please either fully emerge or remain concealed? Do you wish to scare me to death? Apologies, Harry complied, removing the cloak entirely. I don't know what came over me. I just felt compelled to find you. I'm truly sorry about what happened last time. You haven't spoken to me lately, and it's been quite disheartening. If it helps, I could let you buy me a couple more times. With that, Harry lifted his shirt, exposing his firm chest. Go ahead, take a few nibbles. I won't resist. Seeing his exaggeratedly gallant demeanor, Draco's irritation began to dissipate. He swatted Harry's head, instructing him to pull his shirt down and spare them both the embarrassment. Not angry anymore. Who says that? You smiled. You're seeing things. After some playful banter, Draco prodded Harry's back. Let's get serious. What are your plans for the tournament? Harry's heart sank, yet he feigned nonchalance. It's nothing. I'll take it one step at a time. I advise you to prepare soon. The first task involves dragon fighting, Draco warned with concern. What will you do if those creatures turn you into charcoal? What did you say? Harry exclaimed, astonished. The first task is dragon fighting? Who told you that? Draco's eyes darted around as he fabricated an excuse. I heard my father mention it. P.S. Not some insignificant Weasley. He knows the ins and outs. Oh no. Harry buried his head in his hands, his already tousled hair becoming even more disheveled. Stop sighing. Consider how confident you feel about defeating a dragon. It's not entirely hopeless. Draco attempted to console him. Perhaps I'll be the dragon's dinner within 2 seconds. Harry lamented. Draco couldn't help but chuckle at his words, and soon Harry joined in, the atmosphere easing considerably. That's enough. I should go find Hagrid, Harry declared, draping the invisibility cloak over himself once more. What does that big oaf want with you at this hour? Draco inquired, curious. Harry's voice floated back to him. I'm not sure. He just told me to wear the cloak. Perhaps it's something important. You should get some rest. I'll be on my way. Draco watched as the dormitory door swung open, then closed, knowing that Harry had departed. As soon as he lay down, the sound of the door being pushed open reached his ears. Draco sprang up, pulling back the curtains, and upon seeing that it was Blaise Zabini entering, the anticipation on his face instantly evaporated. Oh, you weren't asleep after all, Zabini remarked to himself. I knew it. I distinctly remember leaving the door ajar, and when I returned, it was closed. Quite odd, wasn't he it? Zabini, Draco inquired, his tone tinged with a hint of curiosity. Do you happen to know any methods to deal with a Hungarian horntail? Zabini looked somewhat perplexed by the sudden question. I'm afraid I don't know that. Why do you ask? Nothing much. Just go to sleep, Draco replied, drawing the curtains once more. Zabini scratched his head and ambled towards his own bed. Meanwhile, Harry emerged from the cellar and made his way across the lawn towards Hagrid's hut. He knocked on the door, and Hagrid opened it, glancing around before whispering. Is that you, Harry? It's me, Harry replied as he slipped into the hut. Once Hagrid closed the door behind them, Harry removed his invisibility cloak. What's the matter? Hagrid, I need to show you something, Hagrid said mysteriously. Harry's alertness heightened. He wondered if Hagrid's blast-ended Scroot had laid eggs. Or perhaps he had acquired yet another three-headed dog. Put your cloak back on, Hagrid instructed. Follow me. He opened the door to the hut and strode out, Harry hurriedly following suit. Hagrid first led him to the Beauxbatons carriage, knocking on its door, which was opened by Madame Maxime. Oh, Hagrid, has the time come? She greeted, smiling. Good evening, Hagrid replied, beaming as he extended a hand to assist her down from the carriage. Harry, filled with confusion, watched as they walked towards the edge of the enclosure. Was Madame Maxime what Hagrid wanted to show him? Bewildered, Harry trailed behind them, utterly perplexed. After a considerable distance, they heard shouts from a group of men ahead, accompanied by deafening roars. Harry's mouth fell open in astonishment. Draco had been right. They had indeed brought in dragons. For ferocious dragons were confined within the enclosure, emitting shrill roars as torrents of scorching flames erupted from their tooth-filled maws, illuminating the dark night sky. At least 30 wizards strained against chains, desperately attempting to subdue the dragons. The chains bound the dragons' legs and necks, limiting their movement. And among them was a particularly fearsome black dragon. Stay back. Don't come any closer, a wizard shouted from near the fence. They can breathe fire up to 20 feet. But I've seen that tree hornet breathe fire 40 feet. Once the dragon handlers managed to temporarily restrain the dragons, the wizard who had spoken approached. Harry recognized him as Charlie, Ron's brother. He began to introduce the dragons to Hagrid. That one was a Hungarian horntail. The smaller one is a Welsh green, the silvery blue one is a Swedish short snout, and the red one is a Chinese fireball. Having listened to Charlie and Hagrid's conversation and witnessed the dragon's ferocity, Harry quietly turned around and made his way back to the castle. He couldn't quite articulate his feelings. Although he now knew what lay ahead, the lingering sense of dread had not diminished significantly. On his way back, he nearly collided with Karkaroff, who was likely also sneaking around to gather information for his students. Now, among the 4 champions, only Cedric remained oblivious to the impending challenges. Harry returned to the common room, where an eerie silence prevailed. Not a soul was in sight. He sighed, removed his invisibility cloak, and collapsed onto the sofa, staring vacantly at the ceiling. Where have you been? It was Ron, emerging from the dormitory clad in purple striped pajamas. Harry, not particularly inclined to converse, responded impatiently. I took a couple of rounds in the Slytherin dungeon. What? Do you want to go too? Fine, I shouldn't pry, Ron said, his face falling. If you really like that ferret so much, you might as well apply to switch to Slytherin. Oh, wait, I suppose Snape would never let you into his house. How unfortunate. Harry couldn't help but laugh in exasperation. Yes, I absolutely adore him. At least he doesn't grow paranoid over trivial matters. Just wait and see. I'll go to Slytherin tomorrow. If Snape disagrees, I'll take him down with me. After venting, Harry dashed upstairs, leaving Ron standing there, frozen in place. On Saturday morning, Harry hurriedly got out of bed. Upon arriving in the Great Hall, he found Hermione having breakfast with Ginny. Good morning, Harry, Ginny greeted him. It seems your shoes are on the wrong feet. Harry glanced down and, with a resigned sigh, switched his shoes back. After a few bites, he seized Hermione and rushed off. Harry divulged the entire dragon ordeal to Hermione, who, infected by his anxiety, joined him in an exhaustive search at the library all morning. Yet they found no solutions for dealing with dragons. After lunch, Draco pulled Harry aside. Have you thought of a way? Harry shook his head in frustration, ruffling his tousled hair. I asked Kaya. She said the dragon's most vulnerable spot is its eyes. Perhaps you could find a spell targeting that. Harry felt a surge of clarity wash over him, his heavy heart lifting as excitement took over. He impulsively embraced Draco and planted a kiss on his cheek. Oh my goodness, this is brilliant. I adore you. Draco wriggled free, vigorously wiping his face with his sleeve, scowling. That's disgusting. You can be excited without getting all mushy. Kaya, hidden nearby, covered her mouth, her eyes wide, unable to blink as she stared at them. Just then, Ginny emerged from around the corner, intending to find Harry, but upon witnessing the scene, her cheeks flushed crimson, and she shyly covered her face. Chapter 45, The Hungarian Horntail. Draco, do you think I should tell Cedric about the dragons? Harry pondered. After all, the rest of them were aware of the task, and it seemed unfair to keep him in the dark. Draco shot him a disapproving glance, crossing his arms. Don't tell him. It's better to let him lose in the first round. That way, you'll have one less competitor. Draco contemplated that if Diggory were to be eliminated in the first round, it would be for the best, perhaps freeing him from a tragic fate. A fitting conclusion after all. I'll think about it. Harry fell into deep thought. You always want to be the saint, Harry. If I were you, I wouldn't care about his well-being. I would only choose what benefits me the most, Draco declared with an air of superiority. However, Harry did not heed Draco's advice. On his way to class, he spotted Cedric Diggory surrounded by a throng of admirers, his face adorned with a warm smile, radiating warmth like the sun. Ignoring the curious gazes of those around him, Harry pushed into the crowd. Cedric appeared momentarily startled, but politely inquired if Harry needed something. Cedric, Harry cleared his throat. I was wondering if you could come with me for a moment. I need to speak with you privately. Cedric extricated himself from the group and obediently followed Harry to a secluded corner. Listen, the first task involves dragons. Each of us will face one. Harry glanced around to ensure they were not being followed and hurriedly dropped the statement. Cedric appeared somewhat skeptical, a hint of doubt crossing his face. Are you sure? Harry nodded vigorously. Crumb and Fleur are both aware, so I thought you should be informed as well. Harry's demeanor seemed genuinely earnest, devoid of deceit, prompting Cedric to nod hesitantly. Thank you, Harry, I understand. With urgency to attend class, Harry refrained from further conversation with Cedric, hastily slinging his bag over his shoulder and dashing toward the classroom. Soon, the day of the competition arrived, and the atmosphere in the arena was electric. Students packed the stands, their raucous voices reverberating through the air, while the Weasley twins darted about the bleachers, calling out, Betting is open. Who's ready to wager on today? Asked Victor. Crumb has the best odds. Kaya and Pansy were seated in the stands when Fred passed by, prompting Kaya to call out, Hey, Weasley. Fred turned back, crouching beside her. Miss Parkinson, what's the scoop? Care to place a bet? Kaya produced 5 golden galleons and handed them to him. Here you go. I'm betting on Potter. A mischievous glint sparkled in Fred's eyes as he replied in his usual irreverent tone. Just remember, Harry is the underdog. No worries. Kaya waved her hand dismissively. It's just for fun. Pansy then pulled out 3 galleons. I'm betting on Crumb. After Fred departed, Pansy glanced around. Strange, where has Draco disappeared to? Crabbe and Goyle occupied a significant portion of space among the crowd, yet there was no sign of Draco. Pansy looked back again, locking eyes with Zabini, who was lowering his head. She rolled her eyes and turned away. What's up? Kaya asked, pulling 2 candies from her pocket and offering one to Pansy. Has Blaze been bothering you? No, he is too busy canoodling with his new sweetheart to bother me, Pansy replied, unwrapping the candy and biting into it. Oh, Kaya said, retrieving another lemon drop from her bag and tossing it to Zabini. Blaze, catch. Zabini caught it and glanced at it. I don't eat sour stuff. However, the two girls ignored him thereafter. As Pansy continued talking, she pushed Draco from her mind, while Draco, at that moment, was struggling to carry Harry's firebolt towards the arena, panting heavily. Damn troll, why must I do this? Isn't this a job for a Weasley? He grumbled, setting the broom in a concealed corner near the arena, ensuring Harry's ludicrous summoning charm could retrieve it. After stowing the broom, Draco entered the lounge and, upon lifting the curtain, spotted Harry and Hermione in an embrace, while Rita Skeeter was stealthily aiming her camera at them. The flash went off, causing Harry and Hermione to instinctively pull apart, startled by the sudden appearance of Rita and Draco. Harry's expression resembled that of a wife caught in a compromising situation by her husband, a thought that startled Draco, prompting him to shake his head to dispel such strange notions. Miss Skeeter, Draco cleared his throat, elongating his tone. Good day. Rita turned, a hint of confusion on her face. Oh, and you are? Draco Malfoy. My father is Lucius Malfoy. He works at the Ministry of Magic. Rita's face instantly brightened with an exaggerated smile. Oh, Mr. Malfoy, it's a pleasure to meet you. Would you mind stepping over here? Draco replied. I believe I have a story you'll find quite intriguing. Rita, delighted, sashayed over to him, only to hear him lower his voice menacingly. If you wish to keep your illegal transformations from the Ministry's knowledge, I suggest you vanish from my sight at once. Otherwise, I wouldn't mind sharing this little tidbit with my father. I believe he would be quite interested. Rita's expression soured. She had not anticipated that Draco would be aware of this matter, stammering incoherently. Why you? How could you? Draco maintained a polite smile. Well then, farewell. Rita dared not say another word, hastily departing with her two staff members, as if Draco were a ravenous beast. Dumbledore arrived with Mr. Crouch and Bagman, filling the tent to capacity, prompting Draco to signal to Harry that everything was under control before stepping outside. Shortly thereafter, Hermione emerged, appearing quite distressed. Malfoy, you haven't left yet. She approached him, sitting beside him on the grass. Just now. Harry, and why are you telling me this? Draco asked, perplexed. It's just a hug. What is the big deal? As the words left his mouth, Draco felt something was amiss but couldn't articulate it. I'm so anxious. What if something happens to Harry? Hermione looked somewhat frantic. Draco, however, was less concerned, idly plucking blades of grass. Trust me, even if he encounters the Hungarian horntail, he should return alive, albeit whether intact remains to be seen. Hermione's dismay deepened at his words. Harry's luck had never been particularly favorable. Chapter 46, A Most Serious Potion. Harry floated toward the arena, feeling as though he were walking on clouds, his legs weak beneath him. The roars of the dragon echoed to the heavens, the atmosphere far more vibrant than during previous matches, with cheers from the crowd resonating from afar. The Hungarian horntail was partially sheltering a clutch of dragon eggs with its massive wings, its yellow eyes vigilantly scanning the surroundings, while its powerful tail, lined with dangerous spines, left uneven imprints in the ground as it swung. I regret this. Kaya swallowed hard. It appears tonight's Gryffindor feast will include a roasted Potter. Harry focused intently, gripping his wand as he uttered the incantation, Accio Firebolt. He could only pray the broom would arrive swiftly, without incident. The broom soared to Harry's side, and with practiced ease, he mounted it, soaring into the sky. Once off the ground, he had never felt so liberated, as if the sky were his domain. The horntail glared at him menacingly, and Harry circled around it, seeking an opportunity to seize the golden egg nestled among the dragon's treasures. However, Harry had underestimated the ferocity of the horntail. Its spiked tail lashed out, nearly knocking him from his broom. He maneuvered sharply, the tail grazing his side and leaving a significant wound, prompting gasps from the audience witnessing the harrowing scene. In a corner of the stands, Draco was sweating profusely, his gaze fixated on Harry darting across the arena, desperate enough to wish he could kick him off the broom and take his place in the competition. Is this fool playing Quidditch with a dragon? Cast a spell already. It's closing in. Draco instinctively voiced his thoughts, but his words were drowned out by the cacophony of the crowd, going unheard. Harry engaged in a perilous game of cat and mouse with the horntail, as the dragon's south claw approached dangerously close to his head, causing many spectators to shield their eyes in fear. Oh my! Pansy turned away, unable to watch any longer. A sudden cheer erupted from the audience, and she exclaimed, "What is happening? Has Potter's brain matter been splattered?" Kaya stood up in excitement. Oh my! He has acquired the egg. What? How did he manage that? At that moment, Harry seized the opportunity to slip past the grasp of the tree bee and swiftly drew his wand, casting a stunning spell at close range. The tree bee roared in fury, yet due to the spell, it was unable to perceive Harry's location. Seizing the moment, Harry glided along the ground, darting beneath it to retrieve the golden egg. The dragon tamers promptly intervened, subduing the frenzied tree bee, and Harry emerged from the arena clutching the egg, where someone awaited him. "Well done, Harry," Hermione exclaimed, her voice quivering with emotion as she covered her mouth, tears spilling forth. "I thought I would never see you again." Harry comforted her with a gentle pat on the back, his gaze drifting to Draco not far away. Before he could approach Draco, someone suddenly leapt out and embraced him. "Oh my goodness, Harry. I must have been out of my mind to think you wanted to participate in this competition. You've finally come to your senses." Harry pushed Ron's tear-streaked face away, attempting to extricate him from his person. "Weasley, are you a pig?" Draco approached with a scowl. "You're putting pressure on his wound." Ron then noticed that Harry's robe was torn, blood seeping from a wound at his waist. He had just pressed his hand to the injury, and merely looking at it was painful. "Draco," Harry raised the golden egg triumphantly. "Look, I did it, all thanks to you." "Enough, no more talking," Draco said, dragging him towards the hospital wing. "Madame Pomfrey is waiting for you." Madame Pomfrey appeared quite occupied, hastily handing a potion bottle to Draco before scurrying off. "Oh dear. Last year it was Dementors, and this year it's dragons. What peculiarities do they intend to bring to the school next?" She grumbled as she walked away. Draco, holding the small vial, felt a flush on his cheeks, while Harry obediently laid down on the treatment bed, turning to the side and lifting his robe to reveal a slender waist. The side of the wound appeared rather deep. Draco removed the stopper from the potion bottle and poured the purple liquid onto the wound, which emitted a cloud of white smoke, causing Harry to gasp in pain. "Does it hurt?" Draco asked with concern. "Not too bad. Just blow on it a bit, and it won't hurt anymore," Harry jested. Unexpectedly, Draco, flustered and irritated, slapped his abdomen, leaving 5 bright red fingerprints, prompting Harry to yelp in agony. "Harry!" Ron, hearing Harry's cry, anxiously attempted to rush in, but Hermione restrained him. "What are you pulling me for? I want to see if Malfoy is taking the opportunity to rub salt in Harry's wound." "Don't make a scene, Ron," Hermione sighed. "Trust me, if you barge in now, Harry might truly sever ties with you." "Why?" Ron asked, bewildered. Hermione shot him a look that spoke volumes, but Ron failed to grasp its meaning. "I'm heading to the library. Are you coming?" Hermione inquired. Ron shook his head. "I think I'll return to the common room. It seems there's no place for me anywhere." With that, Ron ambled away, resembling a ghost that could not find peace, while Hermione watched him depart with a resigned smile. Upon Draco's return to the Slytherin common room, the flush on his face had yet to completely fade. As he entered, a multitude of gazes converged upon him. Pansy and Kaya scrutinized him with eyes akin to radar, while Crabbe and Goyle, puzzled, followed suit. Zabini cast a rare, sympathetic glance his way. "What are you staring at?" "Turn away," Draco hissed, covering his face. Crabbe and Goyle promptly bowed their heads, resuming their battle with food, while Zabini stepped back, merging with the shadows. Once the crowd dispersed, Kaya stealthily approached him, whispering, "After the competition today, I passed by the hospital wing, and guess what I overheard?" Draco widened his eyes. "What?" "You and Harry were in the hospital wing. And then?" Kaya mimicked Harry's tone. "You help me blow on it, and maybe it won't hurt anymore." With that, she playfully winked at Draco, embodying a defiant spirit. Draco's face darkened even more than Zabini's as he gritted his teeth. "You didn't tell anyone, did you?" "Of course not. My lips are sealed," Kaya assured him with righteous fervor. "Then I can safely suffocate you to silence you," Draco said ominously. Chapter 47, A Reunion with Dobby. With the first task concluded, Harry found himself considerably more at ease. He finally felt as though he had come back to life. His greatest joy each day now lay in walking alongside Draco along the Black Lake. "Do you remember the golden egg?" Harry said, brimming with enthusiasm. "It contains clues for the next challenge, but when I opened it, a piercing scream erupted from within." Draco raised an eyebrow. "And then?" "Seamus said they might have trapped a banshee inside." "How ridiculous." Harry shook his head. "No, it gets even more absurd. Fred and George said it sounded like Percy singing. Perhaps the next task is to storm in and ambush him while he's bathing." Draco envisioned that scenario and couldn't help but burst into laughter. "What is going on? Why so merry?" Ron, sulking like a spurned lover, sat on a rock with his arms crossed, glowering at the two of them who were in high spirits not far away. "Ron," Hermione closed the book resting on her lap. "You'll have to get used to it. They might become even more outrageous." Ron shook his head, staring at Hermione in terror. "Oh my goodness. Are you saying that Malfoy will replace me in Harry's heart?" Hermione rolled her eyes. "Don't worry. He has absolutely no interest in your position." In the nearby thicket, Kaya crouched behind a tree with a notebook, occasionally peeking out before retreating, hastily sketching something on the paper. "What are you up to?" A voice suddenly startled her, causing her to throw her notebook into the air. Ginny bent down to pick up the notebook adorned with the image of a white peacock, brushing off the dust. and instinctively glanced inside. Merlin's beard. Ginny murmured. Kaya, mortified, covered her face, wishing for a fissure in the earth to swallow her whole. This is amazing. This is the exact feeling I was hoping for. Ginny exclaimed excitedly. Huh. Kaya lowered her hands, gazing at the exuberant Ginny in confusion. Ginny pulled her into an embrace, whispering, draw more. I want to see, and the girls in our dormitory will love it too. With that, Ginny retrieved a small notebook from her bag and handed it to Kaya. This is what we've been secretly passing around. Take a look. As Kaya flipped through it, an unmistakable smile spread across her face. I'll give you my drawings if you share your book with me. We can exchange later. Thus, they reached a peculiar, yet harmonious understanding. Achoo! Draco suddenly sneezed, pondering why it felt chilly despite the mild weather. Harry removed his cloak, intending to drape it over Draco. Put this on, don't catch a cold. Draco wrapped his robe tighter around himself, evading Harry's attempt to cover him with the cloak. I'm not cold. Take your Gryffindor cloak away. I refuse to wear it. Stop being stubborn. What if you catch a cold? I won't. After a while, Draco returned to the Slytherin common room in a huff, resembling a pufferfish. What's the matter? Who has vexed you this time? Kaya inquired, leaning closer. Draco held up a small model of a Hungarian horntail. Harry gifted me this trinket, claiming I resemble it. He actually said I look like a dragon. Kaya erupted into laughter. Perhaps Harry thinks this little dragon suits you quite well, but he struggles to articulate it. I don't care. I'm ignoring him for the next few days. Suit yourself, Kaya shrugged. In December, the tempestuous winds scattered the sleet and snow, plunging temperatures to frigid lows. Fortunately, the castle remained warm and tranquil, except during care of magical creatures class. Hagrid's blast-ended Scroots had grown considerably, their combat capabilities astonishing. He dragged out the boxes. But the Scroots continued their internecine battles, leaving only a handful remaining. I reckon they ought to be hibernating, Hagrid mused as he prepared to unveil the Scroots' enclosure. Wait. I'll say 3, 2, 1, and then we dash. Draco whispered conspiratorially. The moment Hagrid opened the box, a jet of flame ignited his beard, causing him to lose his balance and topple the remaining boxes, unleashing a chaotic flurry of Scroots. Draco and his companions bolted, leaving only Harry and a few others to assist Hagrid in the aftermath. When Harry returned, Draco couldn't help but chuckle. They all looked disheveled and covered in soot, with Harry's hair resembling a scorched nest, still emitting wisps of smoke. Mortified, Harry covered his hair with his hands and dashed away in the opposite direction. As Christmas approached, a festive atmosphere enveloped the castle. After class, Draco and Harry walked together, and Kaya soon caught up with them. She tugged on Draco's backpack. Did you bring any snacks? I'm starving. Draco shook his head, rescuing his bag from her grasp, and sighed. Whose fault is it that you skipped lunch? Harry quietly suggested to Kaya, follow me. I know a place with delicious food. They arrived at a painting depicting a grand fruit bowl. Harry reached out and tickled a pear, which responded with laughter, transforming into a green doorknob. As Harry turned the knob and opened the door, they entered the Hogwarts kitchen, bustling with house elves and an array of pots and pans. Oh, Mr. Harry Potter, young Master Draco, Miss Kaya, Dobby squealed with delight. You've come to see Dobby. Dobby, Kaya exclaimed, wow, your socks are quite stylish. Dobby was clad in a fluffy sweater adorned with a pink pig and wore rainbow-colored socks. Does Miss like them? Dobby can knit a pair for her as well. Dobby's eyes sparkled with anticipation at Kaya's compliment. Thank you, Dobby. I'll prepare a Christmas gift for you too. Kaya replied, glancing around, but I'm really hungry. Is there anything to eat? Another house elf promptly approached with a tray, offering milk and bread. Kaya pounced on a loaf like a starving wolf. Harry handed Draco a honey bun, asking, care for a bite? Draco accepted, muttering his thanks. Dobby beamed at them, his face glowing with satisfaction. Dobby knew that young Master and Dobby share a fondness for Harry Potter. Young Master even asked Dobby to deliver food to Harry Potter before. But alas, Harry Potter and his friends had departed. Draco's face turned crimson in shock. He realized too late that he couldn't silence Dobby. Dobby, I told you not to tell him. Harry pondered for a moment before understanding that Dobby referred to his second-year confinement. Chapter 48. The Christmas ball. Draco sat in front of his wardrobe, distressed over the upcoming Christmas ball. Blaise, he turned to Zabini, who was lounging on the bed with a book. Have you decided whom to invite to the ball? Zabini thought for a moment and shook his head. There are too many options. I need time to decide. Fine. Draco turned away. I shouldn't have asked you. What's wrong? You could ask Pansy to be your partner. Zabini suggested. Draco sighed. I already asked Pansy. Pansy had looked conflicted, informing Draco that she had already promised to attend with a fifth-year Slytherin boy. I can't find a partner at all. Draco pondered for a long while, finally accepting this disheartening reality. Theodore entered, spotting Draco lost in thought on the edge of his bed. What's the matter? Draco looked up, resting his chin on his hand, his expression a portrait of displeasure. Theo, Have you found a partner? With your charm, I'm sure there are countless girls lining up to ask you, Theodore replied. Zabini shook his head. No, I'm also struggling to find a partner. Really? Draco eyed him skeptically. Absolutely, Theodore smiled. Draco chose not to press further and turned back to his wardrobe, where Theodore rummaged through the pile of clothes and held up a black velvet dress robe. Wear this. Trust me, he advised. Draco nodded. He was quite tired and didn't want to waste more time, so he acquiesced. Draco, it's not a requirement to bring a female partner to the ball, is it? Theodore suddenly changed the subject, catching Draco off guard. Draco sprang up, eyes wide with confusion. Are you saying I could ask Crab or Goyle? Theodore chuckled. What about me? I'd be left all alone, hoping for your savior, only to discover your heartlessness. Huh. Draco pointed a finger at himself. You want to go with me? I formally invite you to be my partner, Theodore declared. Draco pondered seriously, then solemnly patted Theodore on the shoulder. How about this, brother? If neither of us finds a partner by the night of the ball, we'll go together. If you do find one, I won't hold you back. All right. Theodore nodded slightly. Then I wish you luck. You too. Harry was in a state of utter chaos. He truly did not wish to attend the ball. Yet Professor McGonagall had firmly insisted he must participate and even lead the dance, leaving Harry wishing he could vanish. Ron was no better off, his gaze wandering as he lamented. Oh, girls. There are girls everywhere. But who would be willing to attend the ball with me? Indeed, there were girls aplenty. Yet Harry had no idea whom to approach. Hey, Draco, have you found a partner? Kaya asked enthusiastically. Which dress do you think I should wear? Draco, immersed in his meal, lifted his head at her words, resting his chin in distress. A partner? Not yet. As for the dress, or whatever you like. Even in a sack, those boys will still be lining up to ask you to dance. What's wrong? Don't you have anyone to invite? Kaya exclaimed in surprise. I always thought you were quite popular with the girls. In truth, you could indeed finish what you were saying. Kaya paused midway through her statement. What can I do? Draco furrowed his brow, insisting, do not speak in half measures. Just invite a boy already. Kaya completed her thought, observing his reaction closely. I have considered it, but still. There is no suitable candidate, Draco replied. What about Harry? Kaya gestured with the handle of her spoon towards the Gryffindor table. Harry was engrossed in a heated discussion with Ron, racking their brains to think of every girl they knew, only to conclude that there were none at all. How about Cho Chang? Ron suggested earnestly. She's quite pretty and has a lovely personality. She might just say yes. Harry glanced in Cho's direction, contemplating Ron's suggestion but ultimately decided against it. I found a partner. Draco suddenly slammed his hand on the table, startling Kaya, who instinctively shifted away, fearing to be caught in the crossfire of his temper. As they exited the Great Hall, Draco stormed off to the dungeon, resembling a warrior preparing for battle. Theodore happened to be in the common room when Draco burst in. Theodore, he exclaimed, his gray-blue eyes wide with excitement. Will you accompany me to the Christmas ball? Theodore had no room for refusal. Of course, I would be delighted. Then it's settled. In the Gryffindor common room, Ron appeared utterly dazed as Hermione and Ginny helped him stumble back. Harry looked at them in bewilderment. What happened to him? Hermione rolled her eyes in exasperation. Unwilling to elaborate, he went to invite Fleur Delacour to be his partner, Ginny recalled, cringing at the memory. Harry couldn't help but admire Ron's bravery. And then? Ginny scoffed. He scared himself into a faint. Oh dear, Ron was still in a daze, muttering to himself in a comical manner. Once Ron was settled, Harry turned to Ginny, a sudden thought striking him. Hey, Ginny, he said, scratching his head awkwardly. Would you like to go to the ball? I remember that younger students could receive invitations as well. I'm sorry, Harry, Ginny replied, her expression apologetic. I already have plans. Oh, who invited you? Ginny waved her hand with a grin. Actually, I invited someone, but that is a secret. Bye. Harry sat on the couch, scratching his head in frustration. Even if he were to pull out his own hair, no one would come to his aid. Suddenly, Ginny returned, offering him a suggestion. Actually, Harry, you don't have to look for a girl. Boys can go too. Harry recoiled in horror. I do not want to dance with Ron. Ginny shook her head in disbelief. You are hopeless. After Ginny left, Harry suddenly had an epiphany, slapping his thigh in realization. He donned the invisibility cloak and hurriedly dashed out. Chapter 49. Seeking a partner, Harry stood shivering by the stone wall at the entrance of the Slytherin common room. Uncertain how long he had waited, long enough for him to feel as though he might freeze solid. Finally, seizing the opportunity as students came and went, he stealthily slipped inside. The common room was warm, a stark contrast to the biting cold outside. Upon entering, Harry felt as if he had been revived. He scanned the room, but did not spot the boy with the pale golden hair. He must be in the dormitory, Harry surmised, making his way toward Draco's dormitory, which stood ajar, revealing a lively gathering of boys playing cards. Laughter and playful banter filled the air, and Harry, cloaked in invisibility, crouched at the doorway. listening quietly for what felt like an eternity until he realized he had to leave. He slipped out as silently as he had come, leaving no trace behind. Feeling dejected, he returned to the dormitory where Ron was already asleep, lying in bed, staring blankly at the ceiling. After an unknown time, he finally drifted off. In his dream, he held Draco's hand, dancing under the moonlight to soft music. Everything felt so harmonious until their spinning quickened. And Harry saw Draco lift a hand high and suddenly slap him. "Hey, Harry, wake up. You're going to be late." Ron was slapping his face. Harry sat up in confusion, fumbling to put on his glasses. "What is wrong with you? I've been calling you for ages." Ron complained as he packed his bag. "We'd better hurry. Our first class is with Old Bat." "What?" Harry scrambled out of bed, hastily throwing on clothes, fearing the penalty of tardiness. "Potter Weasley, you are 1 minute late. That has 10 points off each of you," Snape said coldly. Harry longed to retort, but refrained, not wanting to give Snape any reason to deduct more points. Frustrated, he raked his fingers through his already messy hair, making it even more disheveled. As he settled into his seat, Harry discreetly glanced back at Draco, who was engrossed in his potions textbook. The steam rising from the bubbling cauldron seemed to envelop him in a mysterious veil, momentarily distracting Harry. "Potter, do you intend to use your hand as a stirring rod?" Snape's ominous voice cut through the air from behind him. Harry looked down, realizing he was perilously close to dipping his hand into the cauldron, and quickly withdrew it. 10 points off. Harry noticed that Draco seemed to be deliberately avoiding him. He couldn't find an opportunity to approach him alone. Thus, he resolved to take matters into his own hands. After class, as Draco left the room, laughing with his friends, Harry seized his wrist and pulled him aside, leaving no room for refusal. "What are you doing? Let go," Draco protested. Harry finally mustered the courage to speak. I want to go to the ball with you," he stammered nervously. Draco looked puzzled. "What are you saying?" Taking a deep breath, Harry finally articulated his invitation clearly. "I want to invite you to the ball with me." Draco's cheeks flushed, and to hide it, he turned his head away, frowning. "Are you asking me because you invited someone else and they turned you down?" Harry hurriedly waved his hands in denial. "Absolutely not. I didn't invite anyone. I swear." "What about Cho?" Draco retorted sharply. "You've been staring at her." "Ron suggested I ask her, but I'm not keen on it," Harry replied earnestly. "Would you really let me go without a partner to be ridiculed?" Draco raised an eyebrow. "Even if I wanted to, I'm afraid it's too late. I already have a partner." Harry suspected as much. After all, Draco was quite popular, and he felt a twinge of discomfort. "Well, good luck then," Harry said quietly. "You big oaf," Draco scolded. "If you had asked earlier, you wouldn't be in this predicament." Harry's eyes lit up with hope. "So, you're saying you would have? Don't get ahead of yourself." Draco shattered his dreams. "I've already committed to someone else. No backing out now, dear naive Potter. You'll need to find another partner." Harry remained stubborn. "May I ask who your partner is?" Draco placed a finger to his lips. "It's a secret." They ventured to the library together, where Draco intended to compose an essay, and Harry resolved to keep him company for a while. Resting his chin on his hand, Harry found himself captivated by the contours of Draco's profile. How he wished to pinch his cheek, Harry mused, yet refrained, fully aware that such an act would likely provoke a slap in return. Draco, on the other hand, felt no such restraint. He had long been irked by the disheveled state of Harry's hair, particularly that one rebellious tuft that danced defiantly in the breeze, causing Draco considerable vexation. He reached out to smooth it down, but as soon as he pressed it down, it sprang back up. After several futile attempts, Draco, exasperated, delivered a light smack to Harry's head, leaving him momentarily dazed. "What's wrong?" Harry asked, confused as he rubbed his head. "Next time you go out, please tame your hair. It's far too unruly," Draco muttered, his disdain for untidiness palpable. "I did comb it," Harry protested, feeling quite aggrieved. It was simply beyond his capability to make it neat. The matter of dance partners remained unresolved, yet Harry found himself unperturbed. Ron, however, was in a state of frantic agitation. "Harry, listen, we absolutely must find dance partners tonight." Harry absent-mindedly echoed his sentiment, just as Hermione entered to witness this chaotic scene. "Hey, Hermione, you're a girl," Ron exclaimed, as if a light bulb had gone off in his head, his excitement palpable. "Congratulations on finally realizing this fact," Hermione retorted coldly. "Come on." Ron gestured between himself and Harry. "Choose one of us." "I'm sorry, but I already have a partner," Hermione said, her irritation evident. Oblivious to the brewing storm, Ron pressed on. "Who? Come on, it's embarrassing for a girl not to have a dance partner." Hermione felt an urge to punch him, but instead, she took a deep breath, gathered her books, and left, leaving Ron and a distracted Harry behind, both bewildered. Ginny rolled her eyes dramatically and shook her head in exasperation. "I genuinely apologize for the fact that you are my brother. It's utterly humiliating." "Hey, Ginny." Upperclassmen can invite lowerclassmen to dance. If you wish to attend the ball, you could go with Harry. Absolutely not. Ginny vehemently rejected. I will attend the ball. And I already have a partner. Do not even think about it. Chapter 50. The ball commences. Harry, it seems we have no hope, Ron lamented. Throwing an arm around Harry and weeping. I will be the laughingstock of Fred and George for an entire year, perhaps even longer. Harry was too preoccupied to pay much attention, merely nodding listlessly. I understand. Harry, cheer up. I know it's hard to be rejected by Ginny, but what you need to do now is not wallow in sorrow alone, but rather find a partner before that wretched ball arrives. Just then, Parvati and Lavender crawled in through the portrait hole, having overheard Ron's outburst. Oh, Ron, haven't you found a partner yet? Parvati exclaimed, astonished. The ball is almost upon us. Ron's eyes lit up. Parvati, do you and Lavender have partners? Parvati exchanged a glance with Lavender, who shook her head. Lavender has already promised to go with Seamus, but I don't have a partner yet. Well, that's unfortunate, Ron groaned, cradling his head. Harry, and I can't exactly split you in two. However, Parvati suddenly conceived a solution. I have a sister. She's a Ravenclaw named Padma. I can ask her for you. Thank you so much, Parvati, Ron exclaimed, almost kneeling in gratitude, eliciting giggles from her and Lavender. Harry, we have a partner. Ron nudged Harry excitedly. Though Harry heard their conversation, his heart remained heavy, and he wore a sullen expression. On Christmas morning, Harry was jolted awake by a sensation of suffocation. Upon opening his eyes, he found himself staring into a pair of tennis ball-sized green eyes. Startled, Harry leapt up. Tumbling beneath his bed, rubbing his sword derriere, he exclaimed in shock, Dobby? The house elf Dobby was bouncing joyfully on Harry's bed. Brimming with delight, Dobby has come to find Harry Potter. Dobby has brought a Christmas gift for Harry Potter. Dobby is so happy. Dobby, please calm down, Harry said, one hand on his forehead and the other on his behind, exasperated. Dobby presented Harry with a pair of hand-knitted socks, one red and the other green, adorned with a golden snitch design. Feeling slightly embarrassed, Harry realized he had forgotten to prepare a gift for Dobby and instead presented him with a pair of old socks that Aunt Petunia had discarded, which thrilled Dobby immensely. Thank you, Harry Potter. Dobby must now go to Slytherin to deliver gifts to Miss Kaya. Wait, Dobby, Harry called out. Could you please take this to Draco for me? Harry rummaged through his drawer and produced an exquisitely wrapped green gift box, tied with a silver ribbon, meant for Draco. Dobby stealthily made his way to the Slytherin common room, startling Draco and his friends. Fearing discovery, Draco discreetly ushered Dobby into a corner. What brings you here, Dobby? Kaya inquired quietly. Dobby has come to deliver Christmas gifts. Dobby joyfully presented 2 pairs of socks to Kaya and Draco. And this? Dobby thrust the gift box into Draco's arms. This is from Harry Potter for the young master. Kaya handed Dobby a drawing book. This is my own creation. For you. Dobby flipped through it, discovering drawings of himself with his friends, including Harry on a firebolt, Ron gnawing on a chicken leg, Hermione engrossed in a book, and a flustered Draco, as well as a wall-colliding Dobby. Dobby was deeply moved, wiping away tears. This is the best gift Dobby has ever received. Just as splendid as Harry Potter. I'm sorry, Dobby. I forgot to prepare a gift for you. I'll make it up to you later, Draco said apologetically. Could you please run back and deliver this to Harry? When Harry received Draco's Christmas gift, he couldn't help but chuckle. It was a model of a goofy giant troll, complete with a lightning scar on its forehead, even sporting glasses with green-painted eyes. What a child! Harry murmured under his breath. Around 7 in the evening, everyone returned to the common room, clad in their respective dress robes, ready to embrace the impending ball. Ron stood before the dressing mirror in a corner, his eyes losing focus. Good grief. He donned a deep crimson gown, joining a group of boys in formal attire as they made their way out. Parvati approached with her sister Padma, both looking exceptionally lovely. However, Padma seemed unimpressed with Ron's appearance, frowning at his outfit. A group of Slytherin students descended the stairs from their common room, with Draco at the forefront. Dressed in a black velvet suit that accentuated his figure, exuding elegance and refinement. Theodore walked alongside him, donning a similar style, and they appeared remarkably harmonious together. Kaya followed closely behind, her long, light golden hair cascading down, adorned in a short, dark green dress, complemented by a serpentine necklace, her skin radiant as pearls. Pansy emerged, linked arm in arm with an upperclassman from Slytherin, clad in a pink gown, her face beaming with a sweet smile. At last, there were Crabbe and Goyle, clad in green attire. And Harry thought they resembled 2 moss-covered boulders. Following Karkaroff were the students from Durmstrang, with Krum leading the procession, accompanied by a lovely girl in a pale blue dress. Harry gazed at her, feeling a sense of familiarity, yet he could not recall where he had encountered her before. Professor McGonagall was maintaining order, instructing the champions to stand at the entrance while allowing everyone else to enter first, before permitting the champions and their partners to follow suit. Fleur Delacour's partner was Cedric Diggory, accompanied by Cho Chang. As Harry observed closely, he was astonished to discover that the girl beside Krum was Hermione, who had evidently made a considerable effort with her appearance, looking entirely transformed. The hall's walls were adorned with shimmering silver frost, and the ceiling sparkled with a multitude of stars, while a grand Christmas tree was embellished with icicles that would not melt. The entire scene appeared utterly enchanting. Draco entered the hall, his arm linked with Theodore's, playfully winking at Harry, who then realized that Theodore was his dance partner. By the time Harry regained his focus, they had already moved further away. Kaya and Ginny passed by hand in hand, Ginny donning a wine-red gown that radiated elegance, and both girls turned back in unison to blow Harry a kiss. Ron wore a sullen expression, with Padma linked to his arm, her face reflecting displeasure. As Ron walked past Krum, he caught sight of the transformed Hermione, his mouth agape in astonishment, as if it could accommodate an egg. Chapter 51, The Clue of the Golden Egg. Once everyone had entered, the champions, along with their partners, stepped into the hall, greeted by a resounding round of applause. Parvati linked her arm with Harry's, greeting the crowd with a smile, clearly elated, while Harry remained focused and composed, determined not to trip and become the subject of ridicule on such an important occasion. They approached the guest of honor's table, where Mr. Crouch was seated in the 5th position, gesturing for Harry to join him. Percy, accompanying him, shot Harry a disapproving glance, as though Harry had usurped his place. "Oh, Mr. Weasley, you need not accompany me. Do take a moment to relax." Mr. Crouch dismissed Percy. Once Percy had departed, he turned to Harry. "I must admit, you are an exceptional champion, Mr. Potter." Harry scratched his head, feeling somewhat bashful, and replied, "Thank you, Mr. Crouch. I merely consider myself fortunate." Mr. Crouch smiled. "I hope your fortune continues." After a satisfying meal, Dumbledore requested all students to rise, and with a wave of his wand, all tables levitated and piled against the walls, followed by the conjuration of musical instruments and a stage. The Weird Sisters band rushed forward, their appearances quite eccentric. "Hurry, get ready. We are about to dance," Parvati whispered to Harry. Soft music flowed throughout every corner of the hall, as the champions led their partners onto the stage, swaying to the rhythm of the melody. Harry was not particularly adept at dancing, relying on Parvati to guide him, and in his nervousness, he inadvertently stepped on her toes several times. Soon, more and more people glided onto the dance floor, diverting attention from the champions. Theodore placed one hand around Draco's waist while intertwining their fingers with the other, their posture suggestively intimate, and Harry had a perfect view of Draco's flushed ears. Kaya and Ginny, hand in hand, displayed remarkable rhythm as they danced together, resembling a scene from a fairy tale. The focus shifted to Ron, whose situation was less picturesque. Aside from his woefully outdated attire, he was fixated on Hermione dancing with Victor, his gaze unwavering, while the poor Padma could only cast him disapproving looks. When the song concluded, Harry exhaled in relief and promptly released Parvati. "Aren't we dancing anymore?" Parvati asked, somewhat reluctant, as the next tune was indeed delightful. The Weird Sisters changed the music to a much more upbeat tempo. "I'm sorry," Harry said, avoiding her gaze, "but I do not fancy this one." He led Parvati off the dance floor, where Ron and the others were also seated. "Let us take a break," Harry suggested, sitting beside Ron and taking a swig from a butterbeer can. Parvati, displaying her displeasure, settled beside Harry, her attention still fixated on the dance floor. Harry too was engrossed in watching the dancers. Draco seemed somewhat anxious, yet Theodore was effectively guiding him, and gradually, he appeared to find his rhythm. Theodore whispered something in Draco's ear, eliciting a joyful reaction from him. Lost in thought, Harry was suddenly jolted by someone calling his name. "Harry, if you don't mind, I shall take my leave." A boy from Beauxbatons approached to invite Parvati. Harry sincerely wished her a delightful time, despite her rolling her eyes as she took the boy's hand and walked away. Ron was not faring much better, as he and Harry sat like wooden posts, completely still, entranced by the dance floor until Hermione and Victor exited the dance area. Hermione approached, taking the seat left vacant by Parvati, her cheeks flushed. "It's so warm. I sent it," she remarked, glancing in the direction Victor had departed. Ron, with a tinge of bitterness, retorted, "Didn't he ask you to call him Vicky? That would seem more intimate." Hermione looked taken aback. "What are you talking about?" Ron scornfully accused. "He from Durmstrang. He Harry's rival. Your actions are tantamount to fraternizing with the enemy." Hermione was evidently incensed. "Fraternizing with the enemy? You didn't say that before. Who has been idolizing him? There's a model of him in our dormitory." Their argument escalated until Hermione, furious, stormed off, quickly vanishing into the crowd, unable to tolerate Ron's acerbic remarks any longer. Ron watched her retreating figure, his face a mask of anger. Padma glanced at Ron with exasperation, So, are you still planning to invite me to dance? No. Ron replied without turning. Goodbye. Padma stood up to find her sister. Harry felt suffocated in that space, prompting him to step outside for some fresh air. Ron and Harry quietly slipped out, descending the stairs and weaving through the rose bushes. Before long, he overheard a familiar, loathsome voice. Snape and Karkaroff were engaged in a conversation, Karkaroff appearing quite fearful. It's becoming increasingly evident, Severus. Karkaroff spoke in a hushed tone, laced with apprehension. Then you should flee. I shall provide you with an alibi, Snape replied impatiently. Suddenly, Snape drew his wand, parting the rose bushes, which elicited several screams as dark shapes emerged. Snape barked, Ravenclaw, 10 points deducted. Hufflepuff, 10 points deducted. Upon spotting Harry and Ron, he demanded, What are you two doing? Just taking a stroll. Professor, is that against the law? Ron replied audaciously, surprising himself with such audacity. Snape stormed off, his long black cloak billowing behind him, and Karkaroff hastily followed. For the remainder of the evening, Harry and Ron remained huddled in a corner, diligently avoiding glances at Draco and Theodore. For the mere sight of them stirred within Harry an overwhelming impulse to wreak havoc. At the stroke of midnight, the ball drew to a close, leaving many attendees lingering in its enchanting afterglow. Yet, Harry found himself yearning for slumber, his spirits decidedly dampened. After bidding farewell to Krum, Hermione cast a frosty glance at Ron before ascending the staircase, leaving Harry and Ron trailing in her wake. Just as Harry and Ron were about to depart, they heard Cedric's voice calling from behind. Hey, Harry. Harry turned, inquiring, Is there something you need? Cedric seemed hesitant to speak in Ron's presence, and Ron, oblivious, continued his ascent. Once Ron had distanced himself, Cedric leaned closer to Harry and whispered, About that golden egg, I suggest you take a bath. Bring your egg along. Harry, bewildered, met Cedric's gaze, which indicated he could not elaborate further. Use the prefect's bathroom on the 6th floor, the 4th door to the left of the statue of Boris. The password is fresh pineapple. Well, good night. With that, he hurried away, where Cho was waiting for him. Upon returning to the common room, Harry discovered Ron and Hermione embroiled in a heated argument. Hermione's hair had come undone, her face flushed with indignation. Listen, Ron, next time there's a ball, you should invite me before anyone else does, not just when you're out of options. Struggling to hold back tears, she turned and dashed back to the girls' dormitory. Ron stood silently, biting his lip as he watched her retreating figure. Harry remained silent, inwardly agreeing with Hermione. Indeed, one must seize opportunities when they arise. He chuckled to himself in self-deprecation. Chapter 52. The second task. On the second day of Christmas, Harry awoke early, suddenly aware that the festive season had passed, and the second task loomed ever closer. Yet, he remained utterly in the dark regarding the clues, save for Cedric's cryptic words. Ron and Hermione appeared to have reached an uneasy truce, tacitly avoiding any mention of the previous night's events. Relieved, Harry squeezed in beside them for breakfast, enjoying the surprisingly delightful pumpkin pasties. Ron recounted to Hermione their encounter with Snape during a stroll the previous day when a group of Slytherins entered the Great Hall. Making their way to the Slytherin table, Theodore seamlessly took Kyra's place beside Draco, causing Harry to lose his appetite for the pumpkin pasty in hand. The ground was blanketed in thick snow, the frigid air dissuading anyone from attending care of magical creatures, although Ron mused that the blast-ended Screwits might provide some warmth. To their surprise, Hagrid was absent, replaced by an elderly witch, Professor Grubbly Plank, who announced that Hagrid was ill and she would be substituting. How splendid. At last, we can avoid those dreadful creatures, Harry thought. However, he soon spotted Draco and the other Slytherins. Professor Grubbly Plank led them to a large tree at the edge of the Forbidden Forest, where a magnificent silver unicorn was tethered. Gasps of awe erupted from the students. But Professor Grubbly Plank instructed the boys to step aside, as the unicorn preferred the gentle touch of girls, allowing them to line up to pet it. Worry crept into Harry's mind for Hagrid. Sensing his concern, Draco pulled a folded newspaper from his pocket and handed it to Harry. He must not be ill. Harry frowned upon seeing the headline. It was a sensationalized article by Rita Skeeter, claiming Hagrid was a half-giant, savage and bloodthirsty, terrorizing students in his classes. Absolute nonsense. Harry seethed, throwing the paper to the ground. He wished to seek out Hagrid, but the half-giant had been avoiding them, refusing to meet. Harry resolved to heed Cedric's advice and take a bath. Yet, upon returning from the prefect's bathroom, that familiar wave of anxiety washed over him once more. So, you need to figure out how to stay underwater for an hour. Draco looked at Harry with evident frustration. Harry had indeed visited the prefect's bathroom last night and had successfully gleaned a clue, albeit through a somewhat tumultuous experience. Yes, Harry rubbed his temples. Please help me devise a solution. Ron proposed, we could use a summoning charm to fetch a set of scuba gear from a nearby town. Hermione quickly dismissed this idea. Not to mention whether Harry could even learn it. Think of how many muggles would see something flying through the air. I can't even imagine. Perhaps you could learn a transfiguration spell to transform into a submarine? Hermione suggested. Harry shook his head. I have no desire to sport a diving mask. Draco brandished his wand. Forget the indecision. Let me cast a transfiguration spell on you. I can guarantee a 30% chance of turning you into a fish. Let's give it a shot. Hermione promptly intervened. Wait, Malfoy, don't do that. Put your wand away. Just then, Kaya approached, clutching a book, her expression curious. What are you all arguing about? Draco's eyes lit up. Quick, Kaya, you must know a way for someone to stay underwater for an hour. Kaya, exceptionally astute, quickly grasped the situation. She studied Harry quietly for a moment before replying. He won't be able to learn it. Don't waste your time. Harry lowered his gaze in frustration. With the encouragement of Dumbledore and Harry, Hagrid returned to teaching. Perhaps only 2 of his blast-ended scripts remained. Or he was determined to prove he was not inferior to Professor Grubblyplank. He astonishingly brought out 2 unicorn foals. Unlike their adult counterparts, they were golden and utterly adorable. Draco's heart melted at the sight of the golden foals, and he struggled to avert his gaze, attempting not to show his fondness. Harry, seeing through his facade, approached with one of the foals in his arms. Care to pet it? It doesn't mind, boys. Draco, blushing, reached out to stroke the foal's soft, beautiful coat. Finding himself captivated, Harry enjoyed petting them as well, inexplicably finding himself even more enchanted by the golden unicorns. Suddenly, he had an epiphany as he caressed the foal's fur. He reached over and tousled Draco's golden hair, unexpectedly discovering a striking similarity in texture. It's just like, Harry exclaimed, prompting Draco to lightly rap Harry's head. Don't mess with my hair. You haven't even washed your hands. He huffed. Kaya stood by, notebook in hand, quill poised, a faint smile gracing her lips. Soon, the day before the competition arrived, the sun dipped lower in the sky, causing Harry's heart to sink correspondingly. They all sat in the library, surrounded by a towering stack of books, engrossed in their reading. Perhaps we could try the drought charm to drain the lake? Ron suggested. Weasley. Draco's voice dripped with fatigue and barely restrained anger. If you disrupt me with another one of your impractical, foolish ideas, I will turn you into a rat. There must be a way, Hermione urged, inching the candle closer as she continued her search through the books. Ignoring Draco, Ron pressed on. Harry, tomorrow you could dunk your head in the lake, threaten the mermaids to return your stuff. They might just toss it back to you. Harry squinted at the book before him, muttering to himself, perhaps I could ask Sirius to teach me how to become an animagus. Wake up, Harry. Sirius can't come now, and it will take you years to learn. Hermione countered. Draco flicked his head, rising to his feet as he pointed his wand at Harry. Perhaps I should turn you into a fish. After all, the effect would be quite similar to that of an animagus. Malfoy, calm down. Hermione shrieked. What on earth has happened? Kaya, who had been dozing on the side, rubbed her eyes in confusion. Harry turned into a fish? Transforming Harry into a fish? Now that's a splendid idea. Malfoy. Fred and George's voices echoed from behind the bookshelf, as they emerged with their arms slung over each other's shoulders, affirming Draco's suggestion. What are you doing here? Ron frowned. Oh, Professor McGonagall sent us to find someone, Fred replied. Malfoy, and Hermione as well, George added. What for? Draco queried, pointing at himself in bewilderment. You're looking for me? Indeed, Fred and George chimed in unison. Very well. Draco grabbed his backpack and departed for the office alongside Hermione. I'll head back too, Kaya said, packing her bag and leaving the library. I'll stay a bit longer and help you look, Ron sighed, continuing to flip through the book in his hands. Harry took a deep breath and buried his head in his own book. Chapter 53, Beloved Treasure at 8 o'clock. Madame Pants ushered Harry and Ron out of the library, and they returned to the common room, dejected. Harry slumped onto the sofa, sprawled out as he stared blankly at the ceiling, his thoughts adrift. He could almost envision himself being mocked by everyone, hearing them declare that Harry Potter was a coward. While Draco looked at him with disappointment, suddenly jolted from his reverie, Harry realized he could not continue in this manner. Quietly, he retrieved his invisibility cloak and slipped out of the common room. He stealthily returned to the library, gathering every book related to water he could find. Sitting at the table, he utilized the faint glow of his wand to search for answers. Although he felt ready to abandon hope multiple times, a powerful sense of determination propelled him forward. He repeatedly reassured himself, just a bit longer. Perhaps the next line holds the answer, or maybe the next book. Draco, don't go, Harry exclaimed, rushing to grab Draco's hand, only to be forcefully shrugged off. Harry Potter. A man with golden hair suddenly appeared, prodding Harry with his serpent-headed staff. Stay away from my son. Harry Potter. Wake up. Wake up. Stop poking me. It hurts. Harry complained, vexed. Dobby must poke Harry Potter. Wake up. The competition is about to begin, squeaked the house elf's high-pitched voice. Harry's groggy mind struggled to process the words, suddenly jolted awake. He had dozed off in the library, his invisibility cloak slipping to the floor, and as he sat up, daylight flooded the room. The second task starts in 10 minutes. Harry Potter, hurry to the lake. Glancing at his watch, Harry saw it was already 9:20, which meant he had no time left. Reluctantly, he resigned himself to the fact that he would have to forfeit the task. He tugged at his hair in frustration. I'm doomed, Harry wailed. Dobby reached into his shorts pocket, pulling out a slimy object resembling a mouse's tail. Dobby knows what Harry Potter is searching for. Dobby has found it. What is this? Harry frowned. This is gillyweed, sir. Consume it before entering the water. The second task involves rescuing the young master from the mermaids. Harry Potter, go reclaim the young master. Dobby squealed with excitement. They've taken Draco, Harry exclaimed, springing up and seizing the gillyweed, darting toward the lake like an arrow. Go, Harry Potter. Dobby cheered from behind him. Harry raced to the lake's edge, the crowd parting before him, not wanting to be struck by his speed. He bent over, gasping for breath, his chest heaving painfully from running too fast. You've finally arrived, Ludo Bagman approached, standing among the champions. The other competitors were already prepared, and Harry quickly removed his shoes and socks, ready to plunge into the water. The stands along the lake were packed with spectators, their cheers rising in a crescendo, all eagerly anticipating the champions' performances. Seizing the moment while no one was watching, Harry pulled out the gillyweed from his pocket and stuffed it into his mouth. The taste indescribable, akin to octopus tentacles. As he stepped into the icy waters of the lake, the frigid chill sent goosebumps across his skin. However, the thought of Draco being submerged in the depths filled him with courage. He was determined to retrieve his beloved treasure. The gillyweed took effect, causing excruciating pain along the sides of his neck, his lungs feeling empty, making it impossible to breathe. Yet, the water no longer felt as frigid. An audacious idea struck him. He dove into the lake, and an extraordinary sensation enveloped him. He inhaled the water as if it were life itself. Membranes sprouted between his fingers and his feet transformed into webbed duck-like flippers, granting him newfound freedom of movement beneath the surface. He swam deeper into the lake, approaching the central waters as schools of small fish darted past him, startled by various objects, sometimes a massive piece of driftwood, other times a clump of underwater vegetation. Thankfully, he had yet to encounter a giant squid. Where's Draco? Harry wondered anxiously, fearing that prolonged exposure to the icy depths would harm him. With this worry propelling him onward, he quickened his pace. Suddenly, something latched onto his foot, sharp claws digging into his leg. Revealing a set of menacing fangs, it was a group of Grindylows. Luckily, Remus had taught him how to deal with such creatures. After a strenuous battle, he finally freed himself from the Grindylows' grasp, but in the process, he lost his sense of direction. Need some help? Harry jumped in surprise, swiftly turning around to see the ghostly figure of moaning Myrtle drifting nearby. She pointed him in a direction. They are over there. You must go. They will chase me. Grateful, Harry nodded to Myrtle and swam in the direction she indicated, opting to swim higher this time to avoid further encounters with the Grindylows. After about 20 minutes, the haunting melody of Mermaid's song reached his ears, a lilting sound echoing from nearby. Suddenly, he spotted a large rock adorned with images of mermaids wielding spears, depicted in pursuit of a giant squid. Following the enchanting sound, Harry discovered the mermaid's lair. Contrary to his expectations, these mermaids had steel-gray skin and dark green hair. They were not particularly beautiful and, in fact, rather grotesque. They regarded Harry with predatory intent as he entered a square-like area where a massive mermaid sculpture carved from stone loomed, firmly binding 4 individuals. Among them was a small girl, Autumn, Hermione, and Draco. Draco lay still, eyes closed and head bowed, devoid of any movement. His pale golden hair floated gently in the water, and his already pallid complexion appeared even more distressing beneath the surface. Harry swiftly swam to Draco's side, noticing that the ropes binding him were made of slippery, coarse water plants. He needed a tool to sever them. His gaze fell upon a sharp mermaid spear. He pointed at it, but the mermaids laughed, shaking their heads in refusal. Undeterred, he lunged for the spear, only to have it snatched back by the mermaids. At that moment, he spotted some rocks on the lake bed. He dove beneath the surface, selecting a sharp object to sever the ropes binding him. In a short while, the cord snapped, liberating Draco, who landed securely in Harry's embrace. Harry glanced down, confirming that Draco was unharmed, which eased his worries slightly, before shifting his gaze to Hermione. He intended to rescue her, yet the merfolk brandished their spears menacingly, adamantly refusing him passage. Each warrior was permitted to take only their own treasure. She is my friend. I must take her, Harry shouted at the merfolk. They forcibly pulled him away from Hermione, prohibiting him from further attempting to sever her bindings. You may only take your hostage. You cannot interfere with others, one mermaid explained. Harry found it unbearable to watch Hermione remain there. He could not abandon her. The surroundings were devoid of any other warriors, save for the merfolk. Anxiously, Harry glanced at his watch, realizing with dismay that he had forgotten it was not waterproof. It was now irreparably damaged. Draco appeared pale and lifeless, prompting Harry to ponder whether he could rescue Draco first and return for Hermione in time. Just as he was lost in thought, Cedric swam over, his face elongated by a massive bubble, looking rather comical. He produced a small knife and cut the cords binding Cho, freeing her. Fleur and Crumb soon followed. After advising Harry, he took Cho and swam upward, quickly disappearing from sight. Harry told himself to wait just a little longer. Suddenly, a gigantic shark's head surged toward him, tearing at Hermione's ropes. Startled, Harry focused to discover it was Crumb, who had transformed into a half-shark, his lower half still human. He ripped apart Hermione's bindings and, without a backward glance, swam off with her. Now, only one hostage remained, the silver-haired young girl, and though Fleur was nowhere to be seen, Harry sensed that time was of the essence. He resolved not to wait any longer. The merfolk continued to obstruct his attempts to rescue the other hostage, but upon seeing Harry draw his wand, they exhibited a palpable fear of magic. As they parted, Harry hastily severed the ropes binding the young girl. He wrapped one arm around Draco's waist and used the other to grasp the girl by her collar, propelling them upward. Harry was uncertain how much longer he could swim. Gazing at the pitch-black surface above, he felt despair creeping in. What would happen if he did not reach the surface in time? Summoning every ounce of strength, he swam desperately. They did not belong in this calm, dark abyss. They should bask in the warmth of sunlight. Gradually, they broke free from the darkness, light refracting into the water from above. Yet, Harry's neck ached increasingly, the lake water turning frigid, and his limbs reverted back to their original state. They were so close. A mere 10 feet separated them from fresh air and warm sunlight. Exhaustion enveloped him. His muscles were painfully sore, and he struggled to breathe. The sensation of suffocation pressing against his chest, leaving him utterly drained. Just as he felt himself slipping into unconsciousness, Draco regained his senses. He had to act. Breaking free from Harry's embrace, he swiftly turned, cradling Harry's face in his hands. Harry's eyes widened as Draco's handsome visage loomed closer, soft lips meeting his in a kiss. Harry's frozen mind erupted in a flurry of sensations. He longed to deepen this tender kiss, only to be abruptly pushed away by Draco, who seized his collar and propelled him to the surface. Breathing in the fresh air, Harry finally revived, overwhelmed by the sheer beauty of the world around him. In that moment, he felt an indescribable happiness. It was as if he might burst from excitement. The spectators rose to their feet, cheering, while the girl Harry had rescued opened her eyes, bewildered. Upon reaching the shore, Harry sought to speak with Draco, only to find that he had vanished. Giddy, he brushed his lips, savoring the sensation, sweet and soft like caramel pudding, utterly addictive. Lost in thought, he was suddenly enveloped by Fleur, who was weeping joyfully, her face radiant with emotion as she cupped Harry's face and planted several kisses upon him. Harry stood there, dumbfounded. "Thank you. Thank you for saving my little sister," she exclaimed. "Oh, it was nothing, just a small effort," Harry replied, somewhat dazed. Turning around, he spotted Draco watching from a distance, his expression dark and stormy as he strode away. Harry felt compelled to follow, but Madame Pomfrey intercepted him, insisting he required medical attention. No matter how Harry insisted he felt fine, she dismissed his words. The next competition was scheduled for June 24th, before the summer holidays, granting Harry ample time to set aside these concerns. He floated toward the castle, elated, his mind solely focused on finding Draco. "Oh, little dragon, you look unwell," Kaya remarked, frowning at Draco. He had changed out of his wet clothes and sat before the fireplace to warm himself, yet his complexion remained pale. Draco chose to ignore her, simply closing his eyes to rest. "Who bit your lip?" Kaya gasped, her voice filled with exaggerated alarm. "Are there creatures down there that gnaw on lips?" "Indeed, there are," Draco retorted, somewhat irritable. The creature had green eyes and a scar upon its head. "Its name is Potter." Kaya's eyes widened in shock, her lovely features brightening with curiosity. "This sounds serious. You should rest." "I won't disturb you any longer," she declared, hastily gathering her belongings and leaving the common room. From her buoyant steps, it was evident she was not off to do anything productive. Draco shook his head in resignation, wrapping himself tighter in a blanket and stifling a yawn. "Draco, are you all right?" Theodore asked, emerging from their dormitory with a cup of steaming ginger tea. "Drink some. You might catch a chill. It's quite cold down there." "Thank you, Theodore." Draco accepted the tea, taking a small sip, his gaze still fixed on the flickering firelight. "What are you thinking about?" Theodore inquired suddenly. "The taste of gillyweed is truly revolting," Draco blurted out, realizing too late that he had spoken his mind. He quickly shut his mouth, attempting to shift the topic. Never mind. Will you join me for dinner later? Theodore's gaze inadvertently fell upon Draco's lips, which were red and swollen, with a slight scrape contrasting sharply against his fair skin, an obvious sign of what had transpired. Ginny, you won't believe what happened. Kaya's excited voice echoed from afar, prompting Ginny to rush over and cover her mouth. No questions asked, Harry is right beside her, along with Ron and Hermione. All staring at Kaya, she chided, and Kaya quieted down. Kaya, Harry scratched his head, a bit embarrassed. Where is Draco? He's resting, Kaya replied mischievously. He said a monster down there bit him, and it didn't even take responsibility. Can you believe that? As the class commenced, Kaya discreetly reserved a seat beside him for you, suggesting that you take your time to explain things to him. Just soothe him a bit, and he'll be happy. She whispered to Harry. Gratefully, Harry nodded. Thank you. You're truly a good person. You're welcome, she replied lightly. During care of magical creatures, the unicorn foals had matured a bit. They had not developed a dislike for boys, particularly one that showed a special fondness for Draco. Draco joyfully petted it, frolicking on the grass, while Harry watched from afar, a smile gracing his lips, his eyes reflecting a tenderness he himself was unaware of. Hagrid observed this and decided to bring a bit of joy to Harry and the others. Oh, Harry, Hagrid said, patting Harry on the shoulder. Harry turned around, tilting his head up to greet Hagrid. Hello, Hagrid, when did you arrive? Hagrid shrugged. I've been right behind you, but you didn't notice. Oh, my apologies. No worries, Hagrid seemed quite pleased. It appears that Malfoy is getting along splendidly with the unicorn. This unicorn hasn't been named yet, if you wish. You can let Malfoy choose a name for it. Upon hearing this, Harry's face lit up with excitement. Really? Thank you, Hagrid. Almost immediately, he dashed over to Draco, who, upon seeing him, promptly turned his head away. Draco, Harry said, squatting down behind him, softening his tone. Come on, don't sulk. If I upset you next time, just let me know, I'll certainly change. Draco frowned. Harry's words struck him as reminiscent of a henpecked husband, which he found rather annoying. Who says I'm sulking? Draco pouted. Fleur's sister wasn't just helped by you alone. She seemed quite friendly towards you. Harry felt unjustly accused. If you had been there, I believe she would have given you a couple of kisses too, but I sincerely hope she doesn't kiss your face. Of course, I was compelled to. I completely didn't react at the time. Who wants her kiss? Draco scoffed. Aside from Weasley, he was utterly perturbed. Harry chuckled, recalling Ron's invitation to Fleur for the ball. All right, let us not always tease Ron. He's innocent. Harry noticed the faint scar on his lip. Momentarily lost in thought, his cheeks flushed again. About that time in the lake, I didn't mean to bite you, honestly. Draco's face also turned red. He turned away, flustered as he explained, I just saw you were about to suffocate, so I helped you breathe, that's all. Don't overthink it. We're both boys, it was merely mouth to mouth, nothing significant. Harry lowered his head, somewhat disappointed. Thank you. Draco patted his shoulder. It's nothing. I believe Weasley would have been more than willing to. Suddenly, Harry shivered at the thought of Ron leaning in with his pout, quickly shaking his head to dispel the image. That would be quite terrifying, he thought, patting his chest anxiously. At that moment, the unicorn foal approached, nudging its head against Draco's chest, causing him to chuckle. So adorable, Draco admired as he stroked its head. Hagrid just told me that we can name it. Harry reached out to touch its newly sprouted mane, feeling its splendid texture. Really? Draco exclaimed in delight. I'm starting to like that big fellow. Draco, Harry sighed in exasperation. You should show it a bit more respect. I'll try, Draco mused seriously. How about we call it Aphrodite? The embodiment of love and beauty. Harry nodded in satisfaction. That name suits it perfectly. Thank you, Draco. Little Aphrodite seemed to revel in its new name, prancing about on the lawn, while Draco and Harry observed from a distance, smiles illuminating their faces. They look like a happy family of three, Ginny commented to Kaya, as they sat beneath a nearby tree, enjoying the view of Harry and Draco. Ginny, look at what I've drawn, Kaya exclaimed, presenting her new artwork to Ginny. The scene depicted two young boys kissing underwater, sunlight cascading down from the surface, casting a dreamy glow on their faces. Kaya had a remarkable ability to capture the essence of her subjects, each painting leaving one in awe. Ginny admired her work. Darling, you're a genius. Kaya raised an eyebrow. Mine is all set. When will you finish your accompanying text? We should print plenty for release. I'm sure many will want to collect it. Of course, Ginny exclaimed, her excitement palpable as she picked up her pen. I'll write it right now. Their camaraderie was truly delightful. Ron, feeling a bit sour, remarked. You're really close, aren't you? Don't worry. You hold an irreplaceable place in Harry's heart, Hermione stated, her book resting on her lap. Her gaze focused elsewhere. Is that so? I see he seems quite fond of Malfoy. Hermione closed her book and turned to Ron. Harry's fondness for Malfoy and his fondness for you, Ron, are not the same type of affection, though you may not understand. Hermione paused before continuing. Oh. Even Harry himself doesn't quite comprehend it. Ron's mind struggled with the complexity of the situation, scratching his head in confusion. He thought about how utterly chaotic the world was. Even during potions class, they were preparing to sit together. While Snape glared at the two boys who were too close for his liking, his face dark as coal. Potter, how many times must I tell you? Stay away from Malfoy's seat. Now, immediately, return to your proper place. Though Harry was reluctant, he rolled his eyes and slowly gathered his belongings to move to Ron's table. Welcome back, my dear brother, Ron whispered with a hint of schadenfreude. Harry shot Ron a helpless glance, a multitude of words condensed into a single thought. Hermione's assessment of you is remarkably apartment. Kaya stealthily shifted back to her spot beside Draco, gossiping eagerly. What progress have you made? Do share with me. Just then, Snape, who had been passing by, turned back. And Kaya, oblivious to Draco's rigid demeanor, playfully tugged at his sleeve. You really are with Potter, before she could finish her sentence. Snape's rolled-up potions book came crashing down upon her head with a resounding thud. Ouch! Kaya exclaimed, clutching her head in pain. Do not discuss matters unrelated to the class. Snape coldly admonished. Chapter 56. Mr. Crouch Draco, distracted, was absently grinding a scarab beetle in his mortar, feeling somewhat drowsy. Spring had arrived, bringing warmth and a sense of languor. Harry, across the classroom, watched him intently. Snape, displeased with Harry's constant proximity to Draco, had issued a decree forbidding Harry Potter from sitting near Draco Malfoy, which was utterly laughable. With a loud bang, the door to the underground classroom swung open, startling Draco from his stupor. He turned around, annoyance etched on his face, eager to see which imbecile intended to break down the classroom door. Professor Snape. Karkaroff stood at the entrance, his face pale and drawn. Please step outside. I wish to speak with you. Without lifting his gaze, Snape coldly replied, I am in class. We shall converse after I have finished. Karkaroff did not leave. He strode to the front of the classroom, leaning close to whisper in Snape's ear. Draco perked up his ears, faintly discerning they were discussing someone. As fate would have it, the class had just concluded, and Draco saw no reason to linger in the classroom any longer. He hastily packed his bag and exited. Harry, however, chose to remain behind, intentionally spilling a potion in order to eavesdrop on a conversation during the ensuing cleanup. Draco stood by the door, and before long, Harry was ushered out by Snape, who, upon stepping outside, seized Draco's hand and dragged him away. What were they discussing? Draco felt a twinge of curiosity. Harry shook his head, unable to comprehend. Karkaroff appeared quite anxious, displaying his left forearm to Snape, who hastily instructed him to conceal it. What were they trying to hide? Draco instinctively touched his own left forearm, feeling its smoothness, devoid of any unsightly mark. Harry grasped his arm, questioning, Is there something on your hand? Draco jerked his arm back in alarm, shaking his head. Nothing. I must be going now. Farewell. With his gaze cast downward, Draco hurried away, leaving Harry puzzled, scratching his head and glancing at his own hand. Kaya, he is returning. Draco and Kaya stood atop the astronomy tower, the sunset casting a golden glow upon the tower, delineating the boundaries of light and shadow. Bathed in the warm light, Draco stood, while Kaya lingered at the edge of darkness, retreating a step into the shadows. So what? We both know this is merely a matter of time. Kaya's voice was eerily calm. Draco turned to her. Are all endings predetermined? Even if we were to start anew, would we not tread the same path once more? A hint of sorrow flickered in Draco's cool blue eyes. I wish to stand with Harry against him. But if I choose to side with Harry, he would surely kill my parents, and you as well. Yet if I opt to become a Death Eater, I would simply remain the loathsome rat scurrying through the streets. You never truly had a choice, did you? Kaya sighed deeply. Draco managed a bitter smile. First, I am Malfoy. Then, I am Draco. This is my fate. Kaya shook her head. You are mistaken. Perhaps this is Malfoy's fate, but it is certainly not yours. Let us take it one step at a time. If it comes to that, I shall resign myself to my fate, Draco replied with a rueful smile. Let us return. Kaya followed behind him slowly, until his figure disappeared from view. I have never believed that one cannot grasp their own destiny. Kaya held firmly to this conviction. As the last rays of sunlight faded into the clouds, she looked up and slowly walked in the opposite direction. Chilled lemonade, pumpkin pie, honeyed sweets. Kaya squatted at the entrance of the headmaster's office, reading from a dessert menu, sounding out each word. This old bee, what a difficult password to decipher, she complained, rubbing her head in frustration. Are you looking for me, child? Kaya startled, tossing the menu into the air, only for it to be caught by Dumbledore, who glanced at it before cheerfully exclaiming, These are all my favorites. Kaya patted her racing heart, grumbling, Headmaster, you nearly scared me to death. A glimmer of mischief danced behind Dumbledore's crescent-shaped glasses. The headmaster scaring you? What does that have to do with this old bee? My apologies, Kaya, she said earnestly. I need to discuss something important with you. Then let us converse inside, Dumbledore said, stepping ahead of her. Would you care for a glass of chilled lemonade? I would not. The following morning, Draco surveyed the Great Hall. Having not spotted Kaya in the common room, he assumed she had already arrived. How curious. Draco murmured to himself. Where has she run off to? Pansy took a seat beside him, passing him a note. Kaya hurried back home last night and asked me to give this to you. Draco opened it to find, Dear little dragon, I took a leave to return home for a while. I shall be back in a couple of days. Do not worry. She left without a word. Truly, Draco sighed, shaking his head in resignation. That weekend, Harry and Draco ventured to the edge of the Forbidden Forest to see the unicorn foal, a foe. A foe was ecstatic, nuzzling against Draco continuously. This fellow bears little resemblance to a unicorn. It is clearly more like a cat, Harry teased with a laugh. A foe seemed displeased, kicking Harry with its hind leg. Now you've done it. He'll say you resemble a donkey. Poor creature, Draco sighed. A foe, hearing this, became even more upset, raising its not-so-long horn and butting Harry, who was now darting around in a panic, pleading for mercy. Indeed, one can easily see who raised whom, he complained, rubbing his sore backside. Both creature and boy turned to regard him, their expressions seemingly saying, You are doomed. As Harry tugged at Draco's sleeve, preparing to return to the castle, an individual stumbled out from the Forbidden Forest. Harry, oh, how splendid that you are here. Harry squinted and recognized it was Mr. Crouch, who appeared quite unwell, anxiously glancing about as though someone were watching him. Quick, fetch Dumbledore. Hurry. He shoved Harry, who stumbled in surprise. What are you doing? Draco interjected, pushing Crouch's hand away and stepping in front of Harry. Mr. Crouch, can you clarify the situation? Mr. Crouch fell to his knees, covering his face in distress, his voice trembling. I have made a grave mistake. I regret it. Please, bring Dumbledore to me. Otherwise, he will kill me. He must not find me. As he reached the latter part of his plea, he became incoherent. Seeing his frenzied state, Harry felt a sense of helplessness and said to Draco, Keep an eye on him. I will go find Professor Dumbledore. Be cautious. Draco nodded, watching Harry depart. Just as he turned back to check on Crouch, he was suddenly struck by a flash of red light, collapsing to the ground, unconscious. Chapter 57, Unexpected Disappearance. Should we kill him? If you wish to avoid escalating the situation, I advise against taking action, lest it disrupt the master's plans, a raspy voice stated. Very well. I must first deal with this old fool. Harry rushed to the entrance of the headmaster's office, reciting a series of passwords, none of which were correct. Growing anxious, he shouted at the stone gargoyle, Step aside. Potter? Snape emerged, frowning. What are you doing here? Harry was reluctant to encounter Snape, but had little choice at that moment. I need to see Professor Dumbledore. Mr. Crouch is looking for him. Crouch. Why does he not come himself? Snape appeared skeptical of Harry's claims. Do not shout here. You ought to return. Harry felt an urge to confront Snape. I do not know why, but Mr. Crouch seems unwell. He keeps saying he made a mistake and that he regrets it. I think you are mad, Potter. Now, immediately, leave this place. Snape barked sharply. Harry glared at him just as the headmaster's office door swung open, revealing Dumbledore. Harry recounted the events to him, and Dumbledore's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. Where is he? Quickly, lead me to him. When Harry and Dumbledore reached the edge of the Forbidden Forest, Mr. Crouch had vanished, and Draco lay on the ground, pale and unconscious, while a foe nudged him repeatedly, trying to rouse him. Harry's heart sank as he called out, Draco. He shouted as he ran over, cradling the unconscious figure in his arms and shaking him gently. Seeing that Draco remained unresponsive, Harry hoisted him up horizontally and made to dash towards the infirmary. Wait. My boy, he is merely under the effects of a sleeping charm. Set him down for a moment, Dumbledore soothed. Complying, Harry gently laid Draco down, and Dumbledore drew his wand, directing it at him. Revive quickly. Draco's gray-blue eyes fluttered open, bewildered as he scanned his surroundings. Harry knelt beside him, his heart gradually easing. What happened? Draco, who knocked you out? Where's Mr. Crouch? Harry inquired. Draco rubbed his forehead, recalling the recent events. I believe I saw Mr. Crouch pointing his wand at me, and then everything went black. How could this happen? Harry furrowed his brow. Where did he go? Draco shook his head, equally clueless. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the trees, clutching a bottle of liquor. It was none other than Mr. Crouch, now appearing much more composed, albeit with a slightly flushed face. Oh, I'm terribly sorry, Dumbledore, it was unintentional. I just missed my wife, Crouch lamented, a look of wistfulness crossing his features. She was still chastising me on her deathbed, as you know. I empathize with your feelings, Barty, but I hope you can be more mindful of your surroundings next time. Dumbledore sighed. My deepest apologies, young Malfoy. I may have been a bit disoriented and inadvertently harmed you. Please forgive me. Draco found himself at a loss for words and obediently followed Harry away. Harry dragged him to the infirmary, where Madame Pomfrey conducted a thorough examination, assuring him that Draco was indeed unharmed, which brought Harry some relief. "Don't you find it odd?" Draco remarked as they strolled back to the castle. "When we first saw him, he didn't seem intoxicated at all. There was no scent of alcohol." Harry nodded in agreement. "It is rather peculiar. I can't quite place that feeling. He is concealing something. I suppose I should retrieve my Marauder's map at the earliest opportunity." Harry sighed in resignation. "What?" Draco exclaimed in astonishment. "You gave the Marauder's map to him?" Harry, looking bewildered, nodded. Draco held his forehead in exasperation. "Why would you do that? Remember the clue for the second task?" Harry explained. "Cedric asked me to take a shower in the prefect's bathroom." "What? He invited you to bathe?" Draco shouted. "Harry Potter, you two bathed together?" Harry quickly covered his mouth. "I was alone. Cedric merely told me the password to enter." "Why did he tell you?" Draco's gaze intensified. Harry touched his nose. "I shared the first task with him. He was just returning the favor." "I knew it. You saint." Draco retorted. "And then what?" "I donned the invisibility cloak, intending to return to the dormitory, but got stuck, and the golden egg rolled from my grasp, attracting Filch and Snape." "Really? You're so reckless each time," Draco complained. Harry sheepishly scratched his head. "It was an accident. Thankfully Mr. Crouch arrived just in time to help me out. I saw on the map that he entered Snape's office, and he mentioned he suspected Snape to be a follower of the Dark Lord." Draco frowned. "I find Crouch far more suspicious than Professor Snape. Did Snape dig up your Potter family grave in a past life, only to be duped by you in this one?" Harry disagreed. "I suspect I might have disturbed his ancestral resting place. That's irrelevant. Is this about ancestral graves? It's your naivety in trusting others too easily that's the real issue." "Should I trust Snape?" Harry questioned, puzzled. "I trust him," Draco asserted firmly. "Just because he has a preference for you? You are his prized pupil. Naturally, you would trust him." "What are you saying? Am I that kind of person?" "I'm not a fool like you," Draco huffed, quickening his pace towards the castle. "Harry Potter, you dolt." Harry, momentarily stunned by the rebuke, watched Draco's retreating figure and could only shout after him, "I'm not." Draco paused, turning back in a fit of anger. "You are?" No rebuttals. Harry could only watch him depart, wishing he could bang his head against the wall, utterly bewildered as to how things had escalated so dramatically. Draco returned to the common room, fuming, where Kaya had already returned. "What is wrong with you now?" Kaya asked. Draco sulked. His voice tinted with nasality. "He yelled at me." "What? He dared to yell at you?" Kaya gasped, jumping to her feet. "Just wait, I'll take care of him." "Enough, stop that," Draco interrupted. "I suspect Crouch might be the Dark Lord's mole. We need to devise a plan to expose him." "Really?" Kaya's demeanor shifted to seriousness. "What do you have in mind?" Draco pondered for a moment before proposing. "We could first inform Dumbledore and have him verify Crouch's identity." "I agree," Kaya smiled slightly. "You're much cleverer now." The following day, Draco intended to discuss his suspicions with Dumbledore, but was met with disheartening news. "Barty Crouch is missing." "How could this be?" Draco slumped onto the sofa, murmuring. "Crouch's disappearance has thrown everything into chaos," Kaya remarked lazily as she combed her hair. "They? The Weasley family, specifically Percy, and the affairs he managed. No one has taken over. Dumbledore has sent Moody to assist with the investigation," Kaya smirked. "Their prime suspect is Madame Maxime, which has left her quite distressed. She has giant blood. It's only natural for them to suspect her," Draco retorted dismissively, though he felt it had nothing to do with her. "Ah, I see," Kaya nodded. "No wonder she is reluctant to admit her half-giant heritage. Prejudice truly can be deadly. I've been observing Moody. Though his behavior appears normal for now, I remain uneasy," Draco confided. "I can't discern if he is genuine." "He is indeed the real Mad Eye," Kaya asserted. "Dumbledore has confirmed it." "What?" Draco exclaimed, astonished. "How do you know?" "I didn't reveal much to Dumbledore. I merely expressed my suspicion that Moody wasn't authentic. Dumbledore deemed it a serious matter and would verify with Moody. And the outcome is that this Moody is undoubtedly real, as Dumbledore personally validated." "What now?" Draco rubbed his temples, feeling overwhelmed. Kaya suggested, "Just keep an eye on Harry. Nothing else matters, as their target is Harry. Do you know what their next move is?" Draco smacked his forehead. "I know what to do now." Kaya propped her chin on her hand, her expression inscrutable. "Go ahead." Draco found Harry sitting in the corridor, lost in thought. "What's wrong?" Draco inquired, noticing Harry's unusual demeanor. Harry grasped Draco's hand, his voice trembling. "Draco, I had a dream. I saw some images. A large serpent coiled in a room. A cold, piercing voice emanating from behind a chair. Indeed, muggles cannot be relied upon. That fellow has escaped. Master, we've located him and dealt with him. He wants interfere with our forthcoming plans." A tall, slender figure cloaked in a voluminous robe obscured his face, his voice raspy, as if it had been scraped raw. Next, the unfortunate muggle should be subjected to punishment. A wand tip protruded beside the chair, and the elderly man standing dumbly to the side was struck by the curse. Heart-wrenching agony. He fell to the ground, screaming and convulsing, and Harry's scar ignited with searing pain. Oh dear, Harry's complexion turned pale. He was tormenting him. Harry, I shall escort you to Dumbledore, Draco said, supporting Harry as they made their way step by step to the headmaster's office. At the entrance to Dumbledore's office, Draco found himself in a silent standoff with the stone gargoyle. Strawberry hard candy, licorice wand, lava toffee. Harry listened as Draco rattled off a list. Feeling a pang of hunger. I fancy a chocolate frog. Try again, Draco gritted his teeth. I refuse to believe this. Allow me, Harry began to shout. Bertie Bott's every flavor beans. No, that one is unpleasant. Super lollipop. Cockroach clusters. The gargoyle suddenly sprang to life, leaping aside to reveal a bewildered Draco. It was indeed cockroach clusters. They ascended the spiral staircase, which rose slowly, allowing them to overhear voices within. Oh, Dumbledore, perhaps Crouch has gone mad, wandering aimlessly. I believe his disappearance is merely an accident, devoid of any conspiracy, came the voice of Minister Fudge. Draco and Harry exchanged glances, both aware that now was not the opportune moment to intrude. Then a gruff voice interjected, Dumbledore, Harry seeks you, accompanied by a young Malfoy. It was Moody, his magical eye having spotted Harry and Draco. The office door swung open, and Moody ushered them inside. We ought to check the venue, Fudge suggested. Then let us proceed. Dumbledore replied, ready to accompany them. Wait, Professor, I need to speak with you, Harry called out to Dumbledore. Oh, it's merely a quick inspection of the grounds. It won't take long. You may wait here for a moment, Dumbledore said gently. Once they departed, Harry began to glance around, greeting Fawkes, who happily fluffed his tail feathers and winked at Harry. Draco, too, was curiously surveying the surroundings when he suddenly noticed the door of a black cabinet ajar, revealing a glimmer of silver light. Harry, come take a look at this. They opened the cabinet door to find a shallow stone basin shimmering with silver light, a substance that resembled neither water nor gas, but rather a soft, flowing cloud. As they leaned closer, the silver became translucent, and they seemed to glimpse a vast room. Eager to discern the happenings within, Harry and Draco lowered their heads further, when suddenly their bodies surged forward, and the world inverted. They tumbled into the room from the ceiling. This was the scene of Karkaroff's trial. Draco gasped, covering his mouth as Karkaroff desperately sought to exonerate himself, naming several individuals to no avail, until he uttered the name, Barty Crouch. A boy of 17 or 18, he was Mr. Crouch's son. Crouch himself presided over the case. As young Barty Crouch, alongside other Death Eaters, tortured Frank and Alice Longbottom into insanity. Draco's mind buzzed. Those were Neville's parents. Dumbledore returned, bringing Draco and Harry back to the present. I apologize, Professor. We did not mean to intrude, Harry said. Dumbledore bore no ire towards them, instead explaining the purpose of the basin. This is a pensieve. You can extract your memories and place them in this basin for later reflection. Harry, do you have something you wish to discuss with me? Dumbledore inquired, his eyes sparkling behind his crescent-shaped glasses. I had a dream. Harry touched his scar. Voldemort was torturing an old muggle, claiming he knew of someone who had escaped, and then a mysterious figure told Voldemort that the escaped individual had apparently been killed. Does your scar still ache? Dumbledore asked. Sirius informed me that it woke you during the summer. I have a hypothesis, Harry. This scar links you to him. And when you are near him or he harbors vengeful thoughts, it will throb, Dumbledore said, scrutinizing Harry carefully. Chapter 59, the third task. Was that dream real? Harry murmured. It is possible, Dumbledore replied. Did you see him? Harry shook his head. I only saw the back of his chair. He has no body, does he? How could he wield a wand? Harry pondered, perplexed, as Dumbledore sighed, appearing weary and burdened. Professor, Draco finally spoke. Dumbledore turned to him. What is it, my child? We just witnessed the trial. Were they speaking of Neville's parents? Draco inquired. Dumbledore seemed to drift into recollection, nodding slowly. Indeed, Neville's father, Frank, was an Auror. They tortured Frank and his wife, compelling them to divulge Voldemort's whereabouts after he lost his powers. Where are they now? Draco asked softly. They currently reside in St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Maladies. Neville visits them every holiday, but they no longer recognize him. Draco sat in stunned silence, acutely aware of the atrocities committed by the Death Eaters, having witnessed their murderous acts, as if life were merely a plaything in their eyes. Yet, this was the first time Draco viscerally felt the profound suffering inflicted by Voldemort. Had the Longbottoms not endured this calamity, Neville would have enjoyed a happy home, blessed with loving parents and a joyful childhood. As he and Harry exited the headmaster's office, Draco remained engulfed in thought. Harry, Draco turned and embraced him. Burying his head in Harry's shoulder, I am truly sorry. Harry, bewildered by the sudden shift, could only pat Draco's back to comfort him. Why apologize? Draco murmured. I have done many wrongs in the past. Though those actions were not my intent, I have hurt many people. Today, I realize some transgressions are irreparable. He lifted his gaze, his gray-blue eyes piercing into Harry's, their gazes intertwining, sorrow radiating between them. Harry, I am here to atone. Why? Harry furrowed his brow. Is there something I am unaware of? Draco offered a wry smile, shaking his head. I do not know how to articulate it, but I hope you can trust me. Harry earnestly assured him, I will believe you, always. That is sufficient, Draco exhaled, a weight lifting from his shoulders. I must discuss some matters with you, Harry. Time swiftly advanced to June, heralding the approach of the third task. While Harry's nerves were less taut than before, a hint of anxiety lingered. However, once this task concluded, he would truly shed this heavy burden, and the mere thought of it brought him relief. Draco's expression darkened, simmering with anger, as Kaya prodded his distorted face, inquisitively asking, What troubles you? Draco extended a crumpled newspaper towards her. Harry Potter, a master of romantic pursuits, a free spirit? Kaya's eyes widened. Harry Potter shares a profound connection with none other than Miss Hermione Granger, and recently, insiders have revealed that he is entangled in a flirtatious relationship with an unidentified boy. Goodness, Kaya gasped, covering her mouth in astonishment. So, he is that kind of person, heavens. Draco frowned and shot her a glance. What's wrong? Have you been kicked in the head by a donkey to believe such nonsense? No, Kaya replied earnestly. I certainly don't believe the first part, but the latter seems plausible. Never mind, I shall confront that old hag. Draco tossed down his utensils and stormed off in a fit of rage. Wait, come back. Today is the final exam. Kaya shouted, but Draco didn't look back. After dinner, the third contest officially commenced. Kaya watched as Draco hurriedly approached, lowering her voice to ask, Where have you been? Nothing much, I just delivered a small gift to Granger, Draco replied, grabbing his bag, ready to dash off again. Where are you going? Kaya frowned. I don't have time to explain now. We will talk later, he said, running off without a backward glance. Kaya watched Draco disappear, letting out a deep sigh. The signal for the competition sounded, and the champions rushed into the maze. Draco pulled out Harry's invisibility cloak from his bag, draping it over himself and stealthily slipping into the arena. Once inside the maze, the cacophony from outside was muffled, and the towering hedges cast dark shadows along the path. The center of the maze lay to the northwest, and Draco's heart raced. He was determined to find Harry. Suddenly, a loud explosion startled Draco, causing him to freeze momentarily. After a brief internal struggle, he gritted his teeth and sprinted towards the source of the commotion. Regrettably, Draco soon saw Cedric charging toward him, followed closely by a massive blast-ended Skrut. With no time to ponder, he had no choice but to run alongside Cedric, even though Cedric couldn't see him. Oh, damn Hagrid, I'll kill you. Draco cursed as he ran, frightening Cedric, who thought he was being haunted. However, he had no time to think. The Skrut was close to roasting him alive. After a strenuous effort to shake off the Skrut, Draco collided into Harry's arms. Harry grunted from the impact, then instinctively reached out to pull back Draco's invisibility cloak. Goodness, what are you doing here? Harry exclaimed, utterly astonished. Is this how you intend to use the invisibility cloak? It's far too dangerous. Draco covered his mouth, reapplying the cloak, and warned him fiercely, don't say a word. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have come here at all. Harry nodded in understanding. Just then, Cedric stumbled upon them, breathless, exclaiming, Goodness, that was a gigantic blast-ended Skrut. And it can talk. Can you believe it? What? Harry looked bewildered. What did the Skrut say? Cedric, panting heavily, replied, It said it wants to kill Hagrid. It's incredible. Just then, a red light struck Cedric in the head, rendering him unconscious as he collapsed to the ground. Fuming, Draco yanked off the invisibility cloak and approached Cedric, kicking him twice while muttering, Fool, you are the real blast-ended Skrut. Your entire family are Skruts. What are you doing? Draco. Harry immediately grabbed him, exclaiming, Why are you attacking Cedric? It's nothing. Hurry and signal for someone to take him away. Draco was at a loss for how to explain. I'll tell you later. Reluctantly, Harry pulled out his wand and cast a red signal to summon help for Cedric. Chapter 60, The Portkey. Draco, you shouldn't have done that. Harry was visibly upset, insisting that it was unfair to Cedric. Draco didn't feel he was in the wrong. From his perspective, if he hadn't knocked Cedric out and sent him away, Cedric might have lost his life in this contest, which would be far too cruel. I understand that it's unfair to Cedric, but Harry, you might think I'm speaking nonsense, yet please believe me, if I hadn't acted as I did, he would be in peril. I believe you, Harry sighed. His expression grave. Draco recognized that he was genuinely angry. Suddenly, a piercing scream shattered the silence, prompting them to look up, vigilant of their surroundings. It's Fleur. She must be in danger. Without a moment's hesitation, Harry dashed into a mist. That damned saint. Draco cursed under his breath, following suit into the fog. The world seemed to flip upside down, with Harry and Draco hanging precariously, their hair standing on end as if they could fall at any moment. Close your eyes and pull your feet out with all your might, Draco instructed. Harry obeyed, and they finally regained their bearings, collapsing to the ground to catch their breath before running onward. After about 10 minutes, Harry turned a corner and came face to face with the blast-ended Skrut. Now approximately 10 feet tall, its heavy armor and sharp stingers making it look terrifying. Run, Draco yelled, dragging Harry forward while cursing. I told you so? Such a creature should not even exist. Stupefy. Harry turned back to cast a spell, but the red light merely bounced off the Skrut's armor, nearly striking Draco. Ah! Draco screamed in fright. Harry, are you a pig? Think of something else quickly. I don't want to become roast meat. Shut your mouth. You're so loud. Harry shouted in exasperation. Draco tripped over a branch and fell to the ground, allowing the Skrut to lunge at him. Harry immediately positioned himself in front of Draco, vigorously waving his wand. Protego. Fortunately, the spell worked, halting the Skrut mere inches away, and Harry struck its unprotected abdomen. Draco gasped for breath as Harry quickly pulled him up, sprinting in the opposite direction, knowing that the shield spell wouldn't last long and the Skrut could pursue them at any moment. They turned into a side path and encountered Crumb, who stood there with a dazed expression, staring blankly at Harry. He slowly raised his wand, aiming it at Harry and Draco. Crucio. Harry pushed Draco aside just as the curse whizzed past, narrowly missing him. Stupefy. Draco retaliated with a spell, knocking Crumb to the ground. What is wrong with him? Harry panted, glancing at the unconscious Crumb. Draco's expression was serious as he scanned their surroundings. Harry, this isn't right. We need to move quickly. P.S. Under the Cruciatus curse, someone means to harm you. The Cruciatus curse. Harry exclaimed in disbelief. Who would do such a thing? I don't know. But this place is definitely not safe. Harry, let us abandon the Triwizard Cup and get out of here. Draco grasped Harry's hand firmly. Harry nodded, deciding to heed his advice and leave the perilous situation. They finally made their way to the outskirts, only to encounter someone. Ludo Bagman gazed at Harry, his face betraying disbelief. Mr. Bagman, what are you doing here? Harry asked, puzzled. Aren't you supposed to be overseeing the event? Bagman appeared equally astonished. I came to help evacuate the champions in distress. But what about you, Harry? Why have you returned? Aren't you going for the Triwizard Cup? It symbolizes glory. Harry shook his head and recounted the recent events to him. Mr. Bagman, this place is unsafe. I must first find Dumbledore to explain the situation. Very well, very well. Bagman slowly turned around. I shall escort you out. The perimeter is not entirely secure either. Sir, aren't you going to look for Crumb? Harry reminded him. Oh, right. Look at my forgetful mind, Bagman exclaimed, slapping his forehead. Come along with me inside first. Harry, I need to retrieve Crumb. All right, sir. Harry led the way, guiding Bagman in search of Crumb. Draco sensed something amiss, though he dared not make a sound for fear of being discovered by Bagman, and cautiously trailed behind them. After a considerable effort, they found Crumb, and Bagman raised his wand, using the levitation charm to make him float as they departed. As they walked, a sudden clattering sound echoed. Something had fallen to the ground. Oh dear, my notebook. It contains my speech, Bagman lamented. Harry, could you please pick it up for me? Harry bent down to retrieve the notebook, and Draco suddenly cast a sinister smile at Bagman. Wait, don't touch that. But it was too late. Draco watched helplessly as Harry vanished before his eyes. It's you. You're the traitor. Disarm him, Draco shouted, using the disarming charm to wrest Bagman's wand away, causing it to slip from his grasp, and sending Crumb crashing to the ground. Where did he go? Speak. Draco ripped off his invisibility cloak and seized Bag by the collar, yelling. Bagman, seemingly just awakened, gazed at Draco with confusion. Oh, Mr. Malfoy, where are we? Stop feigning ignorance. Where did you send Harry with the portkey? Speak. Draco was on the verge of madness, his wand hand trembling uncontrollably. I don't know. I know nothing. Bagman stammered, his lips quivering as he began to grasp the gravity of the situation. Let us go. We must find Dumbledore. Draco yanked Bagman's collar with one hand while pointing his wand at his head with the other, propelling him outside. Upon learning that Harry had been transported away by a portkey, Dumbledore's expression darkened immediately. He announced the suspension of the competition, instructing all students to return at once. Causing an uproar, Draco sat on the ground in a daze, staring blankly at the sky. Why did this happen? Kaya sat beside him, gazing at him for a moment before looking up at the night sky. The return of Voldemort was inevitable. No one can prevent it. Even if you stop him this time, he will return once more unless you truly kill him. Harry, where are you? Please come back, Draco murmured. Harry felt as though a hook had snagged his navel, and with a dizzying whirl, he was violently thrown to the ground, stars dancing before his eyes. Chapter 61. The Return of Riddle. Harry lifted his head, surveying his surroundings. The fall had not been gentle, and his head was still spinning. He had long since surpassed the confines of Hogwarts. Around him lay a graveyard overrun with weeds. To his right stood a yew tree. Behind him was a small church. And to his left rose a hill crowned with a quaint old house. Harry glanced down at the notebook, finally realizing it was a portkey. Why would Bagman do this? Harry pondered in confusion. The atmosphere was eerie, prompting Harry to draw his wand, warily scanning his surroundings. Approaching footsteps echoed, and a shadow flitted among the graves, drawing nearer. Clad in a hood, the figure's face was obscured, but from the posture, it appeared he was cradling something. The figure halted before a large marble tombstone. And suddenly Harry's scar throbbed painfully, forcing him to his knees, gasping in agony as his wand slipped from his grip and fell to the ground. The man seized Harry, conjuring ropes to bind him to the tombstone. In the flickering light of the wand, Harry beheld a name, Tom Riddle. "Who are you?" Harry exclaimed in horror. The man threw back his hood, and Harry recognized him. "Little Barty Crouch. You're still alive. Thanks to my foolish father, I am still alive," he sneered. A sinister smile creeping across his face as he stuffed a piece of black cloth into Harry's mouth, rendering him only capable of muffled sounds. Harry glanced ahead. His wand lay about 20 feet away, along with the portkey. He had to think of a way to reach them. At that moment, the bundle Barty had brought began to writhe, and Harry's heart raced with terror as he realized what was likely inside, pain radiating from his scar. A rustling at his feet drew his attention. A large snake slithered around the tombstone while Barty pushed a large, heavy cauldron closer. The cauldron brimmed with liquid, and Barty ignited the flames beneath it with his wand, the crackling fire quickly leaping up as the liquid began to boil, steam rising and obscuring Barty's form. "Hurry!" A sharp, cold voice emanated from the bundle. The surface of the liquid ignited with sparks as Barty opened the package. Harry gasped in fright, but his mouth was stuffed, the sound trapped in his throat. Inside was a slimy, eyeless creature, curled like an infant, yet far more terrifying. Its face was flat and smooth, resembling a snake. Barty's face wore an almost maniacal grin, as if cradling a rare treasure, and he gently placed the creature into the cauldron, where it sank with a hissing sound. "Father's bone, unwillingly given, can help your son return." The grave beneath Harry cracked open, a wisp of dust swirling in the air, cascading into the cauldron, transforming the liquid into a vibrant blue. Barty produced a dagger from his person, extending his hand, his voice trembling with excitement. "The flesh of a servant, willingly given, can help your master return." Without hesitation, he sliced off a large piece of flesh, which plopped into the liquid, turning it a fiery red. Ignoring the blood streaming from his wound, Barty staggered to Harry's side, plunging the dagger into his arm, blood flowing down his limb as he took a small glass vial to catch it. He returned to the cauldron, pouring the blood inside. "The blood of an enemy, unwillingly given, can help your foe return." Diamond-like sparks erupted, blindingly bright, as Barty's maniacal laughter echoed in Harry's ears. A white mist billowed from the cauldron, and a tall, thin shadow began to rise, resembling a skeleton. Voldemort donned his robe and emerged from the cauldron. At last, Harry beheld his face, pale as a skull, with a serpentine nose and blood-red eyes. Voldemort had finally returned. He examined his body, his long, thin fingers tracing over himself, before raising his arms to stretch. Visibly pleased with his form, Voldemort withdrew a wand from his pocket, caressing it delicately, before raising it and casting a spell on Barty, instantly healing his wounds without a trace. "Thank you, my master." Barty prostrated on the ground, reverent and devoted, like a worshipful disciple before a deity, his eyes filled with fervent adoration. Voldemort bent down and grasped young Barty's left arm, where a symbol was etched, a skull with a serpent issuing forth from its mouth. Harry recalled having seen this emblem during the Quidditch World Cup, the Dark Mark, the insignia of the Death Eaters. He pressed his finger against his own arm, and a sharp pain surged through his temple, while young Barty emitted a muffled grunt. A cruel joy flickered across Voldemort's face as he surveyed the surrounding shadowy graveyard. Murmuring to himself, "I wonder how many have the courage to return, and how many lack the audacity to come." During the wait, Voldemort recounted tales of the past. "Do you see that house, Potter? It was my father's home. My mother was a witch who fell in love with him, but alas, my father had no fondness for magic, nor for my mother. He abandoned her." Voldemort's tone was eerily calm. "I was not yet born then. My mother perished during childbirth. I grew up in a Muggle orphanage, but I vowed to find him, and eventually, I succeeded in killing him, the man who bore my name, Tom Riddle." He ambled through the graveyard, his blood-red eyes scanning the area, the sound of apparition echoing around him as several hooded and masked wizards approached. They knelt before him, crawling on the ground to reverently kiss the hem of his dark robe. "Master, master." They formed a circle around Voldemort, who surveyed them with satisfaction and proclaimed, "Welcome back. My Death Eaters. 13 years have passed, and you remain loyal to me, do you not?" No one dared to move or utter a sound. Voldemort softly interjected, "Allow me to answer for you. You must believe I have perished, thus concocting various excuses. Surely the killing curse serves as a splendid alibi, does it not?" He halted beside a man. "Ah, Lucius, my cunning old friend, your actions at the Quidditch World Cup were amusing. Yet you have never devoted your energies to assisting your master, have you?" A voice filled with terror emanated from beneath the hood. "Master, I have always been loyal to you. Should you summon me, I would rush to your side without hesitation. I trust you will not disappoint me henceforth. I hope you serve me with even greater loyalty," Voldemort continued, a sinister smile playing on his lips. "I have heard your children are quite delightful. I hope they will be as loyal to me as you are." "Of course, Master," Lucius quivered as he knelt, his expression hidden from view. "This is the position of the Lestranges," Voldemort remarked, observing the vacant spot beside Lucius with a hint of regret. "It is a pity they are currently imprisoned in Azkaban. They were loyal, and once Azkaban is breached, I shall reward them handsomely." Voldemort began to outline his vision for Dominion. "The Dementors shall join us. We will summon the exiled giants and my loyal servants." He continued to meander among the gathered. "McNair, I hear you are eradicating dangerous creatures at the Ministry. Your opportunity shall arise shortly." "Thank you, my master," McNair replied respectfully. Voldemort halted before two hulking figures. "Crabbe, Goyle, might you perform better this time?" The two dim-witted fellows nodded vacantly. "And you?" "Not." Voldemort addressed a hunchbacked man. "Humph, you are, of course, useless." He approached the largest void and fixed his blood-red gaze upon it. "A few are missing here. 3 have perished. 1 lacks the courage to return and shall pay the price, and another, I suspect, has departed from my service forever. Naturally, 2 more spots shall be added." Lucius shuddered slightly at this remark, unable to voice his fear. "I have a loyal companion, currently at Hogwarts. Thanks to him, our little Harry is here today." Harry's heart raced. Could he be referring to Ludo Bagman, the traitor in Voldemort's midst? All eyes turned to Harry, and Voldemort displayed a ghastly grin. "Let us welcome Harry Potter to my rebirth soiree." After a moment of silence, Lucius stepped forward. "Master, may we inquire how you accomplished this miracle of returning here? To us? Ah, it is a long tale," Voldemort replied leisurely as he approached Harry. "On that fateful night, I sought to kill him, yet his mother, in a bid to save him, bestowed upon him a form of protection. I could not harm the boy. This was unforeseen." Voldemort extended a slender finger, lightly touching Harry's cheek. "But now I can touch him," he chuckled softly, continuing, "Yet I did not die. I was merely stripped of my corporeal form, retreating to a distant forest, waiting for my loyal servants to find me, but they did not." The gathered wizards bowed their heads, afraid to meet Voldemort's gaze. "I could only inhabit others. I feared the throngs of people, sometimes even possessing animals, until 4 years ago, when a foolish wizard stumbled into that forest, bringing me back to this land. However, our plan failed. We could not seize the Philosopher's Stone. I became weak once more, yet less than a year ago, a man discovered me. He used certain means to extricate me from that forest and help me regain my loyal servant." As he spoke, Voldemort glanced down at young Barty, revealing a frightful smile. "The blood of a unicorn combined with Nagini's venom granted me a feeble corporeal form. I must restore my original body. To achieve this, ancient dark magic is required. Bone of the father, flesh of the servant, which means we must return here. The servant's flesh is easily obtained. As for the blood, I could use any wizard's. But I know whose blood I need. Harry Potter's blood will render me even stronger." Capturing him was no easy feat, thanks to that friend at Hogwarts. He devised a way for him to touch the portkey, falling into my grasp. Voldemort slowly advanced, raising his wand towards Harry. "Cruciatus." Harry felt his bones shatter, his head threatening to split apart. He had never endured such torment. He believed he might perish in that very moment. How foolish it was to think of this boy as my nemesis. "Now, I shall utterly annihilate him and prove my might." Voldemort commanded that Harry be lowered, returning the wand to him. "You know how to duel, do you not, Harry Potter?" His blood-red eyes glimmered in the darkness, eager to end Harry's life. Harry suddenly recalled the dueling club from his second year, where he had only learned the disarming charm. "Come now, Harry, grasp your wand. Let us bow to one another. Etiquette must be observed." Laughter erupted around them, but Harry gritted his teeth, glaring at Voldemort. Even if he were to perish in that moment, he would not allow Voldemort to mock him. Voldemort raised his wand, and Harry, caught off guard, was struck once more by the Cruciatus curse, the excruciating pain eliciting a wretched scream from him. As Voldemort raised his wand again, Harry, with agile reflexes, rolled behind a gravestone, the spell striking it with a cracking sound. "Are you playing hide and seek, Harry? Come out, now, We shall conclude this, painlessly. Give it a try. Harry crouched behind a gravestone, engulfed by despair as he listened to Voldemort's footsteps drawing closer, step by agonizing step. A shadow flitted across his mind. A boy with platinum hair and striking gray-blue eyes, who had a penchant for rolling his eyes and hurling insults. If I die, Harry could not help but think. Voldemort had just proclaimed that Draco would pledge his allegiance to him. This cannot happen. Absolutely not. He would manipulate Draco into committing unspeakable horrors. Harry could not allow such a fate to befall him. Draco was a vibrant soul, not a puppet in Voldemort's grasp. At this moment, a singular thought consumed Harry. This must not come to pass. He rose resolutely, raising his wand and charging toward Voldemort. The Dark Lord was prepared, and as Harry uttered his incantation, Voldemort unleashed his own spell. Expelliarmus. Avada Kedavra. The crimson and emerald lights intertwined in a dazzling clash, illuminating the night sky. Suddenly, Harry's wand trembled, a slender beam of light connecting their two wands, radiant in golden brilliance. Countless golden sparks erupted above them, weaving together like a cage of light. And a celestial melody filled the air, a song of the phoenix. For Harry, this was a sound brimming with hope, the most exquisite melody he had ever heard. Do not sever the connection. The golden thread binding Harry and Voldemort began to shift, as if large orbs of light glided along the strands. Harry felt his wand quivering incessantly, the luminous orbs gradually shifting in his direction, his wand growing increasingly hot in his grip. Chapter 63. Escape. Harry concentrated fiercely, forcing the orbs toward Voldemort. The enchanting song of the phoenix enveloped him, instilling confidence and strength. With unwavering resolve, he directed the glowing orbs toward Voldemort, who appeared astonished and somewhat fearful. The orbs were mere inches from the tip of Voldemort's wand. Harry focused intently, his mind singularly fixated on thrusting that orb into the Dark Lord's wand. At last, the orb connected with Voldemort's wand. Voldemort's eyes widened in shock. His wand emitted a wailing sound that echoed across the desolate landscape. An apparition emerged from the tip of his wand, propped up by a cane, looking somewhat bewildered. It was the old muggle from Harry's dreams. Voldemort had killed him. It turns out he was a wizard, the old man proclaimed. He killed me. Fight him. Child. Another ghostly figure emerged from Voldemort's wand, and Harry recognized the familiar long-haired witch, tears blurring his vision. Mom, your father is here too. He misses you dearly. Lily Evans whispered softly. Then, a tall man with disheveled hair rose from Voldemort's wand. James Potter, Harry's father. Voldemort, seeing the spirits of those he had slain encircling him, turned ashen. Once the connection is severed, we can only linger for a moment. You must obtain the portkey and return to Hogwarts. I understand, Harry replied, preparing himself. Now, James murmured softly. With a fierce growl, Harry thrust his wand upward, severing the golden thread, and the luminous net vanished along with the phoenix's song, leaving no trace behind. The spirits did not dissipate. They remained encircling Voldemort, shielding Harry from his gaze. Harry sprinted forward, colliding with two stunned Death Eaters, using the gravestone as cover to evade the curses hurtling toward him. Just a step away from the portkey, he ducked behind a statue of an angel, narrowly avoiding a curse that shattered the angel's wing. Obstacles abound. He aimed his wand erratically at the approaching Death Eaters, shouting, "Notebook, fly to me." The notebook soared through the air, and Harry grasped it tightly, feeling a jolt as the portkey activated. All the while the echoes of Voldemort's impotent fury reverberated in his ears. Harry crashed heavily to the ground, his wounded body colliding painfully with the grass, eliciting a sharp intake of breath. "Harry!" Draco screamed as he rushed to Harry's side, cradling his face and brushing away the disheveled hair plastered to it. "Is it you? You've returned? How wonderful." Suddenly he burst into tears. "Oh my God, I thought I was going to die of fright. Do you know that?" Harry, disregarding the pain of his injuries, reached out to wipe Draco's tears, reassuring him. "I'm fine now. Draco, stop crying. We need to find Dumbledore. Voldemort has returned," Harry said, supported by Draco as he limped toward Dumbledore and the others. In a graveyard, he regained his corporeal form. Harry revealed the deep, bleeding wound on his arm, visible to the bone. "I see, my child," Dumbledore said gravely. "You should head to the hospital wing to tend to your injury." "Wait, Professor. I believe Harry has the right to know the truth," Draco interjected eagerly. Dumbledore paused, letting out a sigh. "We are preparing to interrogate Ludo Bagman. Harry, you should join us." Harry and Draco followed Dumbledore into a room where Minister for Magic Cornelius Fudge, Professor McGonagall, and others were present. Ludo Bagman was bound to a chair, his expression frantic, as if harboring a sinister secret. "Dumbledore, please believe me. I truly did not intend for this to happen. Someone cast the Imperius curse on me." Seeing Dumbledore unmoved, Bagman turned his pleading gaze to Harry. "Harry, I have always tried to assist you. I merely wished for you to win the Triwizard Cup. I harbor no ill intentions. Please believe me. Draco stepped forward, blocking Bagman's gaze. Looking down at him with disdain. Rest assured, whatever you have done, we will uncover it soon enough. Severus, Dumbledore said, turning to Snape. I believe you should be prepared. Of course, Snape replied coldly, producing a small vial from his robes. This is Veritaserum. Just 2 drops will lay bare your secrets. He then poured the entire vial down Bagman's throat. Bagman coughed violently, his face flushed. Mr. Bagman, how did you come into contact with the Dark Lord? And what did he instruct you to do to harm Harry Potter? Bagman, rendered powerless, blurted out, I truly do not know. I never wished to harm him. Then why were you in the maze? Draco shouted angrily. You were not even responsible for patrolling. I owe a considerable sum to the goblins. I cannot repay it. So I wagered with them. I bet that Harry would win the Triwizard Cup, which is why I sought to assist him, sneaking in to help him clear obstacles. The truth serum does not lie, and the group exchanged solemn glances. This implied that an unseen puppeteer was orchestrating everything from the shadows. I saw Barty Crouch Jr. In the graveyard, Harry began, but Fudge interrupted him. Enough, Potter, you may merely be speaking nonsense from exhaustion. Barty Crouch Jr. is dead. He perished in Azkaban. He cannot have returned. Your words are sheer folly. Fudge's face turned ashen as he rebuked Harry sharply. Young man, if you seek attention, I suggest you find another means rather than relying on such dubious claims. Sir, Harry exclaimed in shock, this is the truth. Please believe me. I am not seeking attention. The truth is, you possess no evidence. I hope you understand. Mere conjecture will not suffice. This matter ends here. I recall those Death Eaters. Harry, announcing a string of names, and I witnessed them there. What you speak of are merely individuals previously reported. They have been exonerated. Your imagination is rather extravagant, Potter. Fudge's words struck Harry like a sharp thorn, piercing deeply into his heart. Fudge, enough. Dumbledore interrupted him. Harry, you should return now. Halfway through his departure, Draco could not resist turning back. Minister, you cannot delude yourself. Mr. Malfoy, refrain from associating with such individuals. I shall inform your father and ensure he administers proper discipline. Fudge retorted. Draco wished to protest further, but Harry grasped his sleeve and led him away. Chapter 64, A Great Change. I always believed Fudge to be a congenial man. Harry limped along, his voice increasingly agitated. I never anticipated he would be so obstinate. If he continues to choose inaction, Voldemort's resurgence will be imminent. Draco's expression mirrored his distress. He had witnessed it all and understood the dreadful consequences the Dark Lord could unleash. Had it not been for Fudge's relentless self-deception, Voldemort would not possess such strength. After Harry's departure, Dumbledore continued to implore Fudge, you must accept this reality and take necessary measures. Otherwise, this situation will soon become irreparable. You surely do not wish to witness such a scene. Do you have any brilliant ideas, Dumbledore? Fudge snapped back. Withdraw the Dementors and immediately dispatch messengers to the Giants. Fudge shouted, interrupting Dumbledore. What are you jesting about? We can only rest easy knowing the Dementors guard Azkaban. You would have those dangerous Death Eaters surveil his fervent followers? That is the true peril, Dumbledore asserted. Those Giants, I can hardly believe it. Dumbledore, you would actually heed a child's wild tales. People harbor a deep-seated hatred for Giants. If I associate with them, my career would be doomed. Fudge screamed in a fit of hysteria. Dumbledore's eyes gleamed with intensity as he scrutinized him. You are far too enamored with power. It blinds your vision. Should you persist in your obstinacy, we shall part ways. Remember, your inaction has granted Voldemort the opportunity to wreak havoc upon this world. You are mad. Mad. Fudge retreated step by step before storming out. Dumbledore and Snape watched Fudge's retreating figure, their voices hoarse. He rolled up his left sleeve, revealing the dark mark. He has truly returned. An hour ago. I felt a searing heat here. He is summoning us. Karkaroff fled for this very reason. Dumbledore sighed heavily. Severus, please inform Minerva. Have Madame Maxime come to my office. And I wish to contact Mr. Weasley. The sky outside was so dark it seemed to drip with ink, as if brewing a storm. Draco brought Harry to the hospital wing, where Madame Pomfrey tended to his injuries. His leg was broken, and the wounds on his arm were caked with grass and dirt, appearing quite painful. Once Madame Pomfrey departed, Draco poked at Harry's bandaged hand and asked quietly, Does it hurt? Harry shook his head. I can no longer feel the pain. Draco felt a twinge of sympathy. In just one night, he had endured so much, flirting with death itself. What a boy who should have survived great peril. Draco thought. He is just an ordinary person. Why must he suffer so? As Draco pondered, he absent-mindedly picked the twigs and roots from Harry's disheveled hair. Harry remained still, allowing Draco to fuss over his hair, both lost in their own thoughts. Suddenly, a large black dog entered through the door. Draco turned at the noise, and the dog appeared dazed, as if questioning its method of entry. The black dog transformed into a man, Sirius, who quickly scanned Harry from head to toe, ensuring he was unharmed before exhaling a sigh of relief. "Harry, I am so glad you are all right," Sirius said, visibly shaken. "Dumbledore has given me some urgent tasks, so you must rest well and not dwell on these matters." In the following month, the atmosphere within the school grew exceedingly strange. Many evidently did not believe Harry's account. Whenever he walked through the halls, people would point and whisper, and Harry suspected they had taken the media's words to heart, thinking he was merely seeking attention. However, to Harry's surprise, Cedric approached him. "Thank you, Harry," Cedric said, scratching his head. "Why?" Harry asked, perplexed. The trophy was tampered with. It was also a portkey. The murderer had prepared for both contingencies. "Had you not knocked me unconscious, the consequences would have been dire," Cedric replied, frowning. Harry felt a surge of joy that Cedric could believe him, although it seemed he had misunderstood something. After shaking hands and bidding farewell to Cedric, Harry ran into Draco, whose face was ashen. "What happened?" Harry inquired softly. Draco, feeling anxious, replied, "My parents have sent the house elf with my belongings to Hogwarts. It seems they do not intend for me to return home." Harry was taken aback. "Why?" Draco shook his head. "They took Kaya away and left me some money. Kaya even left me a book." "What book?" Draco produced a book from his robe and held it up to Harry. "The Wilderness Survival Guide? What on earth do they intend to do?" Draco suspected it was somehow connected to Voldemort. Hermione and Ron were hiding behind a marble wall, shoving each other. "You go," Hermione insisted, shoving a newspaper into Ron's hands. Ron pushed it back. "I don't want to." Back and forth they went until Hermione finally gathered her courage and approached them. "Malfoy, I believe." Hermione bit her lip. "You need to see this." "What is it?" Draco took the newspaper from Hermione, glanced at it, and was immediately struck dumb. Harry tilted his head to see, and the contents felt like a thunderbolt, rendering him momentarily speechless. The head of the Malfoy family, Lucius Malfoy, has publicly announced the severing of his father-son relationship with Mr. Draco Malfoy and has cast him out of the family, citing undisclosed reasons. "This is impossible," Draco exclaimed, hurling the newspaper to the ground. "It must be a fabrication. My parents would never expel me from our home." He appeared disoriented, frantically clutching his head. "I want to go home. I want to go home." He immediately broke away from Harry and dashed to the office. Snape glanced up at him disapprovingly. "Did no one inform you to knock before entering?" "Professor, please," Draco's voice trembled. "I want to go home for a moment." Snape remained silent for a moment before leading Draco via the Floo network to the vicinity of Malfoy Manor. The gates of Malfoy Manor stood closed, the cold, strong iron barrier isolating him from his family. He pounded on the door, crying out, "Open up! Father! Mother! Kaya! Anyone, please open the door." Snape, draped in his robes, stood in the shadows, coldly observing the unfolding events until his voice grew hoarse and he succumbed to fatigue, curling up at the doorway. The weather shifted abruptly. Snape forcibly lifted him, intent on taking him back. Draco, drawing on an unknown reserve of strength, broke free from Snape's grasp and disapparated away. The torrential rain blurred his vision as Draco aimlessly trudged along the muddy path, allowing the downpour to wash over his cheeks. Exhausted, he finally sank to his knees in the rain, concealing his face as he wept bitterly. Chapter 65, Homelessness. As dusk descended, Draco sat on a hillside, hugging his knees, lost in thought as he stared vacantly at the flickering lights of a small cabin not far away. A distant memory of Christmas surfaced, a scene of family gathered together. Warm and comforting. Yet, inexplicably, Draco felt that this memory was now painfully distant. His school robes, drenched, clung to him, although summer was approaching. The evening chill crept in as the sun dipped below the horizon, prompting a shiver to run through him. "Hey, big brother," a soft, melodious voice suddenly called out. Draco turned to see a little girl with large, expressive eyes peeking out from behind a tree, her gaze fixed on him with curious wonder, her eyes twinkling like stars. "Your clothes are wet," she exclaimed, bouncing over to him and tugging at his sleeve. "Come home with Anna. We have dry clothes. Mommy says you can't wear wet clothes. You'll catch a cold." In a daze, Draco did not refuse, allowing Anna to lead him back to the small cabin. "Anna's back? Wash your hands and come eat." A gentle voice called out as a woman emerged from the kitchen, carrying a pot of soup, glancing towards the door. "Oh, my goodness, poor child." Anna's mother was a strikingly beautiful woman, radiating the same warmth and kindness as Narcissa, with a name as floral as hers, Molly. Aunt Molly ushered Draco inside, running water for a quick wash, and then fetched a clean shirt belonging to Anna's father for him to wear. It might be a bit big, but it'll have to do for now. Once clad in dry garments, Draco accepted a steaming cup of tea from Aunt Molly. The warmth of the tea flowed down his throat, enveloping him in a comforting embrace. As Aunt Molly kindled the fire, the warm glow illuminated her features. and Draco found himself entranced by her profile, imagining Narcissa sitting there, softly urging him to take care of himself. "Child," a frail, gentle voice interrupted his reverie. Draco turned to see a kindly old woman, leaning on a cane, slowly settling into a low chair beside the table. "Good boy, can you tell Grandma your name?" she asked with a warm smile. Cradling the teacup, Draco felt its soothing warmth seep into his palms. "My name is Draco. As for my surname, I'm not quite sure how to introduce it anymore," he said with a wry smile. "My parents, for reasons unbeknownst to me, have cast me out." "Poor child." The old woman sighed. "They must have their own struggles. It's evident they love you dearly." Aunt Molly, holding Anna close, chimed in, "Indeed. It is rare to find parents who do not cherish their children. And a child like you clearly comes from a well-to-do family." Draco nodded. "My mother and father have always loved me. I shall find an opportunity to return and seek clarity. Thank you for your hospitality tonight." Dinner consisted of baked potatoes and some bread. Simple fare, yet Anna relished it wholeheartedly. "We have little to offer, just a bit to fill your belly," Aunt Molly said softly, handing Draco the largest potato. As Draco sliced into the potato, memories of the Malfoy manor flooded back. Even the simplest dish there was drizzled with olive oil and sprinkled with salt. This, however, was merely tossed into the fire, its flavor remarkably bland. "Do you eat this every day?" he inquired softly. Anna shook her head enthusiastically. "No. When Daddy returns from town, he brings us bread. It's so delicious. Did you know? Once, he brought me back some candy, and it was so sweet." Sensing Draco's unspoken worries, Aunt Molly smiled gently. "No matter how difficult life gets, as long as family is by your side, it feels as though happiness is within reach." The following morning, Draco bade farewell to the family, Anna reluctantly clinging to him, not wanting to part with her newfound friend. "Brother, promise to come back and see me," she implored, wrapping her arms around his leg. Draco lifted Anna for a tender goodbye, discreetly slipping a few coins into her pocket, hoping it might slightly improve their circumstances. Meandering slowly along the path, Draco realized he should return to school first and look for opportunities to confront his situation with Voldemort later. Lost in contemplation, a grip on his collar jolted him from his thoughts. Turning around, he met the icy gaze of Professor Snape, whose expression was even darker than Zabini's. "I'm sorry, Professor," Draco mumbled, instinctively retracting his neck like a turtle. "Though the holidays are fast approaching, there will be no negotiations regarding detention," Snape replied coldly. Upon returning to Hogwarts, Draco was immediately tackled by Harry, who, like an exuberant puppy, bombarded him with frantic questions. "Draco, where have you been?" "I was worried sick." Harry completely ignored Snape, who looked as though he could drip ink from his face, while Ron and Hermione stood nearby, trying to shrink into the background. "Potter, you lose 10 points for unnecessarily harassing a fellow student." Snape snapped, but his words seemed to fall on deaf ears as he stormed away, his cloak billowing behind him like a great bat. "I'm fine, Harry," Draco said, pushing him away. "Perhaps my parents simply wanted to protect me and resorted to this drastic measure." "What now? The holidays are almost here. Where will you stay?" Harry scratched his head, suggesting, "Why don't you come stay with me?" "But Dumbledore insisted you must return to the Dursleys this year. Can you really take him with you?" Hermione reminded him. Harry looked taken aback. "When did that happen?" "I had arranged to stay with Sirius. Mrs. Weasley relayed Dumbledore's message to you yesterday, but you were too concerned about Malfoy." "Oh. I mean, Draco." "To hear her," Hermione said, shaking her head in exasperation. Harry nearly jumped up. "What are we going to do? Is Draco going to be homeless?" "Why don't I take him home with me?" Ron suddenly suggested, breaking his silence. Draco's eyes widened in disbelief. "Weasley, are you joking? Your house is already cramped with so many people. If I go with you, I might suffocate within days." Ron flushed. "Forget I said anything." Chapter 66. The Holidays. The night before the holidays, Hogwarts held its customary leaving feast. Draco took a seat beside Theodore, as Kaya had yet to return, likely not returning until next term. These past few days at school had been far from enjoyable for him. Almost everyone is aware that he is no longer a member of the Malfoy family. Some individuals have long been displeased with his arrogant demeanor, and now that Draco has lost the support of his family, he has become a target for bullying. However, no one dares to act upon this, unless he finds himself at odds with Draco's friends. At last, Draco has come to appreciate the significance of friendship. Crabbe and Goyle no longer shadow him as they once did. It seems they are deliberately avoiding Draco, and he can easily surmise that this is likely due to their father's instructions. The two of them possess a combined intellect that pales in comparison to a sugar cube, their thoughts plainly written on their faces. More than once, Draco has caught them glancing at him when they think he is not looking, yet they remain silent about it. Theodore has been accompanying Draco nearly everywhere lately, even extending an invitation for Draco to visit the Knot Estate during the summer. "Thank you, Theodore. But Dumbledore has already found me a place to stay. I hear it is with a relative of my mother, who will temporarily take me in. However, I shall come to visit you, Draco replied. Theodore smiled. That is splendid. I hope you find joy there. If you need anything, do not hesitate to seek me out. Draco felt grateful for him, as he had noticed a significant reduction in the number of individuals seeking to trouble him. Pansy informed him that Knot had discreetly taken measures to discipline those who were causing him trouble, ensuring they would think twice before acting again. At this moment, Draco simply lacked the energy to concern himself with such trifles, and Knot's actions had greatly aided him. Thank you, Theodore. You are truly a good friend, Draco exclaimed, patting him on the shoulder. I shall repay you for this in the future. Theodore picked up his knife and fork, silently pushing his steak around on his plate. Draco understood his reticence and did not perceive anything amiss in his demeanor. He turned to exchange glances with Harry, causing Pansy, seated across from them, to question her life choices. After their meal, Dumbledore rose, his expression grave and his voice steady. Regarding the Triwizard Tournament, I must reveal the truth to you all. Voldemort has returned. He has taken Harry Potter and attempted to kill him. A murmur rippled through the Great Hall, and many eyes turned towards Harry, who lowered his head in embarrassment. Harry Potter has escaped Voldemort's clutches, facing immense peril, and few wizards exhibit such bravery when confronting him. For this, I salute him. Dumbledore turned toward Harry, raising his goblet, and nearly everyone in the hall followed suit, Draco included. Yet many Slytherins remained seated, including Theodore, Pansy, and Zabini. Draco thought that perhaps Zabini was merely too lazy to move. He had always been indifferent to such matters. In light of Voldemort's resurrection, we must unite, otherwise, we shall become vulnerable in the face of his power. Only unbreakable friendship and trust can serve as the key to overcoming him. We are about to enter a dark and difficult time. Some among us have already fallen victim to his poison, as many families have been torn apart. Dumbledore's gaze shifted to Draco. Remember my words. Never give up hope. Draco packed his belongings and, along with his fellow students, awaited the carriage to Hogsmeade Station. Harry. Fleur rushed over, bidding farewell to him, her beautiful face adorned with an enchanting smile. I hope we meet again. She waved goodbye to Harry and hurried towards Madame Maxime, her lovely silver hair shimmering in the sunlight, a sight to behold. How are the Durmstrang students returning without Karkaroff? Ron murmured. Karkaroff wouldn't be able to sail anyway. It makes no difference, came the response. Krum arrived, seeking to say goodbye to Hermione. Draco, farewell, you are a good friend. After exchanging words with Hermione, Krum waved goodbye to Draco. The sky cleared, devoid of clouds, as the train carried them homeward. They sat in a compartment, with Ron draping his maroon robe over the owl cage, while Crookshanks curled up on the seat, dozing. Draco felt a newfound sense of tranquility. He closed his eyes, intending to rest for a moment. How strange, he mused. Harry is reading the Daily Prophet, yet that old hag Rita has not reported on this incident. Perhaps the Ministry of Magic has coerced her into silence? Ron speculated. She simply hasn't had the opportunity to report anything, Draco replied lazily. Granger, did you not inform them? Under the curious gazes of Harry and Ron, Hermione retrieved a small sealed glass jar from her bag. Inside were leaves and twigs, upon which rested a plump beetle. This is Rita, Hermione said, scratching her head. Harry leaned in for a closer look, noticing that the patterns around the beetle's antennae resembled the glasses Rita wore. She is an unregistered animagus. I discovered her secret long ago. However, she refused to heed my warnings. So I had no choice but to capture her and leave her for Granger to handle. How did you come up with that? Ron exclaimed. A secret, Draco replied with a slight smile. Just as they concluded their conversation about Rita, Fred and George burst into the compartment. Hi, want to play a game? Fred pulled out a deck of cards. They did not appear particularly cheerful, and Harry recalled the matter of Ludo Bagman, if he remembered correctly. Fred and George had wagered all their savings on him during the World Cup. We never anticipated this, Fred lamented. He didn't even return our principal, George added, somewhat indignantly. Our plans are completely ruined. They sighed in despair. Draco opened his trunk, retrieving a bag of gold coins and offering it to them. Fred, George, Ron, and even Harry and Hermione stared in astonishment. What are you doing, Malfoy? Fred stammered. Take it. Consider it your starting capital. Draco thrust the bag into Fred's hands. This is unacceptable. Fred hurriedly rejected the offer. We cannot accept your money. Draco shrugged. My heartless parents and sister left me with little else. They did, however, leave me with a considerable sum. There are over 1,000 galleons in here. It should be sufficient for you to start your shop. No, absolutely not, George insisted. Still unwilling to accept. We cannot take your money. Consider it an investment, Draco said nonchalantly, reclining with his legs crossed. Just share the profits with me when you make a fortune. Once the train arrived at the station, Draco bid farewell to Harry, carrying his bags as he set off in search of his family. Following the address Dumbledore had provided, he stood before the door, feeling a pang of regret for not bringing along his wilderness survival guide. Chapter 67. The chaotic days of cohabitation. What are you standing there for? Come in. A tall man with dark hair opened the rickety door and spoke curtly. I think I must have the wrong place, Draco murmured to himself. How could it be you? Sirius rolled his eyes, took Draco's luggage, and hoisted him inside. Draco covered his nose, wrinkling his brow in distaste. Good heavens, what a dreadful place you live in. Upon entering, Draco was assaulted by an indescribable stench, reminiscent of damp wood rotting away. The air was thick with a dull haze, clearly indicating that no one had occupied this place for quite some time. A row of antiquated gas lamps adorned the lengthy hallway walls, while the wallpaper had peeled away to an unsightly state. The carpet lay buried beneath a layer of dust, and several portraits, darkened by the passage of time, hung upon the walls. Could anyone truly reside here? Draco grimaced in disdain. Spare me the nonsense. Were it not for Dumbledore's insistence, I would have no interest in you. You little pest from the Malfoy lineage, Sirius huffed. He casually thrust a feather duster into Draco's hands. Here's your task. Clean this place up. What are you joking about? Draco exclaimed, jumping to his feet. I've never done such menial work. I am not your house elf. If you wish to reside here, you must contribute, Sirius replied, his mood visibly lifting. You'll stay here this summer and put in some effort. Don't worry. I'll find a way to ensure you don't starve. Draco was tempted to shove the feather duster into Sirius's mouth, but he restrained himself. After all, one must yield when under someone else's roof. In a huff, he tossed the duster aside. Where's my room? He inquired. Third floor. Choose for yourself. Thus began a tumultuous period for Draco, who spent his days in this disheveled abode. Each day, he and Sirius donned aprons and masks, brandishing feather dusters as they attempted to tidy the house. Yet, no matter how hard Draco worked, it seemed the house remained unchanged. Breathless, he leaned against the wall, his gaze landing on a moth-eaten velvet curtain. He could not abide such a thing hanging there. He yanked at it, and a piercing scream erupted. Sirius rushed over, his face ashen, attempting to pull the curtain back into place. You wasteful brat. Abomination. The shame of the family. She screeched, and Draco could guess her identity. Is that you, Annie Black? The elderly lady ceased her shrill cries, her eyes darting as she scrutinized Draco. Upon seeing his signature platinum hair and pale visage, she could surmise his lineage. Oh, child, you are a Malfoy? Draco nodded. I am Lucius's son. You must remember my mother, Narcissa. The old woman appeared somewhat moved. My dear, I certainly know your mother, lovely sissy. It has been far too long since I last saw her. She then glared at Sirius with disdain. Draco, do not associate with that family traitor. He will lead you astray. You must return home. Sirius seized the opportunity to pull the curtain shut. Return home? Dream on. He turned to Draco. Forgot to warn you. Don't touch that curtain. Draco shrugged. Who told you to keep it a secret? After a long day of toil, Draco ascended the stairs, ready to rest. As he reached the top, a house elf ambled out from the staircase. He appeared quite old, his skin sagging, his head bald, and tufts of white hair sprouting from his bat-like ears. He muttered incessantly, dreadful wasteful brat, ruining the mistress's house with his spawn. Oh, poor mistress. How heartbroken she would be if she knew. Draco pointed to himself. You're talking about me? The house elf glanced up at Draco. Creature does not know the young brat's name. Your name is Creature? Draco realized. I am Draco Malfoy. Creature's murky eyes widened in disbelief, visibly excited. Oh, the esteemed young Master Malfoy. Miss Sissy's son. Creature immediately clung to a pillar, filled with remorse. Creature deserves punishment. Creature has just spoken ill of the young master. With that, he began to bang his head against the pillar, and Draco sighed in exasperation. Stop, stop, Creature, don't do that. Thank you, young master. You are truly kind, Creature exclaimed, wiping his tears. Creature never imagined he would have the fortune to see you in this lifetime. You are being overly dramatic, Draco replied, his lips twitching. I'm going to sleep. I must rise early tomorrow to clean this filthy house. He sighed, continuing up the staircase. Creature's indignant voice echoed behind him. How can the noble young master be made to clean? It is outrageous. The wasteful brat is truly foolish. Draco felt his mood lighten. He found Creature's words amusing. He imagined that, upon hearing them, Sirius's nose would become crooked with fury. In the following days, Draco found things considerably easier, as Creature had tidied his room quite well, making it far more presentable than before. However, beyond his chamber, the rest of the house remained a chaotic mess, as Creature seemed intent on defying Sirius. Creature, where is my feather duster? Sirius bellowed. Where have you hidden it? The audacious master actually expects the young master to clean. How could the esteemed young master do such filthy work? Creature's mistress would be heartbroken if she knew. Creature grumbled as he passed by, completely disregarding Sirius's furious outburst. Draco sighed. The atmosphere in this house was too grating on the ears, and he feared he would eventually go deaf from the incessant squabbling between Sirius and Andy Black. What was even more intolerable was the sight before him. What is this? Draco gazed at the dark substance in the bowl before him, poking it with a knife. Sirius, without lifting his gaze, coldly replied, bread. Is this really bread? Draco asked incredulously. You didn't leave it in the oven too long and serve up charcoal, did you? Eat it or don't, Sirius snapped. Draco retorted, fine, let me see you eat one. Fine, I will. Sirius bit into a large piece, his face gradually paling. Forget it. I shall go out and buy something, Sirius conceded, realizing he was no culinary expert. As days passed, Draco found himself increasingly yearning for Harry's company. Staying with Sirius was dreadfully dull. Thus, the day before Harry's birthday, while Sirius was out, Draco left a note and elegantly ventured into the Muggle world for the first time. He was fascinated by everything around him. The Muggles, devoid of magic, had invented many contrivances to facilitate their lives. For instance, cars. Draco stood by the roadside, raising his hand to hail a passing vehicle. Hello. Could you take me to Surrey? Oh, I'm sorry, kid, but I'm in a hurry. I suggest you take the subway. It should take about 30 minutes. The driver replied, pressing the gas pedal as the car sped away, leaving behind a cloud of exhaust that made Draco cough. The subway? What is that? As he walked, he inquired until he finally located the entrance. It turned out to be underground. Following the crowd, he stepped into the subway. Unbeknownst to him, he blended into the throng at the station. As the train rushed in, he was swept aboard by the surging crowd. Inside the subway, it was a tight fit, with Draco wedged into a corner. Next to him, a man raised his arm, releasing a wave of pungent sweat that made Draco dizzy, prompting him to cover his mouth and nose in disgust, wrinkling his brow. The train jolted into motion, causing Draco to stumble slightly, nearly colliding with an elderly lady beside him. Fortunately, he managed to grasp the pole just in time to prevent a fall. After an indeterminate duration, Draco exited the train along with the last wave of passengers, a frown creasing his brow. Wasn't it supposed to take only 30 minutes? Darkness was swiftly descending. A surge of trepidation washed over him as he realized he had no idea where he was. Excuse me, young man, do you have a ticket? A middle-aged man in uniform approached him. What ticket? Draco replied, bewildered. The man furrowed his brow. You didn't purchase a ticket? How did you get in? Draco shook his head. I don't know. I just followed them in. Is this Surrey? The man shook his head. Do you have a family member as contact information? I believe you might need someone to come get you. Draco retrieved a note from his pocket, which contained the contact details of Ron, Harry's uncle's family. The Dursleys were engrossed in their evening news when the phone suddenly rang. Vernon, it's a phone call. Aunt Petunia shouted. Hello? Uncle Vernon answered, while Harry quietly descended the stairs, standing just outside the door to watch the television. What do you mean? Our child is lost at the subway station? Vernon glanced back at Dudley, who was grinning foolishly on the sofa, and yelled into the phone, You must have the wrong number. Our child is at home. The voice on the other end babbled something, which Harry initially ignored until he caught a name. Draco Malfoy? Who is that? I don't know him. Without a moment's hesitation, Harry dashed forward, inexplicably propelled by an urgency that allowed him to shove aside Vernon's imposing figure. I'm sorry, sir. I know him. Where is he now? He implored anxiously. Upon obtaining the address, he rushed out without looking back, with Vernon's voice booming behind him. Harry, you little brat. Oh my God. Draco. Harry exclaimed upon finding him in the subway station's waiting area. Draco appeared somewhat aggrieved, as the people there treated him like a simpleton. Please take care of him. He can't be allowed to wander off alone next time, the man advised earnestly. I told you, I'm perfectly normal. I'm not insane, Draco shouted, though the man had already closed the door. All right, don't be upset. I'll take you home, Harry said, taking his hand and leading him out of the subway. It was already dark, the night sky adorned with countless stars as they strolled beneath the celestial canopy. Feeling at ease. Happy birthday, Harry, Draco murmured softly. I had intended to buy you a gift, but it's too late now. I probably won't be able to find anything. I've already received your gift, Harry replied with a smile. You've come to see me, haven't you? Thank you, Draco. Draco's cheeks flushed, and in a moment of indignation, he playfully punched Harry. Don't make fun of me. Harry quickly apologized, and they continued to walk and tease each other. Why did you suddenly decide to come find me? Harry inquired. It can't just be for my birthday, can it? I still don't know where you live now. I'm not doing well, Draco confessed, his head drooping. They make me work every day, and if I don't do well, they get angry with me. As he spoke, Draco extended his hands towards Harry. Look, my palms are almost calloused. Their place is a complete mess. It's impossible to keep clean. Harry was taken aback and then became furious. How could they treat you like this? It's appalling. Exactly. Draco became more animated. They even abuse me. I never have enough to eat. The food there is unfit for even dogs. Just look at how thin I've become. Harry's heart ached for him. He looked him over and concluded, You are indeed thinner. It's outrageous that they, your own relatives, would mistreat you. In that moment, Harry felt a profound kinship with Draco, who, in his eyes, had transformed into a Cinderella tormented by a wicked stepmother. At that very moment, his malevolent stepmother, Sirius, sneezed quietly. Draco followed Harry back to the Dursleys, where Vernon had locked the door, evidently unwilling to let Harry return. Is this how they treat you all the time? Draco twisted the doorknob, but it wouldn't budge. Harry nodded, visibly irate. Let us find a place to stay on the street then. Draco shook his head. It's too late. There's nowhere for us to rest. Without further ado, he raised his foot and began to kick the door. You little brat. Uncle Vernon opened the door angrily. What do you think you're doing? Draco stood at the threshold, glaring at him, and Vernon's frown deepened. I've told you countless times. You're not allowed to bring your rubbish friends here. As Vernon was hurling insults at Harry, he suddenly felt something pressing against his waist. Lowering his gaze, he turned pale with fear. You can't. Draco arched an eyebrow. I believe you should be quite aware of our identities, sir. Don't try to intimidate me. You can't use that outside of school. Vernon retorted defiantly. Is that so? Care to test it? I could turn you into a pig. My father is a high-ranking official in the Ministry of Magic, and no one would hold me accountable. Shall we see, sir? Vernon was taken aback, for Draco did indeed possess an air that set him apart from ordinary children, exuding an innate nobility. I'll be staying here for a few days. You can just pretend I don't exist, he declared lightly, stepping inside. Chapter 69. Sharing a bed. Oh my goodness, you're staying here? Draco exclaimed, following Harry into the cramped attic as Harry opened the door to the room, his expression somewhat anxious. Isn't it too small? Harry asked in a hushed tone. Draco nodded. It's not an exaggeration. This room is even smaller than my bed. Harry felt a twinge of disappointment. Draco had gone through the trouble to visit him, yet they were forced to squeeze into this tiny, shabby space together. I'm so hungry. Is there anything to eat? Draco said, having not eaten anything since their journey. Harry pried up a floorboard and retrieved some snacks. Here. Let us make do with this for now. Draco didn't say anything, accepting the biscuits and munching on them, his cheeks puffed out like a little mouse. Eat slowly. I'll get you some water, Harry said. After Draco had finished, he rummaged through a box and pulled out a brand new set of pajamas. Here, wear this. It's new, and I haven't worn it before. Draco dashed to the bathroom for a hot shower, humming a tune as he leisurely emerged. However, Vernon stood at the staircase, his face a deep shade of anger, glaring at him. We don't have an extra room for you. Draco was unfazed. I'll just sleep with Harry. Good night, Mr. Dursley. While Draco was showering, Harry quickly made a makeshift bed on the floor and tidied up the disheveled little space. When Draco walked back in, Harry turned around and shook his head helplessly. Why didn't you dry your hair? He took the towel from Draco's hands, guiding him to sit on the edge of the bed, carefully drying his damp hair. Draco kicked the bedding on the floor with his bare feet. Are you planning to sleep on the floor? Harry nodded. The bed is too small. I'm afraid I might crowd you. Absolutely not, Draco frowned. How about I sleep on the floor instead, and you take the bed? No way. Harry firmly rejected the proposal. What if you catch a cold? But you can catch a cold too, Draco remarked. How about we share the bed? I can sleep on my side, and there's enough space for both of us. Is that really a good idea? Harry responded, casting his gaze downward. His pajamas, now adorning Draco's form, appeared somewhat oversized, and from his vantage point, he could discern the loose collar revealing a hint of collarbone. As he continued to gaze, Harry suddenly became aware of his own thoughts and nearly slapped himself in disbelief. His cheeks flushed crimson, rendering him oblivious to whatever Draco was saying. I'm fine. Let us just sleep, Harry replied, nodding vigorously. Draco shifted further into the bed and patted the vacant spot beside him. Come here. Harry's face turned as red as an embarrassed monkey's backside, and he tremulously approached the edge of the bed before sitting down. What is wrong with you? Draco asked, looking utterly perplexed, as if struck by lightning. I'm all right. Just let us sleep, Harry answered. Exhausted from a long day, Draco didn't wait for Harry to finish his sentence before lying down, turning on his side, and closing his eyes. Harry inhaled deeply, lying down beside him like a quail, remaining utterly still for fear of disturbing his companion. Before long, Draco's breathing lengthened, signaling that he had succumbed to slumber. Harry, uncertain if it was the warmth or something else, found beads of sweat forming on his forehead. He cautiously turned to gaze at Draco's platinum blonde hair, lost in thought. Sleep eluded him entirely. He began counting sheep while staring at the ceiling, only to find the sheep morphing into weasels. 1, 2, 3, countless. Just as he was on the verge of drifting off, he was taken aback when Draco, restless in his sleep, suddenly wrapped himself around Harry. Harry's mind went blank. He could no longer feel the rhythm of his heart. Draco's leg pressed against his. An arm draped across his waist. His face nestled against Harry's chest, rubbing against him a couple of times. At that moment, Harry felt akin to the Hogwarts Express, as if steam were about to escape from his head. The soft, warm body nestled against him rendered him breathless, terrified of disturbing Draco's dreams. perhaps feeling the heat. Draco's face flushed a vibrant red, resembling a ripe, luscious apple. Harry found himself glancing down, suddenly overwhelmed by an impulse to take a bite. Draco let out a displeased murmur, seemingly too warm, and with a swift kick, sent Harry tumbling to the floor. Fortunately, a blanket cushioned his fall, sparing him from too much pain. Rubbing the spot where he had been kicked, Harry mused that he should have opted to sleep on the ground all along. The outcome would have been the same. The following morning, Draco awoke, rubbing the sleep from his eyes and yawning, reflecting on how comfortably he had slept the previous night. "Hey, you're up already?" Draco assumed Harry was already awake, only to glance down and find Harry resembling a ghost, drained of vitality, sporting dark circles under his eyes, staring at him wide-eyed. "Goodness," Draco exclaimed, startled. "How did you end up under the bed? Didn't T sleep well?" "More than just not sleeping well." Harry had hardly slept at all, forcing a smile that was more painful than a frown. "Good morning, Mr. Dursley." Draco bounced into the dining room, with Harry trailing behind. Uncle Vernon looked down, pretending not to hear, clearly disinterested in acknowledging Draco. Aunt Petunia's face turned crimson. She seemed on the verge of scolding someone. Yet her fear held her back. Dudley, pointing at Draco, wore an unpleasant grin. "Is this your friend, a little pretty boy?" Just as Harry was about to retaliate, Draco produced his wand, turning back to inquire in a voice that was neither too loud nor too soft. "Harry, may I turn him into a cockroach? Just be careful not to let him escape. We wouldn't want anyone to accidentally step on him," Harry replied, suppressing laughter with a serious facade. Dudley's face turned a shade of deep purple, as if struck by a dreadful thought, and he immediately bolted for the door. "Help! I don't want to be turned into a cockroach." "Dudley." Aunt Petunia followed anxiously behind. Uncle Vernon feigned a phone call, casually walking away. "They're truly insufferable," Draco muttered, a frown marring his features. The thought of Harry enduring years of mistreatment at their hands filled him with anger. He regretted not having taken some pranking items from the Weasley twins. Draco resolved to remember for next time. "All right, enough of this. Let us get into the kitchen." Harry smiled, now that the coast was clear. "What do you want to eat? I'll make it for you." Soon, a delicious breakfast was ready. Harry prepared crispy bacon and fried eggs for Draco, along with 2 slices of toasted bread. "Go ahead and eat. I'll warm up some milk for you." Finally, Draco was enjoying what felt like the most decent meal he had in ages, and he was suddenly overwhelmed with emotion. "Wait a moment. Take me out for a stroll later," Draco requested, cradling the warm milk and sipping it slowly. Harry, feeling somewhat troubled, contemplated for a while before agreeing to his request. "What's wrong?" Draco noticed Harry's mood didn't seem quite right. "It feels like you don't want to take me out." The neighbors nearby had long since labeled Harry as a lackluster delinquent. If he took Draco out, who knew what slanderous remarks might arise? Harry didn't mind for himself. He merely wished to shield Draco from being associated with a bad influence. Harry shook his head, smiling. "No, I'll take you out for a stroll later." Draco was indifferent. He simply wished to see the place where Harry had lived for so many years. Noticing Harry's attire, Draco frowned in dissatisfaction. "Don't you have any decent clothes?" Harry glanced down at his own attire, his face gradually reddening. The wrinkled t-shirt hung loosely on him, his jeans riddled with holes, and his shoes were so worn that the soles flapped like a comical mouth as he walked. "I'm taking you shopping for clothes," Draco declared, unable to tolerate it any longer. "But we don't have any pounds," Harry replied helplessly, shaking his head. "Pounds? Muggle money?" Draco raised an eyebrow. Harry nodded. "Yes. Let me see if this works," Draco said, pulling a card from his pocket. "Where did that come from?" Harry exclaimed, astonished. Draco had intended to buy Harry a birthday gift and had anticipated needing Muggle currency. Sirius had given him the card, instructing him to use it as needed. "It's from Sirius," Draco confessed candidly. Harry finally understood. This malicious stepmother was indeed Sirius, and he accepted the credit card with a bemused expression. "I see. Now we can go shopping at the mall." The summer sun blazed. Even the cicadas nestled under the leaves, too lazy to chirp. The 2 boys strolled side by side. The taller one with a wild mane of black hair, dressed in a rather disheveled manner, while the slightly shorter boy with platinum blonde, smooth hair held his hand. Harry led Draco to the largest mall in Little Whinging. Upon entering, Draco felt as though he had come back to life. "I'm melting," he complained. "Well, who told you to wear that?" Harry retorted, eyeing the long-sleeved shirt Draco had donned. "Should I have worn your pajamas instead?" "That would be quite rude," Draco shot back. "Perfect, we can buy you some new clothes now," Harry said, heading straight for the fashion store. The shop assistant warmly welcomed them, and Draco, without a moment's hesitation regarding the adequacy of the funds provided by Sirius, treated Harry as a mere human shopping basket. He selected items ahead, tossing them into Harry's hands whenever he made a choice. Eventually, Harry arrived at the counter, burdened with a pile of clothes, trousers, and shoes. To complete the transaction with a card swipe, Draco held an ice cream cone in one hand and a soda in the other. Trailing behind him was Harry, nearly overwhelmed by the weight of numerous bags. As Harry glanced back, he spotted a similarly beleaguered older boy beside him, laden with shopping bags. Playfully trailing behind his wife, truly a mirror image of their own situation. Want some? Draco offered the ice cream to Harry. Why not? This is my rightful share. Harry bit into it with a vengeance, causing Draco to squeal. Don't eat so much. After a day of shopping, Draco too felt fatigued, and both prepared to return home. Under the dim streetlights, Draco skipped ahead while Harry, laden with bags, moved like a feeble old man. Laughter echoed from a distance, prompting Draco to look up and see Harry's immensely large cousin, along with several of his unruly companions, ambling towards them. Harry tugged Draco aside, hiding behind a tree. Is that your cousin bringing over that thug to threaten you? Is he a friend from the juvenile detention center? He looks particularly pale. What even is he, a man? Should we check under his trousers? Their malicious laughter reached Harry's ears, tightening his fists as he contemplated whether to draw his wand and teach them a lesson, even if it meant expulsion. Fortunately, they refrained from uttering any further vile remarks and bid farewell to Dudley at the corner. Goodbye, D, the ruffian said, and with a tune, Dudley swaggered towards home. I want to give him a beating, Harry gritted his teeth. Draco readily concurred, though he scrutinized Harry from head to toe. Are you sure you can take him on without magic? Harry nodded. Probably. Be careful, don't let him crush you. Setting down their burdens, Harry rolled up his sleeves and boldly stepped out from behind the tree. Hey, D, Harry taunted. Aren't you Dudley, the little darling? What else with the name change? Dudley glared. Shut up. Do you want to get punched? Try to hit me if you dare, Harry provoked. Don't scare me. Your freak school doesn't allow you to use magic outside, or else you'll be expelled. You're not that pretty boy. Your family doesn't protect you. Looks like Dudley has gotten clever. Harry raised an eyebrow. Dudley scanned the surroundings cautiously, failing to spot Draco, mistakenly believing he was absent. I'm going to teach you a lesson today. Dudley raised his fist, preparing to advance. Draco's cold voice drifted from the side. Go ahead and try. Dudley jumped, covering his backside in fear, terrified that Draco might turn him into a pig like Hagrid would. Don't point that thing at me. Dudley quivered. Suddenly, all the yellow street lights extinguished, plunging everything into an eerie silence, replaced by a chilling sensation that brought with it a familiar, despairing feeling, as if joy were an impossibility. Dudley screamed and fled, albeit in the wrong direction. A Dementor crept close to Dudley, prying open his hands that shielded his face, leaning in with its hooded head, preparing to kiss him. Expecto Patronum. Harry had no choice but to draw his wand and aim it at the Dementor. A shimmering silver stag burst forth, charging at the creature with its antlers, forcing it to retreat and ascend into the night sky, enveloped by darkness. Draco felt a bone-chilling coldness at his back. Something was drawing near. At that moment, he knew he must defend himself. He drew his wand and turned, for he had finally grasped what true happiness entailed. Expecto Patronum. Chapter 71, An Owl's Letter. A silvery beam shot forth from the tip of his wand, materializing into a dreamlike unicorn, which charged at the Dementor, pushing it back as it floated away into the night sky. Harry was taken aback and hurried over. Goodness, there's another one behind you. Are you all right? I'm fine. Draco shook his head, looking past Harry towards Dudley, who should be okay, right? Oh my, children, I'm going to kill Mundungus Fletcher. Harry recognized the frantic old woman before them as Mrs. Fig, their neighbor, who appeared to be in a hurry, her hair disheveled and breathless. What did you say? Harry queried, bewildered. He insisted on handling a situation regarding a batch of cauldrons that fell from a flying broom, and I told him not to go. Look what happened. Dementors. I'm going to flay him alive. Mrs. Fig seethed. You know about Dementors? Draco gaped. You're a witch? I'm a squib, Mrs. Fig replied. You must hurry back. With that, she yelled at Dudley. Get your fat backside up. Move it. Dudley lay on the ground, ashen-faced, unable to move. We need to drag him back. Harry shakily started to pull Dudley's hefty frame forward, while Draco followed, carrying the shopping bags. Mrs. Fig led the way, vigilant of their surroundings. Mrs. Fig, Harry panted, why didn't you tell me you were a squib before? I've been to your house so many times. Dumbledore wouldn't let me, Mrs. Fig said sadly. He told me to keep an eye on you, but I couldn't show my fondness for you. Or else the Dursleys wouldn't allow you to visit. You know Dumbledore? Yes, we must report this incident to him, but I can't apparate, Mrs. Fig expressed her frustration. The ministry will know if minors use magic outside. We need to act quickly. Mundungus, I'm going to kill him. She raged. As they spoke, a loud bang echoed, and a short, stout man appeared before them, unkempt, with bulging eyes and disheveled ginger hair, clutching a silver invisibility cloak. What is going on? He looked at Mrs. Fig, then at Harry. Aren't we supposed to maintain our identities? Forget your precious identity. Mrs. Fig exploded. You incompetent fool. Dementors are here. Mundungus jumped. Dementors? Look at the mess you've caused. Who told you to buy those stolen cauldrons? Mrs. Fig yelled. Mundungus stammered. It was a unique opportunity. Mrs. Fig raised a bag filled with cat food and swung it towards Mundungus's face. You better hurry and find Dumbledore. I'm going. Is that all right? Mundungus disapparated. I hope Dumbledore deals with that idiot, Mrs. Fig muttered. After escorting them to Privet Drive, Mrs. Fig bid farewell to Harry. Stay indoors, don't wander off, and wait for them to contact you. Harry tucked his wand into his jeans, tossed Dudley at the doorstep, and rang the doorbell. Dudley, sweetie, you're back? Oh, goodness. Aunt Petunia shrieked. Vernon. Vernon. Uncle Vernon rushed over, equally startled, and together with Aunt Petunia, they dragged the pale Dudley inside. What happened? Are you sick, darling? Seizing the moment when no one was paying attention, Draco and Harry stealthily ascended the stairs. However, they were a step too late. Harry, get over here, Uncle Vernon bellowed. Reluctantly, Harry withdrew his foot from the stairway, exhaling a sigh as he braced himself for the impending storm. Draco, listening from above, sensed the escalating argument. The situation was dire, as Harry seemed poised to teach them a lesson with his wand. Do you believe I could curse you? Harry spat venomously. I told you I did nothing to him. Draco hurried downstairs, realizing that Harry had resorted to magic out of necessity. The circumstances had now shifted. Should Harry cast a curse on his uncle in that moment, no amount of explanation could redeem him. Harry, calm down. Draco's voice provided a measure of solace to Harry's turbulent emotions. Harry's chest heaved as he gasped for breath, his agitation palpable. Just then, a long-eared owl swooped through the window, delivering 2 letters, one for Harry and another for Draco. They were remarkably swift. It had not been long at all. Draco grumbled as he tore open the envelope. Like Harry's, the letter informed him of his expulsion from Hogwarts, the destruction of his wand, and a summons to the Ministry of Magic for questioning. Harry's complexion turned ashen, and noticing his anxiety, Draco reassured him. It's all right. Dumbledore won't let this happen. Uncle Vernon roared. You must give me an explanation. How could my son become like this? Get out of the way. Harry had no intention of engaging in an argument with him. A loud crash emanated from the kitchen, causing Aunt Petunia to scream in fright, while Harry, dizzy from the chaos, searched for the source of the noise. Draco lifted the owl that had collided with the glass, shaking his head in exasperation. This foolish creature must belong to the Weasleys. Indeed, the message was from Mr. Arthur Weasley, who worked at the Ministry of Magic. With a hint of disdain, Draco unfolded the soiled parchment, which bore a haphazard scrawl. Dumbledore had already gone to the ministry to investigate the matter, and Mr. Weasley advised them to refrain from using magic, to keep their wands, and above all, not to leave the house. Uncle Vernon clearly despised owls. His shrill voice cutting through the air. Don't let those wretched creatures into my home. Sir, do remain calm, Draco retorted coolly. The one who attacked your son was not Harry, but a Dementor. If Harry hadn't saved him, he would have likely been a mere shell by now. Upon hearing the term Dementor, Aunt Petunia seemed to recall something. The guards of Azkaban. She suddenly covered her mouth, and Draco looked on in surprise. How do you know? Aunt Petunia appeared terrified, murmuring, that dreadful boy spoke of them. My parents? Harry queried sharply. Why do you hesitate to speak their names? Uncle Vernon was at a loss for words. The tumult of the day had far surpassed his understanding. Chapter 72. Visitors arrive. Do they truly exist? Uncle Vernon exclaimed. Those creatures? Aunt Petunia clenched her jaw and nodded. At that moment, a third owl flew in, and Uncle Vernon could no longer contain himself. He rushed to the window and slammed it shut. Enough. Damn owls. Draco opened another letter, revealing that the ministry had agreed to temporarily retain their student status and wands until after the trial. Then, yet another owl squeezed down the chimney, delivering a message to both Harry and Draco. The letter from Sirius was succinct, urging Harry not to worry and to remain in the house. In contrast, Draco received a scolding letter from Sirius. Reluctantly, Draco opened the envelope, and Sirius's voice boomed forth. You little brat. Who allowed you to run amok? Come back immediately. Harry was taken aback, never anticipating this side of Sirius. See, Draco remarked, rubbing his nearly deafened ears. I told you, staying with him will surely make you deaf. Uncle Vernon believed the Dementors were after Harry, furiously accusing, you must have done something wrong. Of course not. Harry countered, he sent them. Who? Harry blurted, Voldemort. Uncle Vernon's face contorted in recognition. He had heard that name before. He killed my parents. Harry spoke gravely, and Draco felt a weight settle in his heart. Enough. There's no point in talking to them. Draco tugged at Harry's sleeve. I'm exhausted. Harry rubbed his temples, taking Draco's hand as they prepared to return to the room. You boy, get out of my house. Uncle Vernon shouted. He*s after you. This has nothing to do with us. Get out. A fifth owl flapped its wings as it flew in through the chimney, but this time its target was different. It went directly for Aunt Petunia. The red-lettered scolding was opened. and a terrifying voice erupted. "Remember my last, Petunia." Aunt Petunia was petrified, trembling incessantly. "He must stay here, Vernon." Uncle Vernon, deflated, turned to Harry and Draco. "You must remain in your room. You are not to go outside." Harry and Draco returned to the dimly lit bedroom. Having just dragged Dudley home, Harry's body ached, and noticing him rubbing his shoulder, Draco naturally settled behind him. "Let me give you a massage." Draco's touch was just right, neither too light nor too firm, and Harry soon felt a wave of relief wash over him. "Thank you, Draco." Harry gazed out at the starry night sky, his mood soured. What was meant to be a joyous day had been marred by a series of distressing events, leaving him thoroughly unsettled. He penned several letters for Hedwig to deliver to Ron and Hermione. They had been rather secretive since the holiday began and had scarcely contacted Harry, which irked him greatly. "You must force them to reply. If they don't write properly, you should peck them," Harry instructed Hedwig. Draco, listening nearby, could only shake his head in bemusement. "Why are you making things difficult for Hedwig? She's innocent." Hedwig nodded in agreement before pecking Harry lightly and taking flight into the night sky. Harry yelped, and Draco chuckled. Pets often resemble their owners. Suddenly, Harry recalled Draco's owl, vaguely remembering how it looked at him with a hint of disdain in its eyes. Was that its demeanor towards everyone? In the following days, they remained confined to Harry's bedroom. Draco was quite content, lounging on Harry's bed with a book, while Harry paced restlessly in the cramped space. "What are you doing wandering around? My eyes are going blurry," Draco complained, rubbing his eyes. "I'm sorry," Harry replied, sitting at the edge of the bed and massaging his temples. "I might be a bit anxious." "Afraid of going to Azkaban?" Draco teased lightly, reaching out to ruffle Harry's unruly hair, and to his surprise, the gesture felt rather nice. "Don't worry. Dumbledore won't let such a thing happen. We used magic out of necessity, and there are witnesses. We'll be fine. Trust me," Draco reassured him. Harry's restless heart began to settle, his gaze lost in the ceiling as he lay back, lost in thought. As he turned to glance at Draco, Harry discovered that he had already succumbed to slumber. Harry shifted his position, propping his chin upon his palm as he observed him. "This fellow possesses remarkably long eyelashes," Harry mused, his gaze lingering on Draco's full, rosy lips. A sudden recollection washed over him, that lingering kiss by the Black Lake. Although Draco had urged him not to dwell on it, how could he possibly disregard such a moment? Harry felt his face flush, reminiscent of a monkey's rear. On the fourth night, Harry and Draco found themselves in a state of lethargy when Uncle Vernon barged into his bedroom. "We are leaving, and while we are away, you are forbidden to leave your room." The Dursleys departed, even locking Harry's bedroom door behind them. Draco furrowed his brow in displeasure as he listened to the sound of the car engine fading away. "Is this how they have treated you all along, since you were a mere infant?" Draco exclaimed in frustration. "What utter scoundrels!" A weary sigh escaped Harry's lips, just as they were on the brink of sleep. A cacophony erupted from downstairs. Harry perked up, straining to listen. He retrieved his wand and swung his legs over the bed. Draco, seated on the bed, also brandished his wand, adopting a defensive posture. The noise could not possibly originate from the Dursleys, for Harry had not heard the car return, and it was unlikely to be a thief. What sort of burglar would create such a ruckus? The bedroom door swung open abruptly, startling Harry. A group of individuals crowded the doorway, their wands raised, the tips illuminating their faces. "Put your wand down, child," a gruff voice commanded. It was Professor Moody. Harry recognized the voice instantly. "Harry, it's been a while," came a slightly hoarse voice. Harry was overjoyed, scarcely believing his eyes. "Professor Lupin." Remus Lupin still wore his patched clothing, though his hair had turned even whiter. "So this is Harry Potter, just as I imagined," an unfamiliar female voice chimed in, followed by a pale-skinned witch with a heart-shaped face pushing her way to the front, her striking violet hair cropped stylishly. Draco recognized her immediately. It was Nymphadora Tonks, whose mother, Andromeda, was Narcissa's elder sister. "I heard my poor cousin, who has been disowned, is here," Tonks remarked, peering inside and catching sight of Draco perched on the bed. "You two are sharing such a small bed?" she asked, astonished. Chapter 73, Number 12, Grimmauld Place. "Hey, get up from that bed, young man. We need to leave." Moody hobbled forward with his cane, still suspicious as ever. "Lupin, we should verify their identities," Moody insisted. Lupin nodded in agreement and asked Harry, "What does your Patronus look like?" "A stag," Harry replied. "That's right, Moody, this is Harry." Moody's magical eye scrutinized Draco, making him uneasy. "What animal did I turn you into last time, young Malfoy?" Mention of this made Draco irate, and he huffed, "A ferret." "What did you say?" "Louder." "A ferret," Draco shouted in exasperation. Following Harry downstairs, Draco listened as Moody continued to admonish him. "Never leave your wand there, child. Even more powerful wizards have burned their own backsides." Draco glanced over, noticing Harry had tucked his wand into the back pocket of his jeans. "Who got burned?" Tonks inquired. Intrigued. That's none of your concern. Moody snapped. Are we leaving? Harry asked. Indeed. We are preparing to depart immediately. Lupin confirmed with a nod. Where to? Harry queried. Number 12, Grimmauld Place? Draco's eyes widened in alarm, and he quickly shook his head. I'm not going. Lupin chuckled softly. Not there. We have established a command center in a concealed location. That's a relief, Draco sighed, patting his chest. Lupin proceeded to introduce the wizards present to Harry. But Draco struggled to retain the names, his focus elsewhere. Don't call me Nymphadora. Remus. I've told you countless times. Tonks protested, clearly annoyed. Once Harry had gathered his belongings, he followed them outside. So, are we traveling by broomstick? Draco exclaimed, eyes wide with disbelief. Unfortunately, yes, Lupin replied, scratching his head in resignation. You are both too young to apparate. The Flu network is under surveillance, and using a portkey is out of the question. After much deliberation, this was deemed the best option. Moody cast a disillusionment charm on Harry, then pointed his wand at Draco, who flinched, memories of less pleasant times flooding his mind. Wait. Draco interjected, let us ask Professor Lupin instead. Lupin was more than willing to assist, casting the spell on Draco. They mounted their broomsticks and ascended into the night sky. With Draco seated behind Harry, gripping his waist tightly, while the others formed a protective circle around them, ensuring Harry's safety. The cool night breeze tousled their hair as countless stars twinkled above, and Harry felt an overwhelming sense of joy, especially as he heard Draco humming a cheerful tune. Left. There's a muggle looking up. Moody shouted, as Tonks, flying ahead of Harry, suddenly veered. Harry, instructed to stay close to Tonks, followed her lead. A bit higher. They climbed. Though the temperature at this altitude was significantly colder, causing Draco to shiver violently. South. Southeast. We can fly into that cloud ahead. Are you mad? We'll be drenched. Tonks exclaimed loudly, clearly displeased. Draco sighed in relief, as both he and Harry were not dressed warmly enough for such an endeavor. A brief flight through the cloud could easily result in a cold. Harry, situated at the front of the broomstick, felt far colder than Draco, but thankfully, their closeness provided some warmth. How much longer? Draco called out. Very soon. Moody bellowed. We should backtrack a bit to avoid being followed. Are you insane? Tonks shrieked. I'm nearly frozen. We're almost there. Let us descend. Harry, follow Tonks. Lupin commanded. Harry dove down, with Draco clutching his waist so tightly that Harry could hardly breathe. Slow down, Harry. He shouted. I know. Just loosen your grip. Harry yelled back. Here we are. Moments later, they landed on solid ground. Draco instantly recognized their location. Grimmauld Place, back in a familiar setting. Moody raised a silver object resembling a lighter, repeatedly clicking it, extinguishing the street lamps one by one. Dumbledore lent me this muggle lamp dimmer. It works splendidly to keep muggles from seeing us, Moody explained. He handed Harry a piece of parchment, and Harry quickly scanned it by the light of Moody's wand. The headquarters of the Order of the Phoenix is located at number 12, Grimmauld Place. Harry stood before number 11, flanked by number 10 on one side and number 13 on the other, utterly bemused by the absence of number 12. Reflecting on the earlier conversation, Harry envisioned number 12, Grimmauld Place, as a dilapidated door appearing between the other two. As they stepped through the threshold, Mrs. Weasley rushed out in a flurry. Her warmth was palpable as she enveloped Harry in a tight embrace, scrutinizing him with care. Oh, you seem to have lost weight. Dinner will be ready shortly. Her gaze then shifted to Draco, and a slight frown creased her brow. Draco strode directly upstairs, turning the handle of the second room on the right, where sounds emerged. Huh. Hermione and Ron gaped at him. Malfoy, you're here. What about Harry? Hermione inquired, peering behind Draco. He downstairs, Draco replied, only to be unexpectedly collided by Ron's small owl. Weasley, control your pet. He grumbled, rubbing his head in annoyance. Sorry, Harry. Ron leaped over Draco, enveloping Harry in a warm hug. Hermione soon followed suit, both appearing overjoyed. Harry, finally reunited with his companions, wore a bright smile. Feeling out of place, Draco quietly retreated. Back in his room on the third floor, he sat at the desk, an ink-stained quill in hand, staring blankly at the pristine sheet of parchment. He crumpled the paper in frustration and tossed it into the wastebasket. Throwing himself onto the bed, he buried his head in the pillow, the suffocating sensation slightly clearing his mind. Draco turned over, staring at the ceiling, pondering what his friends might be doing now, and the whereabouts of Kaya, from whom he had received no news in quite some time, leaving him with a sense of unease. He was entirely unaware of the situation at home and could only speculate, trying to convince himself that no danger lurked there. However, such reassurances felt utterly unreliable. Chapter 74, A Chaotic Scene. After the exhausting journey, Draco felt a pang of hunger and decided to venture downstairs in search of sustenance. Hey, Malfoy, Fred and George, unbeknownst to him, were standing at the foot of the stairs, arms draped over each other, startling him. Draco frowned in displeasure. Has the Weasley clan decided they needed more space and moved in here? One of them, Fred or George, raised an eyebrow while the other listened intently. She'll listen. It sounds like they're arguing. Draco strained to hear, recognizing Harry's agitated voice. Who said I wanted to be famous? Harry shouted. Voldemort killed my parents. I'm only famous because he failed to kill me too. I wish none of this had ever happened. The Daily Prophet was once again spinning wild rumors, insinuating that Harry was a fame-seeker willing to do anything for notoriety. Harry? Draco pushed the door open. Harry paused at the sound of his voice, his agitation simmering down slightly. Let us change the subject, Hermione sighed. We should remain calm. I'm a bit hungry, Draco suggested. Perfect. Let us head downstairs for something to eat. Ron chimed in just as they exited the room. Aren't you curious about what they're discussing down there? Fred and George exchanged glances, and a thin rope was lowered into the crowd below. Harry leaned over, spotting a greasy head, the very visage of Professor Snape, whom he abhorred. Damn it. Moments later, the crowd moved toward the front door, rendering any sound inaudible. At least Snape never eats here, Ron said, patting his chest, still shaken. It seemed the place had been quite lively during Draco's absence, and he had no idea when they had arrived. Once the crowd departed, Mrs. Weasley and Tonks reinforced the door locks. Come down for dinner, children, Mrs. Weasley whispered, but keep your voices low. No sooner had she spoken than a loud crash echoed through the air. Tonks! Mrs. Weasley exclaimed, spinning around. Tonks had tripped over a makeshift umbrella stand crafted from a troll's leg, landing sprawled on the floor as she apologized. I'm sorry. Then came the deafening screech of Mrs. Black. The tattered curtain was yanked open, and she bellowed, Filth! Half-breeds! Abominations! Mudbloods! Get out of my house! Do not desecrate my ancestral home! Sirius bolted out from the opposite door, attempting to pull the curtain shut again. Upon seeing him, Mrs. Black's fury intensified. You wretched spawn! A disgrace! You are a blight! Shut up! Sirius roared. Malfoy, get over here! Draco had no choice but to approach, and when Mrs. Black noticed him, her fierce expression softened slightly, her tone shifting. My dear child, you cannot remain here among this filth. They will taint your pure blood. You must heed my words. Seizing the moment, Sirius and Lupin managed to pull the curtain shut, allowing Draco to exhale in relief. Embarrassed, he turned back to find everyone staring at him. We're the filth, Ron remarked, visibly hurt. Following Sirius into the kitchen, Draco felt increasingly vindicated in his instincts. Mr. Weasley greeted Harry enthusiastically, with Ron's brother Bill also present. Indeed, the Weasley clan had relocated en masse. He muttered under his breath. Bill glanced back at Draco, perhaps having overheard. Yet he paid no heed to Draco's words, hurriedly tidying the scattered parchment on the table. Tonks attempted to assist, but accidentally knocked over a candlestick, igniting the last scroll of parchment. I'm sorry. She seemed perpetually clumsy. Mrs. Weasley, clearly growing impatient, waved her wand, restoring the parchment to its original state. Draco caught a glimpse. It appeared to be a blueprint of some sort. Mrs. Weasley retrieved plates from the cupboard, and Draco seized the opportunity to sidle up to Sirius, lowering his voice to ask, Today's meal isn't you're doing, is it? Sirius's expression darkened instantly, his fists clenched as he gritted out, No. All right. Who can help me? Except for Harry. He just traveled and must be exhausted, Mrs. Weasley said. Tonks eagerly rushed over, only to topple a chair in the process. Tonks, you must be tired as well. Take a moment to rest. We can manage. Mrs. Weasley visibly quailed at her antics. Suddenly, a pile of rags shifted beside them, startling Draco, who then realized it was a person, Mundungus, whom he had encountered in Nocturne Alley. He was groggy, pulling out a pipe and lighting it, releasing a foul black smoke. Draco wrinkled his nose in distaste. Put that away, Mrs. Weasley banged the table. No smoking in the kitchen, especially since we are about to eat. Mundungus reluctantly stowed the pipe, appearing quite put out. Hermione's ginger cat, Crookshanks, leapt onto Sirius's lap, seemingly fond of him as he scratched its chin, eliciting satisfied purring. Strange how cats like dogs, Draco remarked, successfully earning a roll of the eyes from Sirius. Sirius seemed displeased as he complained to Harry about Snape. That fellow comes to mock me daily, seemingly engaged in some grand endeavor, while I languish here in idleness. He even inquires about the state of my spring cleaning. Spring cleaning? Harry exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed, Sirius furrowed his brow. This place has been uninhabited for a decade, and the only house elf here has gone quite mad. There has been no cleaning whatsoever. I had hoped Dumbledore would send someone to assist me, but who knew he would flee within days? Don't be like that, Sirius. Harry interjected. Draco hasn't he done any of these things? It's quite remarkable he helped you for a few days. You shouldn't be too hard on him. Sirius appeared momentarily stifled, letting out a resigned sigh. Is this pure silver? Mundungus interrupted at an inopportune moment, holding up a silver goblet. Yes, Sirius replied curtly, 15th century silverware. Crafted by elves, adorned with the Black family crest. Get out of the way. Mrs. Weasley shrieked suddenly. Fred and George had magically hurled a large pot of stew, butterbeer, a sliced loaf of bread, and a knife across the room. Draco swiftly sidestepped to avoid being scalded. The knife landed squarely where Sirius had just rested his hand. How many times have I told you? Mrs. Weasley bellowed. Just because you're of age doesn't mean you can recklessly use magic. It's far too dangerous. Fred retrieved the knife from in front of Sirius, apologizing. Oh, sorry, Sirius, we didn't mean to. It's quite all right, Sirius generously replied. Draco muttered. You've never shown me such leniency. Sirius shot him an irritable glance, snorting in discontent. Mr. Weasley returned to the table, setting the pot down, saying, You should start behaving like adults. Mrs. Weasley nodded in agreement. None of your brothers ever caused such trouble. Bill wouldn't, Charlie wouldn't, Percy. She suddenly trailed off. And Mr. Weasley's smile froze on his face. Percy? What has happened to him? Draco, unaware of Percy's fallout with the family, inquired with curiosity. Nothing, Mrs. Weasley replied quietly, her voice tinged with disappointment. The atmosphere grew heavy, and everyone silently resumed their meals. Sirius, Mrs. Weasley prompted. There should be a boggart in that writing cabinet in the sitting room. Should we ask Alastair to take a look before releasing it? Whatever you wish, Sirius shrugged, forking a piece of potato. Also, the curtains over there are infested with gnarls. We need to clean them. That would be splendid, Sirius responded. Tonks sat opposite Harry, continuously reshaping her nose, eliciting laughter from Ginny and Hermione. Draco, too, found her antics amusing, and for a fleeting moment, Harry caught sight of him laughing, staring at his profile in awe. When Draco turned, he was met by Harry's emerald eyes, like deep pools that beckoned one to drown, paired with Harry's expression. He appeared utterly smitten. Draco snapped his fingers before Harry's face. What are you staring at? Harry blinked, turning back just in time to see Tonks transform her nose into a pig's snout, almost causing him to spit out his food. For a moment, he had thought Dudley had sat across from him, transformed into a girl. The gentlemen at the table were engaged in lively conversation, punctuated by bouts of hearty laughter, creating a jovial atmosphere. Harry had eaten so much that he discreetly loosened his jeans. These trousers had once belonged to Dudley, and now they felt uncomfortably tight. As their spirited conversation gradually subsided, a wave of drowsiness washed over them. All right, it's about time to head to bed, Mrs. Weasley yawned, rising to clear the dishes. However, Sirius abruptly steered the conversation toward Voldemort and the Order of the Phoenix, piquing Draco's curiosity as he listened intently to their heated debate. Mrs. Weasley vehemently opposed Harry's involvement, believing him still a mere child, while Sirius argued that Harry's experiences far surpassed those of many adults. The tension between them escalated, neither yielding ground. As if to exacerbate the chaos, Fred and George insisted they were of age and should be allowed to join the order as well. Ultimately, they sought Harry's opinion, and in an instant, all eyes turned to him. I want to know what exactly is happening, Harry stated. Mrs. Weasley appeared somewhat heartbroken as she said, Ginny, Ron, Hermione, Fred, George, and young Mr. Malfoy, please leave us for now. The room erupted in protest. Why not? We're of age, the twins exclaimed in discontent. Why can't we know? Ginny shouted. Ron indignantly added, Harry will tell us anyway. Enough. Mrs. Weasley boomed, Ginny, off to bed. She then turned her gaze to Draco, who understood and obediently followed the fuming Ginny out. Mother still treats me like a clueless child. Ginny fumed, refusing to retreat to her room, instead stomping on the stairs in frustration. Draco found it impossible to pass her. Wishing to return, he said, I know you're angry, but that is no reason to block my way. Ginny, perplexed, queried, aren't you upset that they're so wary of you? Why should I be upset? Draco shrugged. Harry will tell me. Ginny rolled her eyes in exasperation and stormed upstairs, only to dash back down moments later, the stairs creaking under her hurried steps. By the way, Ginny leaped in front of Draco. Has Kaya contacted you? The mention of her name unsettled Draco. He shook his head solemnly. Sighing, Ginny rubbed her face. I've sent her so many letters, and she hasn't replied at all. Growing agitated again, she stomped back to her room. This wretched staircase will eventually break under her, Draco muttered to himself. After returning to his room, Draco had barely settled down when the door creaked open, and a shadowy figure slipped inside. Draco swiftly grabbed a pillow and hurled it. Ouch! Harry yelped, and Draco rolled his eyes in the darkness. Harry clutched the pillow, adeptly finding his way to the bed, nudging Draco further inside. Don't you have your own place to sleep? Draco complained quietly. Must you squeeze in with me? You wretched giant? Ron had a tough time managing 2 owls all by himself. It's too cramped with me, Harry fabricated nonchalantly. He then quietly recounted the earlier discussion to Draco, revealing that Voldemort was amassing his followers, attempting a resurgence, while Dumbledore had formed the Order to disrupt his plans and counter him. Interestingly, Minister Fudge was utterly unwilling to believe Voldemort had returned, convinced that Dumbledore sought to usurp his position, and thus he endeavored to tarnish the reputations of both Dumbledore and Harry. How absurd! Draco chuckled bitterly, shaking his head. Such is the so-called Minister of Magic, blind to the truth. Harry sighed as well, resting his hands behind his head, staring at the ceiling in contemplation. The following morning, Mrs. Weasley orchestrated a thrilling and vigorous cleaning session. Draco found that, compared to Mrs. Weasley's approach, Sirius seemed remarkably amiable, as if he had transcended the role of a malevolent stepmother. This realization made Draco want to slap himself in frustration. After breakfast, Mrs. Weasley led them to a room on the second floor, its walls adorned with olive green tapestries that had fallen into disarray due to neglect. A motley crew gathered there: Mrs. Weasley, Harry, Fred and George, Hermione, Ron, Ginny, and Draco. Their appearance was comical, each person sporting a cloth mask and wielding a bottle of black spray, poised for action. "This is Boggart spray," Mrs. Weasley lamented. "I cannot fathom how that house elf operates. This place is simply overrun with pests." Draco noticed Hermione casting a disapproving glance at Mrs. Weasley, evidently still fixated on her campaign for the liberation of house elves. "Creature is simply too old. He might." Sirius entered, carrying a gruesome bag. "As long as Creature is inclined, he could give you quite a fright." It appeared he had just been feeding Buckbeak, for the bag contained a heap of dead mice, which he carelessly tossed onto the writing desk before bending down to inspect it. "Indeed, it seems to be a Boggart. We should have Mad Eye transform it before releasing it. Perhaps this creature knows my mother and could prove troublesome." Suddenly, the doorbell rang, accompanied by the shrill voice of Mrs. Black. Sirius cursed under his breath and hurried downstairs, grumbling, "Haven tea, I told you 1,000 times. Do not ring that doorbell." Mrs. Weasley instructed Harry to close the door, then opened the book Gilderoy Lockhart's Guide to Eradicating Household Pests to the page on eliminating boggarts. "Listen closely, children. Their teeth are venomous, so be wary of bites," she cautioned, instructing them to prepare themselves. "At my command, you shall spray, and once they are incapacitated, dispose of them in this bucket. Ready? Spray." Draco sprayed for a few seconds, and a boggart darted out from behind the curtains, met with Draco's spray, and fell motionless to the ground. He promptly picked it up and tossed it into the bin. Seizing the moment while Mrs. Weasley was distracted, Fred stealthily stuffed several boggarts into his pocket. Piquing Harry's curiosity, Draco leaned closer, overhearing George whisper, "We plan to experiment with its venom for our quick escape candy." Draco couldn't help but admire their commitment to their rather peculiar inventions, even going so far as to test their prank products on themselves. "Have you secured a location?" Draco inquired quietly. "Not yet. We've placed an advertisement in the paper and are currently relying on mail order, thanks to Harry. Mum refuses to read the Daily Prophet because of him." Draco suddenly felt an urge to see how the Daily Prophet portrayed Harry. Harry sighed, and Fred and George patted his shoulders reassuringly. "It's all right, mate. A man must learn to withstand pressure." It took nearly the entire morning to eliminate the boggarts from the curtains. Just as Mrs. Weasley finally sat down to rest, she jumped up in fright. Having accidentally sat on the bag of dead mice Sirius had brought over, the soft sensation startling her. "Let us go eat first," she said, rubbing her temples in fatigue and gesturing toward the cluttered pile. "We'll tackle this after lunch." The glass cabinets flanking the fireplace were filled with a haphazard assortment of items: short swords, animal claws, snake skins, and a collection of darkened silver boxes. The doorbell rang once more, accompanied by Mrs. Black's shrieks. Mrs. Weasley stepped out, instructing the children to remain inside. The visitor was Mundungus, who had brought the dubious cauldrons he had procured, intending to stash them there. George opened the door, and Mrs. Weasley's booming voice echoed. "This is not a place for hiding stolen goods." A house elf slipped through the ajar door. It was Creature. "Good day, young Master Malfoy," Creature greeted with a deep bow, seemingly oblivious to everyone else as he slowly shuffled to the far end of the room. He continued to mutter, "Curse that wastrel. Bringing in his dubious little scamps and defiling the mistress's house. What a disgrace. Werewolves, liars, thieves, and mudbloods have all infiltrated, forcing the poor young Master Malfoy to do their dirty work." Draco felt a flicker of irritation. "Hello, Creature," Fred shouted as he closed the door. Creature jumped in surprise and stiffened, turning to Fred. Creature did not see the young master, only the old scoundrel-esque spawn. With a venomous glare, Creature took in the group, clearly harboring disdain for them. "Mudblood, oh dear, this house is truly dreadful. Another boy has arrived." Creature does not know who he is or why he slept with young Master Malfoy yesterday. Draco gasped, shouting, "Creature, silence." Hermione shot Draco an irked look before addressing Creature. "His name is Harry Potter, Creature." Creature's eyes widened in disbelief, murmuring, "A mudblood dares to speak to Creature." Oh, what would Creature's mistress say if she knew? Do not call her a mudblood. Ron and Ginny shouted in unison. Hermione defended Creature. It's all right. He may just be a bit confused. Do not excuse him, Fred retorted, casting a disdainful look at Creature. Harry Potter, the boy who stopped the Dark Lord, Creature noted. Sirius has returned, he said, leaning impatiently against the door. What do you want? Creature reluctantly bowed to Sirius. Creature must clean. But this house grows dirtier by the day. The master is an ungrateful traitor. Perpetually hurting his mother's feelings, Creature resumed his lament. My mother has no heart, Sirius waved dismissively. What do you truly want? You always claim to clean. Yet you sneak things to your room, preventing us from disposing of them. Creature grumbled. The tapestry has been in this house for 7 centuries. Creature cannot allow the master to throw it away, or the mistress will never forgive Creature. Just leave, Creature, Sirius urged, dismissing him. Draco's gaze drifted to the far side of the room, contemplating the tapestry that had endured for 7 centuries. The ancient and noble house of black, eternally pure. Draco's fingers brushed against the aged tapestry, its colors long faded, yet the golden threads still shimmered. It depicted a family tree that traced back to the Middle Ages, a testament to the illustrious history and profound legacy of this family. Sirius was recounting to Harry his story of running away from home, leading to his mother burning his name from the tapestry. Draco looked over, noting that where Sirius's name had once been, only a charred hole remained. Yet, Sirius seemed entirely unfazed by this, even reminiscing fondly about his days spent at the Potter residence. Every Saturday, my grandparents always warmly welcome me for dinner, Sirius lamented. The conversation shifted to Regulus, the uncle who had mysteriously vanished many years ago, as Draco recalled. My foolish brother has always believed their words, Sirius said, pointing to the last name on the family tree, Regulus Black, with a death date that likely dated back 15 years. In the eyes of my parents, he was obedient and a source of pride. Sirius seemed to harbor disdain for his brother, impatiently stating, I consider him a foolish imbecile who joined the Death Eaters. Did he die at the hands of an Auror? Harry inquired. Sirius shook his head. He was killed by Voldemort. Sirius speculated that Regulus had grown fearful of the tasks Voldemort assigned him and wished to withdraw. However, Voldemort was not one to accept mere resignation, leaving Regulus with only a path to death. Hearing Sirius's conjecture left Draco feeling uneasy. Did you never feel remorse for his death? Sirius fell into an unusual silence for a moment before responding indifferently, no. Well, it makes sense, considering you despise everyone in this family, Draco retorted coldly. Dinner. Mrs. Weasley's boisterous voice rang out unceremoniously. Everyone rushed to her, eagerly snatching pieces of cake from her tray, resembling a pack of wolves that had been starved for too long. Draco also took a slice of cake and bit into it. This is Phineas Nigellus, the most unpopular headmaster in Hogwarts history. This is my mother's cousin, who attempted to legalize the hunting of muggles. And this is my dear aunt, who relishes in beheading house elves when they grow too old to work. Sirius continued to introduce Harry to his chaotic family members. Whenever a relatively upright person appears in this family, they sever ties with that individual, erasing them. Thus, Tonks is absent, and Creature would not heed her. Harry was taken aback. Tonks. So you and Draco? You really are related? Harry had only known that Tonks and Draco were cousins. Having heard Draco mention visiting relatives on his mother's side, only to end up at Sirius's place. Sirius pointed out, this is Tonks' mother, my favorite cousin Andromeda, who married a muggle. Beside the charred name of Andromeda was Narcissa's name, connected by a golden line to Lucius, with a single strand leading down to the name of Draco Malfoy. Harry reached out to touch Draco's name. I didn't even notice that before. Pureblood wizarding families often have familial ties. Draco rolled his eyes. Even the Weasley family is somewhat related to us, though we prefer not to acknowledge it. The ancient sacred 28 families largely maintain intermarriage to preserve the purity of blood. Bellatrix, Harry glanced at the name on the left. Her husband was Rodolphus Lestrange. And Harry suddenly recalled hearing that name mentioned by Voldemort. That's my aunt, the lunatic locked in Azkaban, Draco shuddered. Bella is quite mad, a fervent follower of Voldemort. Sirius noticed Draco looking at him with a nearly sympathetic gaze, causing him to involuntarily shiver. He frowned. What are you staring at? Draco shook his head. Nothing. Just a sincere suggestion. It's best to keep your distance from Aunt Bella. Draco vaguely remembered Narcissa shattering a cup upon hearing that Bella had killed Sirius. The ancient black family was now utterly devoid of heirs. Sirius, with his hands in his pockets, ambled away, leaving Draco standing before the tapestry in a trance. His gaze wandered upward until he finally spotted a name from the 15th century, marked by a rose entwined in thorns, Samuel Black. Draco silently committed the name to memory, intending to search for information about this individual within the Black family archives. What are you looking at? Harry followed his gaze. Draco quickly lowered his eyes and shook his head. Nothing. I never expected Sirius to be your uncle, Harry mused. In that case, he isn't entirely alone. Draco grimaced. I have no desire to associate with him. I can understand Sirius, Harry remarked. Just as I do not wish to return to the Dursleys. Sirius equally longs to escape this place. Yet, we have no choice. Otherwise, we would be left to wander. Draco shrugged nonchalantly. Once my father releases me, I could accept your stay at Malfoy Manor. As for Sirius, if he truly despises being here, I could begrudgingly lend him my wilderness survival guide. Thank you, Harry replied, bemused. I'm sure Sirius would be profoundly touched. By afternoon, they resumed their cleaning duties under Mrs. Weasley's supervision. Sirius was bitten by a silver snuffbox containing meat tumor powder, quickly developing a hardened shell on his hand. Seizing the moment, George stealthily pocketed the snuffbox. A hideously spider-like silver artifact crawled up Harry's arm, nearly piercing his skin, only to be squashed by Sirius wielding a book. Draco picked up the book, brushing off the dust from its cover. Born Noble, a wizarding genealogy. He planned to keep the book, intending to read it before Sirius tossed it aside. Sirius seemed determined to dispose of everything within the house. Draco felt that, if possible, Sirius would even want to stuff him into a garbage bag and throw him out. However, Draco was unperturbed, knowing that the rebellious creature would go to great lengths to salvage those odds and ends, including his beloved young Master Draco. Chapter 78, The Night Before the Trial. Creature often sneaked into rooms, concealing items beneath his belt to carry away, cursing the person who caught him with foul language. In the following days, under Mrs. Weasley's orders, they worked tirelessly. Snape referred to their efforts as a spring cleaning. But Harry believed they were waging war against the house. One day, Draco discovered a spider as large as a tray and deliberately pushed it toward Ron, who ran away while tremblingly exclaiming, I'm just going to have some tea. He ended up drinking for an hour and a half. Professor Snape visited several times, but did not encounter Draco and the others. Professor McGonagall came rushing in wearing Muggle clothing, only to leave in a hurry. Lupin had been residing there, but seemed to have embarked on a secret mission recently. Fortunately, before his departure, he accomplished a significant task, repairing the ancient clock that had a habit of launching screws at passers-by for no apparent reason. Tonks also visited a few times, but her arrival was unforgettable. One afternoon, they discovered an old ghoul in a toilet upstairs. Ron seemed to have an uncanny connection with a purple robe, nearly suffocating him. But Mundungus timely rescued him, softening Mrs. Weasley's attitude toward him somewhat. Recently, Harry has found it difficult to attain a restful slumber at night. In a state of drowsiness, Draco heard Harry's soft murmurs and, turning over, sat up, illuminating the small bedside lamp. Harry, clutching his scarred forehead, appeared to be in pain. His features contorted. Harry, Draco gently patted his face. Wake up. Upon awakening, Harry was met with Draco's concerned gaze, which instantly brought him to full awareness. What's the matter? Did you have another dream? Draco asked, pouring him a glass of water with genuine care. Leaning against the headboard, Harry accepted the warm water and took a few sips, silently nodding. Still dreaming of those doors and corridors? Since the summer vacation commenced, Harry had been plagued by this recurring dream, each episode eliciting pain from his scar, leading Draco to believe it was an ominous sign. I'm fine. Harry struggled to muster a smile. Let us just go back to sleep. It's still dark outside. Draco reclined again, muttering, how can I possibly sleep? The day of the trial was fast approaching. On Wednesday evening, Mrs. Weasley informed Harry and Draco, I've prepared your clothes. Harry, you should wash your hair. First impressions are paramount. She then turned to Draco and softly added, I hope you have good luck tomorrow, dear. Thank you, ma'am. Draco politely nodded towards Mrs. Weasley. That night, adhering to Mrs. Weasley's advice, Harry was frantically tousling his hair. Upon entering, Draco couldn't help but laugh at the sight of Harry's disheveled black locks covered in white foam. Despite being dampened, Harry's hair seemed as unruly as ever. Harry attempted to comb his hair, but the teeth of the comb became hopelessly entangled, nearly causing him to snap the handle in frustration. All right, let me help you wash it, Draco offered, sitting beside him and pressing Harry's head down while rolling up his sleeves. I'll teach you. Next time your hair is tangled, don't yank at it. Just because you have a lot of hair doesn't mean you should be rough with it. Draco chattered on, applying some hair oil to Harry's hair. First, apply the oil, then detangle the ends before slowly working your way up to the roots. Harry rinsed his hair thoroughly, drying off the excess water before standing in front of the mirror. It indeed looked much more presentable than before. Thank you, Draco, Harry said happily. Now let me help you wash. Draco covered his head and firmly declined. Don't let your giant claws near my precious hair. Undeterred, Harry moved closer. Get away, was met with an angry shout and the sound of a door slamming shut. Sighing heavily, Harry lay back on the bed. Noticing Harry's troubled demeanor, Draco turned over and poked his arm. Are you afraid of tomorrow's trial? Harry nodded. It feels like there's a stone weighing down my heart. I keep thinking, what if they snap my wand and expel me? What will I do? The mere thought of that scenario filled Harry with despair. He pulled out his wand, scrutinizing it under the lamp's glow. Don't worry, Draco patted his back reassuringly. I promise you'll be fine. Trust me. In truth, Draco was feeling a bit anxious himself, but he had to face these matters, not simply resorting to a childlike, I'll tell my dad. Have you discussed how to get there tomorrow? Draco inquired. Harry, disheartened, nodded. We've arranged it. Ron's dad is going to work and will take us. I originally planned to have Sirius accompany me, but Dumbledore advised against it, saying not to let him into the ministry. Why? Harry let out a bitter laugh. He fears Sirius might get into a scuffle with the staff. Draco considered this, realizing that it wasn't entirely out of the realm of possibility. The next morning, Harry woke up early, and upon opening his eyes, he discovered Draco already dressed and ready. Good morning, Harry, he greeted. Harry sat up, rubbing his head. Why are you up so early? Draco handed him a new t-shirt and jeans. Put these on quickly. I'm heading downstairs. After changing and freshening up, Harry joined him downstairs, where Ron and the others were likely still asleep, but the kitchen was bustling with activity. Mrs. Weasley looked at Harry's hair in horror. Goodness. Suddenly, Harry felt a chill on his head and turned to see Mrs. Weasley battling his hair with a damp comb. Ultimately, she despondently tossed aside the comb, exclaiming, Is there truly no way to make it lie flat? Giving up, Mrs. Weasley asked, What do you children want to eat? Just some bread for me, Harry replied. I'd like a muffin, please, came Ron's request. While Mrs. Weasley prepared breakfast, Sirius and Lupin transformed into chatty maternal figures, offering their advice to the two boys. Remember, always be polite to people and never lose your temper, Sirius instructed. Harry nodded, and Lupin reassured him. Even underage wizards can use magic when their lives are threatened. So don't worry. Just then, Tonks stumbled over a chair, interrupting their conversation. Oh, I don't want to work the night shift again tomorrow. I'm too tired. She yawned. After breakfast, Mr. Weasley took them to the ministry. Chapter 79, The Ministry of Magic. The sky was overcast, and the square was nearly deserted due to the early hour. I usually apparate to work, Mr. Weasley said briskly, but you can't. So we'll have to choose another means. As they arrived at the subway station, Draco's face was painted with reluctance, unlike Mr. Weasley, who was brimming with excitement. Isn't it marvelous? Mr. Weasley exclaimed, his enthusiasm reminiscent of a curious child. Harry helplessly watched him, feeling like he was with a 3-year-old. Harry purchased their subway tickets, and 5 minutes later, they boarded the train. The carriage was still crowded with commuters rushing to work. Harry seated Draco in a corner, standing beside him to create some space from the throng. Draco's expression improved slightly, and when the train reached central London, they were swept out of the subway by the mass of people. Where are we? Mr. Weasley asked, bewildered by the surrounding buildings. Harry's heart raced. He feared they had disembarked at the wrong station. Mr. Weasley then slapped his forehead. Oh, this way? Honestly, it's my first time using Muggle means of transport, and I can barely recognize the place. Draco suppressed the urge to exclaim in frustration, falling into step with them. The entrance to the ministry was located on a chilly little street, and Mr. Weasley pointed to a dilapidated phone booth, declaring, We've arrived. This is it. They opened the booth door and squeezed inside. Clearly, 3 men in a phone booth was a tight fit. Draco leaned against the glass door, rolling his eyes as Mr. Weasley reached for the receiver. Harry, get your hand off my backside, Draco shouted. Harry quickly raised his hand. Sorry, I didn't mean to. Mr. Weasley lifted the receiver, pondering for a moment before dialing 6, then 24, and another 4, followed by 2. A woman's voice resonated from the telephone. Welcome to the Ministry of Magic. May I have your name and the matter you wish to address? Arthur Weasley, member of the Office for the Regulation of Magical Creatures, accompanied by Harry Potter and Draco Malfoy, who have been summoned for an examination. Please present your badges at the security checkpoint and register your wants. Harry handed Draco's badge to him, and Draco struggled to affix the silver emblem to his chest. The telephone booth trembled and descended underground, accompanied by a disorienting sensation of weightlessness. After approximately a minute, they arrived at the Ministry of Magic. Finally emerging from the booth, Draco inhaled a breath of fresh air, feeling invigorated. The atrium of the ministry was resplendent, its polished floors gleaming under the light, while the ceiling, an exquisite peacock blue, was adorned with glittering golden runes. The walls were embedded with fireplaces, from which numerous wizards emerged from the left, while the right side featured a queue of those departing. Many ministry employees apparat into the vicinity, their faces bearing the characteristic dullness of office workers, and Harry and his companions joined the throng. As they passed the central fountain, coins sparkled beneath the water's surface. Draco retrieved a golden galleon from his pocket and tossed it into the pool, watching as it sank. wobbling down to rest atop a pile of silver sickles and bronze nuts, quite conspicuous. They paused by the security checkpoint, where a lethargic wizard waved a long golden rod over Draco from head to toe. Draco then handed over his wand, which was placed on a brass machine that vibrated slightly before ejecting a parchment. 10 inches, hawthorn wood, with a unicorn hair core, used for 4 years, the wizard noted, retaining the parchment while returning the wand to Draco. When it was Harry's turn for inspection, he immediately perked up, as the wizard scrutinized his forehead for an extended moment. Following Mr. Weasley, they ascended to the second floor via the lift, passing the Auror headquarters, where Harry curiously peered inside. Kingsley Shacklebolt, a member of the Order of the Phoenix, called Mr. Weasley over to discuss some work matters, their demeanor outside not revealing the familiarity they shared. Seizing the moment, Draco prodded Harry's arm and inquired, "Do you wish to become an Auror?" Harry sheepishly scratched his head, replying, "Well, perhaps we can discuss that later." Once Mr. Weasley concluded his conversation with Kingsley, they accompanied him to his office. It was far more modest than Draco had envisioned, significantly smaller than a broom cupboard, with scarcely any room to stand. Draco squeezed in, standing still in fear that any movement might dislodge the precariously balanced stack of documents atop the cabinet, which could land on his head. "The toilets are backing up?" Mr. Weasley read from a recently received note, exclaiming, "Good grief." He sighed, wishing they could apprehend the pranksters soon. Otherwise, every time those muggles flushed, the filth would not only remain but, who is responsible? Harry inquired. "Anti-muggle pranksters," Mr. Weasley lamented. Disgust overwhelmed Draco, who regretted having had breakfast. What are these people thinking? Don't they have any other ideas? Arthur, an elderly wizard with graying hair and a hunched back, entered the office. "Thank goodness, I was just wondering how to reach you." Mr. Weasley introduced, "This is Perkins." "I'm already aware of the toilet situation. No need to fret," Mr. Weasley reassured. Perkins shook his head. "I'm not referring to the toilets. It's about these 2 children. They've changed the time to 8 o'clock in the 10th courtroom below." "Good heavens. Merlin's beard," Mr. Weasley exclaimed, leaping up like an excited frog. "Harry, we were supposed to be there 5 minutes ago." Draco and Harry exchanged astonished glances before sprinting after Mr. Weasley. "How did they change the time?" Harry shouted, breathless. "To mess with you," Draco retorted. "Those damned fools." Mr. Weasley anxiously pressed the down button for the lift, praying for its swift arrival. They dashed into the lift, where Mr. Weasley hopped in agitation. "That place hasn't been used in ages. What do they intend to do?"